The zombie apocalypse suddenly erupted while the protagonist, Li Mu, was still indulging in a deep slumber that it was only when a stunning woman, pursued by the undead, burst into his home that his peaceful morning was interrupted. However, Li Mu had awakened to a dual cultivation system tailored for the end of the world, an opportunity to grow stronger through relentless training. He would also be granted various divine rewards and supernatural abilities. While others languished in hunger, Li Mu enjoyed a life akin to a deity, with 3 hearty meals a day, residing in a luxurious penthouse, and even receiving massages. While others possessed but a single extraordinary ability, Li Mu discovered he had an abundance of them. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the divine weapon bronze sword. Congratulations, host, on receiving a firearms package. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the divine pet, thunder law leopard. Congratulations, host, on mastering the divine technique, demonic dragon swordplay. *** Chapter 1. The Dawn of the Apocalypse. The Awakening of the System ***. Zombies. There are zombies behind us. Run, run. If they catch us, we're doomed. Just awakened from his slumber, Li Mu rubbed his head in confusion. What's happening outside? Why is it so noisy? He threw off his covers, slipped on his slippers, and stepped out of his bedroom. As he crossed the threshold, he heard desperate pounding on the front door. A shrill female voice pierced through the chaos. Open the door. Please, is anyone inside? I beg you, let me in. Those monsters are coming. Li Mu, still bewildered by the sudden commotion, felt a surge of anxiety upon hearing her plea. He hurried to unlock the door, and a tall woman dashed inside, slamming the door shut behind her. She quickly secured the lock and collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath. Still unaware of the dire situation outside, Li Mu inquired, "What's going on? What happened out there? Who are you?" The woman, seated on the floor, looked at him with wide, terrified eyes. "Monsters, zombies. The apocalypse has just begun. Many people outside have turned into zombies and are attacking indiscriminately. If I hadn't run fast enough, I would have been bitten and turned into one of them. Don't you know?" Li Mu shrugged nonchalantly. "I just woke up. The noise outside roused me." Muttering to himself, he added, "I can't believe what that voice said is true. The zombie apocalypse has come so swiftly." Li Mu was no ordinary person. Half a month prior, a voice had echoed in his mind, foretelling the outbreak of the zombie crisis and the ensuing chaos that would engulf the world. Initially skeptical, he grew increasingly convinced as the voice persisted daily. To prepare for the impending doom, he had stockpiled provisions at home. Yet, hearing the news of the apocalypse invoked a flicker of fear within him. After all, he had seen how terrifying zombies could be in movies, devoid of pain or awareness. They attacked the living without hesitation. Such creatures were enough to instill dread. The woman rose, gazing at Li Mu with curiosity. "You don't seem afraid. Aren't you shocked by this news?" Li Mu shrugged again. Now that the apocalypse has commenced, what good is shock or panic? It's better to think of what to do next. The woman found his reasoning sound. Fear and worry were futile in their current predicament. With the crisis upon them, there was no way to escape its grasp. She regarded Li Mu with newfound respect. Few could remain composed in such circumstances. "Thank you for opening the door. Otherwise, I might have perished today. I owe you my life," she expressed gratefully. Li Mu waved his hand dismissively. "No need for thanks. Once the zombies leave, you should depart as well. This is my home." Li Mu quickly asserted his claim, for in this new world, the first rule of survival was to eliminate any potential threats. It was evident that he was no martyr, and he would not harbor an unknown woman in his abode, regardless of her striking beauty and undeniable charm. In the face of the apocalypse, survival took precedence over gentlemanly conduct. Even though Li Mu had stockpiled enough food to last for months, he was unwilling to share. After all, one could never have too much sustenance. The woman's expression dimmed at his words. Having just come from the chaos outside, she was acutely aware of the peril. The streets were teeming with zombies, and stepping outside would only lead to certain death. Yet, this was not her home. She had merely sought refuge. With Li Mu insisting she leave, she felt trapped. She nodded slightly. "All right, I understand." Tentatively, she ventured into the living room, asking in a hushed tone, "May I sit for a moment?" "Of course," Li Mu replied, preparing to head to the kitchen for breakfast. At that moment, a voice resonated in his mind, halting him in his tracks. Detection complete. The apocalypse has descended. Initiating system for the host. End of the world cultivation system successfully bound to the host. Upon hearing the system's voice, Li Mu rushed back to his bedroom. System, was that voice in my mind the system's? Indeed, it is the voice of this system. Sitting on his bed, Li Mu found it hard to believe. I never imagined I would receive such a boon. With a golden finger like this, why fear the apocalypse? There is no need for fear. System, please detail your functionalities. This system is known as the End of the World Cultivation System. Its premise is simple. As long as the host engages in cultivation, they will grow stronger and receive generous rewards. Li Mu was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. Cultivation leads to strength? This system is precisely what I desire. My journey to dominate the apocalypse is about to commence. At 22 years of age, currently in his university internship period, Li Mu had inherited a fortune left by his parents, thus enjoying a relatively comfortable life. He had been living a reclusive existence until today's unexpected zombie crisis erupted. However, with the assistance of the system, he felt emboldened. System, do you have any beginner's gift packs? Newcomer rewards should be standard practice, right? The system promptly responded, issuing a beginner's gift pack to the host now. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the technique, Scarlet Jade Yin-Yang Technique. This cultivation method will enhance the practitioner's strength and overall abilities through continuous training. Upon hearing the name of the technique, Li Mu immediately grasped its essence without needing further explanation from the system. In the next moment, a panel appeared before Li Mu's eyes, visible only to him. Host, Li Mu. Strength, 1. Physique, 1. Speed, 1 item. Crimson Jade Yin-Yang Technique. Upon observing this panel, Li Mu couldn't help but exclaim. The attributes are so low, they're all just a mere point. It seems that the attributes of an ordinary person are indeed set at 1 point. Nevertheless, it matters not. As long as I possess this golden finger, becoming stronger is merely a matter of time. System, please continue to dispense rewards. Surely this cannot be the only one. Chapter 2. The University Teacher. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a personal storage space. Li Mu promptly examined his newly acquired storage space, discovering it to be modest in size, measuring approximately 5 meters by 5 meters. However, noticing that it was marked as level 1, he realized that it was indeed capable of being upgraded, promising to expand in size over time. The beginner's gift pack has been distributed. After claiming the contents of the gift pack, Li Mu exited his bedroom. Upon stepping out, he beheld a woman seated on the sofa, engrossed in her mobile phone. He casually appraised her before making his way into the kitchen. Upon entering the kitchen, Li Mu ventured into the pantry, which served as his repository for food supplies. The pantry was predominantly stocked with instant food items, such as instant noodles and self-heating hot pots, though there were also some staples like rice and flour, albeit in limited quantities. Additionally, a variety of fruits and vegetables filled the space. Suddenly, Li Mu inquired, System, if I place the fruits into the storage space, they won't spoil, will they? Given that it was the peak of summer, and these fruits and vegetables had been purchased the previous day, he was concerned that they might not endure in such heat for long. It would be ideal to preserve them perfectly, otherwise, it would be a pity to lose them. As Li Mu did not wish to live without fruits and vegetables. After all, subsisting solely on instant hot pots and noodles was untenable. He needed to incorporate fruits and vegetables into his diet for his well-being. Rest assured, they will not spoil. Time within the storage space is completely suspended, so there is no need to worry about food degradation. What you place inside remains unchanged when retrieved. With this assurance, Li Mu felt at ease and carefully set aside the vegetables and fruits. Thanks to the system's prompts, he had accumulated nearly 10,000 yuan worth of food, with 7,000 yuan solely in fruits and vegetables, making for quite an impressive stockpile. The pantry, roughly 10 square meters in size, was nearly filled to capacity with various provisions. After placing the perishable items into the storage space, it was nearly full. The remaining instant food items were left in the pantry. Securing the pantry door and pocketing the sole key, Li Mu then approached the refrigerator. Retrieving a carton of milk and 2 slices of bread, he settled at the dining table to commence his breakfast. At this point, the woman had ceased her phone activities and sat vacantly on the sofa. Li Mu initiated the conversation. I am Li Mu. May I ask your name? The woman turned to him and replied, Yulan. Li Mu continued to inquire, are you a resident of this building as well? I have never seen you before. Yulan let out a sigh. I am a resident of this building, albeit primarily a university lecturer who typically resides at the campus and seldom visits here. Coincidentally, I came over today during the holiday, only to unexpectedly encounter the outbreak of a zombie crisis early this morning. Upon learning that I am a university lecturer, Li Mu's interest was instantly piqued. Are you a professor at Magic City University? He inquired. Yulan nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I am a lecturer there, specializing in the history of Chinese culture, she replied. Li Mu smiled. What a coincidence. I am a student from Magic City University, though regrettably, I never had the opportunity to meet my professors during my 4 years there. Yulan responded. In truth, I have only recently commenced my position, so it is quite normal that we have not crossed paths. Magic City University is simply vast. Even without being new to her role, encountering someone in a campus of tens of thousands is no small feat, yet fate had brought them together. One cannot help but admire Yulan's graceful demeanor as a university educator, exuding an air of refinement that embodies the allure of a beautiful professor. During their conversation, her gaze occasionally drifted toward the sandwich and milk in Li Mu's hands. Observing this, Li Mu suddenly had an idea. Have you had breakfast yet? At this question, Yulan hesitated momentarily before shaking her head. No, I was just about to head out for breakfast. I don't usually live here, so there is hardly any food at home. After finishing his own meal, Li Mu offered, given that you are a lecturer at Magic City University, allow me to treat you to breakfast. However, this was not merely an act of kindness. It was the beginning of a subtle enticement. After all, if circumstances permitted, they were destined to share a prolonged existence together, and Li Mu preferred to avoid any forceful tactics that could lead to betrayal. Yulan's eyes brightened, and she promptly stood up. Really? Thank you. I am indeed quite hungry. Li Mu took his dishes to the kitchen and returned with an additional serving of milk and bread, placing the breakfast on the dining table. Please, help yourself. Feeling a bit shy, Yulan approached the table. Thank you, truly. I have been hungry for quite some time. I refrained from eating last night in an effort to lose weight, so I am incredibly grateful for your generosity. Li Mu replied with a smile. Then please eat up. As Yulan began to eat, Li Mu settled onto the sofa and opened his phone. The chat application was inundated with messages. What is happening? What has caused this sudden outbreak of a zombie crisis? It's utterly unforeseen. Thankfully, I managed to escape swiftly. Otherwise, I could have been bitten by a zombie. The first notifications came from the residential chat group, where the survivors were fervently exchanging messages. It is truly terrifying. While I was strolling downstairs, a horde of zombies suddenly emerged, attacking people indiscriminately. One individual beside me had his throat bitten through. Had I not fled swiftly, I would surely have met the same fate. Everything transpired so abruptly. I was at the market purchasing vegetables when the zombies surged forth, roaring as they sank their teeth into the living. Fortunately, I managed to hide. What on earth is happening? How did we suddenly find ourselves in the midst of a zombie crisis? When will this calamity come to an end? Foolishness. Stop dreaming. Haven't you seen the news? A global outbreak of zombies has erupted, with the undead biting everyone in sight. This crisis will not resolve itself easily. Indeed, zombies are everywhere. This is a worldwide crisis. Haven't you seen the films? I fear this ordeal may never conclude, so we must prepare for how to survive without becoming a meal for the undead. Chapter 3. 2 Choices. Acknowledging reality. After glancing at the messages in the homeowners group, Li Mu opened the class group chat. His class comprised approximately 50 students, most of whom chose to remain on campus rather than venture out to work. Thus, many classmates lingered in the school. What on earth is going on? What is this zombie crisis? I am currently in the classroom, preparing for self-study when this crisis erupted. The hallways are now teeming with zombies. Thankfully, no one in our classroom has turned into a zombie. Otherwise, we would all be doomed. The dormitories are no different. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and locked the door. Otherwise, the zombies would have invaded. I can now hear the horrifying sounds of zombies feasting from the neighboring dormitory. What should I do? I do not wish to die, and I certainly do not want to be bitten by a zombie. Is there any hope for rescue? At that moment, someone in the group messaged the counselor, urging a response. After a prolonged silence, someone remarked, the counselor has likely become a zombie, now pursuing students in search of brains. Useless. I surmised the same. The zombies arrived so unexpectedly that many around me were swiftly attacked and bitten, transforming into the undead themselves. Is this a joke? I was in the restroom when zombies suddenly burst in. My legs are numb from squatting, yet I dare not move, fearing that the zombies outside might rush in. Just then, the counselor sent a message. Everyone, remain calm. Fortunately, I have not yet become a zombie. Students must prioritize their safety. If you are indoors, try to avoid going outside. Those on campus need not panic. The city is organizing a rescue operation. Hold on a little longer. Help will arrive soon. At that moment, the classmate who had previously mentioned being in the restroom chimed in. Counselor, could you please come to the boys' dormitory restroom to save me? I can barely hold on any longer. I will call you father if you help me. However, the counselor merely replied, everyone, please endure. Please endure. After a long while, Limu set down his phone. It is nothing but a cacophony of meaningless chatter. At this juncture, Isn't beset by anxiety. The notion of rescue is futile. Even if assistance were to arrive, it would hardly extend to us. To survive, one must rely on their own capabilities. Subsequently, Limu turned his gaze towards Yulan, only to discover that she had finished her breakfast. He addressed her, stating, now that you have concluded your meal, it is time for us to converse. We are all adults here, intelligent individuals, so I shall speak plainly. Yulan nodded in agreement. Limu continued, just a moment ago, I opened the door and saved your life. Rest assured, I do not seek any form of recompense. You now face two paths. The first is that the outside world has fallen silent, and it is time for you to depart from my home. He paused, allowing the weight of his words to settle, when Yulan interjected, and what is the second path? It was evident that Yulan possessed keen intellect. She understood that leaving this sanctuary would likely result in her demise at the hands of the undead. She realized that her skills might not suffice for survival in the outside world. Thus, she was eager to learn about the second option, for living, even in adversity, was preferable to succumbing to the zombies outside. Limu assessed Yulan with a slight smile. I can also permit you to remain here. You are astute and should comprehend the dire circumstances outside. You can surmise the future that awaits us. You may choose to stay, but I do not accommodate idlers. After all, an additional person means an additional mouth to feed. If you wish to remain, you must contribute in some manner. Do you grasp my intent? Yulan certainly understood his implication, having endured the harsh realities of life herself. She recognized that while Li Mu's words were harsh, they were undeniably truthful. A stark reflection of reality. Having received some information earlier, she had come to a crucial realization. Survival in this post-apocalyptic world depended solely on oneself. Aid would not return. Noticing Yulan's lack of refusal, Li Mu pressed on. You previously mentioned that your room harbors no food. Thus, even if you were to undertake the perilous journey back, your fate would be starvation or venturing out in search of sustenance only to be devoured by zombies. To be candid, my supplies are ample. The two of us could easily sustain ourselves for 2 months. You have 10 seconds to decide. Either leave now or remain and bear the cost. Consider this. You are not at a disadvantage. After all, you would be surviving alongside a young and handsome man, rather than an old curmudgeon. Yulan lifted her gaze to appraise Li Mu's appearance. It was undeniable that he was quite handsome, standing at an impressive height of 185 centimeters, with striking features. Furthermore, given Li Mu's composed demeanor, aligning herself with this man could potentially extend her survival in this grim reality. The thought of sharing a space with an attractive man seemed devoid of significant psychological burden. Finally, Yulan rose and declared, I am willing to stay. I believe you are correct. Li Mu felt no surprise at the outcome. After all, any intelligent person would know how to choose wisely. Yulan gazed at Li Mu with her large eyes. Shall we begin now? She inquired. There is no need to rush. Let us wait a while, Li Mu replied. It wasn't that Li Mu could not contain himself, but rather that he had yet to cultivate the Qi Yu Yin Yang technique. To enhance his strength, it was imperative to practice this technique, as it was essential for achieving the desired results. Regardless, it was only a matter of time, so Li Mu felt no urgency. There was still plenty of time ahead. Once alone in his bedroom, Li Mu sat cross-legged on the bed. System, initiate the cultivation of the Qi Yu Yin Yang technique. Soon, he felt a warm stream surging through his body, beginning to circulate within. As this warm flow moved through him, he began to sweat profusely. In truth, it was the impurities within him being expelled. This sensation of warmth was immensely pleasurable for Li Mu. After approximately 10 minutes, he regained his senses, catching a whiff of the foul odor emanating from himself. Hastily, he made his way to the bathroom, shedding his clothes to take a shower. Meanwhile, in the living room, Yulan felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, it was her first experience in such circumstances, and feeling nervous was only natural. However, reflecting on the messages she had seen on her phone earlier, She felt incredibly fortunate. Not only had she escaped being bitten by a zombie, but she had also found a safe haven, a place abundant in food, which meant she could at least survive a bit better. Avoiding the grim fate of being bitten or starving to death, such an end would indeed be tragic. Contemplating these thoughts, Yulan suddenly realized that, compared to the horrors of being bitten or starving, she considered herself remarkably fortunate. Chapter 4. The Elegant Lady. Uncertain how much time had passed, Yulan had fallen asleep in Li Mu's embrace. In contrast, Li Mu felt a sense of lightness, aware that his physique had grown stronger than before. As he gazed upon Yulan, he meticulously examined her features and discovered her natural beauty, unadorned, yet captivating. She possessed a timeless charm that only grew more enchanting the longer he looked. No matter the angle, she was endlessly delightful to behold. Looking at Yulan nestled in his arms, Li Mu softly murmured, "Rest assured, I will never treat you poorly." He then began to examine his status panel in his mind. Host, Li Mu. Age, 22. Strength, 3. Constitution, 3. Speed, 3 items. Qi Yu Yin Yang Technique. Upon reviewing, he was astonished to find that all his attributes had increased by 2 points. It was no wonder he felt so light and different from before. Reflecting on the significant boost in his attributes, Li Mu marveled. Is the cultivation of the Qi Yu Yin Yang technique truly this swift? This is astounding. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. The host's physical condition is now 3 times that of an average person, with strength surpassing that of the ordinary. With renewed excitement, Li Mu's voice resonated once more. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the apocalyptic weapon, a bronze sword. Renowned for its unparalleled sharpness, capable of slicing through iron as though it were mere clay. Congratulations, host, your personal storage space has doubled. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Li Mu stepped outside his bedroom. Standing in the living room, he extended his hand, and the bronze sword materialized within his grasp. The moment the sword appeared, a chilling gleam flashed forth. Li Mu caressed the blade. Then with a flick of his wrist, he executed a graceful flourish in the air. A fine weapon indeed. Worthy of its origin, it would surely cleave through a zombie's skull, leaving it in disarray. With this armament and his current physical prowess, as long as he was not besieged by the undead, he faced little danger. After all, his formidable strength and the bronze sword in hand provided substantial security. Li Mu approached the window to survey the outside world. Looking down, he observed the community park below, teeming with no fewer than 100 zombies. The remnants of elderly residents who had succumbed to the affliction, as few young people would venture out for a stroll at such an hour. Gazing further into the distance, chaos reigned in the city. The already congested streets resembled a beehive, with numerous vehicles ablaze from collisions. Towering buildings were engulfed in flames, and thick plumes of smoke filled the sky. Though the zombie crisis had only erupted a few hours prior, the devastation inflicted upon the city was immeasurable, an ominous testament to the horrors of an apocalyptic scenario. In mere moments, the entire metropolis had descended into paralysis. Most alarmingly, the streets were overrun with zombies, and the number of surviving humans dwindled dramatically. Li Mu then approached the security door, peering through the peephole. He spotted 4 or 5 zombies wandering the corridor, while a resident's door stood ajar. A zombie, its face grotesquely mangled, lingered at the entrance. It was evident that the family had met a tragic fate. Among the zombies in the corridor, Li Mu recognized several familiar faces, his neighbors, who now failed to recognize him. Rest assured, I shall soon deliver you from this torment. There is no need for haste. Clearing the corridor of zombies was an imperative task, for Li Mu could not remain confined within his home indefinitely. Even with ample provisions at present, he needed to strategize for future food supplies. After all, sustenance would eventually run out, necessitating long-term planning. Without clearing the zombies from the corridor, Li Mu would be unable to venture outside in search of food. However, he remained unhurried, as the situation outside was still volatile. It would be prudent to wait until tomorrow, when conditions had stabilized somewhat, before embarking on his quest for sustenance. Subsequently, Li Mu re-entered the bedroom, preparing to indulge in a brief slumber. It was only in the evening that Yulan awoke, rubbing her eyes as she lay in bed. Upon exiting the bedroom, she discovered that Li Mu had already set 2 self-heating hot pots on the dining table. You're awake. Come eat. Upon seeing Li Mu, Yulan felt a blush creep to her cheeks as she approached the table. I'm sorry, I was so exhausted that I overslept. Li Mu smiled gently. No worries, take a seat and eat. You must be famished after a whole day. The two settled at the table and picked up their chopsticks. To their surprise, they had self-heating hot pot. Given the current circumstances, indulging in such a dish felt rather luxurious. This sentiment was indeed accurate, as the primary concern for the survivors now was food. Without it, they would perish from hunger, even if they avoided the clutches of the undead. Limu remarked, I tend to be somewhat cautious, so I stocked up on instant food supplies, including several self-heating hot pots and instant noodles. The reason I haven't cooked is simply that my culinary skills are rather dismal. I can hardly bear to eat my own cooking, so I make do with self-heating hot pots for now. By the way, can you cook? Yulan shook her head. I'm afraid I can't. Since childhood, our family has relied on nannies and chefs for cooking, so I've never learned. Hearing this, Limu realized that Yulan's background was undoubtedly affluent. With nothing else to occupy their time, he thought it best to engage in conversation. Oh, you have a nanny? What does your family do? As she ate, Yulan replied, my parents were in business, but they tragically passed away when I was young. My grandparents raised me, but they too have since departed in the last couple of years. I think it's for the best. They lived into their 90s and had a relatively good life, so they were spared from experiencing this brutal apocalypse. Chapter 5. The neighbor's plea for help. Limu's curiosity was piqued. Indeed, avoiding the harsh realities of this world could be seen as a blessing. May I inquire about your family's savings? Yulan pondered, perhaps around several million. However, she added, I don't enjoy living extravagantly. I believe a simple, ordinary life is quite sufficient, especially now when money seems little more than worthless paper. Limu chuckled. I was merely curious. Limu's family background was also decent. He possessed a few million in savings and maintained a relatively low profile. Had he not been well off, he could not have afforded a residence in this neighborhood, located in the heart of the Magic City, where the cost per square meter was several tens of thousands, an epitome of an upscale community, inhabited by the wealthy and elite. After the two had finished their meal, Limu opened the window and casually tossed the trash out, reasoning that in this apocalyptic world, civility had long ceased to exist. They stood by the window, watching to see if the refuse would strike a zombie, a precise hit. When a bag of garbage landed squarely on a zombie's head, both of them broke into smiles. However, the zombie remained unresponsive, continuing to stand motionless. They settled onto the sofa, with Yulan leaning against Limu's embrace. It must be said that having a man to rely on during the end times was indeed comforting. At least for now, Yulan felt a sense of security. Tomorrow, I plan to clear out the zombies in the hallway. After all, I will eventually need to venture outside in search of food. And the zombies lurking beyond continue to pose a threat. Yulan paused, contemplating the danger. Isn't that too perilous? The zombies out there are not easily dealt with. We still have some food. Perhaps we should wait a while longer? Limu reassured her. We must clear them out sooner or later. No need to worry. I am confident in my abilities. Just stay home and wait for my return. However, he acknowledged a significant issue. The problem is I want to be able to enter the other residences, which means I can't search for food in the neighboring apartments. A silence enveloped them, as this was indeed a conundrum. After a moment, Yulan suddenly sat up. I have a solution. If I remember correctly, all the locks in this building are coded locks, and they are uniformly installed. In the security room downstairs, there is a master key card that can unlock all the residence doors. Yes, that's it. Limu's eyes lit up with interest. He had never heard of such a thing. How do you know this? Yulan chuckled softly. I tend to be a bit careless, and my memory isn't the best. Once, I stayed too long at school and forgot the code to my room. So I called a locksmith. However, upon hearing my community's name, he informed me that he couldn't enter and that I didn't need to call him for door access. The property management had a key card specifically for situations like forgetting the code. Typically, this card is stored in the security office. I went to the property management staff, and they used that card to help me open the door. Upon hearing Yulan's explanation, Limu smiled. That would be convenient. Tomorrow, I will check the security office to see if I can find this card. If I can secure it, it will make things much easier. Subsequently, Limu took out his phone to check for messages, only to discover a flurry of frantic posts in the homeowners group chat. Help! Is there anyone who can rescue my family? Even a little food would suffice. Don't you have any food at home? How can you not prepare even a bit? If you starve, it's your own fault, came the harsh reply. I seldom reside at home. Who could have anticipated the sudden outbreak of a zombie crisis? There is hardly a morsel of food in the house, and I have been famished for nearly a day. Even the water I drink threatens to make me retch. Rest assured, one can survive for a few days on mere water, but the pangs of hunger are indeed unbearable. Shortly thereafter, an image appeared in the group chat, a bowl of rice accompanied by a plate of home-cooked dishes. Despite their simplicity, they were undeniably enticing. The person who shared the image then spoke up. "What can I say? I still have food at home. If you have the audacity to come to my doorstep, I might be inclined to spare you some leftovers." The individual who had previously sought help instantly erupted in anger. "Damn you. Under ordinary circumstances, I wouldn't even touch such food. What are you pretending to be? Who could deliver food to me? I would pay them 100,000. It didn't matter what it was. Anything edible would suffice. Just bring it to me, and I'll give you 100,000. The discord began. "Then I guess you'll just have to remain hungry. I was being charitable, yet you refuse my offering. Don't be ridiculous. It doesn't matter if it's 100,000 or 500,000. Everyone knows food is far more valuable than money in this situation. Besides, those who can afford to live in this community are likely not short on funds." Li Mu and Yulan agreed. In these dire times, food was evidently more crucial than currency. Moreover, given the peril outside, exchanging one's life for a sum of money seemed utterly foolish. Just then, a message from one of Li Mu's contacts came through. "Li Mu, are you all right?" To his surprise, it was a message from his neighbor, Zhang Yao. Upon mentioning Zhang Yao, Li Mu's first impression of her was that of a social elite. She was a high-ranking executive, a quintessential example of a societal success story, earning a six-figure salary. She had moved in about 6 months ago, and they had exchanged contact information at that time, though their interactions were limited to casual greetings. What left a lasting impression on Li Mu was Zhang Yao's strikingly long legs, a rarity that he found utterly captivating. Her appearance was also commendable. Although not as stunning as Yulan, she was undeniably a beauty, exuding an air of sophistication. Unlike Yulan, who embodied a graceful and poised demeanor, Zhang Yao possessed an elevated aura of authority, perhaps a byproduct of her executive status. Before the apocalypse, Li Mu recognized that he had no chance, thus refraining from engaging in futile pursuits. However, the current circumstances were markedly different. This typically aloof neighbor had initiated contact with him, signaling a shift in the situation. A smile gradually crept onto Li Mu's face as he began to contemplate his next move. Chapter 6. Establishing connections. Upon seeing the message from Zhang Yao, Yulan inquired. "Who is she?" Li Mu elaborated. "The neighbor next door, much like yourself, is an extraordinary beauty." Upon hearing Li Mu's words, Yulan's cheeks flushed, as she remained nestled in his embrace. Yulan, possessing considerable intelligence, inferred Li Mu's thoughts from his remarks, yet she chose to remain silent. She was acutely aware of her dependence on Li Mu for survival, and thus felt she had no right to interfere with his decisions, nor could she alter her circumstances. Her sole ambition was to evoke Li Mu's affection, ensuring that he would not abandon her for another. Li Mu regarded Yulan thoughtfully. "You are perceptive. You must have discerned my intentions. Rest assured, I shall never forsake my woman, and I will protect you diligently." A smile of happiness graced Yulan's lips. "Thank you. Having you by my side is truly a blessing. Staying here today may very well be the wisest decision of my life. Furthermore, you need not worry. I am fully aware of my position, so I shall not indulge in foolish jealousy. The world has changed dramatically. We no longer inhabit the same realm as before. Since the apocalypse, societal order has collapsed entirely, and the law has lost its grip. Thus, those endowed with strength and resources naturally enjoy priority access to all that is desirable, including beautiful women. I am well aware that you will not have me as your sole partner. I have never harbored such delusions. My only desire is to survive." Yulan was far from foolish. On the contrary, she was exceptionally astute. Throughout the course of the day, she had come to understand much, alleviating her psychological burdens and allowing her to accept her situation with equanimity. "It is my fortune to have such an understanding woman by my side. Rest assured, as long as I draw breath, I shall safeguard you." Subsequently, Li Mu picked up his phone and messaged Zhang Yao. "Fortunately, I am at home, and there is no danger." Zhang Yao replied promptly. "That's wonderful. You are the only person I know in this neighborhood. Your safety provides me with a modicum of reassurance." Clearly, she was attempting to cultivate a closer relationship with Li Mu, demonstrating her intelligence. After all, how could one attain a high-ranking corporate position without being shrewd? In this context, there were two possibilities for her overtures. She might have developed feelings for Li Mu, though that seemed unlikely, or she was in need of sustenance and was hoping to ascertain whether he could provide her with food. Indeed, Zhang Yao quickly sent another message. "Li Mu, I would like to ask if you have any food at home. If so, could you spare me some? I haven't had anything to eat all day. As anticipated, Li Mu responded swiftly. Of course I have food. However, given the current significance of provisions, I cannot simply give it away without consideration. Human beings are inherently pragmatic, and Zhang Yao, as an executive, is certainly aware of this truth. However, upon hearing that Li Mu possesses food, she cannot help but feel a surge of joy. As long as there is food, there is hope. I can purchase it, regardless of the cost. Name your price. Yet, this time, Li Mu did not hasten to respond. Instead, he chose to wait. As the silence lingered, Zhang Yao grew anxious and sent another message. 100,000. I will offer you 100,000 for any food. 200,000. No, 50,000. I will give you 50,000, just for a morsel of food. Yulan, nestled in Li Mu's embrace, observed the messages on the screen but refrained from speaking, merely watching in silence. Li Mu's fingers began to dance across the screen, typing with intent. Do you truly believe I lack such trivial funds? At this juncture, sustenance is far more valuable than currency. What incentive do I have to exchange food for money? He continued, I understand your mindset remains that of a businessman, believing everything can be bought with money, but that was in the days before the apocalypse. Please grasp that we are in a post-apocalyptic world now. In such times, money has lost its significance. To me, it is akin to worthless paper. Hence, do not entertain the notion of purchasing food with your wealth. Undeterred, Zhang Yao persisted, sending another message. I currently possess 3 million in savings. I will give you all of it for food. Li Mu chuckled and shook his head. I have no need for money. You should comprehend what I desire. To be blunt, if you are willing to become my woman, I can provide you with food. Zhang Yao quickly replied, that is impossible. Li Mu, remaining calm, responded, do not rush. Take your time to ponder. Reach out to me when you have come to a decision. After sending his final message, he placed his phone on the coffee table. Yulan, curious, inquired, aren't you going to continue? Noticing her eager expression, Li Mu chuckled and shook his head. I find it amusing, at least. It adds a bit of intrigue to the mundane. Li Mu elaborated, Zhang Yao is not an ordinary woman. As a corporate executive, she possesses a pride that often surpasses that of many men. Continuing this conversation would be futile and only serve to irritate her further. However, it is of no consequence. For hunger has a way of shattering all pride. When the pangs of hunger become unbearable and hope dwindles, her arrogance will wane, and she will seek me out. So, there is no need for haste. A few days of waiting is inconsequential. The true terror lies in living each day consumed by the fear of starvation. Yulan blinked her large, expressive eyes. What is your field of study? How do you possess such an understanding of human nature? Li Mu smiled. This matter bears little connection to expertise. It is merely a reflection of my passion for reading. The more I immerse myself in books, the more I come to understand. As for Yulandao, it appears that Zhang Yao has become your puppet. At present, it seems that everything lies firmly within your grasp. After speaking, Li Mu made his way toward the bedroom. We ought to retire early. I have plans for tomorrow and must ensure I am well rested tonight. Chapter 7. Clearing the zombies the following day, Li Mu rose at dawn. Upon awakening, he noticed that Yulan was no longer in bed. He exited the bedroom and discovered Yulan already in the kitchen, preparing breakfast. The refrigerator was stocked with ample milk and bread, sufficient to last them for an extended period. The reason for his early rise was the pleasant coolness of the morning. By noon, the heat outside would become unbearable, rendering it unsuitable for venturing out. The room boasted air conditioning, yet outside, there was none. Based on Li Mu's estimation, the electricity should last for some time, as the Magic City is powered by a nuclear plant, which can operate for an extended duration even without human maintenance. However, water had become a pressing concern, as the water supply facility would likely be contaminated by the zombie virus. Even if it did not turn into zombies, it would still pose health risks. Thus, collecting water resources became a matter of urgency. Li Mu donned a windbreaker and approached the kitchen door. Why not sleep a little longer? After all, you have no obligations, he suggested. Yulan emerged with 2 plates of breakfast. You are heading out. I cannot afford to be idle. The least I can do is prepare you a meal. After placing the breakfast on the dining table, Yulan embraced Li Mu. Promise me you will not take unnecessary risks. If it becomes too dangerous, just return. We still have food. We can manage with smaller portions. Li Mu returned her embrace. Do not worry. I am not seeking death. I am confident in my abilities. Otherwise, I would not choose to venture out. I will return safely. If by noon I have not returned, you must eat and rest well. When I return, we will continue our fight. Yulan leaned against Li Mu's chest. As long as you return, continuing the battle will be no issue. Li Mu ate heartily at breakfast, knowing he would need the strength to confront the zombies. While eating, he planned his tasks for the day. First, to clear the zombies from the hallway on their floor and the neighboring apartment. Next, he would search the security room on the ground floor for the access card. These tasks were his priority. Acquiring the access card would resolve many issues. After a brief visit to the bedroom, Li Mu emerged wielding a bronze sword. Be cautious, Yulan urged. Li Mu nodded, then opened the security door and stepped outside, quickly securing it behind him. Before exiting, he had surveyed the surroundings. The zombies were positioned at a considerable distance from him. However, the sound of the security door closing was rather loud, causing the 5 or 6 zombies congregated in the corridor to immediately turn their attention towards Li Mu. In the next moment, without any warning, they lunged towards him, their mouths emitting continuous, guttural roars. Reacting swiftly, Li Mu firmly grasped the bronze sword, bracing himself for the impending onslaught of the undead. As he focused intently, he noticed the zombies' movements began to slow, as if time itself had been stretched. Every action was laid bare before him. When the first zombie lunged, Li Mu swung the bronze sword towards its head. Whether it was the sword's remarkable sharpness or Li Mu's newfound strength, the blade encountered no resistance upon striking the zombie's hard skull, slicing through it as effortlessly as one would cut through tofu. A grotesque scene unfolded as half of the zombie's head was severed, splattering the wall with a sickening mix of white brain matter and green blood. Li Mu had learned that severing a zombie's head was the key to neutralizing them, for the brain was the control center of the undead. Once the virus invaded, it transformed the individual into a zombie. Thus, decapitating them ensured their demise. Although the act of witnessing such a brutal decapitation was satisfying, the gruesome sight was undeniably repulsive. As he beheld the ground strewn with brain matter and the acrid stench of decay permeating the air, Li Mu felt his stomach churn violently. Despite the overwhelming urge to vomit, he steeled himself, knowing several more zombies remained to be dealt with. Now was not the time to succumb to nausea. A singular thought occupied his mind. Today's breakfast would surely be wasted, destined to be expelled shortly. In truth, dispatching zombies proved far simpler than Li Mu had anticipated. His speed now measured at 3 points, compared to the 1 point of an average person and the zombies alike. This disparity meant that as long as he maintained his focus, his speed increased, rendering the zombies' movements to appear as if in slow motion. This afforded him ample time to react. His strength, too, was significantly amplified, as was his agility. Actions that once eluded him were now executed with ease. Thus, when the second zombie charged at him, Li Mu swung the bronze sword once more. The result was no different from the first, smooth and elegant. The second zombie's head was similarly cleaved in half, and Li Mu charged at the third zombie, with the length of the bronze sword providing ample reach. He struck before the third zombie could even lay a claw on him, severing its arms and then its head. Once the first was vanquished, the remaining zombies posed little challenge. For them, it was nothing short of a massacre. After Li Mu severed the head of the last zombie with half a face bitten off, he could no longer contain himself. He retched violently, expelling the entirety of his breakfast, nearly bringing up bile, though he ultimately managed to restrain himself. Goodness, this is utterly revolting. I can't bear it. Although he was slaying zombies, they were once human, and the sensation of taking a life for the first time was profoundly unsettling. Once he had composed himself, Li Mu wiped his mouth and stood tall, determined to adapt swiftly. Such a life would become the norm, and if he did not acclimate, he would inevitably encounter dire consequences. Aware that survival in this apocalyptic world necessitated violence, he understood he must kill or risk becoming prey himself. Taking a deep breath, Li Mu approached the open door of a neighboring household, for they were familiar faces, and visiting was customary. Moreover, he needed to address the potential threat within. If any zombies were hiding inside, they posed a significant danger. It was entirely possible that one of them could emerge and bite him without warning. Thus, he cautiously made his way to the neighbor's home. Chapter 8. The emergence of power. The slaughter begins upon entering. He was met with the grisly sight of a corpse at the entrance, ravaged by zombies, its face unrecognizable. A gaping hole had been torn in the abdomen, intestines spilling out, and the neck was completely severed. The horrific scene made Li Mu feel nauseous once more, but he stifled the urge. He could not afford to lower his guard. Observing the clothing, it appeared the deceased were a middle-aged couple residing within. The zombie that had previously lost half its face was the husband, while the wife lay lifeless on the floor. Venturing further inside, a figure suddenly lunged at him. Confirming his fears, there was indeed a survivor lurking about. Due to the confined space, Li Mu opted for a thrust instead of a cleave. The sharp blade easily penetrated the zombie's skull, emerging from the back of its head without any resistance. Withdrawing his sword, the zombie collapsed to the ground. The creature he had just dispatched was, in fact, the teenage son of the middle-aged couple, and Li Mu sensed that this zombie was swifter than its predecessors. Recognizing that the high schooler had been an avid basketball player, he understood that his physical prowess would translate into enhanced speed as a zombie. Gradually, Li Mu came to realize that the physical attributes of an individual before transformation remained largely intact after becoming a zombie, save for the loss of pain perception, awareness of mortality, and an amplified thirst for blood. With this newfound understanding, Li Mu felt a sense of relief. Zombies were not as terrifying as he had once believed. He simply needed to remain vigilant against any sneak attacks from lurking threats. After all, Li Mu's physical attributes have reached level 3, far surpassing the average human's physical capabilities, making the task of vanquishing zombies rather effortless. Moreover, he wields a bronze sword capable of slicing through iron as if it were mud. Observing the corpses strewn across the ground, Li Mu discerned that the family consisted of 3 members. However, to mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, he diligently checked each room. Once assured that the rooms were unoccupied, he proceeded to the kitchen. A prominent characteristic of middle-aged individuals is their penchant for cooking. And given that the wife in this household was a full-time homemaker, it was reasonable to expect a surplus of provisions and vegetables. True to his expectations, upon entering the kitchen and opening the refrigerator, he found it brimming with a variety of vegetables. The double-door refrigerator was filled with an assortment of fruits and vegetables, as well as a considerable stock of chilled beers and beverages. Upon opening the freezer compartment, he discovered an array of meats, indicating that this family had stockpiled a substantial amount of food, likely enough for 3 people for about 3 days. Nonetheless, this bounty was quite satisfactory to Li Mu. With a casual wave of his hand, he stored all the food in his storage space. After claiming his reward, his storage space had doubled in size, leaving him ample room for more items. After securing the food, Li Mu ventured into the pantry, where the supplies were relatively scarce. Only a bag of rice and some fruits remained. He packed everything before departing, for even the smallest morsel is valuable. Exiting the room, he closed the security door behind him, as he had no desire for any lurking zombies to ambush him from within. Meanwhile, in Li Mu's house, Yulan was peering through the peephole, her hand poised on the doorknob, ready to let him in at a moment's notice. Having felt anxious while watching Li Mu engage in battle, her palms were now clammy with sweat. However, upon seeing him emerge unscathed, she finally exhaled in relief. It was a relief to see that he was unharmed. She had not anticipated Li Mu's prowess in combat. He seemed to dispatch the zombies with effortless ease, appearing anything but ordinary. It was indeed the wisest decision to follow him. Such a remarkable man is a rarity, and she hoped he would remain vigilant. At that moment, Yulan was not the only one observing Li Mu through the peephole. Zhang Yao, who had been roused from her slumber by the zombies earlier, was also watching. Having spent an entire day and night in hunger, she had been awakened multiple times the previous night and was now in a state of half-consciousness. Consequently, Zhang Yao was not only weary from hunger, but also bore dark circles under her eyes, feeling exceedingly unwell. The sight of Li Mu effortlessly slaying 5 or 6 zombies had not escaped her notice. Naturally, after witnessing him dispatch the zombies with such nonchalance, she was left in utter disbelief. In her mind, Li Mu was merely a fragile college student, and it seemed implausible that he possessed such formidable combat skills. This was indeed astonishing. How could Li Mu be so formidable, effortlessly eliminating so many zombies? As he beheld Li Mu descending the elevator, an expression of astonishment washed over him once more. What could he possibly be doing? Why had he chosen to take the elevator down? After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Yao suddenly conceived a possibility. He must be seeking food. Li Mu was undoubtedly on a quest for sustenance. How audacious of him! With so many zombies lurking outside, he dared to venture forth in search of provisions. Zhang Yao plopped down onto the ground and exhaled a heavy sigh. Was it truly destined for him to perish from hunger? He was unwilling to accept such a fate. He did not wish to die just yet. Perhaps the conditions proposed by Li Mu were not entirely unworthy of consideration. Meanwhile, within the elevator, Li Mu was steadily descending. His floor was not particularly high, residing on the 9th level, yet he preferred the convenience of the elevator to the exertion of running down the stairs. Nonetheless, he understood that upon reaching the ground floor, he would undoubtedly face a fierce confrontation, for the zombies on the first floor were plentiful. Moreover, if his memory served him correctly, this upscale community had employed numerous retired soldiers as security personnel to enhance safety measures, rendering these guards a significant concern. If these security guards had transformed into zombies, it would be easier, but if they remained human, Li Mu would need to exercise caution. In this apocalyptic era, the true horror did not stem from the zombies, but rather from the depths of human nature. The bronze sword in Li Mu's grasp was unmistakably a valuable item, and it was only natural that someone might covet it. Soon enough, the elevator reached the ground floor, and the chime echoed through the air. Ding! Li Mu gripped his bronze sword tightly, readying himself for battle at a moment's notice. As the elevator doors slowly parted, it became evident that the sound had attracted the attention of the zombies. The undead, previously aimlessly wandering in the lobby, immediately turned their gaze toward Li Mu and charged forth. Fortunately, there were no zombies too close at hand. Otherwise, he would have been met with an immediate onslaught. Confirming that there were no lurking threats on either side, Li Mu quickly stepped out, thus commenced a brutal slaughter. With his bronze sword raised, he advanced slowly toward the first zombie. The first to charge was a zombie clad in a security uniform, exhibiting the swiftest speed. Yet, even the fastest zombie could not outpace Li Mu. Furthermore, he discerned that these zombies possessed a notably low intelligence upon sighting a human. They lunged forward in a frenzied attempt to bite. However, Li Mu would not grant them such an opportunity. He swung his sword, cleaving the zombie's head in two, its body collapsing at his feet. Having dispatched one, Li Mu surveyed the lobby and discovered that the number of zombies was not as overwhelming as he had anticipated. Only 2 or 3 security guards remained. Thanks to the security measures in place, the zombies outside were effectively barred from entry, significantly alleviating Li Mu's burden. Under Li Mu's relentless assault, the zombies in the lobby soon lay incapacitated, each reduced to a mere fraction of their former selves. After eliminating the zombies, Li Mu made his way to the security room, intent on locating the access card. The security room was spacious, comprising a reception area and a monitoring room. The security measures in the upscale community were stringent, with each residential building being equipped with its own security room to deter intruders. Li Mu cautiously pushed open the door to the security room, his sword poised and ready for action. Upon confirming the absence of anyone inside, he stowed the bronze sword in his storage space and commenced his search for the access card. As he rummaged through the drawers, he discovered they were mostly filled with the personal belongings of the security personnel, alongside some defensive equipment, such as rubber batons, which were of little use to him. At that moment, the door to the monitoring room creaked open, revealing a security guard wielding a rubber baton, who was evidently attempting to ambush Li Mu. The guard, a seasoned veteran and skilled at stealth tactics, was confident in his abilities. However, despite his caution, he inadvertently made a slight noise. While this sound might have gone unnoticed by an ordinary person, it was distinctly sharp to Li Mu, whose enhanced senses had become acutely sensitive following his physical upgrades. Noticing the disturbance, Li Mu paused momentarily, then quickly regained his composure, devising a strategy to lure the attacker in closer. While still searching through the drawers, his attention remained fixed behind him. The guard stealthily approached, and when he felt he was within 3 meters, he suddenly lunged forward, swinging the rubber baton viciously at Li Mu's head. "Hand over that sword," he demanded. Yet, the baton halted mid-swing, as Li Mu swiftly turned and seized it. A smile crept across his face. "You'll need to be more capable than that," he replied. The guard, astonished by Li Mu's speed, instinctively threw a punch. But it was a mere token effort. Without wasting a moment, Li Mu delivered a powerful kick to the guard's knee, a technique he had learned from unrestricted combat styles that target the body's most vulnerable points. To his surprise, the impact was tremendous, resonating with the sound of a bone fracturing. The guard's leg had broken. The guard, who had intended to retaliate, lost his balance, and overwhelmed by excruciating pain, collapsed to the floor, howling in agony. "Ah, my leg, my leg. Damn it." Li Mu remained unhurried as he approached the door, closing it to muffle the guard's cries, and prevent attracting any more zombies. In the next moment, Li Mu found a bronze sword in his hand. The security guard, upon witnessing this scene, screamed as if he had seen a ghost. "What is happening? You are not human. What kind of monster are you?" Li Mu approached the guard, mimicking the demeanor of assassins from films, placing his index finger to his lips in a gesture. "Shoo, quiet." Indeed, the guard, struck by fear, immediately closed his mouth. Li Mu smiled and inquired, "Tell me, where is the access card that opens all the residence doors?" The guard, clutching his severed thigh, asked, "If I tell you, will you spare me?" Li Mu shook his head. "No, I can grant you a swift end, rather than allowing you to suffer painfully to death. Consider it a form of liberation. After losing a limb, you will find it impossible to survive in this apocalypse. You have 3 seconds to contemplate. If you refuse to speak, I will break your limbs and leave you here to await your demise. Do not doubt my capability." Hearing this, the guard's pupils dilated. His eyes filled with terror. Yet, he was resolute, promptly revealing, "The access card is in the safe of the surveillance room. The code is 997654. Li Mu nodded. "You made the right choice. I hope you are not deceiving me." It was not that Li Mu was cruel. In this apocalypse, compassion had long been discarded, and mercy towards enemies equated to cruelty towards oneself. Moreover, it was the guard who attempted to ambush Li Mu first, only to fail due to inferior skill. And failure comes with consequences. Li Mu would not overlook any potential threat. He was a cautious individual, adhering to the principle of eliminating even the slightest danger to survive in this harsh world. Granting him a swift end was already a display of magnanimity. Upon entering the surveillance room, Li Mu discovered an open filing cabinet. It appeared the guard had hidden there, explaining his earlier absence. Approaching the safe, he input the code and, upon opening it, found a black card inside. This must be the access card. After acquiring the card, Li Mu returned to the security room, where the guard lay on the ground. "Now, can we honor our agreement?" The guard faced his fate with composure, and Li Mu swung his sword, severing the guard's head. He then exited the security room and proceeded towards several residence doors on the first floor. He intended to test the effectiveness of the access card to see if it could indeed unlock the residence security doors. Arriving at a door on the first floor, and confirming the hallway was devoid of zombies, Li Mu produced the black card. Placing it against the electronic lock, he was pleased to see the green light illuminate, indicating the door had been unlocked. In his excitement, Li Mu stowed away the black card, gripping the bronze sword, ready to sweep through the room within. He cautiously turned the doorknob and slowly opened the door, his eyes fixated on the narrow gap, with the bronze sword in his hand poised to strike at any moment. Chapter 10. The fish took the bait. As the door creaked open, it became evident that a prudent approach was always wise. Moments ago, a zombie's head had collided with the edge of his sword, and with a powerful thrust, Li Mu pierced through the zombie's skull. After pushing the door ajar, another zombie lunged forth, and Li Mu swiftly struck again, feeling no resistance whatsoever. Observing the appearance of the zombie, it seemed to be an elderly couple, now tragically deceased. Li Mu refrained from entering. After surveying the chaotic scene inside, he abandoned the notion of searching for food, as the stench was unbearable, rendering entry impossible. After closing the door, he departed promptly. The thought of continuing his food search dissipated. It sufficed to ascertain that the door lock was functional. There would be ample opportunities to forage for food later, and a few days of rest before venturing out again would not be untimely. As it was his first encounter with zombies, and having dispatched so many, Li Mu felt rather unwell. Although he had adapted to the gruesome sights, his stomach could not endure the overwhelming stench of decay, prompting waves of nausea that he struggled to suppress. Thus, he made his way home. Upon reaching the 9th floor, he did not head directly to his own apartment, but instead ventured to the previously cleared unit, intending to take a shower. His clothes were sullied with zombie blood and brain matter, and he was engulfed by a foul odor that he detested. He was determined not to bring that repugnant scent home, opting to cleanse himself thoroughly first. Once inside the room, he fought against his nausea and heaved the 2 corpses out of the window, alleviating the stench within. Subsequently, he proceeded to the bathroom, tossing a set of tactical clothing and pants into the washing machine. He had donned the tactical gear out of fear that blood might seep into his regular clothes. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to wear such attire on a sweltering day. After his shower, his clothes were clean. He hung them on the balcony, completing his task, as he intended to wear that outfit again on his next outing. Ultimately, Li Mu's sole aim was to avoid bringing the zombie's foul odor into his home. He approached the door of his residence, entered the passcode, and opened the door. Inside, he discovered Yulan already waiting at the entrance. Li Mu smiled. "See? I told you I would be fine. I have returned safely." Yulan responded with a grin. "It's good to have you back. Please, sit and rest for a while." Li Mu indeed felt fatigued, yet a cold shower had provided him with some relief. After plopping down on the sofa, Li Mu felt utterly disinclined to rise again. The tension in his nerves had proven to be exceedingly exhausting. At that moment, all he yearned for was to recline in comfort. Yulan brought him a glass of water, affirming that a home is truly incomplete without the presence of a woman. How delightful it felt. After a brief slumber, he was awakened by the enticing aroma of food, clearly indicating that someone had been preparing a meal. Stepping out of his room, he was greeted by 2 steaming dishes set upon the dining table, accompanied by 2 bowls of rice that Yulan had brought out. "Didn't you say you couldn't cook? It smells wonderful," he remarked. Yulan chuckled in response. "I may not know how to cook, but that doesn't mean I can't learn. I looked up some tutorials online and decided to give it a try. I noticed you seemed quite fatigued today, so I took the liberty of stir-frying a meat dish." Seeing Yulan's sheepish demeanor, Li Mu smiled reassuringly. "It's perfectly fine. Today is indeed a day to celebrate with a meat dish. You're truly considerate. Thank you." As the owner of the residence, Li Mu held absolute authority over all the food, and Yulan was keenly aware of her position, which made her slightly apprehensive about provoking his ire. However, Li Mu was unconcerned. After all, this was certainly preferable to a monotonous diet of instant noodles and prepackaged meals. Enhancing their culinary experience was a welcome change. The 2 took their seats at the dining table and began to eat. After taking a bite, Li Mu nodded appreciatively. Yulan promptly inquired, "How is it? What do you think of the taste?" Li Mu replied with utmost seriousness, "It appears that you, like me, may not be particularly suited for cooking. We must find someone skilled in the culinary arts for future meals. Relying on fast food every day is simply unsustainable." Indeed, as the daughter of a wealthy family, her cooking, while not unpleasant, was far from exceptional. Nevertheless, Li Mu savored every bite, for he was genuinely famished. Upon awakening from his nap, he felt significantly better. At the very least, his stomach was no longer in distress. Although it was his first experience with slaying zombies, Li Mu's adaptability was commendable, and with practice, he found that the gruesome nature of it no longer unsettled him. While enjoying his meal, a notification from his phone caught his attention. Upon opening it, he discovered a message from Zhang Yao next door. "Li Mu, are you cooking? It smells amazing," she had written. Li Mu replied, "Indeed, it does smell delightful. We have a meat dish and a vegetable dish along with white rice. Today's lunch is rather splendid. What is up?" He then raised his phone to snap a photo of the partially consumed meal and sent it to Zhang Yao. Though the dishes were half-eaten, Li Mu was confident that the image would possess an irresistible allure for her. After all, one could endure hunger until death, but when temptation arises, the experience of hunger transforms into a torment, something Li Mu found intolerable. He could only wonder if Zhang Yao would be able to withstand it. After sending the photo, Li Mu set his phone aside and resumed eating. Yulan, curious, asked, "What is going on?" Li Mu simply smiled. "The fish has taken the bait, and now it's time to slowly reel it in." Upon hearing this, Yulan smiled, but chose not to speak further. Meanwhile, Zhang Yao next door felt a surge of frustration upon seeing the photograph. It truly was the enticing aroma wafting from next door. Li Mu had indeed survived. She had sent the message merely to ascertain whether Li Mu had returned alive, but to her astonishment, not only had he returned, but he was also feasting on a sumptuous meal. This indicated Li Mu's remarkable strength. He ventured out and returned unscathed, which signified his prowess. Moreover, he must have brought back provisions. Otherwise, what purpose would his outing have served? As Zhang Yao gazed at that image, her stomach growled in protest. Witnessing others indulge in a feast while she starved was undeniably torturous. With no other choice, she tightened her belt once more. Her already slender waist felt as if it might be twisted into a rope. Yet, undeterred, she resolved to approach Li Mu once again. In her desperation to survive, she was willing to offer all her possessions. After all, if she were to perish from hunger, even vast wealth would be of no avail. Chapter 11. The great benefactor of the apocalypse, Li Mu. "I will offer 5,000,002 apartments. Can you spare me a morsel to eat? I am on the brink of starvation. This is all my wealth, I implore you." Li Mu merely glanced at the message before setting his phone aside. disinterested in responding to such a futile plea. As Zhang Yao waited in vain for a reply, she stared blankly at her phone, coming to comprehend Li Mu's indifference. Though reality was harsh, she found herself unwilling to accept it. Li Mu, however, was in no rush, after all. It was not he who faced hunger. Only those who were truly starving could grasp its weight. Although Yulan's cooking left much to be desired, it was still warm fare, and the 2 plates were consumed entirely without a trace remaining. After the meal, Li Mu felt the strength within him replenished. Following the day's skirmishes, he had gained a clearer understanding of his own capabilities. He recognized his formidable strength. While not absurdly powerful, he was certain that an ordinary person could not contend with him, nor could typical zombies pose a challenge. Thus, the next steps were clear. He would diligently train to enhance his abilities and then embark on a quest to scour the buildings for food and eliminate zombies. With nothing pressing to occupy his time in the afternoon, Li Mu and Yulan settled onto the sofa. Yulan glanced at her phone and remarked, "You should take a look at the messages in the homeowner S group. Your neighbor Zhang Yao has begun soliciting food. It seems she is nearing the end of her tether." Li Mu picked up his phone and discovered Zhang Yao's message in the group. "I am offering a high price for food. Any food that can fill my stomach. I will pay 3 million. Upon reading this, Li Mu chuckled. The offer was indeed generous. She was willing to part with such a sum, but how unfortunate it was that money held little value in their current predicament. In the owner group, messages quickly began to circulate. "Oh, isn't that the stunning Zhang Yao? She usually exudes an air of aloofness, seldom willing to greet anyone. What is this? Is she so famished that she has lost her composure? I had thought that such an ethereal beauty would require sustenance. Money has become utterly useless. It cannot even serve the purpose of wiping one's behind. Without food, survival is impossible, so what use is there for money?" It seems that the illustrious beauty has become quite muddled, still pondering the possibility of trading currency for nourishment. It is futile, at this juncture. Food holds far greater value than wealth. Those residing in this community are neither impoverished nor foolish. Zhang Yao's striking appearance and figure are indeed remarkable, and it is only natural that someone within the building would take notice of her. Thus, when she sent her message, the group erupted into a flurry of activity. However, despite the commotion, no one offered to share their provisions to assist the beautiful Zhang Yao, as it was well understood that sustenance surpasses beauty in importance. At last, someone spoke up. "I have food, and quite a bit of it, but I do not seek money. All I ask is for you to consider living with me, and I shall provide you with sustenance. What do you say?" The sender, Li Mu, was a figure Zhang Yao remembered, a rather hefty individual standing at 6 feet. Weighing over 200 pounds, his gait reminiscent of a barrel. She had conversed with him before and was aware of his insatiable appetite, which meant his home was typically stocked with ample food supplies. On the other hand, upon seeing this message, Zhang Yao felt despair wash over her as she lay listlessly on her bed. The thought of spending even a single evening in the company of this man was repugnant to her. Moreover, she was familiar with him. The most distasteful aspect was that he had once attempted to woo her with promises of financial support, hoping to win her affections. As a strong-willed woman, Zhang Yao had naturally declined, and the mere sight of him filled her with revulsion. The hefty man continued to message her. "Zhang, the beautiful, I have harbored feelings for you for quite some time. If you would only accept me, you may indulge in my provisions to your heart's content. I am truly fond of you. Please give it some thought. My stores are plentiful, more than sufficient for both of us." Zhang Yao was at a loss for words. After glancing at the message, she tossed her phone aside. "Is this it? Am I truly destined to starve?" It appears Li Mu was correct at this stage. It seems no one is willing to part with their food. What am I to do? Must I truly resort to selling my body for sustenance? After much contemplation, Zhang Yao let out a long sigh, resignedly stating, "If it means survival, then perhaps everything else is negotiable. Perhaps aligning with Li Mu is not such a terrible choice. At least he possesses considerable skill and is undeniably handsome." With this thought, she shot up from her bed, nearly fainting from the realization. Indeed, if my memory serves me right, Li Mu is quite the striking gentleman, tall and handsome. It seems that the one who stands to lose is not me after all. Zhang Yao, now 28 years of age, has certainly reached a significant milestone in her life, which has enabled her to ascend to the esteemed position of a corporate executive, a role that undoubtedly demands a wealth of experience. It is no secret that women are often captivated by handsome men, and Chun Yao is no exception. Thus, in this regard, there is nothing extraordinary. When juxtaposed with the rather portly individual, Li Mu's virtues become even more pronounced. He is youthful and strikingly attractive, and, most importantly, he possesses remarkable capabilities. Having vanquished numerous zombies today, if Zhang Yao were neither blind nor foolish, she would undoubtedly comprehend the wisest choice to make. The last vestiges of her psychological barriers have dissipated entirely. Upon this realization, Zhang Yao found herself feeling somewhat foolish. Pondering how much easier her situation would have been had she come to this understanding sooner, thus avoiding the pangs of hunger she currently faced. With this newfound clarity, she promptly seized her phone and sent a message to Li Mu, expressing her straightforward thoughts. Li Mu, I have come to a decision. I accept your terms. As long as you provide me with food, I am willing to comply with your conditions. Upon receiving her message, Li Mu smiled. Mission accomplished. Yulan, nestled in Li Mu's embrace, also chuckled. You are quite mischievous. Li Mu replied, Am I? I consider myself a benefactor, having saved a life. After saying this, he sent a message. Since you have made up your mind, feel free to come over. The zombies in the corridor have been cleared away, and you are safe. Soon, they heard a knock at the door. When Li Mu opened it, he was greeted by Zhang Yao, who appeared somewhat flustered and anxious upon seeing him. I apologize. I am simply famished. May I have something to eat first? Chapter 12. Trouble as a Corporate Executive. Zhang Yao was acutely aware of how to dress in a manner that is most alluring and appealing to men. Having sought out Li Mu, she understood the implications of her actions, which prompted her candid request. Li Mu, however, merely smiled. No worries. Come in and have a meal. We will have ample time later. Upon entering the room, Zhang Yao noticed Yulan standing to the side. The sight of Yulan prompted her to ponder her identity and to contemplate what role she played in Li Mu's life. At that moment, Li Mu interjected. Please take a seat. After a prolonged period of hunger, it is unwise to indulge in greasy foods or binge eating. Perhaps you would prefer some milk and bread to ease your stomach before moving on to other dishes. He then proceeded to the kitchen. Observing Zhang Yao's evident tension, Yulan approached her, grasping her hand and guiding her to the sofa. There is no need to be anxious, sister. Zhang Yao tentatively inquired. Who are you? Yulan, without hesitation, responded. Like you, I remain here to survive and secure sustenance, though I arrived a bit earlier. Hearing Yulan's words, Zhang Yao felt a sense of relief, grateful that she was not Li Mu's girlfriend. After all, women understand women best. If Yulan is indeed Li Mu's girlfriend, then Zhang Yao inevitably becomes the third party. Even if Li Mu were to permit her to stay, Yulan would ensure that her life is far from pleasant. After all, Zhang Yao would have to share a boyfriend with Yulan, and as the primary partner, she would naturally feel a pang of jealousy. A woman's jealousy can be quite formidable when it arises. However, upon hearing Yulan express that she was akin to herself, Zhang Yao felt a sense of relief. After all, sharing the same status made interactions considerably easier. Furthermore, with her wealth of experience in dealing with people, Zhang Yao could discern that Yulan possessed a pleasant demeanor, indicating that she was likely an agreeable person. At that moment, Yulan continued to speak softly. Zhang Yao smiled and replied, Thank you, I feel much more at ease now. Just then, Li Mu emerged with bread and milk. As he placed the food before Zhang Yao, she disregarded any semblance of ladylike decorum and immediately leaned over the table to indulge herself. Witnessing Zhang Yao's voracious appetite, Li Mu couldn't help but chuckle. I pride myself on my honesty. As I mentioned, as long as you agree to my terms, I will ensure you are well fed. No need to rush, take your time. If you still feel hungry after finishing, you may have another serving. I can certainly afford to support 2 women. Once Zhang Yao devoured the bread and finished the milk, she reclined comfortably on the sofa, her expression one of relief. I can sense that if I hadn't had anything to eat, I would have gone to bed hungry tonight. Thank you, Li Mu. He replied, No need for thanks. As long as you are my woman, I will ensure you never lack for meals. Zhang Yao scrutinized Li Mu's features and realized he was indeed handsome. Being with such a striking man came without any psychological burdens. At that moment, Zhang Yao expressed her regret. I still feel exceedingly weak. Right now, all I want is to rest properly. It's not that I wish to go back on my word. I am genuinely too weak at the moment. Li Mu stood up and reassured her. It's all right. We have plenty of time ahead. For now, focus on resting. We can discuss matters once you feel better. Meanwhile, in an apartment on the 12th floor, a corpulent man lounged on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. He was the same overweight man who had previously sent messages in the owner's group, now sprawled on the sofa like a lump of clay. Damn it, Why hasn't Zhang Yao contacted me yet? Has that wretched girl already starved to death? If Zhang Yao were indeed without food, she would undoubtedly be suffering from hunger by now. There was no way she could resist the temptation of food. At that moment, a woman dressed in a maid's outfit approached, carrying a plate of fried chicken. It was evident that her hands trembled in fear. The overweight man, named Lu Hai, was a quintessential second-generation wealthy individual, merely the younger son of a wealthy family, possessing nothing beyond money. In order to facilitate his mealtime, Lu Hai employed a maid to assist him with cooking, the very woman clad in a maid's uniform before him. This woman could hardly be deemed beautiful. She was merely an ordinary individual. Had it not been for the allure of a substantial salary, she would not have consented to care for this gluttonous man. The maid placed a plate of fried chicken before Lu Hai and said, "Master, the fried chicken is ready." However, Lu Hai did not glance at the meal, but instead fixed his gaze upon the maid. At that moment, her eyes were filled with disdain and revulsion. Yet, in the next instant, Lu Hai slapped the maid across the face. "You wretched creature, it would be wise for you to obey me. Should you dare defy me, I shall let you starve or toss you out to the zombies." Subsequently, Lu Hai picked up his phone and began searching within the owner's group chat. Eventually, his screen settled on a contact. The contact page bore the name 903 Resident, indicating the third unit on the 9th floor. Lu Hai then dialed the number. Upon connection, he spoke. "Hello, Wang Yong, are you still alive?" The voice on the other end responded swiftly. "Oh, is this Lu Ge? Of course, I'm still alive. It's just that food is rather scarce. Do you have any excess you could spare?" The two were old acquaintances, often indulging in drinks and card games together. Wang Yong, a rich second-generation heir, was not as affluent as Lu Hai. "I still have plenty of food here, but if you want some, you'll need to assist me with a task. If you succeed, you'll be well rewarded, perhaps even with a taste of soup," Lu Hai replied. Wang Yong immediately responded, "Lu Ge, just say the word. If it's within my means, I will certainly help you." Lu Hai wasted no time and instructed. "Keep an eye on your neighbor, Zhang Yao. If the opportunity arises, ascertain whether she is alive or dead. Alternatively, if you can manage to capture Zhang Yao and bring her to me, I shall reward you with a piece of fried chicken and 5 packets of instant noodles. What do you think? Is that a fair deal?" After a moment of contemplation, Wang Yong replied, "This task is feasible, but it will require some time, especially with zombies roaming outside." Lu Hai chuckled, "Haha, no problem. If you can manage to get her, I will provide you with the promised food." Chapter 13. The ability to cook is enough. Meanwhile, in Li Mu's home, Zhang Yao was fast asleep in the guest room. A wave of hunger suddenly jolted her awake. After having gone 2 days without sustenance, a mere morsel of bread was insufficient. After just an hour of sleep, she was roused by her hunger. Upon entering the living room, she picked up a packet of instant noodles left on the dining table and made her way to the kitchen. The noodles had been set aside by Li Mu as a midnight snack, anticipating that she might awaken hungry. In the kitchen, hot water and utensils awaited her. In the past, she would never have indulged in instant noodles for the sake of her health and figure, let alone have a late-night snack. However, now the mere thought of savoring instant noodles made her mouth water uncontrollably. With her hands holding the steaming bowl of noodles, she placed it on the dining table. And before the noodles had fully absorbed the broth, Zhang Yao eagerly picked up her chopsticks and began to feast. As she took a bite of the piping hot noodles, a wave of comfort washed over her. It was the first taste of a warm meal in 2 days. Although it was merely instant noodles, she felt an immense sense of satisfaction. With no one in the living room, Zhang Yao paid no mind to her manners, finishing the noodles in just a few moments, leaving not a drop of broth in the bowl. The sensation of hunger had truly been torturous. Hearing the sounds emanating from Li Mu's bedroom, she suddenly recalled him. There was no denying that Li Mu was quite dependable. Not only was he handsome, but he also possessed good character. At least he was trustworthy. Having ensured she was well fed without rushing her to reciprocate. "Since I'm here, I might as well relax and sleep. I'll deal with everything else tomorrow," she thought. Returning to the guest room, Zhang Yao lay upon the bed. The next morning, she rose early, and with nothing to occupy her, she performed a simple yoga routine on the balcony, merely to stretch her body. Upon turning, she discovered Li Mu leaning against the balcony doorframe, observing her. "Do you exercise like this every morning?" he inquired. Zhang Yao smiled radiantly, unembarrassed as she replied, "Of course, I almost exercise daily to maintain my figure." Being a corporate executive, Zhang Yao possessed greater experience than Li Mu and was not easily flustered by his teasing remarks. "There are bread, milk, and and eggs in the refrigerator. From now on, whoever, either you or Yulan, rises early should prepare breakfast without waiting for me. If neither of you can manage to wake up, then I shall cook, she stated, recalling the noises that had persisted throughout the night. It was only reasonable that Yulan might still be asleep. After speaking, Li Mu headed towards the bathroom to take a shower. Zhang Yao entered the kitchen and was taken aback upon opening the refrigerator. So much food, she exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise. No wonder Li Mu was confident in saying he could support 2 women. The abundance of food was astonishing. After her surprise subsided, she began preparing breakfast. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, as Li Mu showered, he opened his status panel. Host, Li Mu strength, 3 constitution, 3 speed, 3 free attribute points, 1 items, crimson yin-yang technique, bronze sword. After a night of cultivation, he had finally gained a free attribute point, which he was quite pleased with. After some consideration, Li Mu decided to allocate the attribute point to speed. With the divine bronze sword in his possession, Li Mu's attacking prowess is undeniably formidable. With his current strength, a single strike would cleave a zombie in twain. During yesterday's skirmish, Li Mu also discerned the significance of speed, as long as he maintained his focus. His velocity would accelerate to the point where the movements of the zombies appeared to slow down, akin to a slow-motion spectacle. This realization proved immensely beneficial in combat, prompting Li Mu to allocate his free attribute points directly to enhance his speed. After his shower, Li Mu entered the living room to find breakfast laid out on the dining table. Today's morning meal was relatively sumptuous, comprising a fried egg for each person, 2 sausages, and a glass of juice, a welcome departure from the usual milk and bread. Noticing that Li Mu had not roused Yulan, Zhang Yao remained silent. As they dined, Zhang Yao broke the silence. May I retrieve a few outfits from my room later? I find myself lacking in clothing here, and I would also like to bring some personal items with me. Additionally, I noticed your kitchenware is rather sparse. Do you not cook for yourself at home? Li Mu shook his head. I cannot cook. To be frank, the utensils are primarily ornamental. I usually eat at the school cafeteria. Given that Magic City University is just next door, affordable and delicious. Are you implying that you cook at home? Zhang Yao reciprocated with a shake of her head. After all, if she were to cook, the pantry would not be devoid of food. I don't cook either. I'm often too busy. Sometimes, I barely have time to eat. She then shifted the conversation. However, that does not imply I lack culinary skills. When I renovated my house, I purchased an entire set of cookware, though I have scarcely used it. Upon hearing this, Li Mu chuckled. It's good to know you can cook. Both Yulan and I are rather inept in the kitchen, so our meals will depend on you from now on. You need not worry about the ingredients. I will ensure that it's taken care of. Zhang Yao expressed no dissent, as she had no desire to be a mere freeloader or a decorative figure, easily discarded. No problem. May I go fetch a few pieces of clothing then? Li Mu nodded, albeit with curiosity. Of course, but I am intrigued. Why would a corporate executive like yourself engage in cooking? My impression is that women of your stature typically avoid such menial tasks. Zhang Yao replied, that is quite a stereotype. Before I became an executive, my circumstances were not as favorable. To save money, I had to buy groceries and prepare my own meals, and over time, I naturally learned to cook. Even now, it's a matter of time rather than ability. Do you understand? Chapter 14. Resolving trouble after finishing breakfast. Zhang Yao meticulously washed and put away the dishes before heading to her room to fetch some clothes. Li Mu did not follow her. The corridor was devoid of any zombies, rendering it quite safe. He intended to stretch his limbs before embarking on today's hunt. However, he soon heard Zhang Yao's urgent voice calling. Li Mu quickly opened the door. Upon hearing her, Li Mu swiftly dashed from the balcony to the security door, covering the distance of several steps in merely 3 strides before unlocking it. To his astonishment, he saw a security door in the corridor slam shut. Zhang Yao, clutching a few garments, hurriedly sought refuge in Li Mu's embrace. Noticing the stillness in the corridor, Li Mu squinted at the door that had just stirred, then secured the door behind them. Once inside, Li Mu inquired, what happened? Is everything all right? Zhang Yao's face was etched with panic. After I took some clothes from my house, that security door suddenly swung open, and he tried to come out and grab me. Thankfully, when I called your name, he closed the door. Upon hearing this, Li Mu's expression turned serious. Wang Yong, it seems this fellow is after you. He must have intended to capture you. As a neighbor, Li Mu was all too familiar with Wang Yong, the lecherous man. Despite being a wealthy second-generation heir, his demeanor was inherently unsavory. giving off an unmistakable air of malevolence. Li Mu held Zhang Yao gently and reassured her, "It's all right now. With me here, I will ensure your safety since you are mine." Although Zhang Yao was 28 years old, her height of 175 centimeters made her appear like a little girl in Li Mu's embrace. After all, who wouldn't be frightened in such a situation? The two settled onto the sofa, and once Zhang Yao calmed down, Li Mu stood and declared, "Now that things are secure, you should stay home while I deal with this lecher. Such matters are best resolved promptly. Leaving him unchecked poses a continual threat. Why not just let it go? I can avoid going out in the future, and that way he can't harm me." "It would be dangerous for you to confront him," Zhang Yao replied. "I also have some recollection of him. He is indeed not a good person, and besides, you won't be able to open the security door?" Li Mu gathered his clothes and replied resolutely, "Anyone who dares to threaten my woman must face the consequences." With confidence, he added, "Rest assured, I have a plan to get inside." He then opened the security door and stepped outside. Upon reaching the base, Li Mu donned a tactical jacket, laced up his hiking boots, and retrieved his bronze sword. Having grown accustomed to the act of killing during yesterday's encounter with zombies, he now felt no trepidation about taking lives. Thus, Wang Yong's fate was sealed. He must die. Without any superfluous words, Li Mu stepped out of the stronghold and arrived at Wang Yong's doorstep. Upon glancing up, he could clearly see the peephole flicker momentarily. It was evident that Wang Yong was observing him through the peephole. Suddenly, Li Mu broke into a smile, a grin so unsettling that it startled Wang Yong, who had only witnessed such an expression on film, typically worn by murderers. Startled and feeling guilty, Wang Yong cursed aloud, "Damn, you nearly scared the life out of me." Collecting himself, Wang Yong shouted angrily, "What the hell are you doing at my doorstep? Are you insane? What are you staring at? I'll say it plainly. If you have the guts, come inside. If you dare, then let me see you try." If it weren't for that cunning Zhang Yao reacting quickly, I fear she might already be mine. "I'm telling you, I wanted to capture Zhang Yao. What can you do about it?" "Huh? What can you do? Come in if you can." But in the next moment, Wang Yong's smile froze. The handle of the security door began to turn, revealing a crack as Li Mu, producing a black card, had unlocked the door. With eyes wide in disbelief, Wang Yong grasped the door handle with both hands, attempting to shut it again. However, he had clearly underestimated Li Mu's strength, finding himself unable to budge it. With minimal effort, Li Mu swung the security door open. Realizing he couldn't stop it, Wang Yong cursed, "What the hell?" and turned to flee. It was futile. Once the door was ajar, Wang Yong was but a lamb led to slaughter. Before he could escape, he was propelled outwards, the force of inertia sending him crashing against the balcony glass, resulting in a bloody head injury. Li Mu had kicked Wang Yong away and slowly closed the security door before drawing a bronze sword and advancing towards the fallen man. "How is this possible? What kind of monster are you? Damn it, why are you so strong?" Wang Yong, sprawled on the ground, continued to babble. Li Mu approached steadily, placing a foot on his chest, denying him any chance of rising. The bronze sword was pressed against his neck. The chilling touch of the blade silenced Wang Yong immediately. Given Li Mu's earlier display, it was clear he was not one to show mercy, prompting Wang Yong to quickly recognize the need for silence. In recent days, Wang Yong had heard numerous tales of murder over food, for the times had changed. This was the apocalypse, where killing would no longer incur legal repercussions. "Go on, continue. Bring back that arrogant demeanor from earlier. Why have you fallen silent? You were so fond of boasting. Now I offer you the opportunity. Speak, and once you're done, I'll send you on your way." Wang Yong immediately reversed his stance. "Li Gu, no. Li Yi, Li grandfather, I implore you, do not take my life. I beseech you for mercy. I shall never dare again." With a blade pressed against his throat, Li Mu remained motionless. Yet he harbored a strong desire to kneel before Li Mu and fervently strike his own face multiple times. Faced with the choice between dignity and survival, Wang Yong swiftly reached a conclusion. "Li Yi, capturing Zhang Yao was not my intention. I was unaware that she was already your woman. Had I known, even with 10 times the courage, I would not have dared to harbor any thoughts about her. It was Lu Hai, that rotund fellow, you must know him. He compelled me to act thus, promising sustenance in return for my compliance. Li Yi, I was simply desperate with hunger, otherwise I would not have resorted to such actions. Please spare my life. If you grant me mercy, I shall be your loyal dog, obeying your every command, going east if you say so, or west, without hesitation." Chapter 15. Never trust others in the next life. Upon hearing Lu Hai's name, Li Mu understood. It was likely that Lu Hai had not received a response from Zhang Yao in the Owner-S group chat yesterday, which had spurred his intentions. Fearing the zombies, he had refrained from descending himself and directed Wang Yong, who resided on the same floor as Zhang Yao, to take action against her. However, they had not anticipated that Zhang Yao had already become Li Mu's woman. Li Mu let out a cold laugh. So it was Lu Hai? Wang Yong nodded eagerly. Indeed, that beast Lu Hai orchestrated everything. I had no part in it. Moreover, I am aware that Lu Hai possesses an abundance of food at home. If you are willing, I can certainly help you acquire those provisions. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Yong betrayed Lu Hai, knowing that even the slightest hesitation would be a disservice to his own survival. After pondering for a moment, Li Mu spoke. You just expressed your willingness to be my dog. I now have a small task for you. Can you accomplish it? Upon hearing the prospect of survival, Wang Yong immediately replied, absolutely, I can do it. As long as you, Li Yi, command it. I would traverse mountains of blades or seas of fire to fulfill your request. Li Mu smiled as he sheathed his bronze sword. Very well, follow me. They arrived in the corridor, where Li Mu pointed at the corpses of the zombies scattered about. Dispose of all these corpses through the window. Wang Yong's instinct for survival was indeed strong. Observing the decaying bodies on the ground, he did not hesitate, suppressing his nausea. He grasped the zombie by its clothing and dragged it towards the corridor window. Though the overpowering stench made him retch, he persevered, discarding all the bodies without faltering. After hurling the last zombie's corpse out the window, Wang Yong exclaimed, Li Yi, all have been disposed of. Li Mu advanced step by step towards Wang Yong, sword in hand. Remember this phrase. In the next life, during the apocalypse, never trust a word that anyone utters, including my own. Do not forget. I never claimed to spare you. Without affording Wang Yong a chance to respond, the bronze sword pierced through his skull. With a gentle push, Li Mu sent Wang Yong's lifeless body tumbling out of the corridor window. At this point, the corridor was thoroughly cleansed. Had the corpses of those zombies remained in the hallway, Li Mu's residence would have been uninhabitable due to the unbearable stench. Thus, he instructed Wang Yong to dispose of the bodies, at least to mitigate the odor. After eliminating Wang Yong, Li Mu had no intention of returning. He was determined to clear each residence on the 9th floor. In fact, only one household remained. The apartments in Li Mu's community were quite spacious, with 5 rooms on each floor, equating to 5 households. Counting Li Mu and Zhang Yao, along with the previously cleared household and Wang Yong's, only one household remained. As Li Mu approached the final door, he contemplated who resided within. If memory served correctly, it was a man, a fitness enthusiast, whose impressive musculature left a lasting impression. Before the apocalypse, Li Mu had yearned for a robust physique, but now he found little appeal in it. His strength exceeded that of even the mightiest of strongmen. Presenting his black card at the door, he slowly pulled open the security door. Indeed, upon hearing the creak of the door, a muscular zombie charged towards him. It was the fitness fanatic. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Mu stepped forward, his sword thrusting forth. The brawny zombie offered no resistance and was instantly impaled through the skull, yet its considerable momentum propelled its body forward. With a swift kick, Li Mu sent the zombie hurtling away. Observing the now motionless corpse on the ground, he cautiously entered the room. After a thorough search, Li Mu found no other living beings and proceeded directly to the kitchen in search of sustenance. His search yielded little more than an abundance of whole wheat bread and chicken breast. He had no interest in the protein powder. After placing the chicken and bread into a box, Li Mu took his leave. Before exiting, he ensured the security door was closed to prevent any intruders from hiding inside. Following a refreshing cold shower at the safe house, Li Mu returned to his room with the food. Hearing the sound of the door, the 2 women emerged from their quarters. After assessing Li Mu's well-being, they breathed a sigh of relief. You're finally back. It's good to see you safe. Li Mu placed the food on the table and remarked with a calm smile. Rest assured, I am fine. Merely a Wang Yong, no different from an ant. Zhang Yao remarked in astonishment. Is he dead? That's good. At least I need not fear when venturing outside. Perhaps it is best I refrain from going out altogether. After being so frightened by Wang Yong today, Zhang Yao was thoroughly shaken and likely would not dare to step outside again. I have just checked all the rooms on this floor and confirmed that neither humans nor zombies are present. However, given the apocalyptic circumstances, it would be wise for you to avoid going out whenever possible, Li Mu reassured. Let us proceed to your room and retrieve the items you left behind. Fear not, for I shall accompany you, and while we are at it, do bring your cooking utensils as well. I would love for you to showcase your culinary skills at noon. The trio arrived at Zhang Yao's residence, collecting various daily necessities and clothing, with the paramount acquisition being the black stockings that Li Mu had long desired. After gathering some kitchenware, they deemed their task complete. Li Mu then pondered how to retrieve Yulan's clothing from her home, as he had a particular fondness for her uniform. Yulan, Li Mu inquired, on which floor is your apartment? When time permits, I shall assist you in bringing your clothes back. Hearing this, Yulan appeared quite pleased. After all, no woman wishes to wear the same outfit indefinitely. I reside on the 15th floor, she replied. I only descended to the 9th floor because I encountered a zombie in the corridor while someone was taking the elevator down, and I fled. Knowing her floor sufficed, for Li Mu would inevitably need to venture upstairs in search of sustenance, be it sooner or later. He would seize the opportunity when it arose. However, Li Mu had a pressing danger to address, the corpulent Lu Hai on the 12th floor, who dared to encroach upon his woman. This individual could not be allowed to remain. Chapter 16. A direct confrontation after dining at noon. Li Mu was just about to take a nap when his phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, he discovered it was Lu Hai from the 12th floor calling. Without hesitation, he answered the call. Hello, is this Li Mu, my dear brother? Lu Hai's boisterous voice resonated from the other end. Yes, what is it? Lu Hai chuckled heartily for a moment. Ha. It seems my dear brother is not in high spirits. Is it because you are graced by the presence of a beauty like Zhang Yao? Have you been unable to cope these past few days? Ha. Li Mu replied coldly. That is of no concern to you. After all, the beauty is not by your side, but rather beside me. Do not take offense, dear brother. It was merely a jest. I called to propose a deal. Do not hastily refuse. You must understand that I have long desired Zhang Yao, and now she belongs to you. I am acutely aware of my inability to take her from you. Therefore, I am willing to propose a transaction. I can provide you with sustenance or divulge a piece of exceedingly unwelcome news that will undoubtedly be detrimental to you. Should you be inclined, I am prepared to share this information, which might even aid in your survival. Li Mu let out a cold laugh. No need for that. I have no shortage of food, and I am not in a rush for information. Perhaps, if you wait a while, you will be more inclined to share. With that, Li Mu hung up the phone. On the 12th floor, Lu Hai, reclining on the sofa, heard the call disconnect and angrily struck his fist against the coffee table. Damn it, that scoundrel Li Mu has no regard for me. I must make him realize the consequences of his actions. Rejecting my goodwill, I will ensure he meets a grim fate. I must also tread carefully. That Wang Yong has been unresponsive, which likely means he has fallen into Li Mu's clutches. This suggests that Li Mu possesses some degree of capability. Lu Hai then dialed a number. Hello, Brother Wang. I have gathered the information. That brat Li Mu is currently residing on the 9th floor, and Zhang Yao is in his room, where he also has a considerable supply of food. A gruff voice responded from the other end. Ha, splendid. Once I capture Zhang Yao, I shall play with her for a few days before sending that wretched woman to you. Of course, you shall receive your share of the food as well. Lu Hai was elated. Excellent. Thank you, Brother Wang. I will keep you updated with any developments. Meanwhile, Li Mu had lost all desire for an afternoon nap. After glancing at the sweltering weather outside, he made his way to the living room. The air conditioning kept the temperature bearable. I'll step out for a while. You two stay safe at home, he said. The two women nodded in unison. Do take care. Once outside, Li Mu changed his attire. From Lu Hai's audacious tone, it was evident that he had indeed obtained some information. Otherwise, he would not dare to speak so boldly. This piqued Li Mu's curiosity, and he was eager to uncover the matter at hand. Rather than engage in a transaction, Li Mu resolved to confront Lu Hai directly. He trusted that, when faced with death, Lu Hai would not exhibit too much defiance. This time, Li Mu opted to ascend the stairs rather than take the elevator. As there were only a few floors to climb, a trivial endeavor for him now. Upon reaching the 12th floor, he gripped his bronze sword tightly, remaining vigilant of his surroundings. Surveying the hallway, Li Mu noticed an absence of zombies and no open security doors, indicating a semblance of safety. He recalled visiting Lu Hai's home before the apocalypse, thus he knew precisely which unit Lu Hai occupied. Upon arriving at Lu Hai's doorstep, Li Mu produced a black card and effortlessly unlocked the door. The moment the security door swung open, Lu Hai's fried chicken leg slipped from his grasp and fell to the floor. Upon entering, Li Mu was met with the sight of Lu Hai sprawled on the sofa, and he promptly shut the security door behind him, waving his hand in front of his face as the stench in the room was unbearable. Seeing Li Mu enter, Lu Hai's face contorted in disbelief as he pointed at Li Mu, his entire body trembling with anxiety. Why you, Li Mu? How did you get in? Why did you come here? Li Mu stepped into the living room, positioning himself directly before Lu Hai. Turning his head slightly, he noticed a woman, battered and bruised. Lying on the floor, it was Lu Hai's maid. In her current state, she appeared to have been thoroughly tormented, every inch of her body marred, and she lay there, completely exposed and on the brink of death. Indeed, the apocalypse had a way of unleashing the darkest corners of the human heart. And Lu Hai had turned the maid into a mere vessel for his twisted desires, a truly tragic fate. Li Mu shook his head and approached the maid. You can no longer survive. Allow me to grant you release. The maid glanced at Li Mu, her eyes filled with gratitude. With a swift stroke, she breathed her last. Li Mu's actions were also intended for Lu Hai's observation. He wanted Lu Hai to witness his lack of hesitation when it came to taking a life. Then, Li Mu turned his gaze toward Lu Hai, who was slumped on the sofa. Did you not have information to trade with me? Let us make a deal. Divulge what you know, and I shall grant you a swift end. However, should you choose to be obstinate, I would not mind prolonging your suffering until you are inclined to speak. The choice is yours. Suddenly, Li Mu caught a whiff of excrement, only to discover that Lu Hai had soiled himself in fear. Although Lu Hai was no saint, this was the first time he had witnessed a murder executed with such precision. How could he not be terrified? He could easily imagine the mercilessness with which Li Mu would plunge the blade into his own flesh. You seem to lack the fortitude you claim, Li Mu taunted. Will you speak? Lu Hai nodded vigorously, his voice trembling. I will tell you. It's the gangster living on the 6th floor, Wang Biao. He sought information about Zhang Yao, as he wishes to possess her. Just moments ago, I informed Wang Biao of your residence on the 9th floor. Furthermore, I know that Wang Biao has a band of ruthless thugs, each one more brutal than the last. With a history of incarceration, they are not afraid to kill. In recent days, they have raided the 5th and 6th floors, leaving destruction in their wake, robbing numerous residents of their belongings, food, and even women. Now, all those in the building who are aware of the situation are hiding from Wang Biao, terrified of falling under his gaze. Chapter 17. The spacious flat and moving Li Mu had never heard of Wang Biao before. This was the first time he learned of such a formidable figure residing in his building. It appeared that Wang Biao harbored ambitions of dominance within these walls. Do you know how they broke into the residents' homes? Lu Hai immediately inquired. Indeed, they are a considerable number, armed with fire axes, electric drills, and crowbars. Once they fixate on a particular household, they take turns breaching the door, forcibly dismantling it. This information comes from a friend on the 6th floor, and it is utterly verifiable. Their methods are ruthlessly brutal. To date, no one has escaped their grasp. Every single victim has perished. Lu Hai, terrified, divulged everything he knew, fearing Li Mu would inflict torment upon him. Sometimes, it is not death that instills fear in people, but the thought of a fate worse than death. Having obtained the desired information, Li Mu swiftly struck Lu Hai down. He dared not linger any longer and hastily descended the stairs. He was unaware of when Wang Biao's group would strike, and if they acted swiftly, both Yulan and Zhang Yao in the room could be in grave danger. Upon reaching the 9th floor, Li Mu found no one in sight, and the security door to his home showed no signs of being compromised. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. After changing his attire, he entered his abode. Seeing that everything appeared to be in order, he settled onto the sofa. The two women took their seats, one on each side of him. How is it? Is there any danger? Li Mu shook his head. There was no immediate danger, but trouble may soon arise. He relayed the situation regarding Wang Biao to the two women, who clearly displayed signs of distress. This is indeed troublesome. If they force their way in, we will find ourselves in significant peril, especially since they have learned our apartment number, Yulan began to analyze. If they do not come during the day, it is highly likely they will come at night. They are numerous, and confronting them head-on would be exceedingly perilous. Zhang Yao added, moving is the best solution. Wang Biao and his group only know we reside here. If we change our location, they will be unable to find us. She proposed, her thoughts harmonizing with Yulan's. While the two women engaged in their discussion, Li Mu's concern did not lie in whether he could confront Wang Biao and his associates, but rather in the safety of Yulan and Zhang Yao. Li Mu's strength was undeniably formidable. Even a confrontation with Wang Biao's group would be akin to slicing through vegetables, far from a challenge. However, should anything happen to Zhang Yao or Yulan, the situation would not be so easily remedied. Thus, it was imperative that they relocate. After a moment of contemplation, Li Mu spoke with a resolute voice. Very well, we shall move. But where to? Are there any suitable places? Zhang Yao immediately nodded, pointing upward with her finger. There exists a place I have meticulously envisioned. It is located on the 10th floor, encompassing an expansive area of over 800 square feet, undeniably vast and luxuriously appointed. Just last month, I had the opportunity to visit this residence, which remained unoccupied, although it was furnished in its entirety with brand new furniture. The property was acquired and tastefully decorated by a wealthy individual, and according to the estate agent, it has remained vacant since its completion. As the affluent owner seems to have traveled abroad, leaving the abode empty, I am uncertain if access is permitted, but should it be possible to enter, it would undoubtedly surpass my current living situation. Upon hearing this, Li Mu felt a stirring of interest. Presently, his apartment is rather modest, measuring only slightly over 130 square feet. While it does not feel cramped with 3 occupants, there is no guarantee that additional residents will not arrive in the future, which would make the space feel congested. Given that we are in the twilight of civilization, one must embrace the pleasures of life. Thus, finding a way to inhabit a grander dwelling is imperative. Without hesitation, Li Mu resolved to act. Time is of the essence. I shall ascend now to ascertain whether the door can be opened and to check if anyone resides within, he declared. Yulan remained silent, evidently acquiescing to the plan. Very well, let us gather our belongings and expedite our departure. Upon reaching the 10th floor and exiting the stairwell, Li Mu encountered a formidable security door. This door, in contrast to those on other floors, appeared significantly more robust, clearly crafted with special modifications. After confirming the corridor as safety, Li Mu approached the imposing door. He harbored a fear that the previous owner may have altered the electronic lock, rendering his access card ineffective. However, such apprehension proved unwarranted. With a simple swipe of the card, the door opened effortlessly, and Li Mu entered, wielding a bronze sword. One cannot help but acknowledge the distinct ambience of the expansive flat. The rooms are indeed vast, yet bathed in ample natural light. The decor is extraordinarily opulent. And after a cursory inspection, Li Mu discovered 2 grand living rooms, accompanied by a dining table capable of seating 10 individuals. The 2 living rooms boasted differing styles. One embraced a Chinese aesthetic, with solid wood furnishings exuding an air of antiquity, complete with a tea set adorning the table. The other living room featured contemporary leather sofas, complemented by an enormous carpet and a colossal LCD television. The dining table, likewise, was a long wooden structure, accompanied by matching chairs. Li Mu secured the security door and, upon inspecting the console, found a long string of keys, presumably for each room. After storing the keys in a designated space, he commenced his exploration of the premises. Upon further examination, it became evident that the lavishness of the flat was indeed remarkable. There was a master bedroom and 6 guest bedrooms. The master bedroom housed a grand bed, spacious enough to accommodate 3 individuals comfortably. Upon seeing this expansive bed, Li Mu could not help but smile, as it seemed tailor-made for him. This time, Li Mu conducted an exceptionally meticulous inspection, leaving no corner unchecked. He scrutinized the wardrobe thoroughly, and only after confirming there were no dangers did he feel at ease. Subsequently, Li Mu proceeded to the storage room, placing the items from his storage space into it. This single-story abode boasted a storage room that was twice the size of his previous one. However, it mattered little, for this house was now Li Mu's domain. In a world ravaged by the apocalypse, territory belonged to those who had the means to inhabit it. Once he had cleared his storage space, Li Mu departed from the house and returned to his own. It must be said that the 2 women were remarkably swift in their actions. Upon Li Mu's return home, they had almost finished organizing the items within. Although there was still a considerable amount to manage, it posed no challenge for Li Mu, as his storage space allowed him to effortlessly pack and transport everything. Such was the simplicity and ease of a life enhanced by extraordinary abilities. Chapter 18. An unexpected visitor. Li Mu decided to no longer conceal the fact that he possessed a storage space. After all, they would be living together for the long term, and it was only a matter of time before they discovered it. Moreover, he was confident that in this era where strength reigns supreme, demonstrating his capabilities would ensure the 2 women remained steadfastly by his side. They understood well who could provide them with the security they sought. Li Mu entered the storage room, transferring all the instant noodles and self-heating pots into his storage space. followed by the food from the refrigerator. He then made his way to the living room, where he observed Zhang Yao and Yulan each struggling with a large bundle wrapped in bedding. It was evident that they were exerting themselves. Unable to suppress a chuckle at their predicament, Li Mu heard Zhang Yao say, "Stop laughing and let us head upstairs. It's better to get this done sooner rather than later." Li Mu waved his hand dismissively, urging them to set down their burdens. "Put everything down first." Approaching them, he cautioned, "Remember, no matter what happens, do not scream and do not speak of what you see. Otherwise, I will not spare her." With a swift motion of his hand, an array of items vanished from sight in an instant. The two women gasped, instinctively covering their mouths to stifle their astonishment. After the initial shock, Zhang Yao whispered, "How incredible! Is this your superpower? I always knew you were extraordinary. No ordinary person could slay so many zombies." Amidst their wonder, both women felt a surge of gratitude for aligning themselves with Li Mu, realizing that someone with such remarkable abilities was far from ordinary. They were not curious about the origins of Li Mu's powers. They simply understood that as long as they followed him, they would no longer have to endure hunger in this apocalyptic world, and might even thrive better than before. Li Mu nodded in affirmation. "It could be considered a superpower. This is my secret. Since you have witnessed it today, I implore you to keep it to yourselves. Should you dare to speak of it, do not blame me for being ruthless. This is a threat, and its deterrent effect is undoubtedly sufficient. I have stated before that once you have become my women, I shall not mistreat you, and I trust you now believe this." The two women nodded in agreement. "Now, let us dispense with idle chatter and ascend promptly to a place of safety. Stay close to me and do not wander." Without any unforeseen incidents, the trio quickly arrived at the spacious flat on the 10th floor. Upon securing the anti-theft door, they settled in. "Let us tidy up. Once we have organized our belongings, dinner will be upon us." Very well. Li Mu naturally took residence in the master bedroom. Yet it appeared that Zhang Yao and Yulan had no intention of occupying the guest room, instead following Li Mu into the master suite. The bedroom was sufficiently spacious, accommodating the three without the slightest sense of crowding, and Li Mu, of course, did not decline their presence. Zhang Yao harbored her own motives. After witnessing Li Mu's formidable strength, she felt compelled to deepen their bond. Although they had spent a day together and her body had nearly recovered, Li Mu had not found the time to cultivate their relationship. Thus, she resolved to take the initiative, silently vowing to ensure that matters progressed tonight without delay. There was little to arrange. The bedding was brand new, and the apartment was well equipped, requiring only the placement of clothes into the wardrobe. Once tidied, Zhang Yao and Yulan ventured into the kitchen, while a somewhat bored Li Mu turned on the television. Though ostensibly engrossed in the screen, his thoughts were far from it. He contemplated how to confront Wang Biao and his associates. With those individuals at large, Li Mu could not enjoy a moment's peace. Should they devise a surprise attack, he would be ill-prepared. Therefore, it was imperative to resolve this situation swiftly, and the sooner, the better. Li Mu preferred to avoid prolonged uncertainty, opting instead for the simplest solution. After dinner, Li Mu descended to the ground floor, confirming safety before entering his quarters. His task was to wait for the arrival of Wang Biao and his crew. As twilight descended, within Wang Biao's residence on the 6th floor, a group of burly men sat encircled in the living room, each puffing on a cigarette, the air thickening to the point of obscuring vision. There were 7 of them in total, and seated at the center, bearing a scar on his left cheek, was Wang Biao, the leader of this band. Known for his sharp intellect, Wang Biao had led the charge to exterminate zombies when the apocalypse struck, subsequently devising ways to seize food from others. Their ruthless tactics had yielded a bountiful harvest of provisions, ensuring they had not known hunger in recent days. "Brother Biao, let us take action. We have grown weary of those women, and most of them are nearly dead now. Besides, you have long desired Zhang Yao. Let us strike tonight. Eliminate that fellow Li Mu, and seize Zhang Yao for ourselves. Indeed, let us also take everything edible from his home." Wang Biao ran his fingers over the scar on his face. "Very well, we shall proceed. Tonight, we will claim Zhang Yao, and every brother shall have a share, allowing you all to indulge." Upon hearing this, the group erupted with excitement, grabbing their weapons and making their way upstairs. Although they were numerous, Wang Biao and his companions remained exceedingly cautious, each wielding a machete, ever vigilant of their surroundings as they ascended. Leading the group was a towering figure, nearly 6.5 feet tall, as robust as a bear, who possessed the greatest strength and served as the primary force for breaking through doors. Soon, the 7 of them arrived at the 9th floor. Brother Biao, there are no zombies in the hallway. It is safe. The group had clearly defined roles. Upon reaching the security door of Li Mu's residence, one man retrieved various tools from his backpack, a heavy hammer, a fire axe, and a cordless drill. Though their tools were few, they were seasoned in door breaching, confident that with time, they could force their way through the security door. Li Mu, resting comfortably on his sofa, opened his eyes at the sound. Finally, they have arrived. He did not rise but instead closed his eyes again, conserving his energy. He was in no hurry. Breaching the door would require their strength, and he could afford to let them tire themselves out, as they would not open it anytime soon. Although Wang Biao and his men could forcibly break down the security door, it would be a laborious task, necessitating that they completely smash the lock before they could proceed. In the hallway, the strongest man, wielding the fire axe, raised it high and brought it crashing down upon the door lock. The sound of the axe striking the door echoed incessantly. Thud, thud, thud. Soon, the burly man was drenched in sweat, and the security door had sustained considerable damage. Another individual quickly took over the fire axe, continuing the assault. Wang Biao, after a moment, remarked, "Why is there such a long pause without any sounds?" A companion replied, "Oh, that lad is merely a useless university student. He is likely cowering in bed, frightened to his core." Wang Biao chuckled and nodded in agreement. "True enough. I almost forgot. He is just a wet-behind-the-ears youth who has never faced any real danger. He must be utterly terrified. Brothers, push harder. Tonight, upon our return, each of you shall enjoy 2 cans of chilled beer." Upon hearing the mention of chilled beer, Wang Biao's subordinates exerted themselves even more fervently, for in this apocalyptic setting, enjoying a can of frosty beer was indeed a rare pleasure. The fire axe and heavy hammer in their hands struck against the fortified door, sending sparks flying. The cacophony of their assault persisted, and under the relentless efforts of Wang Biao and his men, the once impenetrable door was reduced to a battered state. On the verge of giving way, "Biao Gu, the door is open. The door is open," one of the eager subordinates exclaimed as he flung the door wide. Wang Biao, brimming with excitement, declared, "Brothers, rush in and eliminate that university student. Bring Zhang Yao to me." However, as his words hung in the air, a burly man poised to enter suddenly froze, his body trembling. The next moment, a scene that sent shivers down everyone's spine unfolded. An exquisite sword erupted from the back of the man's skull, piercing through his head. Li Mu then revealed himself, offering a subtle smile to the stunned onlookers. "Greetings. Have you come to visit so late? However, I must confess, I am rather disinclined towards your method of entry. Thus, I suggest you all perish." Witnessing the instant demise of one of his most capable men, Wang Biao erupted in fury, shouting, "Kill him." The remaining men immediately raised their blades and charged at Li Mu. "Die!" they cried. Unfazed, Li Mu pushed the door outward, delivering a powerful kick to the deceased burly man's abdomen. Under Li Mu's immense strength, the man's substantial body was sent hurtling outwards, colliding with a group of individuals. In the next instant, Li Mu stepped through the door. Sensing an opportunity, a subordinate lunged at him with a knife. Yet, Li Mu's speed and reflexes surpassed those of an ordinary human, rendering such attacks futile. He swiftly seized the attacker's arm, and his bronze sword effortlessly pierced through the man's chest. Having dispatched one foe, Li Mu did not linger. With a swift motion, he withdrew his sword and directed it towards the second assailant's head. The blade cleaved the attacker's weapon in half before continuing its deadly arc, severing the head of another of Wang Biao's subordinates. Witnessing Li Mu's lethal prowess, sweat prickled Wang Biao's skin in terror. "This is horrifying. Is he even human? This is beyond comprehension." He cursed inwardly, realizing they had been misled by Lu Hai, who had failed to disclose Li Mu's formidable capabilities. "Run. We cannot defeat him." Li Mu, overhearing their panic, was determined not to let them escape. The only exit lay at the staircase, and blocking it would suffice. Wang Biao turned to flee, fully aware after witnessing Li Mu's swift execution of 2 men that they stood no chance against him, and thus sought a means of escape. His strides were long, his gaze fixed on the staircase, which was now merely 10 meters away, yet it felt agonizingly distant. In the next instant, he suddenly felt a lightness beneath his feet. Instinctively glancing down, he was horrified to discover that one of his calves had detached from his body. In that fleeting moment of losing a limb, Wang Biao lost his balance and collapsed forward, his face meeting the ground with an intimate thud. Li Mu stood before him and noticed several teeth scattered on the floor. Do not even think about escaping. Since you have sought me out, I shall not allow you to leave this place alive. You will all perish here today. Li Mu moved with remarkable swiftness, darting forth like a specter, effortlessly surpassing Wang Biao and severing one of his legs in the process. The next moment, Wang Biao's anguished screams reverberated throughout the corridor. Ah, damn it! My leg! My leg, you beast! Li Mu did not cast a single glance at Wang Biao again. Instead, he stepped over him and charged toward his minions. Once Li Mu had departed, Wang Biao ceased his cries and began to crawl desperately toward the stairwell, still harboring thoughts of escape. However, just as he reached the stairway, Li Mu's foot landed squarely on his back, robbing him of the strength to advance any further. Wang Biao had hoped that his subordinates might buy him some time to flee, but it was evident that they had not held out for long. With Li Mu's foot pressing down upon him, Wang Biao gradually closed his eyes. It seems I have indeed met my match. I never anticipated that a mere university student could be so formidable, killing so many without hesitation. If I am to fall to you, I accept my fate. As a figure of the underworld, Wang Biao understood the unwritten code. Those who live by the sword must eventually pay the price. Acknowledging that his demise was inevitable, he harbored no thoughts of begging for mercy. Li Mu lifted his foot. In this apocalypse, if I were to show mercy, it could very well be my own demise. Fortunately, I am far more capable than you imagined. Wang Biao turned onto his back. You speak the truth. Only the ruthless can survive in this world. And you are indeed ruthless enough. Though I perish at your hands, there is one thing I must impart to you. You should be wary of the group in the adjacent building. They are the true predators. That building harbors at least 30 individuals, primarily robust construction workers who are on the verge of plundering the neighboring edifice clean. Do not assume this does not concern you. Once they finish with the adjacent building, it is likely that your building will be their next target. You must not fall victim to them. This revelation left Li Mu somewhat astonished. After all, 30 individuals were no small number, especially when they were all strong, seasoned workers. Their ongoing raid on the neighboring structure posed a significant threat to Li Mu's safety. After all, one cannot afford to let their guard down in such perilous times. This group would undoubtedly need to be dealt with in due course. To Wang Biao, he expressed his gratitude. Thank you. As the sword fell, Wang Biao met his demise. Chapter 20. The beautiful streamer. After a refreshing shower, Li Mu returned to the 10th floor. Upon entering, two women hastened towards him. One assisted him with his shoes while the other brought him a glass of water. Li Mu was now enjoying the privileges akin to that of royalty. Once reclined on the sofa, the two women instinctively began to massage him. Is there any danger tonight? Yulan inquired softly. Li Mu shook his head. There's no danger. Dealing with these few individuals is more than manageable. After a while of massaging, Yulan exchanged a glance with Zhang Yao, seemingly conveying some unspoken message. Zhang Yao reciprocated the glance. Subsequently, Yulan stood and said, I'm feeling a bit tired. I'll take a rest first. Li Mu noticed this exchange. He understood that Yulan was making space for Zhang Yao. He said nothing. Once Yulan departed, Zhang Yao resumed the massage, providing Li Mu, who had toiled throughout the day, with a much-needed alleviation. While the night's skirmish was not intense, Li Mu still felt weary. After a long evening, you must be hungry. Shall I prepare some porridge for you? Li Mu waved his hand dismissively. No need to trouble yourself. I'm not very hungry. Just a bit fatigued. Rising from the sofa, he added, let us retire early. We have matters to attend to tomorrow. The following day, upon waking, Li Mu discovered that Yulan had prepared breakfast. After showering, he began his meal. As for Zhang Yao, she must have been too exhausted the previous night, for she wouldn't awaken until well past noon. While having breakfast, Li Mu took out his phone. Today marked the 4th day of the apocalypse. He speculated that even those with food at home had likely consumed most of it. Thus for them, the true apocalypse was just beginning. As for Li Mu, he currently had no concerns regarding food, though his options were quite limited. Upon opening his phone, he was inundated with messages pleading for sustenance, filling the screen. The primary trade for food appeared to be singular: women. Please, a little food. Is there a kind-hearted brother who could spare some for this girl? I'm willing to do anything in return for food. Which brother still has food? If willing to trade, my wife is still young. Goodness, brother, you're truly desperate. Offering your own wife for food. I have no choice. Money is worthless now. If I can barter for food to survive, what does it matter? Impressive. I admire your resolve. Brother, after all this, do you need anything? I'll think it over. My food supply is dwindling too. I can offer you a discount. Half a pack of instant noodles should suffice. Yulan also leaned in to check the phone. It seems that the food in people's hands has indeed dwindled significantly. Perhaps you, a benevolent soul, could extend your kindness and rescue a few starving beauties. With a mischievous grin, he glanced at Li Mu, who replied with a similarly playful smile. At this juncture, it is indeed time for a great benefactor to step forward. However, I tend to be rather selective. If they are not beauties, my compassion shall not manifest. The two continued to gaze at their phones. In the group chat, there were still gentlemen with food. Is there anyone interested in accessories? I am a female streamer, possessing a pleasing appearance, and my appetite is modest. I only require enough sustenance to survive. After sending the message, she made sure to share several photos of herself, adorning a maid outfit. Upon seeing these pictures, the older gentleman in the group erupted with excitement. The streamer's beauty was undeniable, exuding a sweet and pure charm. Truly, she was stunning. No wonder she was a streamer, as she possessed certain advantages. The one speaking was Yulan, who scrutinized the photos. Meanwhile, the group chat was ablaze with enthusiasm. Wow, this is quite enticing. It seems feasible. Very appealing, precisely my type. In this apocalyptic world, I might as well enjoy such privileges. They exclaimed. In the past, we could only admire from afar, but this opportunity must be seized. However, after a flurry of chatter, the streamer fell silent. Puzzled, Yulan inquired. Why has she suddenly stopped responding amidst all this conversation? Li Mu, still focused on his phone, remarked, she is fishing, and she is after big fish, like me. I suspect this streamer has some food left, but it is scarce and will soon run out. Thus, she must quickly find a man who can provide for her. Yet, she is reluctant to sell her body indiscriminately, as she does not regard those men with minimal provisions highly. After all, they cannot guarantee her long-term sustenance. Therefore, she posted this message to draw attention to herself, particularly from those who have an abundance of food, in hopes that someone would reach out to her, allowing her to make a selection. As for exchanging her body for food, that would only be a last resort. She is fully aware of her worth and would not resort to such measures unless absolutely necessary. Her ultimate goal is likely to find a well-off benefactor like me, rather than an ordinary person with limited resources. Beside him, Yulan blinked her large eyes in curiosity. Is that so? She merely sent a message. How do you know so much about her situation? Li Mu smiled slightly. Just a guess, but consider her profession, as a streamer. She naturally seeks to align herself with the top supporters. After all, clinging to the top benefactor is far more advantageous than mingling with a crowd of ordinary individuals. Yulan remained somewhat perplexed. Is it truly destined to unfold this way? It implies that the female broadcaster will inevitably seek you out, though she herself remains uncertain about how to do so. Li Mu smiled faintly. Let us test this theory. The moment has come for me to demonstrate my capabilities. Once I unveil my prowess, this female broadcaster will undoubtedly approach me of her own accord, making all subsequent matters considerably easier to navigate. In this current situation, those who possess sustenance hold the power, and we can simply observe the unfolding drama. Chapter 21. Envy Bruise. Li Mu picked up his phone and posted a message in the homeowners group. I am looking for someone to assist in clearing a pile of corpses on the 9th floor. Is anyone willing to undertake this task? However, it was evident that the members of the group regarded Li Mu as a fool. Who is this guy? Has he truly lost his mind from hunger? How can he still command us at a time like this? Exactly. People are on the verge of starvation, and he is concerned about corpses. I refuse to converse with such a lunatic. I fear I might catch his madness. I am nearly starving, and this fellow seems to be seeking amusement. Nevertheless, Li Mu remained unfazed and continued in the group. Of course, it will be compensated. Whoever helps me clear the corpses from the 9th floor will receive a bag of instant noodles as a reward, given upon completion. He then shared a photograph of the noodles in the homeowners group. Instantly, the group erupted in excitement, with many questioning the veracity of Li Mu's offer. Is this for real? Just moving a few corpses can earn a bag of noodles? Surely, we're not being led on a wild goose chase here. At this dire time, who would still part with a bag of noodles? That could be a lifesaver. Indeed. Let us hope he isn't a fraud trying to lure us into a trap under the pretense of helping him with the bodies. As anticipated, some members, unwilling to engage in the task themselves, began sowing discord. If Li Mu was genuinely willing to trade a bag of noodles, their envy was palpable. Adhering to the principle of if I cannot have it, Neither shall you. They commenced disparaging Li Mu. Don't believe him. I know this individual. He's merely a destitute college student. How much food can a college student possibly stockpile at home? Exactly. I've never heard of a college student hoarding instant noodles. If he did, they should have been consumed by now, given the time that has passed. Be cautious. If he is deceiving you to lure you to the 9th floor, he might have sinister intentions. Consider the absurdity of the situation. How precious is a bag of instant noodles in these times? How could he possibly offer one in exchange for moving a few corpses? Indeed, I concur. In this apocalyptic era, how can one expect any benevolence? Should you find yourselves in peril due to his schemes, do not blame us for not warning you. As you ponder the situation, consider, even if he possesses instant noodles, what compels him to share them with you? Is he not entitled to enjoy them himself? Why should it be so simple for him to part with them? Li Mu scoffed disdainfully as he perused the messages from these individuals, yet he remained unfazed. At that moment, Yulan inquired, "Is what you said earlier true? If someone indeed cleared the zombies on the 9th floor, would you really offer him a bag of instant noodles?" Li Mu shrugged. "Why not? It's merely a packet of noodles, and I have no shortage of them. Moreover, the bodies on the 9th floor certainly require removal, with the heat being so oppressive. If we do not dispose of those corpses promptly, the stench will soon permeate our space. I cannot tolerate the smell of decay." Yulan still appeared somewhat perplexed. "But I isn't that a bit unwise? Food is exceedingly precious at this juncture." Li Mu playfully pinched her cheek. "Do not fret over the food situation. I shall handle it. Besides, I have no desire to subsist solely on instant noodles. That would be quite dreadful, so you need not worry." Gradually, Yulan began to feel reassured. "All right then, I shall defer to your judgment." Li Mu then sent another message in the group. "Anyone interested in undertaking this task may message me privately. However, there is only one spot available, and it will be filled on a first-come, first-served basis. This is a rare opportunity. Do not let it slip away." At this point, the man who had previously sought a wife chimed in. "Damn it, I'm on the brink of starvation. I think it's worth a shot. It's certainly better than starving to death in my own room." Suddenly, the female streamer, who had been silent for a long time, also posted in the group. "I believe that if one truly has no food, it's worth a try. After all, it only requires a bit of effort. And if this is indeed true, one could secure a life-saving bag of instant noodles." However, soon enough, other voices emerged in the group. A woman remarked, "You brainless fools, this is undoubtedly a trap. You will meet your demise if you go. This man is clearly no good. Do not be deceived." Li Mu glanced at the woman's profile picture and suddenly recognized her. He had encountered her a few times. She was a voluptuous woman, just 30 years old, and strikingly beautiful. Unfortunately, her only flaw was her caustic tongue. Perhaps due to her husband's infidelity, she harbored a deep disdain for men, often lashing out at them. Her name was Chun Yurong, and she hailed from a well-off family. After marrying a man who turned out to be uninterested in her, he ultimately cheated on her with a college student and divorced her. The couple had no children. So Chun Yurong had been living alone in this community for over 2 years. What began as heartbreak had gradually morphed into a desire to scold any man she encountered. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, such attitudes became increasingly severe, with people in the group resorting to insults upon seeing men. How could Li Mu not have heard of Chun Yurong's situation? Although there were those who attempted to win her over throughout the years, none succeeded. Observing Chun Yurong's enticing figure, Li Mu privately speculated that she must have indulged in numerous clandestine pleasures. How dare she insult me? Just wait. I will eventually pay her a visit. As for the exquisite Chun Yurong, Li Mu was determined to possess her, yet he remained patient. For one cannot hasten the consumption of hot tofu. Soon, Li Mu received a friend verification message on his phone. To his surprise, the first message came from the man seeking a wife, indicating his desperation for food. The man wrote, "Brother, I live on the 8th floor. Was that commotion last night caused by you? I can help move the body at any time, and I'll bring my wife along to expedite the process. Also, I've cleaned the body. Will you truly give me instant noodles? I'm on the verge of starvation." Li Mu replied, "Rest assured, I have plenty of instant noodles. Once you finish moving, I will certainly provide you with a bag." The reason Li Mu shared this message in the group was twofold. First, the body on the 9th floor indeed needed to be cleared. With the weather being hot, it wouldn't be long before decomposition set in, and the stench would be unbearable for him. However, he was unwilling to undertake the task himself, thus seeking someone in the group willing to exert effort for this duty. Secondly, he aimed to showcase his strength, ensuring that the beautiful women in the building who were out of provisions, recognized him as a man of considerable capability. It was inevitable that starving women would seek him out. After all, when faced with death, people would do anything, and selling one's body would be a mere triviality. Meanwhile, the female streamer was in her room, pondering over Li Mu's message for quite some time. Her name was Su Ro, a recent university graduate. Having grown up in a financially struggling family, she opted to become a streamer after failing to secure a good job post-graduation. With her pure and adorable appearance, coupled with her youthful figure, she quickly gained a substantial following through her JK uniform. Just as she was preparing to monetize her traffic, the zombie crisis erupted, effectively ending her prospects. In the harsh reality of the apocalypse, people were preoccupied with survival, leaving little room for the allure of attractive streamers. Su-Ro set her phone down and lay on her bed, adorned with youthful decor. It seemed that there were indeed individuals in this building with ample supplies, and fortuitously, it was a man, a university student at that. Although Su-Ro was unfamiliar with Li Mu, she had already deduced from the recent messages in the group that he was a university student. The fact that he could casually produce a packet of instant noodles indicated that his household must possess a considerable stock of food. Otherwise, such a wastefulness would be inconceivable. Her earlier defense of him should have caught his attention, regardless of its veracity. Fostering a good rapport was never ill-advised. Should he indeed offer a packet of instant noodles, it would suffice to demonstrate that his family had ample provisions. In that case, she must take the initiative. Waiting was not an option. Su-Ro, who typically preferred the comfort of her home, always kept a modest supply of food, and this habit had saved him from peril. Although her food stock was limited, it was certainly better than having none at all. For the past few days, she had consumed only a small amount each day, as her usual appetite was rather modest. However, her dwindling supplies were nearing depletion. With a soft sigh, she lamented, "Even being a mere accessory to a big shot is preferable to starving here. I truly wish to avoid such a fate." Meanwhile, Chen Yurong was in her own room, seething as she scrolled through messages on her phone. What a bunch of fools. What truth can be found in a man's words? This Li Mu is undoubtedly a grand deceiver. Humph, disbelieve me at your own peril. Are you all so easily swayed by a single packet of instant noodles? Clearly, you have never seen the world. With that, Chen Yurong opened her refrigerator and retrieved a small piece of bread to eat. She could be considered one of the more well-stocked individuals in the building. Her refrigerator still held a variety of food items. Averse to dining out, Chen Yurong preferred to purchase ingredients and cook at home, ensuring she had a substantial supply of rice and flour. After finishing her bread, she smugly remarked, "So Li Mu, is it? Let us see how much food you truly possess. Enjoy your pretense, for when hunger strikes, I shall make you plead for my assistance." At that moment, Li Mu had also arrived on the 9th floor, a packet of instant noodles in hand. Upon entering the corridor, he observed a couple, approximately in their 30s, struggling to lift a corpse and prepare to throw it out of the window. The man noticed Li Mu, yet both their gazes remained fixated on the packet of noodles he held. The couple could not suppress their salivation at the sight of the noodles. It had been nearly 2 days since they last ate, and their hunger was overwhelming. Li Mu appraised the couple. The man was tall and thin, while the woman bore an unremarkable appearance, clearly not of the same ilk as Yulan and others. The man smiled and addressed Li Mu, "Brother, we will finish up shortly. Please bear with us for a moment." Li Mu nodded slightly, unhurried, as there were only 7 corpses in total, and now only 2 remained to be cleared away. The man approached Li Mu with a broad smile. Upon reaching Li Mu, he pulled out a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes and offered it to him. "Have one." Li Mu chuckled and shook his head. "I don't smoke." "Since your task is complete, it is time for your reward," he continued. "This bag of instant noodles is yours. Take it." Trembling, the man accepted the noodles and stammered, "Thank you, truly. Thank you so much. I never expected you would actually give this to us. We are immensely grateful." The couple had approached Li Mu with a sense of trepidation, uncertain whether he would grant their request. To their astonishment, he did, providing them with a life-saving pack of noodles. Though this single pack might not suffice to satiate them both, it would sustain them for a while longer, preventing immediate starvation. Suddenly, the man turned to Li Mu and said, "Brother, I don't know if you require any services, but if you are willing, I can offer a discount. I realize this is shameless and rather undignified, but my wife and I have no other options. We must find a way to survive. Rest assured, my wife is entirely willing. Though she may be a bit unkempt at the moment, she cleans up rather nicely." Li Mu waved his hand dismissively. "No need for that. I am not in want of women. However, should such a situation arise again, I will be sure to call upon you first." Just as they were about to leave, Li Mu heard a commotion from the stairwell. Looking towards the staircase, he saw 4 men emerging, their waistbands bulging, likely concealing weapons. They scrutinized Li Mu and inquired, "You must be Li Mu." Li Mu nodded. "That's me." The leader, a middle-aged man, smiled and said, "Didn't you say a pack of instant noodles would be given for clearing the corpses? I feared there would be too many bodies, so I brought some extra hands to assist. Is it all right if we each receive a pack of noodles?" Chapter 23. The assassin's garb. Observing their menacing demeanor, the man standing next to Li Mu whispered, "These people don't seem friendly. They likely intend to resort to force." He then addressed the newcomers. "The bodies have already been cleared. You're too late. You should leave." Ignoring him, the group continued, speaking to Li Mu. "Brother Li Mu, we've come all this way, and it wouldn't be right for us to leave empty-handed, would it? After all, we wish to help. Although we arrived late, we are here now. We know you have plenty of food. We are not greedy. 2 packs of noodles each should suffice, and it should not be an issue for you." Li Mu scoffed disdainfully. "I must say, you people are quite insufferable. I have already stated that it is first come, first served, yet you insist on causing trouble. Is it truly necessary?" Today, Li Mu's mood is rather splendid, thus he is not inclined to resort to violence. However, that does not imply he is incapable of it. The middle-aged leader, no longer feigning civility, unsheathed a kitchen knife from his waist. "Let me be frank. We are aware that you possess a considerable amount of food and present you with 2 choices. Surrender all your provisions, and we shall spare your life, or we will eliminate you and take the food ourselves. Choose wisely." Li Mu sighed in resignation. "Why do you presume you can kill me? You exhibit remarkable confidence." The others swiftly brandished their weapons, predominantly kitchen knives, with one wielding an axe. "Enough with your idle chatter. Hand over the food without delay." Li Mu addressed the couple beside him, urging, "You should return for now. I will contact you shortly." He then turned to the man nearby, instructing, "Let them go. I will provide you with food." The leader chuckled heartily. "Ha ha ha. Consider yourself wise to recognize the situation. Allow them to leave. They will inevitably perish from hunger." The couple exchanged a grateful glance with Li Mu before hastily exiting the corridor. Once they departed, the group began to encroach upon Li Mu. "Produce the food, and do not compel us to resort to violence. You are aware of the consequences." Li Mu rolled his neck. "Fortunately, you are not zombies. Otherwise, I would have to change clothes. Human blood, however, is easily washed away." The men failed to comprehend Li Mu's implication, but the next moment, enlightenment dawned upon them. Li Mu advanced a step, extending his arm, and a long sword appeared, piercing the throat of the middle-aged man, blood gushing forth instantaneously. "You truly deserve this. You have marred my good mood." Half a minute later, Li Mu flicked the blood from his bronze sword and entered a room, preparing to take a shower. After his bath, he dialed the couple's number again. "Please return. We need to clean up the bodies, and I shall still reward you with a bag of instant noodles." There was a brief pause on the line before the voice eagerly replied, "All right, we are on our way." When they ascended the stairs, Li Mu stood just as before, albeit in a fresh outfit, still clutching a bag of instant noodles. Upon seeing the corpses strewn across the floor, the couple's legs began to tremble. How could they all be dead so swiftly? Li Mu stood there, coldly uttering, "Let us move the bodies." The couple, acutely aware of what should not be questioned, immediately commenced the grim task. Afterward, they were drenched in blood, emitting an unpleasant odor. Li Mu handed them the instant noodles. "Might I trouble you to clean the bloodstains from the floor as well?" The man nodded in agreement. Li Mu handed a packet of instant noodles to the man and casually took a photograph. "I still do not know your name," the man promptly remarked. "Wang Tai." "I am called Wang Tai," he replied. Li Mu nodded and continued, "I have another request. Once you return, please mention this matter in the owners group, so they understand I am a person of integrity. Furthermore, if you possess sufficient wit, you might search the homes of those who have perished. That should sustain you for a while, preventing the need to purchase a bride." Wang Tai felt a bit embarrassed and repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you. I understand." Li Mu ascended back to the upper floor, and upon entering, he made his way to the sofa. He embraced Yulan and then extracted his phone, sharing the photograph he had just taken in the group chat. "Is there a scent of blood? Have you encountered trouble?" Yulan inquired with concern. "A few individuals seeking unearned gains have been dealt with," he replied. "Now it is time to slap their faces." to show those who say the grapes are sour because they cannot reach them. After sending the photo, Li Mu added in the group, I mentioned before that I am not lacking in instant noodles. I am a man of my word. With that, he tossed aside his phone and reclined in Yulan's embrace. He was ready to claim his reward, as he had yet to receive the one from last night. System, claim the reward. He commanded in his mind. Reward is now being dispensed to the host. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the assassin's garb, which boasts exceptional defensive capabilities and bears a unique attribute. No blood shall ever splatter onto the host, alleviating your concerns. Congratulations, host, your storage capacity has doubled. Li Mu examined the assassin's garb, discovering it to be a complete tactical outfit, reasonably appealing, and most importantly, it indeed resolved his previous anxieties. After each battle, Li Mu would typically require a bath due to being covered in blood, but from this moment forth, he need not fear that. This garment not only provided defense, but was undoubtedly a miraculous item. He would no longer dread the possibility of being bitten by zombies. He glanced again at his storage space, which had expanded significantly, allowing him to carry back more supplies during his outings. Li Mu then checked his attribute panel. Host, Li Mu Strength, 5 Constitution, 5 Speed, 6 items, Crimson Jade Yin-Yang Technique, Bronze Sword, Assassin's Garb. All attributes had increased by 2 points, which was rather commendable. Li Mu was not in a hurry. There would be ample opportunities for cultivation in the future, so he could take his time. After claiming his rewards, Li Mu opened his eyes. At that moment, Zhang Yao also arose, though she still appeared quite fatigued. While Zhang Yao was still having her meal, Li Mu turned to Yulan and spoke. Since there is nothing pressing at the moment, why not accompany me to your room to retrieve some clothing? It would also allow you to gather your daily necessities, making things more convenient for you. After all, one cannot perpetually wear the same outfit. Ever since experiencing the allure of uniforms, Li Mu has developed a fondness for this sensation, and he is now quite eager to see how beautiful Yulan looks in one. Chapter 24. Is there any food left? After assisting Yulan in retrieving her clothes, Li Mu once again picked up his phone to glance at the messages in the homeowners group. This time, the tone was rather uniform, as it turned out that Li Mu had indeed given away a bag of instant noodles, something that had taken everyone by surprise. Wow, he actually gave it. This must be a joke. Just a bag of noodles, and he is so generous. Had I known, I would have gone too. Where were you when he invited you? Now you're just lamenting. I still don't believe it. This must be a ruse. At that moment, Wang Tai also shared a photograph in the group, confirming Li Mu's generosity. Thanks, brother. I never expected you would actually give it. I've got the noodles now. With that, everyone was convinced. As the source had spoken. Seriously? He really gave it? My goodness. Good grief. I feel like I missed out on a fortune. This brother is truly generous. It appears he has quite a stockpile of food, hence his lavishness. Do we even need to question it? He clearly doesn't mind parting with a bag of noodles. Wang Tai managed to rub it in for those who had previously accused Li Mu of being deceitful. Upon realizing that Li Mu was indeed a food hoarder, the group members began to beseech him for assistance. Master, could you spare me some food? I'm on the brink of starvation. With all that food you have, surely you wouldn't miss just one portion. I eat very little. Just a sausage a day is sufficient for me. I would even be willing to keep you company every night if you would share your food. Though I am a man, I'm willing to make sacrifices. After scanning the group messages, Li Mu tossed his phone aside. As the time approached noon, Zhang Yao stood up and announced, I'll go prepare lunch. Today, Zhang Yao wore a pair of sheer black stockings, which, paired with her long legs, was undeniably enticing. Although she had torn a pair last night, she had plenty of stockings, both black and white. Li Mu joined her in the kitchen to check on their food supplies. If they were running low, it would be time to devise a plan for food procurement. While others were meticulously rationing their meals, daring to consume only a little each day, Li Mu and his companions had long since returned to a normal routine, enjoying 3 hearty meals a day. In such circumstances, their food supply was, of course, depleting rapidly. Upon opening the refrigerator door, Li Mu discovered that the food supplies were indeed dwindling. If the 3 of them were to dine, they would only last for 3 to 5 days at most. Li Mu had grown weary of instant noodles and self-heating pots. He preferred a proper meal whenever possible. It was time to seek out some sustenance. The community supermarket housed a large grocery store, abundant with various goods, as well as an array of fruits and vegetables, making it Li Mu's preferred choice. He waved his hand and placed some fruits into the refrigerator. We should indulge in more fruits these days. We have plenty left. Zhang Yao nodded in agreement. All right, you go rest. We'll handle the cooking, she added. Settling onto the sofa, Li Mu glanced at his phone. The female streamer had indeed sent a message. A smile crept across his lips as he focused on the screen. After accepting her friend request, she promptly sent a message that was straightforward and candid. Hello, Li Mu. I'm quite hungry right now. Do you have any food? I can trade anything. Li Mu smiled slightly. Yes, of course. Anything you can offer? He replied. Then please send me 2 candid photos so I can have a look. His greatest fear was encountering someone who relied on beauty filters. It would be disappointing if their real appearance differed drastically. However, judging by the photos, the female streamer's look seemed quite appealing. Suro quickly responded, Okay, I'll send them right away. Soon after, 2 photos arrived. It was evident that no filters were used, and even so, Suro's appearance was undeniably sweet and charming. Li Mu found her quite attractive. You can come over if you'd like. I'm on the 10th floor. Which floor are you on? Do you need me to come down and meet you? With numerous floors still inhabited by zombies, Li Mu was concerned that the streamer might be ambushed the moment she stepped outside, which would be a tragic loss. Suro replied, No need, I'm on the 11th floor. There are no zombies in the stairwell. I'll be down shortly. Li Mu responded, Great, just in time for lunch. He then entered the kitchen and informed Zhang Yao and Yulan, Add an extra set of chopsticks. We have a guest coming over. You'll have another sister soon. They were not particularly surprised, as they were already aware of the situation regarding the streamer. Zhang Yao, however, let out a sigh of relief. Come on, come on. With one more person, I can rest an extra day. You're simply too much to handle. I'm genuinely terrified of collapsing from exhaustion. Having one more person at least gives me a breather. As for the addition of another woman, they had no objections. After all, in this household, Li Mu held absolute authority, and they had no grounds to question his decisions. It wasn't long before the doorbell rang. Yulan volunteered, I'll go open the door. After confirming that the individual was indeed a female streamer, Yulan slowly opened the security door and addressed Suro outside. Please come in. Suro, upon seeing Yulan, hesitated momentarily but apprehensively stepped inside. Once inside, she politely expressed her gratitude, saying, Thank you. Turning her head, she noticed Li Mu standing a short distance away. At that moment, Suro felt a wave of anxiety, as this was her first encounter with the unfamiliar Li Mu, and she was uncertain about his character. However, she understood that to survive, sacrifices must be made. Li Mu scrutinized Suro and, upon first glance, was struck by her stature, which appeared even more pronounced than in her photographs. Breaking the awkward silence, Yulan gently said, There's no need to be afraid. Please change into some slippers. Suro, carrying a white backpack that was noticeably full, promptly removed her leather shoes and slipped into the slippers. Perhaps in an effort to captivate Li Mu's attention, she had dressed elegantly for the occasion, donning a stylish black JK uniform. Despite Yulan's gentle demeanor, Suro still felt a tinge of nervousness, which was entirely understandable. With a heart full of trepidation, she gradually approached Li Mu. Chapter 25. Husband. At that moment, Zhang Yao's voice echoed from the kitchen. Yulan, could you lend a hand? Dinner is ready. Yulan guided Suro in front of Li Mu, smiling as she said, You two chat for a moment. I'll go assist. With Yulan's departure, Suro felt even more anxious. Unsure of how to initiate conversation with Li Mu, it was Li Mu who broke the ice first, saying, Please, have a seat. What is your name? He found it peculiar, akin to an arranged marriage, meeting someone for the first time, not knowing their name, and yet about to share a life together. But it was merely a curiosity. In a world ravaged by calamity, acts of cannibalism were commonplace, let alone such arrangements. My name is Suro, and I am 23 years old, she replied. Li Mu nodded, glancing at her bulging backpack. What do you have in there? Your personal belongings. Suro quickly retrieved the bag, placing it before her and unzipping it to reveal its contents. These are all my provisions. I did not come empty-handed, and I am capable of contributing in many ways. She added with a hint of boldness, As long as there is food, I can certainly offer companionship as well. She was fully aware that her purpose for coming was to become Li Mu's partner, and this was merely her way of expressing her intentions. Li Mu examined the contents of her backpack, which primarily consisted of bread, fruits, and instant meals, clearly representing all of Suro's possessions. She pushed the backpack toward him, stating, All of this is for you. Li Mu, however, pushed the bag back toward her, saying, Never mind, you may as well keep it for yourself as a snack. I find this food rather unappealing. Upon hearing these words, Su Ro became increasingly convinced that Li Mu's household was abundant in provisions, affirming her belief that she had indeed arrived at the right place. Observing Su Ro closely, one could discern her remarkably innocent demeanor, reminiscent of a naive and sweet girl. Moreover, her appearance was undeniably charming, and combined with her pure look, it created a stark contrast to Zhang Yao's more sophisticated style. You shall stay here for the foreseeable future. Unless absolutely necessary, there is no need for you to return home. After dinner, I will help you retrieve your personal belongings. Li Mu stated. Su Ro obediently nodded. All right, I shall heed your words. At that moment, the kitchen door swung open, releasing an enticing aroma of delectable dishes wafting through the air. Su Ro inhaled the fragrant scent of the food, immediately feeling revitalized, while her unrelenting stomach audibly protested its hunger. After years, this was the first time Su Ro had encountered the enticing fragrance of hot dishes. Her stomach's reaction was only natural. Covering her belly in embarrassment upon hearing its growl, she shyly avoided making eye contact. Upon hearing the sound, Yulan and Zhang Yao exchanged amused glances and remarked, "You must be starving. Fear not. From now on, you need not go hungry, and you shall enjoy hot meals." Soon, the table was adorned with an array of dishes, and upon seeing the spread, Su Ro's eyes sparkled with delight. The meal, although not extravagant, consisted of stir-fried garlic shoots with pork, sautéed greens, and egg drop soup, a quintessential homestyle feast. Nevertheless, the portions were generous, sufficient for 4 people to eat to their heart's content. Accompanied by steaming rice. Su Ro swallowed hard and shyly spoke, "It really doesn't need to be this lavish. I typically eat very little, just 1 meal is sufficient." Assuming today's feast was prepared in her honor, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yulan and Zhang Yao exchanged a knowing glance, and then Zhang Yao chuckled, "Silly sister. This was not specially prepared for you. We usually eat like this, so there is no need for you to feel awkward." At that moment, Su Ro wished to find a crevice to hide in, feeling overly presumptuous, as she had thought the meal was meant to welcome her, only to discover it was merely their everyday norm. Yet, amid her shyness, she was overwhelmingly astonished, for she had never imagined that 2 dishes and a soup, along with rice, constituted the daily life of Li Mu and his companions. Since the outbreak of the zombie crisis, she had subsisted on mere bread and milk. Feeling grateful for the scant sustenance, especially knowing many lacked even that. In stark contrast, Li Mu and his friends enjoyed hot meals daily, living a life that seemed almost ethereal compared to her own. There was simply no comparison, while others struggled to escape poverty. Li Mu and his group were already living in relative affluence. Indeed, the disparity between individuals was unfathomable. Li Mu, at this moment, picked up the bowl and chopsticks. "All right, let's eat. It has been so many days since we've had a warm meal. Let's enjoy this feast today. You need not worry, as I have said before. As long as you are with me, I shall ensure you never go hungry." Su Ro nodded slightly, casting aside her reservations, and began to scoop white rice into her mouth with chopsticks. After just a couple of bites, she felt that even if she were to eat nothing but plain rice, she could easily consume an entire bowl, for this was undoubtedly the most delectable rice she had ever tasted. "Make sure to eat some vegetables. Don't just fill up on rice," Zhang Yao teased as she observed Su Ro devouring her meal with remarkable speed. In such dire circumstances, maintaining appearances was of no consequence. Halfway through the meal, Zhang Yao playfully remarked to Su Ro, "Little sister, I must say you possess quite a bold spirit. Fortunately, our husband is not a villain. He is a truly good man, or else you would be in quite a predicament." The term husband was a title that Zhang Yao and Yulan had agreed upon for Li Mu, as it subtly fostered intimacy in their relationships, and thus they used it quite naturally. Su Ro, feeling a bit helpless, responded, "I truly have no choice. My food supply is limited and will soon be depleted. Even if I ration it to a bare minimum, it will eventually run out. Therefore, I must find a dependable man." After uttering those words, her face flushed as red as an apple. This was the reality. Everyone has moments of submission to it, and Zhang Yao and Yulan had once been in similar situations. After satisfying his hunger, Li Mu set down his chopsticks and spoke, "Although you have moved in, it is essential to understand the principle of not supporting idleness. Zhang Yao and Yulan will handle the daily meals, so you will be responsible for maintaining cleanliness in the house." Su Ro eagerly nodded. Such a light condition was one she would gladly accept. "All right, I will take care of the household chores." Yulan smiled at Su Ro, assuring her, "Don't worry, I will assist you." After their meal, Li Mu retreated to his room to prepare for a nap. Once the three women finished their meal, they placed the dishes into the kitchen, which required no washing, thanks to the fully automatic dishwasher. Chapter 26. May I come in? After tidying up the kitchen, the three women settled in the living room. Zhang Yao brewed some coffee and served it to Yulan and Su Ro. The table was adorned with some fruit, marking the beginning of their afternoon tea ritual. The coffee was a staple in Zhang Yao's home. As a corporate executive, she kept a coffee machine and a generous supply of quality coffee beans for her late-night work sessions. Su Ro took a sip of her coffee and let out a contented sigh. Thank you, sisters. Observing Su Ro's innocent demeanor, Zhang Yao leaned back on the sofa. Silly sister, there's no need to thank us. If gratitude is owed, it should be directed towards our husband, Li Mu. Without him, we likely wouldn't have the luxury to enjoy coffee and fruit in this moment. It is essential for us to clarify certain matters. So let us allow Yulan to speak with you. Yulan turned her gaze towards Zhang Yao. Why don't you take the lead? It's perfectly fine. Yulan and Zhang Yao had long reached an understanding. They had no intention of engaging in any power struggles, as they wished to avoid annoying Li Mu. Therefore, they also sought to offer Su Ro a piece of advice. Zhang Yao nodded, tossing her long hair back as she spoke. Silly sister, we are here to survive. It is Li Mu who has granted us all of this, so you must bear that in mind. Furthermore, if you truly are an innocent and naive woman, then it matters not. However, if you are not, you must adopt the guise of one while you are here. Zhang Yao was a person of considerable stature, a senior executive of a publicly listed company with hundreds of subordinates under her command, which endowed her words with an undeniable authority. Even in the realm of intrigue and manipulation, a small-time streamer like Su Ro would be no match for Zhang Yao, even if 10 of them were to band together. Fortunately, Su Ro was indeed a naive and innocent soul, although she was a streamer. She remained somewhat sheltered and possessed a mindset akin to that of a recent university graduate. This was largely due to her introverted nature, as she seldom ventured outside, had limited social interactions, and lacked profound thoughts. Su Ro obediently nodded. I understand. I will be sure to listen. Yulan and Zhang Yao were not threatening the newcomer Su Ro. They had no need to do so. They were simply two astute women, seeking to maintain the stability of their household, hence their words. After all, where there are three women, there is bound to be drama. Should an oblivious woman enter their midst, the household could descend into chaos. Li Mu had certainly contemplated this issue. Dealing with disobedience would be quite straightforward, and he would not hesitate to take firm action. After the afternoon break, Li Mu accompanied Su Ro back to their home. Su Ro led Li Mu to the bedroom. I will tidy up right away. I just need to grab some clothes. She opened a large wardrobe, filled to the brim with her garments, all of which were JK uniforms. Li Mu counted roughly and discovered at least 50 distinct sets. Upon closer inspection of Su Ro, he noted that she indeed suited the JK short skirt remarkably well, exuding a natural youthful charm and purity, while accentuating her figure beautifully. In a corner, Li Mu spotted another cabinet, overflowing with an array of socks, knee-highs, calf-length socks, and various shades of stockings, in abundance indeed. I have quite a few clothes. I will just take 2 pieces down. There is too much here to manage, Su Ro remarked. Li Mu raised an eyebrow and replied, take them all. The wardrobe downstairs is spacious enough to accommodate your attire. As for transporting them, leave that to me. In the next moment, Li Mu waved his hand, swiftly packing everything away. Soon, it was time for dinner. That evening, Zhang Yao prepared congee accompanied by 2 cold dishes. As usual, Li Mu took out his phone to check the messages in the homeowners group. Upon opening the chat, he was greeted by a barrage of 60-second voice messages, all sent by Chun Yulong. Without needing to listen, he could easily surmise that she was once again venting her frustrations about someone. Beside him, Yulong glanced at Li Mu's phone screen and remarked, no need to listen. It's all just Chun Yulong hurling insults. Li Mu set his phone down and inquired, oh, do tell me what is happening this time. Who is she berating? Yulong chuckled and explained, it's that couple who were cleaning the hallway today, particularly Wang Tai. Earlier, Wang Tai posted pictures of the 2 packets of instant noodles you gave him in the group, and Chun Yulong mistook this as collusion between you and Wang Tai to deceive her. Consequently, she unleashed a tirade against him. This understandably upset Wang Tai's wife, and they've been at it in the group for the better part of the afternoon. I suspect they're too exhausted to continue now, which is why things have quieted down. Li Mu couldn't help but laugh. This Chun Yulong truly is restless. She'll have to face the consequences for her insults. After dinner, Li Mu called Wang Tai. Brotherly, what is up? Is there something you need? Li Mu stated directly, I need a favor, and I'm willing to compensate you for it. Can you find out where Chen Yulong lives? Just let me know once you have the information, and I'll give you 2 packs of instant noodles in return. Wang Tai immediately responded, no problem. I'll inform you as soon as I find out. Li Mu was unaware of Chen Yulong's residence and lacked the time to investigate thoroughly, so he had to rely on Wang Tai for assistance. He wasn't particularly anxious. He could wait until Wang Tai uncovered Chen Yulong's address. Later that night, Li Mu was in his bedroom, engrossed in his phone when there was a knock at the door. Looking up, he saw Su Ro standing at the entrance. May I come in? Li Mu sat up. Of course, please do. Su Ro hadn't changed out of her clothes, still adorned in the black JK uniform she had worn earlier that day, complemented by a pair of white knee-high socks. It was evident that her white shirt was slightly snug, as her figure was quite remarkable, causing the buttons to strain against her form. Although a bit anxious, Su Ro approached the bedside. Time swiftly transitioned to the following morning. Li Mu opened his eyes to find Su Ro lying in his arms and decided to rise and freshen up, as he had matters to attend to that day. With food supplies running low at home, he prepared to venture out in search of provisions. Chapter 27. Breakthrough to second-tier strength while showering. Li Mu called upon the system to claim the rewards from the previous night. System, I wish to receive my rewards. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the passive ability, Danger Perception. Danger Perception. This ability allows the host to sense impending danger in advance, providing the best means of self-preservation. Congratulations, host. Your storage space has doubled. Li Mu first examined his storage space. It had expanded from an initial 10 square meters to 100 square meters now, significantly enhancing his capacity to store items. This was fortuitous, as he planned to venture out today in search of food. A larger storage space would facilitate the retrieval of more provisions. As for the danger perception skill, Li Mu surmised that it functioned similarly to the instinct of a spider. Undoubtedly the ultimate life-saving skill. At the very least, it afforded him a moment of reaction time when danger approached unexpectedly, which was profoundly advantageous. Li Mu then opened his attributes panel. Host, Li Mu Strength, 7 Constitution, 7 Speed, 8 items. Crimson Jade Yin-Yang Technique, Bronze Sword. Assassin's Garb Special Skill, Danger Perception. As expected, all his attributes had increased by 2 points. Li Mu felt a surge of anticipation. He was eager to discover just how formidable he had become, whether he had ascended to the level of the superhumans depicted in films. Reflecting on his newfound strength, Li Mu was suddenly struck by another thought. System, will the zombies also grow stronger? I seem to sense that they are becoming more intelligent. Though Li Mu had been residing on the upper floors for several days, he often observed the gathering zombies below during his idle moments. Preparing himself for a foray to the community supermarket, after days of observation, he noted a distinct change in the zombies. They were running faster. Just yesterday, a man from the adjacent building attempted to reach the supermarket, but as soon as he exited his building, a horde of zombies pursued him, tearing him to shreds. Having engaged with zombies before, Li Mu was acutely aware of their speed and was certain that they had indeed become significantly quicker. The system promptly provided a response. Indeed, as the apocalypse progresses, both zombies and humans will gradually undergo evolution, becoming increasingly powerful. Currently, the zombies and humans in this world are mostly at the first tier and are advancing toward the second tier. It won't be long before second-tier zombies and humans emerge. As anticipated, the zombies were capable of evolution, but humans were too, gradually becoming stronger. Perhaps this represented a balance within the world. Li Mu then inquired with curiosity. What tier of strength do I possess now? Surely, I must have surpassed the first tier. The host's strength has now reached the second tier. When all your attributes exceed 10, your strength will elevate to the third tier. All of this is a consequence of the system's influence. For other humans or zombies desiring strength, their only recourse is to incessantly hunt either zombies or fellow humans. The greater the number of zombies hunted by humans, the stronger they become. Conversely, the more humans slain by zombies, the more formidable the zombies grow, though this enhancement occurs at a painfully slow pace. Hearing this, Li Mu felt a sense of relief. Indeed, he was the true child of destiny, endowed with a system that granted him an extraordinary advantage. After taking a shower, Li Mu proceeded to the living room for breakfast. Upon glancing at his phone, he noticed a plethora of friend requests, most likely from those seeking sustenance. He dismissed them, knowing that hunger would not claim lives within a single day, and he had no time to concern himself with such matters. After finishing his meal and exchanging a few words with Yulan and Zhang Yao, Li Mu stepped outside. It must be said that possessing the assassin's attire was exceptionally convenient. He need not dress himself, as the outfit would materialize at the mere thought. Moreover, the assassin's garb not only felt cool against his skin, but also provided a refreshing sensation. The system's rewards were indeed efficacious. Upon arriving at the elevator, Li Mu first inspected it, ensuring its proper functioning before stepping inside, ready to descend to the ground floor. Ding! As the elevator doors opened, the bronze sword emerged first. Li Mu was cautious, ever vigilant against potential dangers. Fortunately, the first floor had been cleared, devoid of zombies. Peering through the glass doors, he observed a cluster of zombies wandering aimlessly outside the building. The structure he occupied was a fair distance from the community supermarket. Yet Li Mu was well acquainted with the route. Exiting from here, he would navigate around the 2 buildings ahead and run approximately 500 meters to reach the supermarket. However, he suddenly reconsidered. There was no need for such exertion. Casting his gaze downward, an idea struck him. He could traverse through the underground parking lot. While it would not lead him directly to the supermarket, it would at least bring him closer to the foremost building. The only uncertainty was whether the underground parking area posed any dangers. Li Mu's community parking lot was expansive, spanning the entirety of the complex, thus providing access to the front building. Without further ado, he made his way to the stairwell and descended. Although he did not own a vehicle, he had visited the parking lot before and was familiar with its general layout. Upon entering the underground parking area, he found it eerily devoid of both zombies and survivors. Perhaps the vastness of the space accounted for the absence of any threats. Clutching his bronze sword, Li Mu began to advance toward the direction of the supermarket. The building that Li Mu intended to visit was building number 1, which also served as the exit for the underground parking lot A. Thus, he merely needed to locate the directional arrows leading to A. In no time at all, Li Mu found himself in the parking area beneath building number 1. Cautiously ascending to the first-floor lobby, he had yet to step out of the stairway when he was greeted by the sight of numerous zombies wandering about the hall, with the most alarming detail being that the entrance to the lobby was wide open. Gripping his bronze sword tightly, Li Mu realized that without engaging in a fierce battle, he would not be able to pass through this area unscathed. After loosening his shoulders slightly, he slowly advanced into the lobby, sword in hand. As soon as the zombies caught sight of the living Li Mu, they emitted a chorus of terrifying roars. When a horde of over 10 zombies surged towards him, Li Mu remained unfazed, simply raising his bronze sword. With a swift swing, he cleaved through the heads of 2 zombies, rendering them nearly headless. Seizing the moment before their bodies could collapse, Li Mu delivered a powerful kick, sending one of the zombies flying several meters, toppling another 7 or 8 in the process. Chapter 28. Journey to the supermarket. Realizing the sheer magnitude of his newfound strength, Li Mu was momentarily taken aback. The kick he had delivered was a reflexive action, requiring little force, yet it had propelled a zombie several meters away. Before he could dwell on his own might, he swung his bronze sword once more, with the zombies having no time to react before their heads were severed. After dispatching the closest zombies, Li Mu looked up to a dire realization. The commotion he had caused had attracted more zombies from outside the first-floor lobby. Reacting swiftly to the situation, Li Mu charged through the lobby, slicing through every zombie that stood in his path. The once pristine floor was soon littered with the remains of his vanquished foes. After several minutes, he found himself at the entrance of the lobby, where the bodies had accumulated into a small mountain, effectively blocking the doorway. Although uncertain of the exact number he had dispatched, he estimated it to be in the hundreds, as the zombies that had once lurked in front of building No. 1 were now absent. Despite the sheer volume of his kills, Li Mu did not feel fatigued. His physical prowess was astonishingly formidable, rendering such skirmishes insufficient to exhaust him. He exhaled deeply, contemplating the terrifying reality of his current capabilities. The thought of having slain over 100 zombies was both exhilarating and daunting. Ultimately, Li Mu had played his hand wisely by barricading the entrance. As long as he maintained his speed and stamina, the zombies trapped outside would remain unable to breach his defenses, thus eliminating the threat of being overwhelmed. As long as he is not besieged, with Li Mu's current strength, eliminating over 100 zombies poses no challenge. He retrieved a bottle of water from his storage space and took a couple of swigs. The exhilaration of combat left him parched, and after downing half the bottle in one go, Li Mu prepared to head towards the supermarket. After climbing over the mound of zombies, the supermarket came into clear view. He was now a mere 500 meters away, and the only option before him was to run. Without hesitation, he leaped down from the zombie pile and sprinted towards the supermarket. It was not until he began to run that he realized the extent of his speed. Each stride spanned 2 to 3 meters. His velocity was astonishing, as he covered 100 meters in approximately 5 seconds, outpacing even a world champion by a significant margin. A rush of wind swept past his ears, but his singular focus was on reaching the supermarket. Meanwhile, on the first floor of a nearby building, an onlooker gazed in astonishment, his eyes widening at the unbelievable sight before him. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, he wondered if he was mistaken. Good heavens, if I'm not imagining this. That must be a person running down there. Yet the speed was utterly absurd. He had witnessed a human moving so swiftly that it left behind an afterimage. In his astonishment, he hastily pulled out his phone to capture the moment. From his elevated vantage point, it was as if he possessed a divine perspective, allowing him to truly grasp the incredible speed at which Li Mu was moving. After recording the video, he gave his head a firm shake. I still find it hard to believe. Perhaps I haven't eaten enough in the past few days and am hallucinating. Regardless of whether it was an illusion, Li Mu had already dashed to the entrance of the supermarket. However, to his surprise, the supermarket's main doors were firmly shut, a rolling shutter preventing him from entering. To make matters worse, the surrounding zombies had begun to sprint towards him, while Li Mu had run the 500 meters with excitement. The zombies in the open space were even more exhilarated. Numerous zombies crowded the area, and upon spotting the running Li Mu, they instinctively began to pursue him. Faced with such a scenario, Li Mu was unwilling to engage in combat on the open ground, for that would be tantamount to courting death. Once surrounded by zombies, he would be devoured to the last bone. His eyes swiftly scanned the surroundings. He needed to find an entrance to the supermarket. Attempting to cut through the rolling shutter would be a waste of time, as these doors were designed to be theft-proof and not easily breached. After a thorough observation, Li Mu's gaze landed on a window on the second floor. Without a moment to spare, he took a few steps back, gathered momentum, and leapt upward with all his might. In the next moment, Li Mu tightly grasped the security bars of the second-floor window. Everything was far easier than he had anticipated. He barely exerted any effort to reach the bars, momentarily escaping danger. Glancing down, he noticed a considerable horde of zombies gathering below, and he felt a wave of relief at having ascended in time. Otherwise, he would have been forced to flee for his life. Estimating the height, he realized it was at least 4 meters from the ground. Surprisingly, he had leaped up with such agility. Typically, the second floor stands around 3 meters high, but the supermarket had been constructed with a higher elevation for decorative purposes. Li Mu was grateful for his enhanced physical prowess. Otherwise, he might not have survived this ordeal. After calming his nerves, Li Mu raised his gaze towards the window. Through the glass, he observed that it appeared to be an office. The window was ajar, but the security bars posed a bit of a challenge. However, for Li Mu, this was not insurmountable. He gripped the edge of the window with one hand and the security bars with the other, pulling forcefully outward. Initially intending to detach a few steel rods from the bars to facilitate his entry, he inadvertently removed the entire security frame. Nonetheless, this proved advantageous. Once he had carefully set down the bars, he hurled them downwards towards the zombies below. 2 of the creatures had their skulls crushed by the corners of the frame, collapsing to the ground, only to be viciously torn apart by others in the horde. Li Mu paid little mind to the chaos below and swiftly entered the office through the window. Once inside, he remained vigilant, drawing his bronze sword to thoroughly inspect the office, confirming its safety before finally allowing himself to sink into the boss's chair. That was a close call. It seems I must find ways to diligently cultivate my strength, for I am still too weak. Chapter 29, Cooperation? After a brief respite, Li Mu did not linger in the office, as his objective lay in procuring food from the supermarket. He gently pushed open the office door and discovered a few zombies wandering in the hallway. After dispatching the creatures, he continued his descent. This supermarket was the only one in the vicinity, and Li Mu had frequented it often, making him quite familiar with its layout. Although large, the supermarket comprised merely 2 levels, the first floor stocked with goods, and the second floor partially designated for office use, the remainder serving as a storage warehouse. Li Mu chose to postpone exploring the second floor warehouse. His immediate goal was the vegetable and meat section on the ground floor. After all, he now sought to prepare meals rather than rely on instant foods. If there remained space after securing vegetables and meats, he would not hesitate to procure some snacks as well. As Li Mu approached the stairway, A door to his left slowly creaked open, revealing a head peering through the crack, its large eyes fixed upon him. Having already sensed the commotion, Li Mu was not startled. Instead, he remained poised for action. However, the man who emerged seemed devoid of malice. He merely glanced at the zombie whose head Li Mu had severed and then gave him a thumbs up. "Brother, you possess remarkable skills. Please, come in and let us converse further." The man spoke softly, seemingly wary of attracting the attention of zombies. After a moment's contemplation, Li Mu discerned no ill intent and stepped into the room. Upon entering, he discovered 5 or 6 individuals within, all brawny men who, despite their imposing physiques, appeared rather unassuming. The room resembled a dormitory, featuring bunk beds and an array of daily necessities. The man who had opened the door smiled at Li Mu and said, "Do not be afraid, young brother. We are merely staff from the supermarket. My name is Lu Chonghai, and I am responsible for inventory management." Lu Chonghai proceeded to introduce the other occupants with palpable enthusiasm. "These 3 fellows handle the heavy lifting. He sells meat, and this one is in charge of cleaning. We have all been trapped here since the outbreak of the zombie crisis, though we typically reside here." Despite their cordiality, Li Mu remained cautious. After all, it was a harsh world where good-hearted individuals were scarce. The group gazed at him intently, Lu Chonghai beaming with delight. "You truly are impressive. We witnessed your feat outside. This is the 2nd floor, yet you leapt up here effortlessly. Surely you possess some martial prowess, as such a jump is no small feat." Li Mu, following his lead, replied, "Indeed, I have trained for a couple of years. This height poses no challenge." The others wore stoic expressions, while only Lu Chonghai exhibited overt enthusiasm. "You must be here to scavenge for food at the supermarket, but I advise against descending too hastily. The 1st floor is rather perilous at the moment." Li Mu, puzzled, inquired, "Isn't the supermarket closed? There shouldn't be any zombies on the 1st floor." Lu Chonghai shook his head in resignation. "Previously, there were no zombies. We ventured down for supplies when we ran low. However, a couple of days ago, a group of reckless individuals crashed through another entrance with their vehicle, creating a tremendous ruckus that attracted every nearby zombie. Consequently, that group met their demise at the hands of the undead. Now, the other entrance remains ajar, and the 1st floor is teeming with zombies, at least 30 or 40 of them. Even we were pursued by the horde, and we managed to bring back only a meager amount of food. We are immensely grateful to you for eliminating the zombies in the hallway." This situation posed a significant dilemma. If zombies indeed occupied the 1st floor, acquiring food would prove to be far more challenging than anticipated. At this moment, Lu Chonghai continued, "Brother, since you are here in search of food, why not collaborate with us? There are so many zombies below, no matter how formidable you are. You cannot eliminate them all alone. Therefore, cooperation is our best option." Li Mu maintained his composure and inquired, "How shall we collaborate?" Lu Chonghai, visibly excited, replied, "Just now, we witnessed your incredible speed when you ran over. The zombies could not possibly catch up with you. I propose that you lure the zombies away, thus granting us the opportunity to descend and procure food. After all, with our numbers, we can gather more provisions. Once we have secured the food, you may re-enter through the 2nd floor window as you did before, and we will share a portion with you. What do you think? Please consider it." Li Mu raised an eyebrow, contemplating the absurdity of the suggestion. Was he to divert the zombies while they harvested the food? It seemed they intended to exploit him for their own gain. Now Li Mu understood Lu Chonghai's excessive enthusiasm. He sought Li Mu's assistance at the cost of his own safety. However, given Li Mu's current abilities, dealing with 30 or 40 zombies posed no challenge. Such complexity was unnecessary. Thus, Li Mu scoffed and retorted coldly, "Huh? You certainly have calculated well. This is merely a ploy to put my life at risk." Lu Chonghai, undeterred, continued to charm Li Mu. "What a curious thing to say, young brother. This is undoubtedly the best strategy available to us. We are merely leveraging our respective strengths. You are swift, so you can divert the zombies, while our numbers allow us to gather food. Rest assured, I, Lu Chonghai, guarantee that you will receive your fair share of provisions for your efforts." Li Mu, observing Lu Chonghai's demeanor, felt a wave of disgust wash over him. "I have a splendid idea as well. Since you all are numerous, why not descend and eliminate the zombies? I shall conserve my strength and join you once the area is cleared. How does that sound?" In response to Li Mu's mockery, Lu Chonghai remained unfazed. "It appears my suggestion has not found favor with you, young brother. Very well, if you choose not to cooperate, we shall not insist upon your presence any longer. You are free to leave. This was tantamount to an eviction order. Since Li Mu had no intention of collaborating, they had no reason to retain him. Without their dismissal, Li Mu would have departed regardless, as he had no desire to remain with such cunning individuals. With his strength, there was no necessity for collaboration. Thus, he approached the door, opened it, and stepped outside. Before leaving, he couldn't resist adding, "I hope you find another gullible soul before you starve. Farewell." Their earlier words had indeed regarded Li Mu as a naive fool. Chapter 30. Perception of danger. After Li Mu departed from the room, a bald man stroked his head, tearing open his shirt to reveal his bare chest, along with a butcher's knife secured at his waist. He was indeed a butcher, and his work at the supermarket involved the butchering of pork. Thus, the knife was an essential tool of his trade. The bald man approached Lu Changhai, patting his own bald head as he spoke. "Changhai, why didn't you let me dispatch that little brat? Had you merely uttered a word just now, we would have undoubtedly subdued him on the spot and sent him to his demise." These men had all come to the city to work alongside Lu Changhai from the countryside. Owing to Lu Changhai's adeptness in social dealings and his intelligence, they typically heeded his counsel in matters of concern. The bald man had distinguished himself as Lu Changhai's premier enforcer just days prior. He had dispatched numerous zombies with his butcher's knife. Lu Changhai secured the door with a lock. "Patience, my friend. Did you not perceive that the lad outside is no ordinary foe? He is undoubtedly a skilled practitioner. Otherwise, he could not have leaped to the second floor so effortlessly. Moreover, did you not notice the sword in his hand? Clearly, he is a formidable character." The bald man grew anxious. "Are we truly to let him go? That sword he wields is undoubtedly a fine weapon. It would be tremendously effective against zombies. If it were to fall into our hands, it would become a powerful tool. So, Changhai, can you devise a way for us to acquire that sword?" Lu Changhai smiled faintly and gestured to the others in the room. They immediately gathered around. "We certainly cannot allow this young man to escape, but had we acted hastily earlier, we would have gained nothing. He is trained, armed, and even if we outnumber him, our brothers would suffer injuries. It was prudent not to engage just now. I have contemplated this. The young man will inevitably descend to the first floor in search of sustenance. Once he does, he will unavoidably be besieged by zombies. When he has exhausted himself fighting them, we shall strike. Not only will he have cleared the zombies for us, but it will also render him an easy target for us to eliminate. With our numbers, a surprise attack will ensure his demise. In that scenario, his sword will be ours, along with the provisions on the lower floor." Upon hearing this, the bald man chuckled and gave Lu Changhai a thumbs up. "I must say, Changhai, you are astute and cunning. How clever of you to devise such an excellent plan. It is no wonder you thrive among us. Indeed, you possess a sharp mind. Let us proceed as you propose." Lu Changhai revealed a sinister smile. "Humph, since that young man has chosen not to collaborate with us, he must not blame us for our ruthlessness. We had offered him a chance at life. It is he who has sought his own demise." He then proceeded to make further arrangements. "Brothers, let us feast and quench our thirst, for it is uncertain that this fellow is of any real merit. We may yet find ourselves obliged to confront the zombies. In the past, we ought to have prepared more thoroughly. Let us gather our weapons and brace ourselves." Once outside, Li Mu did not pay any further heed to this group of individuals, for they posed no immediate threat. Should they dare to plot against him, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. However, he did glean information regarding the presence of zombies on the first floor, which afforded him some preparation. Upon reaching the stairwell leading to the first floor, Li Mu observed from a distance that another entrance to the supermarket had indeed been breached by an SUV. Surrounding the vehicle lay several disemboweled corpses. The supermarket was rife with zombies, wandering amidst the shelves, many obscured by the aisles. Despite this, Li Mu felt no fear. After a brief rotation of his neck, he descended the stairs and entered the marketplace. This time, Li Mu took the initiative to attack. As he descended, he shot forth like an arrow, his bronze sword swiftly piercing the skull of a zombie. The moment he engaged, the zombies became aware of his presence. Li Mu acted with remarkable speed, lifting his sword to cleave open a zombie's head. In a fluid motion, he dispatched the two nearest zombies with a single strike each, inciting a horde of zombies to charge towards him. Li Mu surged into the throng, wielding his bronze sword with fervor, relentlessly hacking at the zombies before him. Meanwhile, from a nearby room, a young woman peered through the window, witnessing the carnage. As she observed the zombies' heads being severed with ease, she stifled a gasp, terrified of crying out. How horrifying! Is this still a human? One man has slain so many zombies, and before him, their heads appear as fragile as paper. Who is this man, so formidable? And why does he seem somewhat familiar? Li Mu's figure danced through the supermarket, leaving a trail of zombie corpses in his wake. In a short span, he fought his way from the stairwell to the side of the SUV. After dispatching the final zombie, he placed a hand on the vehicle's hood and exerted a gentle force, pushing it into position. Once the SUV obstructed the shattered glass door, Li Mu released it, allowing it to come to a halt. This precaution was taken to prevent any further zombies from entering, thereby averting complications. Just as Li Mu exhaled a sigh of relief and prepared to rest, an involuntary shiver coursed through him, accompanied by a sense of unease. In the next instant, his body reacted as if by instinct. Without fully turning, he swung his arm, bronze sword in hand, towards the source of the disturbance behind him. Turning around, Li Mu found a zombie mere meters behind him. Had it not been for his extraordinary ability to sense danger, he might have already fallen victim to the creature's bite. A shiver ran down his spine as he glanced at the lifeless body of the zombie. This was undeniably thrilling. He had narrowly escaped a gruesome fate. It was thanks to his heightened sense of danger that he had been afforded the precious moments to react, revealing its remarkable capability to discern the direction from which peril approached. Just moments ago, Li Mu had instinctively swung his bronze sword in response to the imminent threat, a testament to the invaluable advantage his ability provided. He now fully appreciated the life-saving potential of this skill in critical situations. Chapter 31. An unexpected encounter still shaken. Li Mu approached a nearby shelf and seized a bottle of drink, twisting off the cap and gulping it down. In just a few swigs, the bottle was empty, and he carelessly tossed it aside before making his way to the vegetable section. His only hope was that the vegetables had not all spoiled, given that no one had tended to them for days. Upon reaching the vegetable area, relief washed over him as he beheld 5 specially designed large refrigerators, intended for the preservation of produce. Since the zombie crisis had erupted early in the morning, the supermarket had not opened its doors, leaving the vegetables safely ensconced within the cool confines of the refrigerators. The store was well stocked with a considerable variety of vegetables, catering to the needs of the 3,000 households residing in his community, making it the primary source of produce for the neighborhood. Gazing at the 5 refrigerators brimming with vegetables, Li Mu's eyes sparkled with excitement. He rubbed his hands together in anticipation, envisioning the newfound freedom to enjoy an abundance of vegetables. Even if he were to indulge in hearty meals 3 times a day, he could sustain himself for months. The sheer volume of vegetables within those refrigerators could easily sustain a family of 3 for half a year, considering it was meant to supply 3,000 households. With ample storage space at his disposal, Li Mu felt no concern regarding the preservation of the vegetables. He opened one of the large refrigerators and, with a wave of his hand, effortlessly transferred the entire contents into his storage space. Meanwhile, on the second floor, Lu Chonghai and his companions could no longer remain idle. The bald man crouched by the door, straining to listen for any sounds outside. "Chonghai, it's quiet now. It seems to be over," he reported. Lu Chonghai confirmed the silence outside before seizing a crowbar with determination. "It appears to have concluded. We must descend now. We cannot afford to give that young man a moment to breathe. We must proceed with caution. If he has been devoured by zombies, we will eliminate the remaining threats." Lu Chonghai pushed the door open and gradually descended the stairs with his companions. Below, Li Mu moved swiftly. In less than a minute, the vegetables from 3 cabinets had all been transferred into his storage space. Moreover, there remained a considerable amount of room in the storage, as Li Mu's space now spanned 100 square meters, quite ample for his needs. Just as he was about to head towards the meat section, Li Mu suddenly heard a voice. "Hello, classmate." Upon hearing this voice, a sense of familiarity washed over Li Mu. Turning around, he was indeed greeted by a familiar face. "Kai Yutong." "Li Mu, it really is you. What brings you here?" Kai Yutong approached him gracefully, clad in a flowing white dress, her long hair cascading over her shoulders. "I live in this neighborhood. What about you?" It was undeniably a stroke of luck, as they were once classmates in university, and Kai Yutong was widely regarded as the beauty of the class, as well as the department's flower in Li Mu's eyes. Standing at an impressive height of 175 meters, with striking long legs, they had even shared a desk together. During their school days, Kai Yutong's legs had always been a source of distraction for Li Mu. Most importantly, her figure was exceptional, and her appearance was nothing short of stunning, embodying the essence of a true beauty. Rumor had it that there were those who wished to recruit her as a model, but she had declined the offers. Her only flaw lay in her excessive arrogance. Despite coming from a modest background, she often carried herself with an air of superiority, looking down upon others. Even in her impoverished state, she yearned to flaunt designer luxury items, desperately seeking a wealthy benefactor. Remarkably, she did find one, for her beauty attracted many suitors eager to pursue her. Kai Yutong stood before Li Mu, her face alight with a smile. It truly is you. How wonderful. I finally encounter someone I know. Then, adopting a coy tone, she added, Li Mu, we are classmates and used to be desk mates, so you must protect me. This apocalyptic world is truly terrifying. I am so frightened. Li Mu's eyelids twitched, but before he could respond, a group of individuals approached them. Well, I never thought you actually managed to dispatch all the zombies. You do possess some skill. Following the sound, Li Mu saw Lu Chonghai and 5 others striding toward him. The bald man first performed his signature gesture of rubbing his head before drawing a butcher's knife from his waist. Seeing them approach, Li Mu sneered coldly. I knew you were not to be trusted, so you were waiting for me here. I must admit, you demonstrate a modicum of intelligence. Lu Chonghai shrugged, donning an expression of feigned helplessness combined with arrogance. I offered you an opportunity, yet you failed to recognize it and did not seize the chance I presented. Should you consent to our collaboration, you need not face death. Rather, you would be granted sustenance. One could only attribute this predicament to your youthful arrogance. Indeed, it seems the saying holds true. Youthful exuberance often leads to folly. Disregarding our potential alliance, you chose to descend alone to vanquish the zombies. Your hubris has led to your downfall, as has your misguided faith in humanity. Knowing full well that we were numerous above, you still ventured forth alone against the undead. However, fret not. While you slay the zombies, we shall turn our blades upon you. A clever ruse, akin to the mantis stalking the cicada while the oriole lurks behind. Yet perhaps he has underestimated Li Mu's strength. Subsequently, Lu Chonghai cast his gaze upon Kai Yutong, scrutinizing her form with a lecherous gaze. To my surprise, this little beauty has survived. Had you continued to hide, I would have thought the zombies had devoured you. Your survival is indeed fortuitous. Once we dispose of this young man, you shall be next. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Li Mu surmised that a previous grievance must exist, for such words would not be uttered otherwise. Kai Yutong, upon hearing his words, appeared profoundly frightened. In a flurry, she rushed to Li Mu's side, grasping his arm with delicate hands, her body pressing closely against him, her unease palpable. Li Mu, you must protect me. I cannot fall into their hands, for the consequences would be dire. As a man, and since we are in the same class, you must save me. After sensing her trepidation, Li Mu distanced himself slightly and turned his attention back to Lu Chonghai and his cohort. So, you possess great confidence in your ability to kill me. I find it perplexing. From whence does your assurance stem? Or perhaps you have overestimated yourselves or underestimated me. Chapter 32. An unfounded sense of superiority this time. Lu Chonghai did not have the opportunity to respond, as the bald man strode directly towards Li Mu. After taking a few steps, he halted, brandishing a cleaver and testing its sharpness with his fingers. Kid, I advise you not to be overly arrogant. Don't assume that just because you have trained for a couple of years, you are invincible. I doubt you still possess the strength after slaying so many zombies. Let me ask you something. With your fair and youthful appearance, have you ever taken a life? Upon witnessing the bald man's fierce demeanor, Li Mu could not contain his laughter and waved his hand dismissively. I apologize, but I've never killed anyone. From your words, it seems you have quite the experience. The bald man proudly held up 3 fingers. Humph, I'm not afraid to share this with you, dead man. Among that woman's companions, there were 5 in total. I personally dispatched 3, while 1 fell to the zombies. So do not think that wielding a sword makes you formidable. If you wish to endure less suffering, I can offer you a piece of advice. Simply grasp your sword and draw it across your neck. This way, no one will exert themselves unnecessarily, and you may endure a little less suffering. Observing his serious demeanor, Li Mu couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. It appears you still overestimate yourselves. In the next moment, the bronze sword in Li Mu's hand vanished. Very well, since you believe yourself formidable, I shall confront you unarmed, allowing you to witness the chasm that separates us, so that you and your ilk may comprehend the vastness of your ignorance. The bald man did not rush, but Lu Chonghai became anxious, bellowing, Baldy, stop wasting time and eliminate him. without a moment's thought about the whereabouts of Li Mu's sword. The bald man lunged at him with a cleaver. Li Mu's gaze turned icy, his eyes fixated on the advancing figure. As he focused, the bald man's movements began to slow before Li Mu's eyes, each motion unfolding like a scene in slow motion. As the cleaver approached, Li Mu swiftly retracted his right foot and clenched his fist. He then subtly angled his body to evade the bald man's strike. Die! In the next instant, Li Mu unleashed a powerful blow, executing a technique known as Black Tiger Steel's Heart. Under the force of Li Mu's might, the bald man felt as if a colossal hammer had struck his chest. Subsequently, his nearly 200-pound frame flew backward like a severed kite, soaring at least 7 or 8 meters before crashing violently against the wall. Lu Chonghai and his companions rushed forward to check on him. "Baldy, are you all right?" If the bald man were conscious, he would surely curse. "Try it yourself and see if you're fine." Lu Chonghai knelt beside him, witnessing the bald man spitting blood, his chest severely concaved. The ribs protecting his heart had been shattered, causing his heart to cease beating instantaneously. Gazing at the bald man's sunken chest, all present were profoundly shaken, for the impact of that punch was staggering. How is this possible? A single punch could cave in one's chest. This is beyond human capability. What can we do? He is nothing short of a monster. While the others remained in shock, Lu Chonghai's mind was consumed by one singular thought. He must flee, regardless of where, but he needed to escape the gaze of that beast. However, it was too late. Li Mu had already appeared behind Lu Chonghai. Before Lu Chonghai could turn, the bronze sword was poised at his throat. "Now, do you recognize the disparity between us? It is not arrogance. I simply possess unwavering confidence in my abilities." If they fancied themselves impressive, Li Mu would outshine them, challenging them to see who could boast the most. Meanwhile, those around, seizing the opportunity, contemplated their escape. Li Mu swiftly swung his bronze sword, and soon, four heads lay at Lu Chonghai's feet. "You have overestimated yourselves and underestimated me," he said. Lu Chonghai immediately pleaded for mercy. "Grandfather, I was wrong. I should not have thought of harming you. Please, spare me. I am willing to offer my counsel. I am quite clever, and keeping me around would be beneficial for you. I beg you." Li Mu scoffed. "Your cleverness has led to your demise. How clever could you truly be?" With that, he swung the bronze sword once more, and Lu Chonghai's head fell to the ground. After resolving the trouble, Li Mu turned to Kai Yutong, who was trembling, not from the cold, but from fear. The 4 individuals who had just moments ago sought to kill him now lay lifeless. How could she not be terrified? Once she regained her composure, she spoke to Li Mu. "Li Mu, you are incredible. When did you become so formidable? Since you are so powerful now, surely you can protect me, your classmate?" Li Mu approached Kai Yutong, scrutinizing her before replying. "Let us first discuss why you are here." Kai Yutong began. "When the apocalypse broke out, I was with Zhang Ping at his house for a party, along with 8 others. 3 were bitten by zombies, leaving us with 5. After being trapped for several days, we decided to drive here in search of food. We thought we could grab some provisions and leave, but unexpectedly, that gang of bald men ambushed us, killing Zhang Ping and the others. If it weren't for the zombies arriving and forcing them to flee upstairs, I would have been killed as well. Li Mu, I am so scared." As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, and she clutched Li Mu's arm. "You must protect me. I have no one else. You are the only person I know. You are so powerful. You must keep me safe." However, Li Mu's next words plunged her into despair. "I can protect you, but why should I?" Kai Yutong shamelessly replied. "Because we are classmates, and we have shared a desk. Besides, having a beauty like me by your side should be an honor for you." Old habits resurfaced, and her sense of superiority flared up. Li Mu was baffled by how this woman, lacking common sense, had managed to survive until now. Chapter 33. Please don't abandon me. Li Mu pulled Kai Yutong's hands away. Such feigned helplessness had no effect on him. After all, every woman near him was a beauty, and he certainly did not need another like Kai Yutong. "I am deeply intrigued by how you have managed to survive until now. My friend, given the apocalyptic state of our world, why should I feel compelled to protect you merely due to our shared history as classmates? Are you not being a touch naive, still preoccupied with designer handbags and luxury goods in these dire times?" Kai Yutong is not truly foolish. She merely seeks to employ her usual coquettish charms to elicit protection from Li Mu, as it is the least costly approach requiring minimal personal sacrifice. "How can you think like this? What would it take for you to safeguard me? Perhaps I could offer you money." I would gladly surrender all of Zhang Ping's savings if you would be willing to protect me. Zhang Ping, Cai Yutong's affluent boyfriend, hails from a relatively wealthy family. But would Li Mu truly be swayed by a trivial sum? Do not speak of it. In this day and age, money holds no more value than scrap paper. You ought to keep it for your own needs, Cai Yutong replied with resignation. Then what do you desire? Do you wish for me to be your girlfriend? Li Mu smirked, extending his hand to grasp Cai Yutong's chin. Indeed, that is the condition. Yet Cai Yutong, lacking awareness, swatted his hand away. What are you thinking? How could I ever consider being your girlfriend? This was the first time Li Mu had encountered a woman so oblivious to her own fortune. But it did not deter him. He found himself drawn to her rebellious spirit. With a cold smile, he remarked, "It matters not. I am not one to impose my will upon others." Having said this, Li Mu turned and began to walk away. As she watched him retreat, Cai Yutong felt a surge of urgency. "Hey, Li Mu, where are you going? Don't leave me behind." Li Mu glanced back, his tone icy. "What business is it of yours where I go?" Cai Yutong shivered, startled by the harshness of his words. Suddenly recalling the ruthlessness he exhibited when he had taken a life, Li Mu continued, "You may remain here and await your demise. Once I depart, I shall unlock the supermarket doors and unleash the zombies upon you. For a woman so ungrateful, you shall meet one of two fates, either be devoured by the undead or starve to death, trapped within these walls. I trust you will find both outcomes to your liking. A woman devoid of sense and brimming with misplaced superiority is best left to her fate. Her existence serves little purpose. After all, with so many women surrounding Li Mu, he would scarcely miss a singular Cai Yutong." As he resolutely prepared to leave, fear began to grip Cai Yutong. She had assumed Li Mu would remain the same sunny, amiable boy she once knew, a good classmate and friend. Thus, she had planned to charm him into compliance. Regrettably, the times have changed, and Li Mu is no longer the person he once was. With quickened steps, Cai Yutong chased after him, pleading as she ran, "Li Mu, I beg you, do not abandon me. I agree to be your girlfriend." Li Mu paused his steps once more, addressing Cai Yutong. "Oh dear, even in this apocalypse, your princess syndrome remains uncurable. If it cannot be cured, perhaps you should consider your end, though that might be unnecessary. In this world of desolation, your parents would no longer indulge you." He continued, "You are not my girlfriend. I am surrounded by numerous women, and you have yet to earn that title. At present, you are merely one among many. I advise you to understand your position. Your sense of superiority holds no weight with me, and I have little patience for it. It would be wise for you to comprehend what your role entails. Do not mistake my current demeanor for leniency. Should you entertain any misguided thoughts, I assure you, I will not spare you. Do not presume I hesitate to eliminate a woman." Cai Yutong trembled, genuinely frightened by his harshness. To her surprise, Li Mu grasped her chin, and this time, she refrained from resisting, instead leaning closer to him. He unabashedly encircled her slender waist. "However," he added, "if you choose to become my woman, I can assure you protection and relief from your worries about sustenance. In essence, only by being with me can you hope for a better life. Do you understand?" Allowing him to hold her, Cai Yutong nodded slightly. "I understand." At that moment, she had resigned herself completely. Such women, despite their air of superiority, would wholeheartedly follow Li Mu once they grasped the reality of their situation, recognizing that only someone of his strength could safeguard them and provide a comfortable life. Hearing her acceptance, Li Mu playfully pinched her cheek, smiling as he said, "It is good that you understand. Now, obey me, and trust that you will not regret it. By then, it will be too late. Once you board my ship, there will be no chance of disembarking. All right, let us gather some food before heading home." Together with Cai Yutong, he ventured into the meat section of the supermarket, intent on packing up the available meat. The meat section, much like the vegetable area, boasted 4 large cabinets, one filled with pork and others brimming with beef, lamb, and chicken. The stock was plentiful and well-preserved, showing no signs of spoilage. With a mere wave of his hand, one cabinet was emptied. Cai Yutong gasped in astonishment. "Ah, what just happened? Do you possess some kind of superpower?" Li Mu smiled subtly. "Of course, otherwise, how could I be so formidable? I am no ordinary person now. This is my secret. Since you are aware, it would be wise to keep it to yourself. Otherwise, do not blame me for silencing you." Cai Yutong immediately covered her mouth, nodding vigorously. "Even if it costs me my life, I will not speak a word." After clearing out all the meat from the refrigerator, They had only filled a third of the over 100 square meters of storage space. Having ventured out, they needed to make the most of it. The two individuals returned once more to the grocery section, where an abundance of rice, flour, and a diverse assortment of cooking oils and seasonings awaited them. It was a comprehensive collection of items typically found in a household kitchen. Li Mu intended to pack all of these provisions, as such essentials were never excessive, and storing them in his storage space alleviated any concerns regarding expiration. In no time, 2 rows of shelves stood completely bare, leaving Li Mu's storage space reduced to merely 1/3 of its capacity. Next, Li Mu approached the water section, where a myriad of drinking water options filled his view. It was solely potable water, devoid of any beverages. There were large bottles as well as smaller ones, in plentiful quantities. Li Mu had resolved to forego tap water, fearing it might be contaminated by the zombie virus. Even if he were to avoid becoming a zombie, the likelihood of falling ill remained significantly high. Consequently, he proceeded to transport all the water away. Chapter 34. Classmates. As Kai Yutong gazed upon the supermarket's still bountiful array of food, a sense of reluctance enveloped her. Should they not take the remaining food? There were still so many instant noodles. It would be a pity to leave them behind. Li Mu had already taken the vegetables and meat, leaving primarily beverages and a few snacks of instant noodles. He deemed these items unnecessary, feeling it impractical to take more, especially since there was no room left to accommodate them. With a resigned shrug, he acknowledged the situation. There's no need to take the instant noodles. We have plenty at home, and there are still many self-heating pots. No one at home is consuming them now. Most importantly, I have already packed too much, he stated. If you think it's a pity, you could find a way to pack some snacks to nibble on during idle moments at home, Kai Yutong suggested promptly. Wait for me. I'll go find something to bring back some snacks, she replied. They had brought several woven bags when they drove over, intending to gather more food. And now these bags would indeed come in handy. At this moment, Li Mu glanced towards the car, contemplating how to bring Kai Yutong back. And now a solution seemed to present itself. Is that SUV still operational? It hasn't sustained any damage, has it? Kai Yutong immediately shook her head. No. That vehicle was modified by Zhang Ping. It's remarkably sturdy and possesses substantial horsepower, so it should be fine. Let us go take a look. Arriving beside the SUV, Li Mu assessed the exterior and indeed noted the modifications. The front windshield bore some bloodstains, but showed no significant damage. Li Mu took the driver's seat while Kai Yutong began searching for the woven bags they had previously brought, eager to gather some provisions to take back. Aware that Li Mu had acquaintances among other women, she thought it wise to bring back some snacks to foster camaraderie, considering they would be living together in the future and it was essential to cultivate good relationships. Taking the driver's seat, with the car key still in the ignition, Li Mu turned the key and the engine roared to life. Excellent. With a vehicle at his disposal, returning home would be considerably more convenient, sparing him from unnecessary hassle. Li Mu switched off the engine and followed Kai Yutong to the snack aisle. Kai Yutong, clutching 2 large woven bags, was meticulously selecting her favorite treats. Li Mu could no longer bear the sight. There was no need for such formality. In this post-apocalyptic world, payment was no longer a requirement, allowing one to take whatever they desired. It dawned on Kai Yutong, and without further hesitation, she grasped her woven bag with one hand and swept an array of snacks into it with the other, filling her bag in an instant. The bags were indeed spacious. A whole row of snacks filled 3 bags to the brim, each one overflowing. Struggling slightly, Kai Yutong carried one of the bags towards the off-road vehicle. What a thrill! This was her first experience of shopping in such a manner. Although there was no cost involved, the exhilaration of acquiring goods in this way was truly delightful. Li Mu smiled faintly. Patience. There were even more pleasurable experiences awaiting after their return. In this harsh reality, the ability to procure food was a mark of survival. Those unable to seize sustenance faced the grim fate of starvation. A brutal reality, a merciless rule. Upon reaching the off-road vehicle, Li Mu tossed the 2 bags into the back seat and did the same with the bag Kai Yutong was carrying. They both got into the vehicle, and Li Mu promptly started the engine, backing out directly onto the street, emerging from the supermarket. Despite not owning a car, it did not imply he lacked driving skills. In fact, racing was one of his hobbies, with his race cars typically stored at the track rather than in his home garage, as modified vehicles were not street legal. Thus, Li Mu was an adept driver. After exiting the supermarket, he executed a swift U-turn and headed towards the entrance of the underground parking lot of their community. Along the way, he dispatched numerous zombies, ultimately entering the parking lot without incident. Ignoring the parking barrier, he crashed through it and drove into the underground garage. Before long, Li Mu parked the car beneath his building, grabbed the 2 woven bags, and, accompanied by Kai Yutong, ascended in the elevator. Upon reaching his doorstep, he unlocked the security door and ushered Kai Yutong inside. Hearing the door open, 3 women emerged from the living room in unison. "Honey, you're back," they chorused. Li Mu set the bags down beside him, while a somewhat anxious Kai Yutong followed suit. Without further ado, the 3 women helped Li Mu remove his shoes and replace them with slippers. To be honest, Li Mu relished this post-apocalyptic lifestyle. It was only in such a world that he could be surrounded by so many beautiful women and enjoy such privileges. The 3 women then turned their attention to Kai Yutong behind Li Mu, who proceeded to make the introductions. "She is Kai Yutong, my university classmate, and also the belle of our class. Today, she joins you all." A hint of nervousness flickered across Kai Yutong's face as she nodded towards the 3 women. "Hello, sisters." The 3 women, unfazed, simply smiled and replied, "Hello, little sister. Come in and take a seat. Rest for a while." Upon entering the living room, Li Mu reclined on the sofa. The day's exertions had indeed left him somewhat fatigued, yet it mattered little, for with 3 beautiful women to provide massages, his weariness soon dissipated. Having spent the entire day outside, he had just returned home not long ago, and it was already evening. Zhang Yao and Yulan were busy in the kitchen preparing dinner, while Li Mu engaged in conversation with Kai Yutong on the sofa. "Have you heard any news about the others from our class?" Kai Yutong shook her head. "No, many went missing on the first day of the apocalypse. The few girls I was in contact with suddenly lost communication a couple of days ago. I fear they may have perished." In such perilous circumstances, danger lurked everywhere, and death had become a commonplace occurrence, so there was no need for surprise. Li Mu had merely asked out of curiosity. "Well, you can stay here safely. With me around, none of you will be in danger, and there is no need to worry about food issues. Now that you are here, refrain from harboring any ulterior motives. If you provoke my ire, I shall not be lenient." Kai Yutong promptly nodded and moved closer to Li Mu. "I understand. I will be obedient." Li Mu playfully pinched her cheek and smiled. "That is good. You must be quite hungry after several days. Make sure to eat well and rest properly over the next couple of days." Chapter 35. News arrived while Li Mu was engrossed in his phone. Kai Yutong began to survey his home. It was spacious and luxurious. This was her first encounter with such an opulent flat. Previously, while she was with Zhang Ping, he had a house off campus, yet it was merely an ordinary model, incomparable to this one. Zhang Ping was not a wealthy heir, but rather an average rich kid. His father was a contractor, and his mother owned a chain of beauty salons, not exactly a fortune. Thus, upon witnessing Li Mu's residence, Kai Yutong felt she had made the right choice. After all, this was a high-end apartment in a prestigious community, valued at least in the tens of millions. Today, she indulged in a taste of luxury, finally residing in a spacious flat. Just being in such a place filled her with joy, for prior to the apocalypse, she had never had the opportunity to live in such luxury. Compared to Zhang Ping's home, she felt as though she had previously dwelled in a pigsty. After dinner, Li Mu and his 4 women gathered in the living room to watch television. While the 4 women were engrossed in the show, Li Mu found himself feeling somewhat bored and considered retiring for the night. He rose and made his way to the bathroom. "I'm going to take a shower and then retire for the night. Who will join me this evening?" At that moment, Zhang Yao also stood up and took hold of Li Mu's arm. "You should shower first. Once you do, you will understand." Li Mu could only respond with a hint of resignation. "All right, I shall go shower now. You all should rest early." In the living room, only Kai Yutong and Su Ro remained. Kai Yutong approached Su Ro. "Sister, could you keep me company tonight? I still feel a bit frightened." Su Ro smiled in response. "Of course, there is no need to be afraid. This place is quite safe." However, Kai Yutong had yet to regain her composure. "Seeing so many zombies today, along with all those dead bodies, frightens me when I think back on it." Su Ro chuckled gently. "It's all right. You will grow accustomed to it in a few days." The next morning, Li Mu awoke early. During lunch, his phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from Wang Tai. After answering, he heard Wang Tai say, "Brother Li Mu, I have news regarding the matter you asked me to investigate. I have located Chen Yurong's residence." Li Mu was taken aback. He had not anticipated such swift results. "So soon? I didn't expect your efficiency to be this impressive." Wang Tai laughed. "Before the apocalypse, I worked as a private detective for a while, This is a trivial matter for me. If you have similar requests in the future, feel free to reach out. Li Mu was surprised to learn that the unassuming Wang Tai was a private investigator. Quite remarkable indeed. Well, it's good that you found it, I assure you. I will not forget our agreement. Wang Tai replied somewhat sheepishly, no worries. I collected some food from the homes of those you dealt with. Thanks for the reminder. I now have quite a bit of food. This is merely a small task. Brother Li Mu, there is no need for formality. Consider it complimentary this time. Li Mu replied, no need. I am not lacking in instant noodles. Come to the 9th floor to collect them. In these times, one can never have too much food. Wang Tai was exceedingly courteous. Thank you, Brother Li Mu. There is one more thing. I am unsure if you have seen the messages in the group, but there is a call to form a food search team in our building. The primary goal is to resist the group of construction workers from the neighboring building. I am curious about your thoughts on this. Li Mu was unaware of this development, having risen too late that morning to check his phone. I was not aware of this. How about this? You come to the 9th floor, and we can discuss it in person. Wang Tai readily accepted the invitation. All right. I will head to the 9th floor for a discussion. After hanging up, Li Mu glanced at the leftover food on the table. With the availability of vegetables, the living standards of Li Mu and her companions have certainly improved. During lunch today, Zhang Yao prepared 3 dishes along with the soup. However, the women's appetites are modest, as they are no longer suffering from hunger. Their meals now follow the pattern of 3 a day, just as before. With the burden of food scarcity lifted, they have begun to monitor their diets and maintain their figures, as competition among the 4 women still exists. Each one is intentionally striving to uphold their physique, fearing that excess indulgence may lead to a loss of Li Mu's affection. After all, women tend to prefer alluring, curvaceous beauties, and they are apprehensive that overeating might jeopardize their desirability. Competition is an inevitable aspect of life. Noticing the leftover dishes on the table, Li Mu contemplated and said, let us pack up these leftovers in 2 boxes of rice. I intend to give them to someone. Naturally, the recipients would be the couple, Wang Tai and his wife. Wang Tai still holds some utility for Li Mu, as he can serve as her eyes and ears, handling tasks she prefers to avoid. To Li Mu, these leftovers are inconsequential, but for Wang Tai and his wife, they represent a fortuitous windfall, an unexpected blessing in their time of need. Although Wang Tai is not starving, he certainly lacks access to hot meals, and he can only aspire to maintain a state of not going hungry. Soon, the food was packed, and Zhang Yao thoughtfully retrieved 2 packets of instant noodles from the pantry to add to the plastic bags. Among the women, Zhang Yao not only understands Li Mu best, but is also the most attentive. She manages many of Li Mu's tasks seamlessly, alleviating Li Mu's concerns significantly. Zhang Yao now resembles the chief steward in Li Mu's life. As a woman who has ascended to a high-ranking executive position undoubtedly possesses a wealth of capability. Chapter 36. The Survivor Squad. Li Mu ventured to the 9th floor, and just as Zhang Yao was preparing to clear the table, Kai Yutong and Su Ro hurriedly stopped her. Sister, leave this to us. You should sit and rest. Zhang Yao graciously accepted their offer and joined Yulan at the table. Observing the two in the kitchen, Zhang Yao remarked to Yulan, I didn't expect them to be so obedient. Obedience is a virtue. Yulan smiled slightly, acknowledging their newfound sense of urgency. They could never rival you, the elite woman of the household. The alliance between Yulan and Zhang Yao had long been solidified. Within this domestic sphere, Yulan is the leader, while Zhang Yao occupies the second position. Zhang Yao understands clearly that a man's feelings towards the first will always differ. Hence, she refrains from vying with Yulan for dominance. She has defined her role as the chief steward, ensuring her indispensable presence in Li Mu's life. This task is well within her capabilities, presenting no significant challenge. After Kai Yutong and Su Ro placed the dishes into the dishwasher, they emerged with cheerful smiles. Settling beside Zhang Yao, beaming, encouraged them to speak freely, reminding them that they were all women living under the same roof. As long as they refrained from engaging in petty schemes, she assured them that they could rely on her, given her few extra years of experience. Promising to assist with any matters she could resolve, Zhang Yao made her stance clear, subtly warning the 2 younger women, particularly Kai Yutong, whose previous sense of superiority evaporated in Zhang Yao's presence, as their qualities were simply not on the same level. As for Yulan, she exuded an air of cultivated elegance that even Zhang Yao found hard to rival. Consequently, Kai Yutong was now quite docile. Kai Yutong addressed Zhang Yao, inquiring if she could teach them yoga. Indeed, after a recent period of limited food. She had refrained from physical activity and was now troubled by the prospect of her figure deteriorating. Zhang Yao smiled gently in response, acknowledging their intentions were commendable. A good physique was indeed a desirable trait, especially since men tended to favor women who took care of themselves. She instructed both of them to rise. First appraising Su Ro. You, Su Ro, possess natural advantages and are well suited for yoga, which will help maintain your physique. I shall teach you shortly, and we can practice together in the future. Then, she assessed Kai Yutong. Yutong, yoga is not suitable for you at this moment. You are already quite slender, and further practice might diminish your appeal, akin to a mere skeletal figure. Do you understand? Kai Yutong nodded, asking what she should do instead. Zhang Yao snapped her fingers, suggesting, focus on enhancing your curves. For now, do not overly restrict your diet. Indulge a little more. Nourish your body first, consuming papaya and drinking milk daily. Rest assured, I will ensure you have what you need. Take it slow. With my guidance, I will help you maintain your figure. Elated, Su Ro and Kai Yutong embraced Zhang Yao, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, Sister Zhang Yao. You are truly wonderful. When Li Mu arrived on the 9th floor, he found Wang Tai waiting alone in the hallway. Upon seeing Li Mu, Wang Tai approached with a smile, greeting him. Brother Li Mu. Li Mu returned a slight smile and led Wang Tai to his former home, where they settled onto the sofa. Li Mu gestured towards the takeout containers on the coffee table, stating, this is some leftover food. Take it home to enjoy with your wife, along with your 2 bags of instant noodles as a reward, those sealed in packaging. The enticing aroma of the food wafted through, and Wang Tai, having gone so long without a satisfying meal, found himself salivating at the scent. He swallowed hard, expressing his gratitude. Thank you so much, Brother Li Mu. I truly appreciate it. Subsequently, Wang Tai extracted a slender steel tube from his pocket. Upon opening it, he produced a cigar and presented it to Li Mu with both hands. Noticing that Li Mu did not indulge in cigarettes, he suggested that he might try this exquisite cigar, a personal treasure of his that cost 1,000 yuan, deemed worthy of Li Mu's stature. This time, Li Mu did not decline. He picked up the cigar and examined it. At that moment, Wang Tai retrieved a lighter from his pocket and ignited the cigar for Li Mu. Although Li Mu had smoked cigars before, none had been of such opulence. Wang Tai then took one for himself and lit it as well. I am not fond of alcohol, but my inability to quit smoking remains a flaw. After all, we are in a post-apocalyptic world, uncertain of how many days we have left, so I might as well enjoy it while I can, he quipped. Li Mu shifted the topic, inquiring about Chun Yulong's whereabouts. Wang Tai immediately responded, she resides on the 16th floor, unit 1603. I inquired with her neighbor, offering him a sausage as a token of gratitude. He confirmed that Chun Yulong is indeed at home and has not stepped outside since the onset of the apocalypse. Li Mu nodded, satisfied with the information, indicating that there was no rush regarding the matter. What about the team searching for supplies? Who initiated that? He asked. Wang Tai replied, it was a fellow named Su Wei who first proposed it. Su Wei was previously the company's director and possesses considerable charisma. He sent a message in the group, urging the men in our building to unite in the search for food. He assured us that all gathered provisions would be distributed fairly. Most notably, he disclosed that there are a group of construction workers in the adjacent building, at least 30 of them, who are exceedingly ruthless. They have already plundered the neighboring building. And Su Wei warned that if the men in our building do not band together against these construction workers, we will inevitably meet a grim fate. The revelation instilled fear among many in the group, prompting a surge of volunteers eager to join the search party, as no one wished to be deprived of their sustenance. I just checked, and at least 15 individuals are willing to join this team, Wang Tai continued. I wish to know Li Mu's stance on this matter. If you, Li Mu, choose to participate, then I will join as well. Otherwise, I shall refrain. Given my physique, joining would likely be tantamount to courting death. However, if you are inclined to partake, I can arrange for you to lead the team, as you certainly possess the capability. To Wang Tai's surprise, Li Mu waved his hand dismissively. I have no interest in joining such a feudal team. Even if I were to participate, it would serve no purpose for me and would only add to my burdens. Therefore, I will not join. Chapter 37. Joining the fray, Li Mu continued. Moreover, this is not a matter that can be resolved merely by forming a small team. The construction workers from the neighboring building are all robust individuals who toil for a living. In contrast, our building is populated predominantly by affluent businessmen and owners. And among them, only a handful possess the ability to fight. Therefore, even if we were to unite, it is highly unlikely we would stand a chance against those laborers. After all, pitting a group of pampered executives against a cadre of laborers is tantamount to courting death. Wang Tai, displaying remarkable decisiveness, promptly stated, "Very well. I shall refrain from participating. My slight physique is ill-suited for such perilous endeavors. However, if we do not address the issue posed by those laborers, our own safety remains in jeopardy." Having concluded the discussion, Li Mu rose to his feet. "Rest assured, I shall take action when the time comes." Seeing Li Mu exude such confidence, Wang Tai felt somewhat reassured, believing he had not misjudged his ally. After Li Mu departed, Wang Tai cradled the steaming food in his hands. Good heavens, this is a hot meal. How fortunate is Li Mu to enjoy such bountiful offerings. Were it not for his generous heart in sharing this leftover feast, I might have spent the remainder of my days deprived of warm dishes. Following this, Wang Tai wrapped the hot meal carefully in his clothing, fearful that the precious food might be snatched away. He hurried home, and upon seeing Wang Tai's furtive demeanor, his wife was about to speak when her nose instinctively caught the aroma of stir-fried dishes. Am I imagining things? In these times, how could anyone still be enjoying a hot meal? Wang Tai secured the anti-theft door and approached his wife, saying, "It is indeed possible. There are still those who can enjoy hot meals, and today, we shall partake in one as well." He then revealed the food container, and the enticing scent wafted forth. His wife quickly covered her mouth and whispered, "Is it truly a hot meal? Where did this come from?" Wang Tai urged, "No time for chatter. Quickly fetch chopsticks and bowls. We shall savor 1/3 of this feast today, saving the rest for later. Such delicacies must be savored." Soon, the couple began to relish the leftovers, taking their time to savor each bite, cautious not to devour hastily, lest they miss the exquisite flavors. By the way, where exactly did this meal originate? Wang Tai chuckled. "It was gifted by Li Mu just moments ago. He not only provided me with 2 packets of instant noodles, but also this delectable food. Li Mu is truly our savior." His wife nodded in agreement. Indeed, Li Mu possesses a kind heart. Had it not been for him, we might have perished long ago. His generosity in providing us with sustenance must not go unappreciated. Wang Tai concurred, "Certainly. Li Mu is a remarkable individual, and he has a vested interest in my support. I absolutely cannot let him down. If I manage to navigate this situation successfully, who knows, I might just secure a closer alliance with him." Upon returning home, Li Mu reclined on the sofa, engrossed in the messages from the residence group. After perusing the content, he found it scarcely differed from what Wang Tai had conveyed. Li Mu held no interest in joining a group of survivors, forming a team, or establishing a survivor base. His sole desire was to lead a tranquil life, cherishing moments with his wives. After all, if he could not ensure his own comfort, he would hardly possess the energy to assemble any small factions. As for joining a team, it seemed entirely unnecessary to Li Mu, who was equipped with absolute strength, rendering any need for collaboration in securing sustenance moot. In the afternoon, while watching television at home, Li Mu's phone rang once more. It was another call from Wang Tai. "Brother Li Mu, have you seen the message from Su Wei? He is currently gathering all the men from our building in the lobby on the 1st floor. He is sending out messages for everyone to come down. Should we join them?" Li Mu pondered briefly and replied, "Let us go and join the commotion." Soon, the two arrived at the lobby. It was remarkable. Despite having slain a few men from the building, Li Mu was surprised to see a substantial number of men gathered. He estimated at least 40 to 50 individuals were present in the lobby. 2 men carried a table from the security room, and a robust middle-aged man stood atop it. Wang Tai whispered, "That is Su Wei. The young man beside him is his eldest son." At that moment, Su Wei began to speak. "Since you are all here, allow me to say a few words. I am Su Wei. First, I will update you on the situation in the neighboring building. That group of construction workers consists of at least 30 individuals, who have now become desperate renegades. They have already plundered the adjacent building. Moreover, I have received word that their next target is our building. Most alarmingly, they have slaughtered the men from the neighboring building, and the women have mostly been captured, many of whom have suffered and perished. My purpose in forming a team is to confront this threat. Furthermore, you should all understand the principle that strength lies in numbers. By establishing a team and uniting, we can protect our building, safeguard our provisions, and defend our lives. Once we have dealt with the threat from the neighboring building, we can continue to band together to search for food. Therefore, only through unity can we hope to survive." His authoritative presence was unmistakable, a testament to his role as a company leader. Following Su Wei's address, a murmur of discussion rippled through the crowd, indicating their agreement with his rationale. Indeed, in the face of such apocalyptic circumstances, unity would significantly enhance their chances of survival. However, this varies from person to person. If an individual possesses sufficient strength, they can thrive independently, much like Li Mu does now. Su Wei spoke again. Of course, I will not force you. If you wish to join, come to me to register. I assure you that once we gather food, there will be a share for each of you, and it will be entirely fair. Conversely, those unwilling to join may leave. I will not compel you, but there are certain matters I must clarify. Once we procure food, should anyone dare to interfere, do not blame us for being ungracious, for this is something we have risked our lives to obtain. Moreover, after we deal with the ruthless individuals in the neighboring building, it will be your turn. Chapter 38. The night vision. Su Wei's final remark was evidently a threat, implying that those who refused to join the team would meet their demise. Li Mu remained unfazed, and while others eagerly rushed to register, he departed with Wang Tai. Wang Tai, however, expressed concern as they ascended the stairs. Brother Li Mu, Su Wei clearly intends to retaliate against those of us who do not participate in the team. What shall we do? Li Mu replied, we must find a way to conceal ourselves and avoid detection. If you cannot remain hidden, call me. I do not wish to engage in conflict with these people just yet, as we still rely on them to counter the group in the neighboring building. There is no rush. Let us observe for now. That night, Su Wei sent another message in the group. Currently, there are 43 individuals registered. Our team is becoming formidable. If anyone else wishes to join, seek me out. I will grant you the opportunity. Consider it carefully. At Su Wei's home, his son handed him a list. Dad, here is the list of registrants. I investigated and found that only 4 men in our building have not signed up. Su Wei looked at the list and laughed joyfully. Ha ha ha, splendid. Over 40 people, we now possess the means to contend with the neighboring building, and we are one step closer to establishing a survivor base. Once we create this base, we shall be its masters, with endless food and countless women at our disposal. However, we must first find a way to deal with the individuals in the adjacent building. By the way, who are the 4 that did not register? His son, Su Jiang, replied. One is named Li Mu, a university student in his 20s who is yet to graduate. Another is Wang Tai, an unemployed drifter. The other 2 are elderly men in their 80s, unable to walk down. Su Wei snorted in response. Humph, merely a university student. Whether he joins or not makes no difference, but refusing to join the team is a slight against me. I must set an example. Su Jiang asked, Dad, do you mean we should eliminate this Li Mu first? Su Wei shook his head. No, to my knowledge, this young man is quite formidable. Previously, the local gang sought trouble with him, led by none other than Wang Biao, a notorious figure along with his ruthless associates. At that time, Wang Biao had his eye on a woman close to Li Mu, intending to abduct her. However, after that incident, Wang Biao mysteriously vanished. It is rumored that Li Mu sought assistance to dispose of the bodies. I suspect that Wang Biao and his men met their demise at Li Mu's hands, which undeniably marks him as an extraordinary individual. Our team has just been formed, and encountering a formidable opponent like Shirtu on our first outing would adversely affect morale. Therefore, to play it safe, we should target Wang Tai first. Let us ascertain Wang Tai's whereabouts in the next couple of days, and devise a plan to eliminate him, ideally ensuring that everyone in the building is aware of his demise. Su Jiang nodded promptly. Understood. I will gather my team to take action. Meanwhile, Li Mu was at home indulging in a massage. After a while, he remarked, All right, it's time to rest. I have matters to attend to tonight, so I should retire early. The women rose in unison, and Li Mu turned his gaze towards Kai Yutong. Let us, 2 old classmates, deepen our bond tonight. Kai Yutong, understanding the implication, responded eagerly. Very well, I shall take a shower. Checking the time, Li Mu stood up, exited the room, and made his way to the living room to brew a cup of tea. Ever since his physical constitution had strengthened, Li Mu felt an inexhaustible reservoir of energy. He could go 3 days and nights without sleep and not feel fatigued. This evening, he intended to pay a visit to Chun Yurong, as he now possessed her address. Failing to do so would be quite discourteous. After sipping his tea, Li Mu summoned the system to claim his reward. System claimed the reward. Following a night spent with Kai Yutong, the rewards would surely be plentiful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a special ability, Night Vision. Night Vision. As the name implies, the host can see clearly at night, significantly enhancing both visual and auditory acuity, thereby heightening sensory perception. Another special ability, which seemed quite beneficial, especially considering the increased likelihood of ambushes during the night. This skill would make a significant difference. Congratulations, host, your storage capacity has doubled. With an expanded storage capacity, Li Mu proceeded to open his attribute panel. Host, Li Mu Strength, 9 Constitution, 9 Speed, 10 free attribute points, 2 items, Crimson Jade Yin-Yang Technique, Bronze Sword, Assassin's Attire Skills, Danger Perception, Night Vision. All attributes had increased by 2 points, in addition to the 2 free attribute points gained from practicing with Yulan and Zhang Yao the previous night. Li Mu did not hesitate and invested in strength and physique, resulting in all of his attributes reaching a remarkable 10 points. Host, Li Mu, Strength, 10, Physique, 10, Speed, 10, Items, Crimson Jade Yin-Yang Technique, Bronze Sword, Assassin's Garb, Skills, Danger Perception, Night Vision. Li Mu recalled that the system had previously mentioned that upon achieving 10 points in all attributes, his power would ascend to the 3rd tier. Currently, most zombies and humans were only just on the verge of breaking through to the 2nd tier, making his strength extraordinarily formidable. After receiving the system's rewards, Li Mu focused his thoughts and donned the assassin's garb before venturing out alone. Upon exiting, he arrived at the stairwell and discovered that his night vision indeed proved useful. The previously pitch-black stairwell appeared as bright as day to him. Just as he prepared to ascend the stairs, he heard voices descending along with footsteps. Instantly, Li Mu concealed himself, straining to listen to their conversation. Although their voices were low, his enhanced hearing and sight in the night allowed him to comprehend their words clearly. Have we found where Wang Tai lives? If we have, we should act in the latter half of the night to prevent him from escaping. We've located him. Many recognize Wang Tai, so it was easy to inquire about his residence. Excellent. Let's call the brothers, have them prepare their gear, and gather at Wang Tai's doorstep. Tonight, we will deal with Wang Tai and seize the food from his home. Chapter 39. I still prefer Mrs. Chen's unyielding nature. Once the voices faded as they descended the stairs, Li Mu re-emerged. He hadn't expected Su Wei to act so swiftly. His decisiveness was indeed remarkable. Li Mu hoped that Wang Tai had heeded his advice and hidden away. If he were to perish, it would be an unfortunate loss. However, Li Mu did not overly concern himself with Wang Tai's fate. If he could not survive this trivial situation, then staying close to Li Mu would inevitably lead to his demise. Thus, Wang Tai's survival depended on his own capabilities. Guided by the information provided by Wang Tai, Li Mu swiftly arrived at the 16th floor and located the door marked 1603. He produced a black card and gently unlocked the security door. Upon entering the room, Li Mu was immediately struck by the cleanliness and tidiness that prevailed. In a post-apocalyptic world, maintaining such pristine conditions indicated that the occupant possessed an obsessive cleanliness. Li Mu's physical prowess allowed him to maneuver silently, making no sound as he moved. After surveying Chen Yurong's home, he quickly spotted her sleeping peacefully in the room. At that moment, Chen Yurong remained blissfully unaware of the presence of a man who had stealthily entered her home and was now observing her. Li Mu offered a faint smile and turned to enter Chen Yurong's kitchen, beginning her search for provisions within the household. Upon gently opening the refrigerator, Li Mu discovered an ample supply of food, including an assortment of vegetables, fruits, and various grains and oils. It was evident that, with a modicum of restraint, one could sustain themselves for half a month without issue. No wonder this woman exuded such confidence. It was clear she had plenty of food at her disposal. With a swift motion, Li Mu gathered all the food from the refrigerator into her possession, then conducted a thorough search of the kitchen, ensuring there was no food remaining before exiting. Li Mu's intent was simple. She wished for this caustic woman to experience the terrifying realities of a world devoid of sustenance, to truly comprehend the pangs of hunger. Moreover, she was curious to see if, faced with starvation, this woman would still maintain her obstinacy or perhaps beg for mercy when on the brink of desperation. Subsequently, Li Mu stealthily entered Chen Yurong's bedroom, quietly observing her as she remained blissfully unaware of Li Mu's presence. Afterward, Li Mu made her way to the living room, extending her hand to reveal a small, inconspicuous camera, a device she had casually taken while at the supermarket. It was wireless and boasted an impressive battery life, allowing her to monitor the situation via her phone at any time. Approaching a bookshelf, Li Mu concealed the camera atop the highest shelf. checking her phone to confirm the camera's view before settling onto the sofa. The purpose of the camera was to keep an eye on Chun Yurong, concerned that she might starve without food. Disrupting someone's peaceful slumber would be impolite, so Li Mu resolved to wait. Not long after, Li Mu perceived movement from the bedroom, and the dawn began to break. Chun Yurong, still bleary-eyed, rose from her bed, intending to use the restroom before returning to sleep. Slipping on her slippers, she exited the bedroom and opened the door to the living room, only to be met with a sudden, piercing scream. "Ah, who are you? Why are you in my home? Get out." Awakening to find a man seated in her living room, polishing a long sword, was a terrifying revelation. Before Li Mu could respond, Chun Yurong dashed into the kitchen, emerging moments later wielding a kitchen knife, her demeanor wary. "Speak. Who are you? Get out of my house." Li Mu nonchalantly cleared her ears and replied, "Mrs. Chun, there's no need to be alarmed. Just a couple of days ago, you were denouncing me as a fraud in the community group. How could you forget me so quickly?" Chun Yurong furrowed her brow, contemplating before exclaiming, "You are that Li Mu. What do you want in my home? Leave immediately, or I shall call the authorities." Li Mu simply smiled. "Haha, Mrs. Chun. It is imperative for you to comprehend the present circumstances. We are now in an apocalyptic world, and who would truly care for your existence? Clearly, calling the authorities is futile." At this moment, Chun Yurong also regained her senses. Startled a moment ago, she had indeed forgotten the reality of our desolate times. Suddenly, Li Mu rose and ambled toward her. Panic surged through Chun Yurong as she hastily retreated, her hands gripping the kitchen knife tightly. Yet, after only a few steps back, her body collided with the wall, leaving her with no escape. "What do you intend to do? Stay back. If you dare come closer, I will kill you." Li Mu approached her, and in a frenzy, Chun Yurong shut her eyes and flailed the knife in her hands. Unfortunately, before she could swing it more than a couple of times, Li Mu had seized the knife effortlessly. He cast it aside. "Mrs. Chun, you were quite vocal in the group chat a few days ago, so I thought it only courteous to pay you a visit. Otherwise, it would seem rather impolite." Leaning against the wall, Chun Yurong's legs trembled uncontrollably. What do you want?" Li Mu slowly extended his hand, causing Chun Yurong to shudder in fear as she gazed at him in terror. He then grasped her chin, but she instinctively turned away, evading his touch. Li Mu, unfazed, merely smiled. "Excellent. I rather enjoy your defiant spirit, Mrs. Chun. I do hope you can maintain this rebelliousness even when hunger gnaws at you, rather than kneeling before me begging for sustenance." Upon hearing this, Chun Yurong swiftly turned to face Li Mu, her eyes fixed on him with intensity. "What do you mean by that? What have you done?" Panic set in. It was evident she was beginning to unravel. In this apocalyptic reality, everyone had grown acutely aware of the significance of food, and Chun Yurong was no exception. Her earlier derision directed at those lacking provisions stemmed from her own surplus. However, Li Mu believed that soon she would be unable to utter such words. Chapter 40. The inflated Su Jiang observing the look of alarm in Chun Yurong's eyes. Li Mu smiled subtly. "It's nothing. I merely took all the food from your kitchen. If you do not believe me, feel free to verify." Chun Yurong dashed into the kitchen, opening the refrigerator only to find it utterly barren, devoid of any sustenance. A glance at her pantry revealed the same grim reality. Her entire stock of food had vanished. Overwhelmed by this revelation, Chun Yurong crumpled to the floor. Why? Why would you do this to me? Return my food." Li Mu chuckled. "There is no need for reasons. I am the strong, and you are the weak. In a world such as this, does a strong person require justification to act against the weak? Absolutely not." He stepped into the kitchen, observing the alluring figure of Chun Yurong. "Madame Chun is exquisite. If she were to consent to be my partner, I would gladly return the food to you, and even provide you with an endless supply." As soon as the words left his lips, Chun Yurong bellowed, "Never. I would rather perish than become the woman of a monster like you. You should abandon such thoughts." Li Mu responded with a smile. "Ah, splendid. I admire Madame Chin's defiant spirit and hope she maintains this tenacity." With that, Li Mu departed, taking with him Chun Yurong's hopes for survival. Seated on the kitchen floor, Chun Yurong seethed with rage, exclaiming, "Li Mu, you beast. You are devoid of humanity." When Li Mu finally returned home, dawn was breaking, and he nestled back into bed, embracing Kai Yutong to resume his slumber. At noon, while enjoying a meal, Li Mu received a call from Wang Tai. "Brother Li Mu, are you alright? Has Su Wei's crew troubled you?" Upon seeing Wang Tai's name flash on his phone, Li Mu surmised that the old rascal had narrowly escaped a calamity and seemed to possess some skill. No, what about your situation? Wang Tai replied with relief. Thanks to your warning yesterday afternoon, I took my wife and fled. Otherwise, I would have met my end last night. Although we have evaded disaster for now. What shall we do next? Li Mu suggested, let us take it one step at a time. For now, stay hidden and avoid unnecessary risks. Su Wei and his men are actively searching for you, and exposing yourself could be fatal. After hanging up, Zhang Yao, sitting beside Li Mu, expressed her concerns. Su Wei's intentions are clearly hostile toward us. At this rate, he will inevitably find us. What should we do? Li Mu calmly reassured her. There is no need for excessive worry. As long as I am here, Su Wei and his men will not escape unscathed. Moreover, I suspect he is currently preoccupied with developments in the adjacent building. I anticipate trouble will soon come knocking at their door. Fear not. Even if those from the neighboring building come here, my strength is sufficient to vanquish them. For now, let us indulge in our meals and drinks and savor life. In the evening, Su Jiang was reveling with a group of young people in a room. Ever since the formation of their squad yesterday, the young crowd had been gravitating around Su Jiang, especially since his father was the squad's captain, overseeing dozens of individuals. These young people were roughly the same age as Su Jiang, all in their late 20s. The dwelling they occupied was not one of their own. At that moment, a figure emerged from the bedroom, adjusting his pants, while a lifeless body lay within. Brother Jiang, how did this woman die so quickly? I thought we could enjoy her company a while longer, but it seems she has met her end. The deceased woman was the owner of the residence. But earlier in the afternoon, Su Jiang and his crew had forcibly invaded, resulting in the current tragic scene. Su Jiang took a sip of ice-cold beer. It was no surprise, after days without food, enduring the relentless antics of his brothers. It was a miracle he hadn't perished. Come, let us drink. There were 6 of them, each with but a single can of beer, so they were rather reluctant to indulge. Su Jiang was relishing his current life. Not only enjoying beer, but also sharing laughter with his brothers. He was generous indeed. Indeed, we shall follow Su Jiang from now on. Wherever he points, we shall strike. Su Jiang reveled in this feeling, reclining on the sofa with his legs crossed. I trust you understand. But I must be clear. When the time comes to confront the folks from the adjacent building, anyone who hesitates or shirks their duty shall not escape my wrath. My father said, once we vanquish those from next door, the women in this building will be ours. You can choose freely. Each can take one, no problem at all. You'll have your fill. The others immediately became excited. Previously, such thoughts were unthinkable, but now it was entirely different. Rest assured, Su Jiang, we will certainly give those from next door a good beating. We'll take down as many as they send. They 1T return. Absolutely, at that moment. None of the brothers could afford to falter. The conversation shifted when someone spoke up. Su Jiang, can't you arrange some more fun for us tonight? We didn't fully enjoy ourselves earlier. Yes, we barely felt anything. Su Jiang, you seem a bit uncomfortable too. You're resourceful. Can't you think of something for us? Hearing this, Su Jiang indeed felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. After so many days, it was their first time reveling like this. And naturally, there was some tension. Moreover, with a bottle of alcohol consumed, desires were swelling. Su Jiang smiled faintly. Though that may be the case. Finding another 1T be easy. If my father discovers this, it could spell trouble. Let me think. Moments later, Su Jiang slapped his thigh. I've got it. Do you all remember there is an executive in our building? That Zhang Yao, the one often seen in black stockings, exuding confidence as she walks? Immediately, someone responded. I recall her. She is stunning, like a celestial being. Just thinking about her makes me weak. I know her too. They say she earns $1 million a year. If we could have some fun with her, our lives would have meaning. So, Su Jiang, do you have a way to get to Zhang Yao? Su Jiang revealed a rather lecherous grin. Last night, my father mentioned that Zhang Yao is currently at a college student's place. This information is absolutely reliable. That student didn't join the team yesterday. My father was contemplating using their exclusion as an example. Since Wang Tai was untraceable, we can make an example of this college student instead. I assure you, if we handle this well, my father will reward us handsomely. Chapter 41. A change of captain. After finishing his words, Su Jiang hesitated slightly. This matter was not so easily resolved, particularly because this Li Mu posed a bit of a challenge. My father mentioned that this fellow is quite a formidable character. A brash young man with dyed hair declared. What kind of formidable character can a college student be? Today's university students are nothing but weaklings, each one more fragile than the last. He continued. Let us not even mention others. Just at the neighboring Magic City University, I've encountered numerous students, and even a mere slap to their faces leaves them speechless. Brother Jiang, I have some recollection of this Li Mu. He is merely tall, but as thin as a monkey, definitely lacking any fighting prowess. With our group of strong men, can't we take down a mere college student? Exactly. If you, Brother Jiang, were to present Li Mu's head to your father, wouldn't he that earn you some respect? You could speak to your father with a newfound confidence. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang seemed to glimpse the dawn of victory, vividly imagining the astonished expression on his father's face upon presenting Li Mu's head. He took a hearty swig of alcohol and, emboldened by the drink, slammed his hand on the table. All right, let us do it. If we succeed, I assure you, there will be rewards aplenty for all of you. How shall we proceed? Do you have any plans? After a moment of contemplation, a bespectacled man, who clearly exuded a nefarious aura, proposed, let us employ the simplest approach. First, gauge Li Mu's stance. Brother Jiang, just call him directly and threaten him to deliver Zhang Yao to us. If he complies, we'll deal with him here. If he refuses, we'll find a way to track him down and eliminate him. Zhang Yao will still be ours. I believe that with your current standing, Brother Jiang, this college student will undoubtedly hesitate to refuse you. After all, he knows he has stirred up trouble with our group and will likely seek to appease your father's wrath. Su Jiang laughed heartily in response. All right, let us proceed as planned. Now, let us find Li Mu's phone number. I'll make the call. At that moment, Li Mu was lounging on the sofa, engrossed in a television show, surrounded by Zhang Yao and others who had formed a protective circle around him. Just as the film reached a thrilling climax, Li Mu's phone rang. Seeing an unfamiliar number, he hesitated before answering. Is this Li Mu? I'm Su Jiang, came the voice from the other end. Annoyed at the interruption, Li Mu responded curtly, I don't care what your name is. If you have something to say, say it. If not, get lost. Su Jiang, infuriated by Li Mu's dismissive tone, shouted, You've got some nerve. Do you even know who my father is? Li Mu stood his ground, retorting, Didn't your mother tell you? It's certainly not my father. If there is nothing pressing, you're free to leave. On the other end of the line, Su Jiang was so enraged that his face turned red and his neck thickened, wishing fervently to traverse the telephone signal to confront Li Mu. At that moment, the bespectacled man interjected, Brother Jiang, do not let him lead you astray. Simply reveal your identity and then threaten him. Su Jiang, suppressing his anger, spoke again. I am Su Jiang. My father is Su Wei, a name you should be familiar with. Upon hearing Su Wei's name, Li Mu became intrigued and encouraged him to continue. Su Jiang proceeded, Let me be straightforward. I know Zhang Yao is with you. I command you to deliver her to me immediately, or I shall bring my men to your doorstep. Don't think you can hide. If you refuse to comply, I will search for you house by house. Trust me, I possess the capability. My father has dozens of men under his command, and locating you will be effortless. Li Mu pondered for a moment before responding in a deep tone. Very well. Where are you? I will send her over right away. However, Li Mu did not specify what he was sending, and it was needless to surmise that it was also the bronze sword. Su Jiang burst into laughter on the other end of the line. Ha, it seems you are wise. I am on the 18th floor. Call me when you arrive. With that, he hung up, and Li Mu tossed his phone aside. At this moment, Zhang Yao wore a look of helplessness. She had never anticipated that trouble would come knocking while she was at home. She sighed, realizing this was merely causing trouble for Li Mu. Have I brought you more trouble? She asked. There was no denying that Zhang Yao's beauty drew attention, and her allure as a sophisticated woman made her the object of many desires. It was only natural that incidents like this would occur, as many in the neighborhood had taken notice of her. Li Mu stood up, wrapped his arms around Zhang Yao's waist, and placed a gentle kiss on her crimson lips. It's all right. While enjoying the company of a beautiful woman, one must also endure the troubles that accompany such beauty. They are merely minor inconveniences for me, he replied. You all continue watching television. I shall return shortly. Zhang Yao understood that given Li Mu's temperament, Su Jiang would undoubtedly meet his demise that evening. And Su Wei would not let Li Mu off lightly either. She embraced Li Mu, whispering, Please be careful and don't take unnecessary risks. If it comes to worst, we can always relocate. If we cannot confront them, we can certainly evade them. Li Mu smiled slightly. It seems that unless I demonstrate a modicum of strength, these individuals genuinely believe they can intimidate me. Since Su Wei and his son lack sense, I shall appoint someone else as the captain. Li Mu made his way to the 18th floor, one hand gripping the bronze sword and the other dialing Su Jiang's number. I have arrived. Come out to greet me. Hearing voices from within a room, he proceeded towards it. Su Jiang, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "You arrived so quickly. Just wait. I shall send someone out to meet you." After hanging up, Su Jiang settled back onto the sofa and declared, "Open the door. Our beautiful guest has arrived." The beauty did not arrive, but the god of death certainly did. Standing at the entrance, Li Mu witnessed the security door being opened and, in an instant, thrust his sword forward. The bronze blade pierced through the man's mouth, directly penetrating his cerebellum. The man who opened the door trembled and fell silent, succumbing to death. Noticing the stillness at the doorway, Su Jiang angrily cursed, "What are they waiting for? Tell them to come in." Li Mu pushed the body, which collapsed to the ground. Su Jiang rose in fury, exclaiming, "What the hell are you doing? Can't even walk with a woman in sight? And yet you dare to fall over." The crowd stood up, turning their gaze towards the entrance, where they saw Li Mu slowly approaching, the bronze sword in his hand dripping with blood. Their eyes widened in horror, fixated on Li Mu. He spoke calmly, "If you seek to lay claim to my woman, I shall send you rabble on your journey to the afterlife." Chapter 42. A gift for Su Wei. After a brief moment of shock, Su Jiang quickly regained his composure. Drawing the machete from his waist, "Kill him." The others immediately brandished their weapons, charging at Li Mu. With narrowed eyes full of murderous intent, Li Mu swung his sword, severing a man's arm in an instant, which fell to the ground. His strikes were swift, yet he refrained from delivering fatal blows. Each swing targeted arms and legs, as he wished for these men to suffer a prolonged demise. Soon, the ground was littered with severed limbs, while a group of men writhed in agony. Su Jiang charged in as well, but Li Mu swiftly delivered 2 strikes, severing Su Jiang's arms. Lying on the ground, Su Jiang continued to curse furiously. "How dare you treat me this way? My father will not let you go. He will ensure you suffer a fate worse than death." Li Mu raised his foot and brutally stomped down on Su Jiang's chin. There was a sickening crack as the bone shattered, rendering Su Jiang unconscious. Observing the pile of incapacitated individuals, Li Mu settled onto the sofa. "None of you will see another day. However, I can offer you the chance for a merciful end. Whoever reveals Su Wei's whereabouts will be granted a swift death, while the rest shall linger here until their blood runs dry." A bespectacled man, enduring his pain, crawled forward. I know. Su Wei is on the 14th floor. He should be discussing strategies against the neighboring building's inhabitants right now." Without further ado, Li Mu struck him down, granting him the mercy he sought. Grasping Su Jiang by the hair, he dragged him out. After locking the door behind him, those left inside could only await their grim fates. Instead of heading directly to the 14th floor, Li Mu ascended to the 15th floor, where Su Wei's residence lay. Conveniently, the house was unoccupied. Li Mu entered and unceremoniously tossed Su Jiang into the living room. Soon, Li Mu procured 2 jump ropes, skillfully binding them together. After ascertaining their sturdiness, he deftly placed the makeshift noose around Su Jiang's neck, leading him to the window in the living room. A cup of water was splashed onto Su Jiang's head, startling him awake. Unable to utter a word, Su Jiang could only gaze at Li Mu in terror. "Do not move," Li Mu commanded. "I intend to present a grand gift to your father, and your lifeless body shall serve as the finest offering." With that, and while Su Jiang's eyes widened in horror, Li Mu delivered a swift punch to his temple, instantly rendering him lifeless. Li Mu then discarded Su Jiang's body from the window, carefully securing the other end of the rope to the sill. Once satisfied with the distance, he descended to the ground and knocked on the door. The door did not open immediately. Instead, a voice inquired, "Who are you and what do you want?" Li Mu smiled, introducing himself. "I am Li Mu, here to deliver a gift to Captain Su Wei." Inside, Su Wei pondered momentarily. "Li Mu? What is this brat doing here?" A burly man at the door asked. "Boss, should we let him in?" Su Wei replied, "Check if he is alone. If it's just him, allow him entry." Upon entering, Li Mu was met by Su Wei, lounging on the sofa, exuding an air of authority. "You are Li Mu? What business do you have with me? You mentioned a gift. Where is it?" Li Mu glanced at the window, noticing the curtains were drawn, which suited his purpose perfectly to create a sense of astonishment for Su Wei. The living room housed only 3 individuals, including Su Wei and 2 imposing men adorned with tattoos. With a subtle smile, Li Mu declared, "The gift is indeed present, just outside the window. Allow me to reveal it to you." He approached the window and slowly drew back the curtains. Su Wei was the first to behold the corpse, sending chills down his spine. As he scrutinized further, his pupils dilated, and he shouted, "Su Jiang!" Su Wei leapt onto the sofa, rushing to the window to gaze at his son's lifeless form. Trembling with rage, he glared at Li Mu. "You beast! Why did you kill my son?" "Why?" Li Mu responded, "Because your son sought to take my woman and plotted my demise." In a sudden fit of fury, Su Wei lunged forward. "I shall kill you first." He swung a powerful fist at Li Mu, while the two burly men charged at him with knives in hand. Li Mu deftly blocked Su Wei's punch and seized his head, forcefully slamming it against the nearby glass. The high-quality tempered glass held firm, even as Su Wei's skull dented upon impact. After neutralizing Su Wei, Li Mu turned to face the two attackers, ready to confront them. Li Mu spoke not a word of superfluous chatter. As he extended his hand, a bronze sword manifested within his grasp. With a single stroke, he severed the weapons from the hands of the two assailants, and in the next instant, their heads tumbled to the ground. Gazing upon the three lifeless bodies, Li Mu retrieved his phone and captured several photographs. Without a moment's hesitation, he dispatched the images to the owner group, proclaiming, "Your captain has provoked me and has met his demise at my hands. Should anyone seek vengeance, feel free to approach me. Furthermore, it seems you may need a new captain." After sending the message, Li Mu paid no heed to the ensuing chaos within the group and descended the stairs to return home. It was not until the following morning, as he awoke holding Zhang Yao, that he picked up his phone again to assess the situation in the group. Zhang Yao stirred from her slumber as well. "There's no need to check. The owner group is in utter disarray. No one is considering avenging Su Wei. Rather, they are embroiled in a contest for the captaincy. Although Su Wei held the position for merely a day, everyone is acutely aware of the privileges that accompany being captain and is vying eagerly for the role." Upon hearing Zhang Yao's remarks, Li Mu tossed his phone aside, his hands now free to engage in mischief. "So, have they selected someone yet?" he inquired, with Zhang Yao nestled against him. "Of course not. After much contention, none are willing to concede. Many have suggested that you appoint a captain yourself. After all, your decisive action in eliminating Su Wei and his father has undoubtedly instilled a sense of fear among them. Now, when you speak, I doubt anyone would dare to defy you. You could even install a puppet leader if you preferred. Perhaps someone like Wang Tai could take charge. If you wish to remain uninvolved, let him handle it. What do you think?" Li Mu's fingers wandered thoughtfully. "That is not an unreasonable proposition. Wang Tai is indeed clever and a commendable choice, though I fear he may lack the authority to command respect." Zhang Yao replied, "Then it falls upon Wang Tai. The opportunity is now his. Whether he can excel as captain and leader will depend on his own abilities." With a smile, Li Mu lifted Zhang Yao's chin. "Indeed, you are truly deserving of your past as an executive. Your intellect is commendable. Let us proceed with this plan." Zhang Yao blushed and responded, "No matter how capable I may be, I am still your woman now, which only serves to highlight how much smarter you are, my dear husband." Chapter 43. Visitors from the adjacent building during dinner. Li Mu placed a call to Wang Tai. "Brother Li Mu, I never anticipated your prowess. Merely a day has passed, and you've already dispatched Su Wei. You cannot fathom the fear you instill in the residents of this building. Now, everyone in the group is hoping you will assume the captaincy, as they recognize that only a formidable leader like you can guide them to survival. Thus, the role of captain is undoubtedly yours for the taking." Upon receiving Wang Tai's flattery, Li Mu remained unfazed, merely responding with a calm demeanor. "As I have previously stated, I have no interest in being captain. Therefore, I wish to inquire if you are interested in assuming this role." Wang Tai was momentarily taken aback by the revelation. "I fear I may not be capable of fulfilling this role. Even if I were to become the leader, I doubt I could command the respect of others." Li Mu remarked impatiently, "Enough of this hesitation. Just give me a straight answer. Will you or won't you?" After a brief pause, a voice came through the phone. "Yes, I will." Indeed, the allure of power is irresistible. Li Mu replied, "That is splendid. I'll announce your new position as leader in the group. The rest is up to you. I am indifferent to whether you excel in this role, but do ensure you inform me of any developments at the earliest opportunity." There are no free lunches in this world. Since Li Mu had appointed him as leader, he undoubtedly intended to leverage this arrangement. However, Wang Tai did not mind being utilized in this way. Being of value to others signifies one's own worth. Possessing worth means one is not easily discarded. Furthermore, Wang Tai's ascension to leadership was at the behest of Li Mu, which made it clear that without Li Mu's endorsement, he would never have attained this position. Hence, he promptly conveyed his stance. "Rest assured, brother Li Mu, I will keep you informed of any news without delay, and I shall ensure that no one disturbs you. Upon hearing this, Li Mu felt reassured. Good. Pay close attention to the situation in the neighboring building and inform me immediately of any updates. After hanging up, Wang Tai excitedly embraced his wife. Ha ha ha, my dear, I knew that aligning with brother Li Mu was the right choice. Just look at this opportunity that has already arisen. Brother Li Mu is willing to have me as the leader. We will no longer live in fear of being hunted down. From this day forth, all these dozens of people in this building will be under my command. The couple joyfully embraced one another, and in the midst of their excitement, his wife inquired, "While brother Li Mu is willing to appoint you as leader, do you truly believe you can manage this role? Those individuals are known for their defiance. You wouldn't want to end up in a precarious position." Wang Tai stroked his chin thoughtfully. Regardless, this opportunity must not be squandered. After all, it's merely a handful of people. With my abilities, leading them should pose no challenge. At that moment, Li Mu was also busy sending a message in the group chat. From today onward, Wang Tai shall be your leader. Who is in favor and who is opposed? The chat remained silent for a while before messages began to trickle in. I am in favor. I support this. The photograph of Su Wei's corpse lingered in the owner's group. And out of fear of Li Mu's authority, no dissenting voices emerged. Everyone expressed their approval. Observing these responses, Li Mu sent another message. Very well, from now on, Wang Tai is the captain of the team. The rest is Wang Tai's responsibility, and I shall no longer concern myself with these matters. After dining, Li Mu opened his phone again, intending to check on Chun Yurong's current condition. Upon accessing the monitoring software, he discovered that Chun Yurong was lying on the sofa, lost in thought, seemingly devoid of any movement. Just a day has passed, and the lack of activity is entirely to be expected. As it is not yet time for Chun Yurong to succumb to despair, Li Mu remains unconcerned, for he knows that this building is practically under his control, and it is only a matter of time before Chun Yurong capitulates. In the dead of night, while Li Mu was lost in slumber, he was abruptly awakened by a phone call. Upon seeing that it was Wang Tai on the line, he instantly became alert, as Wang Tai would never disturb him without good reason, especially at such an hour. He answered the call. "What is it?" he inquired. On the other end, Wang Tai was panting, urgency evident in his voice. "It seems the people from the neighboring building have received news of Su Wei's demise. Just moments ago, they stormed towards our building in a furious assault. Dozens of them struck simultaneously, catching our men completely off guard. Many of our brothers were slain on the spot. However, the situation is now under control, and we are currently in a standoff with them in the underground parking lot." Wang Tai continued in a hushed tone. "Nevertheless, the outlook is grim. They came at us with a ferocity that is alarming, and as you mentioned, these individuals are exceptionally fierce. I fear our men may not be able to hold out much longer. Therefore, brother Li Mu, it would be wise to prepare for contingencies. I suspect tonight may bring danger." His words were clear enough. Wang Tai spoke softly to avoid demoralizing their troops, for if others sensed his fear, their resolve would undoubtedly falter. Wang Tai's implication was unmistakable. They were on the brink of collapse, and Li Mu should contemplate an escape. Li Mu could easily deduce the outcome. After all, Wang Tai's group had only recently been formed, and their unity was tenuous at best, leaving their combat effectiveness in question. Furthermore, these individuals were accustomed to a life of comfort, which left them ill-prepared for battle. In stark contrast, the assailants from the neighboring building were seasoned fighters, having banded together for combat long before, their physical prowess placing them on a completely different tier. Li Mu now faced a pivotal decision. Should he intervene directly or make plans to flee? If he chose not to act, Wang Tai and his group would undoubtedly be unable to withstand the onslaught, leading to the inevitable fall of their stronghold. Even if Li Mu could ensure his own safety, he would then be faced with the constant threat of ambush and treachery. After all, once this place became their domain, the rules would be dictated by them. As the saying goes, it is easy to evade a direct attack, but a hidden strike is far more difficult to anticipate. Li Mu was determined to prevent such an outcome. After careful consideration, he resolved to take action. He addressed Wang Tai. "Hold your ground. I am heading down to assess the situation." After hanging up, Li Mu swiftly rose from his bed, prompting Su Ro, who lay beside him, to awaken immediately. "Are you going out?" she asked. He nodded in affirmation. "Please wake the others. I have matters to discuss." At this juncture, Li Mu was still unaware of the full extent of the neighboring building's strength. Thus, even as he decided to engage directly, He needed to prepare for the possibility of relocation. Even if he cannot prevail, Li Mu is confident in his ability to safeguard himself. At worst, he can flee with his women, for he possesses provisions, merely requiring a change of residence. With this resolve, Li Mu began to make preparations for what lay ahead. Chapter 44. Fight or Flee in the Underground Garage. Wang Tai ended his call and returned to the throng. He bore a kitchen knife in his hand. A wound marked his arm, a testament to his recent skirmish. Both sides stood in a tense standoff, not having ceased hostilities, but rather taking a moment to recuperate and ready themselves for the next round of conflict. Upon rejoining the crowd, Wang Tai proclaimed, "Brothers, rest assured. I have contacted Brother Li Mu. He will be descending shortly. Our task now is to hold our ground until he arrives." Meanwhile, on the opposite side, a man with a square face, clad in camouflage and stained with blood, bore a long scar across his chest as he perched atop a vehicle. Observing Wang Tai and his companions, on the 10th floor, Li Mu had dressed and stepped outside. Zhang Yao and the others emerged from their quarters. "Zhang Yao, those from the adjacent building are already upon us. I must ascertain the situation. They are coming in force, and I fear Wang Tai and his crew may not withstand them," Li Mu stated. "You all should gather your belongings. If the situation spirals out of control, I will return to escort you to safety and find us a new place to stay." Zhang Yao remained composed and nodded promptly. "Very well. I will assist them in packing." The reason Li Mu confided in Zhang Yao was due to her steadiness, having weathered many storms. She would not easily succumb to panic in such dire circumstances. After assigning tasks, Li Mu departed the room. Zhang Yao turned to the women, addressing Yulan. "We must not panic. Let us hasten our preparations. Yulan, you and Kai Yutong gather all the food from the kitchen to facilitate Li Mu's departure. Su Ro, you shall assist me in collecting daily necessities. Leave behind what is unnecessary, for food is paramount. Everyone should don their clothing, preferably athletic wear, to facilitate a swift escape." Zhang Yao grasped the hands of the three women, her gaze resolute as she reassured them, "Fear not, do not falter. Li Mu merely wishes for us to be prepared. As long as he is with us, we shall remain unharmed. We must trust in him." Li Mu descended in the elevator to the underground parking lot. The tension between the two factions heightened as they simultaneously turned their attention to the elevator bell. Serendipitously, the elevator stood between the two groups, and all eyes fell upon Li Mu as he emerged, wielding a bronze sword. Upon witnessing Li Mu's arrival, before Wang Tai could speak, the man atop the vehicle rose and declared, "You must be Li Mu. I've heard that Su Wei met his end at your hands. I did not expect one so young." Li Mu halted in the center of the two factions, directing his gaze toward the man on the car. With a square face, a crew cut, and a long scar running across his chest, Li Mu could tell at a glance that this man was formidable. "Indeed, you must be their leader." The man with the square face leapt down from the roof of the car, approaching Li Mu with a short distance between them. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zhang Yahu, the elder brother of this group." Zhang then shifted his tone, smiling at Li Mu. "I have now concluded that you and I belong to the same kind. Your strength must have reached the second tier, has it not? I consider myself fortunate to have also attained the second tier just a couple of days ago." Li Mu was somewhat taken aback by this revelation. He had not anticipated that Zhang Yahu was aware of the classifications of strength. "Oh, I didn't realize you were so knowledgeable, even about the second tier." Zhang Yahu smiled slightly. "I am not a frog at the bottom of a well. I am privy to some news from the outside world. The zombies are continuously growing stronger, and we survivors are gradually becoming more capable as well. Hence, the classification of strength has emerged, and I can indeed feel my own enhancement to the second tier. So, does that mean you can certainly kill me? If you believe you possess the ability to do so, then you may attempt it." Zhang Yahu shook his head. "To be honest, before I met you, I did intend to eliminate everyone in this building, including you. However, upon seeing you, I abandoned that thought. For both of us are among the first to break through to the second tier, indicating that we are both formidable among the strong. Rather than engaging in a life and death struggle, it would be far more advantageous for us two second-tier powers to join forces. Together, we could undoubtedly dominate this entire community, becoming its sovereigns." The primary reason Zhang Yahu articulated such sentiments was his uncertainty of victory. After all, as fellow second-tier powers, he was unaware of how strong Li Mu truly was. He also feared the consequences of mutual destruction, which would only benefit others. "What do you say? You may contemplate this. It is a win-win proposition." However, Li Mu harbored no intentions of collaboration. He had no desire to establish a survivor base, finding such endeavors cumbersome. At present, all he wished was to relish life, not to reign as a king. Just as everyone anticipated Li Mu to consider the proposal, he unexpectedly raised the bronze sword in his hand, pointing it at Zhang Yahu, and spoke with an imperious tone. I have no interest in cooperation. You now have two choices, either leave or engage in a duel with me. There is no need for further pleasantries. Li Mu's audacity took everyone by surprise. Even Wang Tai was bewildered, for it seemed advantageous to avoid conflict, and Zhang Yahu's proposition was not without merit. At that moment, Zhang Yahu's expression shifted, his tone turning unfriendly as he remarked, Young man, I caution you not to be overly arrogant. We are both of the second tier, and should a fight ensue, you might not be my match. My proposal for collaboration stems solely from your status as a formidable second-tier powerhouse. Were you merely an ordinary individual, you would not possess the privilege to converse with me here. My willingness to engage in partnership is merely a reflection of my desire to avoid mutual destruction, not an indication of fear. The assertions made by Zhang Yahu are predicated on the assumption that Li Mu remains at the second tier. However, Li Mu's prowess has now ascended to the third tier, rendering such claims utterly irrelevant. With a smile gracing his lips, Li Mu articulated, the adage that a mountain cannot accommodate two tigers is known even to children. Thus, our collaboration is destined to be ephemeral, making it rather unnecessary. Furthermore, my current standing affords me ample audacity. Why do you perceive my confidence as arrogance? Let me propose this. You all may join forces against me. Should you manage to slay me, it would indeed attest to your capabilities. What do you say? Feel free to attempt it. His bravado was astonishing, and none anticipated that Li Mu would dare utter such audacious words. To them, it seemed akin to courting death. Chapter 45. I am stronger than you imagine indeed. That statement incited the ire of Zhang Yahu's subordinates, who erupted in righteous indignation. Big brother, this brat is so arrogant. Let us show him our might, and teach him not to look down upon others. Absolutely. Let's eliminate him and make it clear that we are no mere playthings. Just as they were about to charge, Zhang Yahu raised his hand to halt them. He had discerned an undeniable confidence in Li Mu's gaze, one that could not be feigned, a confidence born of absolute strength. Seeing Zhang Yahu's subordinates rallying, Wang Tai, standing behind Li Mu, was equally resolute and shouted, Brother Li Mu, we shall advance and retreat together. After all, we all have but one life. If we perish, we shall return as heroes in 18 years. Wang Tai's followers echoed his sentiment, emboldened by Li Mu's presence. Yet, Zhang Yahu remained remarkably composed, for he understood that he could not contend with Li Mu this evening. If he could not subdue Li Mu, he would be unable to exert control over Wang Tai and his allies. Zhang Yahu was a man of great ambition, aspiring to establish a vast survivor base and emerge as a sovereign in this apocalyptic world, a vision he diligently pursued. He was astute enough to recognize that relying solely on his own strength to create a survivor base was impractical. Thus, he required a powerful ally. Clearly, the temporary adversary before him, Li Mu, represented the optimal choice, as only Li Mu's might could fulfill this requirement. Hence, he was unwilling to provoke Li Mu lightly. Despite having over 30 robust subordinates, none, save for Zhang Yahu himself, had reached the second tier. He received news from the outside world that in the final days, those who could reach the second tier within 10 days were fewer than 1 in 10,000 in this realm. This implies that among 10,000 survivors, there exists but a single individual of such formidable strength. This is not a matter that can be rectified through mere effort. It is a matter of innate talent and natural limitations. Among Zhang Yahu's group, there were none of such exceptional individuals. Though these people would eventually attain the second tier, it would be too late, destined to remain mere low-tier henchmen. Previously, Zhang Yahu believed he was the only second-tier powerhouse in this region. But the emergence of Li Mu took him by surprise and instilled a glimmer of hope within him. Thus, he no longer harbored intentions of taking immediate action. Zhang Yahu glanced at Li Mu and remarked, the circumstances tonight are rather inappropriate. Let us convene tomorrow at a more suitable time. With that, he turned on his heel and addressed his subordinates. Let us depart. Today's affairs conclude here. No one questioned Zhang Yahu's command. They followed him, a testament to the high regard in which he was held among them. As Zhang Yahu departed, Wang Tai heaved a sigh of relief, still haunted by trepidation. Had it not been for Li Mu's intervention, They might have met their end that very night. Wang Tai approached Li Mu. I owe you a debt of gratitude. Brother Li Mu, had you not intervened, Zhang Yahu would not have let the matter rest. Li Mu yawned and replied, it seems the night is now uneventful. I shall return home to rest. Upon arriving home, he found Zhang Yao and a group of others had already packed their belongings. Upon hearing Li Mu's arrival, they promptly approached him. How did it go? Were you unharmed? Li Mu changed into his slippers and reassured them, all is well, let us retire for the night. The night passed without incident. The following afternoon, Li Mu received a call from an unfamiliar number. Hello, I am Zhang Yao. Is this Li Mu? Li Mu responded. It is I. Zhang Yahu continued. I have arrived at your building and wish to meet with you to discuss matters. Do you have time? Since he had come to seek him out, Li Mu saw no reason to decline. Certainly, where shall we meet? Zhang Yahu paused before saying. I am currently in the lobby on the first floor. You may choose the location. Li Mu suggested. Let us meet on the 9th floor. I shall await you there. All right. Just as the call ended, Wang Tai rang him. Brother Li Mu, did Zhang Yahu call you? What shall we do? Li Mu replied, do not obstruct him. He should be coming alone. Indeed, he is alone, Wang Tai confirmed. That is favorable. He comes with sincerity, and we must adhere to decorum. You need not concern yourself further. Zhang Yahu's willingness to come alone demonstrated his confidence in his own strength, an audacious spirit born of exceptional skill. Li Mu did not wait long on the 9th floor before he saw Zhang Yahu enter. Today, Zhang Yahu did not don his camouflage attire. Instead, he was clad in a pristine short-sleeved shirt, exuding an air of competence and robustness. Li Mu speculated that the camouflage outfit was reserved for combat, and Zhang Yahu held in his hands 2 bottles of foreign liquor, which appeared to be of superior quality. Upon noticing Li Mu, Zhang Yahu raised his hands in a gesture of invitation. What do you think? Is this sincere enough? Let us share a drink. Li Mu smiled faintly. Very well. Let us indulge. They proceeded to Li Mu's living room, where he retrieved 2 glasses from his former residence and fetched some ice cubes from the refrigerator. Soon enough, the 2 were savoring chilled liquor. After a sip, Zhang Yahu reclined comfortably on the sofa. Honestly, you should contemplate what I've suggested. After all, we belong to the same ilk. If we join forces, we could undoubtedly establish a vast survivors base. In time, all surrounding survivors will seek refuge with us. We would have food, women, anything you desire, I can provide. I may not be a paragon of virtue, yet I am unwaveringly loyal to my brothers. If you are willing to assist me, I can grant you everything you desire. Perhaps my offer lacks allure. Thus, I invite you to propose your conditions, and I will fulfill them if within my power. Undeniably, Zhang Yahu was genuinely earnest in his proposition, yet Li Mu harbored no interest in such endeavors. He wished to remain uninvolved. He pondered how he might dissuade Zhang Yahu from this notion. After considerable reflection, he resolved to take direct action to extinguish Zhang Yahu's intentions, as it was the most straightforward approach and would effectively dissuade him. You might not believe me, but in your eyes, I may appear akin to you. Yet regrettably, I possess strength beyond your imagination. Furthermore, I have no inclination to establish a survivor's base, nor do I aspire to lead. You may doubt my words, but I shall provide proof. In an instant, Li Mu unexpectedly struck at Zhang Yahu. Chapter 46. If I can unbutton you, I can also slit your throat. Li Mu's speed was astonishingly swift and utterly unforeseen. In a flash, Zhang Yahu's outstretched hand froze midair, his entire being rendered motionless. For in that fleeting moment, Li Mu had unleashed an incredible speed towards him, and before he could register the event, he had already retracted his hand. Everything transpired too rapidly for Zhang Yahu to comprehend, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. He cautiously touched his neck, finding it unscathed, and then glanced at Li Mu's fingers, where he noticed a button delicately pinched between them. Zhang Yahu then felt his own collar, discovering that one button was conspicuously missing. It was evidently the very one held by Li Mu. Li Mu tossed the button onto the table, a faint smile gracing his lips. You should understand this principle. The ability to unfasten your button equates to the capacity to constrict your throat. The implication is undeniably clear from Li Mu's swift action. Zhang Yahu had already discerned that their strengths were not on the same tier. Li Mu had afforded him a moment to react, yet he remained unresponsive, swiftly losing his button in an instant. Through a cinematic maneuver he had observed, Li Mu showcased his prowess. A simple action that nevertheless starkly illuminated the disparity in their capabilities. Zhang Yahu glanced at the button on the table. Thank you for your mercy. I now comprehend. Li Mu smiled slightly. Understanding is essential. Had you made a move against me last night, it would not have been merely your button that was unfastened. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yahu instinctively touched his neck, a cold sweat cascading down his back. He felt fortunate that his approach last night had been one of persuasion rather than aggression. Otherwise, he would likely have met a grim fate. With a clearer understanding of the chasm between their strengths, he abandoned any thoughts of recruiting Li Mu. Realizing he was neither worthy nor qualified, Li Mu took a sip of his drink. In truth, with your capabilities, you could easily establish your own survivor base. I recognize your appreciation for talent, yet I am not the individual you seek to recruit. Zhang Yahu gulped down his drink, attempting to suppress his unease. I was blind to your true strength. You are far more formidable than I had anticipated. So, you are indifferent to my plans for a survivor base? Li Mu shrugged. Why should I care? As long as you do not trouble me, your endeavors are of no concern to me. Therefore, if you wish to establish a survivor base, go ahead. In Zhang Yao's eyes, Li Mu's might rendered this territory his domain, and he had initially believed he would need to seek another place to develop. Yet, to his surprise, Li Mu did not reject him. This revelation filled Zhang Yahu with delight. Thank you. I now believe you genuinely wish to enjoy life. I shall no longer intrude upon you. Li Mu smiled gently, raising his glass to meet Zhang Yahu's gaze. Feel free to reach out if anything arises. After all, a friend can open new avenues. Zhang Yahu chuckled, clinking glasses with Li Mu. Indeed, having an additional friend paves the way for more opportunities. Should anything come up, do not hesitate to contact me. The two had essentially reached a mutual understanding. Zhang Yahu resolved to diligently construct his survivor base without further disturbing Li Mu's peaceful existence. Li Mu, too, recognized that an ambitious and capable individual like Zhang Yahu would inevitably carve out his own path. Thus he embraced him as a friend. With idle time on his hands, Zhang Yahu recounted his past. My father was entrenched in the underworld, a notorious gang leader in our region, commanding at least 100 subordinates. Influenced by this environment, I began wielding a knife to harm others by the age of 16. Until I reached the age of 23. My father was ambushed and brutally slain, while my mother remarried. Left with no choice, I had to fend for myself and began working on construction sites. I was somewhat astute and possessed a sense of loyalty, which enabled me to quickly establish my presence on the site. After 2 years, I formed my own construction team, which consists of the very individuals I have now. We began to take on projects, but shortly after we commenced work on a neighboring building, the zombie crisis erupted. Observing my comrades struggling to survive, I decided to lead them in seizing resources from other residents. It was a desperate measure, but survival demanded ingenuity. At this point, Li Mu nodded in agreement, acknowledging the harsh reality of the apocalypse where the weak are inevitably eliminated. Akin to the principle of larger fish devouring smaller ones, there is no morality in such matters. Zhang Yahu continued, expressing that his past encounters with gangs had led him to contemplate the establishment of a survivor's base, at least to ensure a more comfortable existence for himself and his comrades. In this world dominated by the strong, only individuals like Zhang Yahu, who are ruthless yet ambitious, can truly thrive. After a brief pause, Zhang Yahu inquired, since you, Brother Li Mu, have no intention of intervening, may I enlist the individuals from this building? After all, they are considered your subordinates. Li Mu waved his hand dismissively. That's their affair, it has nothing to do with me. As long as they do not disturb my enjoyment of life, everything is negotiable. Now that Li Mu had demonstrated his strength, it would be somewhat disrespectful for Zhang Yahu to eliminate Wang Tai and his group. Yet, he could not simply disregard them. Zhang Yahu aspired to become the ruler of this territory, and thus, he could not allow Wang Tai's group to escape his grasp. Hence, he devised the plan to incorporate them. It would not only grant Li Mu some respect, but also bolster his own power, a win-win situation. Moreover, Zhang Yahu believed that if Wang Tai and his companions were sufficiently astute, they would undoubtedly agree to join forces. Upon hearing Li Mu's tacit acceptance, Zhang Yahu rose and said, in that case, I shall not intrude upon you any longer, Brother Li Mu. I will take my leave. After Zhang Yahu departed, Li Mu returned home. That night, Li Mu ascended to the 16th floor, contemplating that Chun Yurong had been without food for 3 days. He wondered how she was faring. Upon entering, he found Chun Yurong disheveled, sprawled on the sofa. She did not rise at his entrance, lacking the strength, but merely turned her head to glance at him as he approached. What do you want? Get out. Li Mu entered the living room and placed a takeout container on the coffee table before sinking onto the sofa. You still have the energy to speak. I thought you had starved to death. He settled not far from Chun Yurong, who, at that moment, lacked the strength to move her body. Her complexion was pale, and she could only weakly utter, "Get out. Even if I starve to death, I will never agree to your terms." Chapter 47. I am voluntary. Upon hearing Chun Yurong's defiance, Li Mu smiled faintly, choosing not to speak further, but instead opened the food container on the coffee table. As the container was unveiled, the room was enveloped by a rich aroma of delectable dishes. Chun Yurong, lying on the sofa, instinctively inhaled the fragrant air. For her, the scent of the food was an irresistible temptation. Indeed, in the next moment, Chun Yurong seemed to regain her strength, climbing off the sofa and kneeling on the floor, her hands resting on the coffee table as she gazed longingly at the food container. The meal Li Mu brought was lavish, one meat dish and one vegetable dish accompanied by rice. The meat was braised pork, filling an entire box, alongside a container of garlic sautéed lettuce. Upon seeing the food, Chun Yurong's mouth watered, and a hint of saliva appeared at the corner of her lips. After 3 days of hunger, how could she possibly resist? At that moment, she glanced up at Li Mu, who wore a smug smile. This meal was prepared specifically for her, and Li Mu had refrained from eating earlier that afternoon to showcase a hearty dining experience for Chun Yurong. Seeing Li Mu's proud expression, Chun Yurong swallowed hard, retracting her hands and leaning back against the sofa. She understood all too well that Li Mu's intentions were to tempt her. It was an unabashed seduction. With this thought, her inner resistance began to rise, and the last remnants of her pride allowed her to regain her composure. You might as well give up. I have said that even if I die, I will not concede to you. Li Mu chuckled as he produced a pair of chopsticks. No worries. I rather enjoy strong-willed women, and I hope you remain steadfast. Without further ado, he began to eat, lifting a generous piece of braised pork to his mouth, deliberately chewing with audible delight. Before the pork even settled in his stomach, Li Mu took another bite of rice. The combination of braised pork and rice was simply divine. Chun Yurong, her mouth watering, retorted angrily, "You are truly inhuman." As she spoke, saliva unconsciously dribbled from her lips, revealing that while her words were still defiant, her body was betraying her. Next, Chun Yurong covered her ears in a futile attempt to diminish her desire for food. Observing her struggle, Li Mu smiled slightly and continued to eat. He was convinced that a woman who had been starving for 3 days could not resist the allure of food. If Chun Yurong truly managed to withstand it, she would indeed be a saint. At this moment, Chun Yurong's inner turmoil was palpable. It was exceedingly difficult to endure watching someone else eat while she remained hungry. As she watched Li Mu savor his meal, her entire being trembled with longing for sustenance. Ultimately, the physiological defenses were breached, and Chun Yurong resolved to relent. She climbed beside Li Mu, embracing one of his legs, and gasped, "I am willing. As long as you provide me with sustenance, I am willing to be your woman. Truly, as long as you can offer me food to survive, I will comply with whatever you ask." Overwhelmed by hunger, she lamented, "I can no longer endure this. I am on the brink of starvation." Li Mu gazed down at Chun Yurong, who he had thought would hold out a little longer, yet she submitted so quickly. Indeed, in the face of hunger, all dignity dissipates, and the primal urge to survive prevails. Li Mu nonchalantly swallowed his food and remarked, "Weren't you quite defiant? Did you not declare you would rather perish than yield? What prompted this sudden change of heart?" With her arms wrapped around his calf, Chun Yurong weakly replied, "I was wrong, Li Mu. I realize my folly. I should not have been obstinate or insulted you. I beseech you to forgive me. Please, grant me a morsel to eat. If you provide me food, I shall be your woman, and I will do whatever you desire." Li Mu smiled slightly. "So you have come to your senses. Once you agree, there is no turning back. I have not coerced you, so consider your words carefully." At that moment, Chun Yurong's dignity had vanished, and her sole desire was for food. "I have made up my mind. All of this is voluntary, and you have not forced me." "That is good to hear," Li Mu replied, placing his chopsticks down upon the table. "Rest assured, once you become my woman, I will certainly not neglect you. All this food is now yours." Upon hearing these words, Chun Yurong immediately leaned over the table, seizing the chopsticks and devouring the meal voraciously. Soon, the contents of the food container were completely consumed, and she did not overlook even the crumbs that had fallen onto the table. After satiating her hunger, Chun Yurong reclined back, collapsing onto the carpet. "I have finally survived. Observing her state, Li Mu chuckled, "As long as you become my woman, you shall enjoy such meals every day, so there is no need to rush. You will be well fed daily." Li Mu then rose and said, "Take a moment to rest. Then go wash up. I shall be staying here with you tonight. You have always relished hurling insults, so I look forward to experiencing your verbal prowess this evening." Chen Yurong stood, responding obediently, "All right, I will bathe shortly." Li Mu entered Chen Yurong's bedroom and lay down on the bed. Later that night, Yulan called Li Mu, inquiring, "Darling, are you coming home tonight?" Li Mu replied, "I have matters to attend to this evening and will not be returning. You all should rest early and do not wait for me." Upon hearing strange noises on the other end, Yulan asked, "Darling, what is that sound on your side?" After the inquiry, Yulan suddenly realized, smiling as she said, "I understand now. I shall not intrude any longer. Farewell." Once the call ended, Chen Yurong inquired, "I didn't expect you to have so many women around you. Am I the fifth?" Li Mu gently ruffled Chen Yurong's hair, responding, "Not many. You are indeed the fifth." Having discarded her dignity, Chen Yurong fully revealed her passionate side before Li Mu. The following morning, Li Mu awoke to find Chen Yurong absent from his side. Rubbing his eyes, he was about to rise when Chen Yurong entered from outside. "I apologize. I am accustomed to rising early. Did I disturb you? Perhaps you should rest a while longer." Observing Chen Yurong, who walked with slightly unsteady legs, it was evident she was still recovering from hunger. "No need for that. I will take a shower, and then we can head downstairs. We should still be able to enjoy breakfast at this hour. Remember to gather your change of clothes and personal items to bring along when we go down, since you are now officially mine. And it is only natural that we reside together." Chapter 48. The firearm gift package. While showering, Li Mu began to call upon the system to claim his rewards. System. Claim rewards. At present, the moment Li Mu anticipated most was that of receiving system rewards. Each reward not only enhanced his attributes, but also granted him special abilities and items. Ever since encountering Zhang Yao, Li Mu had come to grasp the necessity of becoming increasingly powerful, instilling within him a sense of urgency. He desired to grow stronger, for strength was fundamental to survival. With absolute power, even in the absence of food, Li Mu could seize what he needed. Conversely, lacking such strength, even with an abundance of provisions, he risked having them taken by others. Thus, power was paramount. Congratulations, host, you have received the firearm gift package, featuring upgraded weaponry. The firearm gift package includes a handgun, an automatic rifle, and a sniper rifle. Each weapon is equipped with infinite ammunition. Upon hearing that his reward consisted of firearms, 3 in total, Li Mu was instantly captivated. Prior to the apocalypse, he had always yearned to experience real firearms, but had never been afforded the opportunity. To his astonishment, he was now presented with 3 guns, all with boundless ammunition. In the midst of his excitement, Li Mu began to contemplate the utility of firearms in the apocalypse. Undoubtedly, their significance was immense. Whether confronting survivors or zombies, a well-aimed shot to the head guaranteed death. Most importantly, these firearms had undergone power upgrades, making them exceptionally valuable possessions. Congratulations, host. Your storage space has increased twofold. With over 400 square meters of storage space, the capacity was already considerable. Li Mu then opened the skill panel. Host, Li Mu's strength, 12 constitution, 12 speed, 12 items. Crimson Jade Yin-Yang technique, bronze sword, assassin's garb, firearm gift pack skills, danger perception, night vision. Once again, the comprehensive attributes stood at 2 points. Last night was not in vain. After finishing his shower, Li Mu extended his hand in the bathroom, and a pitch-black handgun materialized within his grasp. The weight of the weapon felt substantial and satisfying, marking the first occasion in Li Mu's life that he had held a real firearm. He aimed the gun briefly, finding the sensation quite agreeable. After stowing the weapon, Li Mu exited the bathroom, placed Chen Yurong's belongings into his storage space, and then took Chen Yurong upstairs. Upon stepping outside, Chen Yurong linked her arm with Li Mu's. "Could you perhaps walk a bit slower? My legs feel a bit weak. It has been a while since I engaged in such activities, and last night was rather overwhelming." Li Mu obliged, slowing his pace, and he could not help but acknowledge that this woman was indeed captivating. Yet, the thought that she was now has brought him immense joy. Upon reaching the 10th floor, Li Mu opened the door to find Zhang Yao and a few others gathered around the dining table, partaking in a meal. As Li Mu entered, they promptly approached him. Chen Yurong glanced at the women. Though slightly embarrassed, she greeted them. "Hello. Li Mu slipped into his slippers and announced, "Allow me to introduce Chen Yurong. She will also be my woman from now on." Zhang Yao smiled gently. "You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? I made some for you as well. Let me serve it up." After breakfast, Li Mu prepared to go to the rooftop to test fire the 3 newly acquired guns. Meanwhile, Chen Yurong sat down with the other women to chat. "Hello, we will be living together from now on. Since I arrived late, I shall address you all as elder sisters." Zhang Yao chuckled. "There is no need for such formality. To put it plainly, we are all unfortunate souls here. We should simply look out for one another." Though Chen Yurong was of a similar age to Zhang Yao, she immediately sensed that this woman was formidable. She had come to this place solely to secure her own sustenance, caring only for Li Mu. "How about this? I can take care of the cooking. I have been preparing meals for myself at home for many years, and I certainly do not wish to be idle here." Before her divorce, Chen Yurong had been the epitome of a virtuous housewife, handling all cooking and household chores single-handedly, and she had no desire to remain inactive. Zhang Yao did not decline. "Sounds good. Previously, it was just Yulan and me cooking, but I am not particularly skilled. The flavors tend to be quite average. If you can cook, that would be splendid. How about you take the lead, and we assist you?" Chen Yurong nodded in agreement. "No problem." Li Mu took the elevator to the rooftop, and after ascending a few flights of stairs, he encountered a locked door. With a swift kick, he forced the heavy door open, and it fell to the ground with a crash. After the obstacles were removed, Li Mu ascended to the rooftop. Fortunately, the sun had just risen, and the weather was not too warm. Otherwise, he would have lacked the motivation to practice shooting. Li Mu first took out a pistol, racked the slide, and aimed at a wooden board. Bang! The shot struck the edge of the board. Given that it was his first time using a gun, hitting the target was quite commendable. He did not pause, as there were unlimited bullets, and he had no fear of running out. Naturally, he sought to find his rhythm. As Li Mu's strength increased, the recoil of the gun had little effect on him, and gradually, he found his groove. Next, he switched to a rifle. "Oh, an SKS, how impressive." Li Mu raised the rifle and fired a couple of shots. Although it was a rifle, he felt no recoil, making it quite effortless to shoot. Then came the firearm he had been eagerly anticipating, the sniper rifle. Upon seeing it, Li Mu was astounded. A Barrett, how magnificent. He single-handedly lifted the Barrett, approached the railing, deployed the bipod, and rested it against the wall. After chambering around, he began to aim at the zombies below. From his vantage point on the 20th floor, he looked down approximately 70 to 80 meters. A sniper rifle was more than adequate for this task. Through the scope, he zeroed in on a zombie and gently squeezed the trigger. With a thunderous gunshot, the targeted zombie was obliterated, reducing it to a puddle of flesh and blood. Goodness! If that struck a person, they would surely be left bruised and battered. What a formidable weapon! Aside from the loud noise, its power and range were undeniably sufficient. Li Mu reveled in the sound of gunfire, but on the adjacent building, Zhang Yao was utterly startled. While practicing with his knife in his room, the gunfire immediately unsettled him. After a few shots rang out, 2 individuals hurriedly rushed in. "Brother, are you all right? There was gunfire." Zhang Yao tossed his machete onto the sofa. "I'm not deaf. Of course, I heard the gunshots. Stop dawdling here. Have the brothers find out where the shots came from." Wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel, Zhang Yao murmured to himself. The gunfire should be from a nearby location. Frustrated, he flung the towel aside. Damn it, why are there guns? If firearms are present in this area, things could get quite troublesome. Guns are lethal weapons at any time. Although Zhang Yao had surpassed the 2nd tier in strength, he still feared firearms. A bullet to the head would be fatal, regardless of his prowess. What began as a plan to dominate the neighborhood now presented a significant dilemma for Zhang Yao. As long as firearms remained in the vicinity, he and his men would be at risk. If someone were to ambush him with a sniper shot, he would have no defense, left only to await his demise. The gun loomed over Zhang Yao like a sword of Damocles, poised to descend at any moment. As Zhang Yao sat on the edge of his seat, a sudden thought crossed his mind. Li Mu. Could it possibly be Li Mu's gun? This young man, so enigmatic. If it were indeed his weapon, then the situation might be more tolerable, for at least Li Mu harbored no intentions of harming me. However, if it belonged to another, I would need to locate this individual post-haste. Just then, a subordinate hurriedly approached. "Boss, we found the source of the gunfire. It's from the adjacent building, where Wang Tai and his crew are located. Should I gather the brothers to confront them? A gun is not something that can be ignored. And if we don't resolve this swiftly, none of us will find peace tonight." Zhang Yahu waved his hand dismissively. Confront them? Do you wish to march to your own demise? That is a gun, not a toy. But assure the brothers not to worry. I will handle this matter. Once the subordinate departed, Zhang Yahu exhaled in relief. It was likely Li Mu had the weapon fallen into Wang Tai's hands. They would have already used it the night before. After some contemplation, Zhang Yahu took out his phone and dialed Li Mu. On the rooftop, Li Mu sheathed his barrett and retrieved his phone. Hello, what's the matter? Zhang Yahu wasted no time. Brother Li Mu, there was gunfire from the adjacent building, and I wanted to inquire if it originated from you. Li Mu chuckled. Indeed, I fired a couple of rounds on the rooftop out of boredom. Did I startle you? Zhang Yahu could hear the relief in his voice as he laughed. Ha ha, I must admit, those 2 shots did catch me off guard. However, knowing it was your gun eases my mind. Had it been someone else's, I would likely have lost sleep tonight. Li Mu laughed in response. No worries. I was merely passing the time practicing my aim. Though Li Mu spoke casually, to Zhang Yahu, it was a different tale. Firing a few rounds for leisure, this was no trivial matter. Amidst his surprise, Zhang Yahu felt a sense of reassurance. After all, Li Mu currently had no intentions of taking action against him. Had he harbored such thoughts, he would have acted long ago. At that moment, Zhang Yahu resolved to cultivate a favorable relationship with Li Mu. The young man's prowess was becoming increasingly formidable for someone of such strength. It was imperative to foster goodwill rather than provoke ire. Brother Li Mu, you have such refined tastes. Do come visit me when you have the time. I shall ensure you are treated splendidly. Li Mu responded with a smile. Certainly, I will drop by when I can. After hanging up, Zhang Yahu couldn't suppress a smile. Thank goodness he had refrained from crossing Li Mu. Otherwise, he might have lost his head by now. It is imperative to cultivate a favorable relationship with Li Mu. It is absolutely essential to avoid any animosity towards him. Otherwise, not only will the establishment of the survivor base be jeopardized, but my very safety will also be at stake. To enhance our rapport, a gift must be procured, yet I ponder on what would be appropriate. After testing the firearm, Li Mu returned home, drenched in sweat, and promptly took a shower. Upon stepping outside, he discovered a group of women practicing yoga on the balcony. Only Yulan and the still recovering Chen Yiru were seated on the sofa. Zhang Yao, accompanied by Su Ro and Kai Yutong, was engaged in yoga, all clad in yoga pants and fitted tops. Li Mu settled between Yulan and Chen Yiru. Yulan, why don't you join the yoga session? It could be a pleasant way to pass the time, he suggested. Yulan shook her head. I do not enjoy it. However, sitting here certainly feels a tad dull. How could it not be dull? Although the flat is spacious enough for 6 people without feeling cramped. Being confined within these walls for days on end is bound to induce boredom, Chen Yiru remarked. Perhaps we should play mahjong? We have sufficient company. And idleness is rather unappealing. Let us find a set of mahjong. It would indeed be a delightful way to occupy ourselves, she proposed. Upon hearing this suggestion, Yulan smiled. Indeed, playing mahjong sounds wonderful, especially since we have nothing else to do. However, we lack a set at home, and given the current chaos outside, finding one may prove to be a challenge. Li Mu found the idea of playing mahjong quite agreeable. It would serve to alleviate the monotony for his companions. No worries. I will have someone look for it. Rather than searching for just a set, I'll inquire about a mahjong machine. Yulan embraced Li Mu. If we can find one, that would be splendid. It would finally alleviate my boredom. Li Mu pulled out his phone. Do not fret. I shall call Wang Tai and ask him to investigate. At worst, I can trade a few packs of instant noodles for a mahjong machine. He dialed Wang Tai. Hello. Brother Li Mu, please assist me in finding a mahjong machine. Inquire if anyone in this building possesses one. If not, a set will suffice. Of course, I am willing to compensate. For anyone who has it, I can offer 5 packs of instant noodles and 1 self-heating hot pot. I assure you, I will not let you assist me for free. You shall receive 2 self-heating hot pots as well. With such an enticing offer, Wang Tai was taken aback by Li Mu's generosity. Trading 5 packs of instant noodles and 1 self-heating hot pot for a mahjong machine, which had lost its utility, seemed a deal only a fool would refuse. Moreover, with the added incentive of compensation, Wang Tai felt compelled to fulfill this request. I will inquire immediately. This is indeed a lucrative deal. There must be a mahjong machine in this building. Trust me, I will find you the best one. Let me investigate, and I will update you shortly. Sure, once you find it, please call me. I'll inspect the goods before proceeding with the transaction. Chapter 50. The gift from Zhang Yahu. After enjoying a midday meal, news arrived regarding the mahjong table that Li Mu had requested. He ascended to the third floor via the elevator and, upon its opening, was greeted by the cheerful visage of Wang Tai. "Li Mu, my friend. This mahjong table was purchased just before the onset of the apocalypse. I've examined it, and it is in pristine condition," Wang Tai declared as he led Li Mu into the room, where an almost brand-new mahjong table awaited. Wang Tai had even kindly plugged it in and powered it on. Once Li Mu confirmed everything was in order, he handed over a bag of instant noodles and a self-heating hot pot to Wang Tai. "Well done. This is yours now. You may leave," Li Mu said. With a smile, Wang Tai took the bag of noodles. "All right, I'm off. If you need anything, just let me know." After Wang Tai departed, Li Mu waved his hand, storing the mahjong table in his spatial storage, and then headed upstairs to return home. Days later, upon awakening from a midday nap, Li Mu heard voices emanating from the living room. 10,000. 5 tiles. Ha ha ha, I've won again. Pay up. No, I mean, hand over the face masks. Since acquiring the mahjong table, the women had finally found their entertainment, gathering daily to play. Occasionally, Li Mu would join in a few rounds. Kai Yutong, jubilant after winning, swayed joyfully. Zhang Yao and the others begrudgingly handed over a bag of face masks to her. Playing mahjong without stakes is pointless. But since money has lost its allure and is akin to worthless paper, they opted to use face masks instead. Su Ro glanced at her own face masks and realized they had all been won away. "Oh dear, Yutong, how are you so lucky? I've lost all my masks." Kai Yutong, clutching 3 face masks, replied gleefully, "What can I say? Luck is on my side." Seeing Li Mu, Su Ro approached him. "Darling, could you spare me a few more face masks? I've lost all mine, but this time I'll surely win them back." Li Mu playfully pinched her cherubic cheeks. "Look at you. You're no different from a spendthrift." He retrieved several bags of face masks from his spatial storage and handed them to her. "Take these. This time, make an effort and don't lose them all again." Clenching her fist, Su Ro declared, "I'll do my best this time." At that moment, Zhang Yao, seated at the mahjong table, chimed in, "Darling, come join us for a couple of rounds. Help us bring Yutong down a peg. Her luck today is extraordinary. And we're about to lose everything." Li Mu chuckled and walked over with Su Ro. "All right, let me see just how fortunate Yutong truly is today." Before he could sit down, however, his phone rang. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from Zhang Yao, likely concerning something important. "You all continue playing. I'll take this call." Li Mu answered the call and casually approached the refrigerator to fetch a chilled beverage. "Hey, Li Mu, my brother, how have you been?" Zhang Yao inquired. "I've been well. What is the matter?" Li Mu replied, "Of course, there is something. I have a gift for you. Though it may not be a gift in the traditional sense, it's more of a piece of news that you will undoubtedly appreciate." Li Mu took a sip of his drink. "Stop keeping me in suspense. What is the news?" Zhang Yao continued. "You know our neighborhood is adjacent to a villa area, right? Just this morning, my friends apprehended someone trying to escape from there. I received some delightful news from her. There's a major celebrity residing in the villa area next door. A top star, and she is currently living alone in a villa. The individual initially intended to use this information as a bargaining chip to join my ranks. But since I currently have no plans to expand into the villa area, I thought I would share this news with you." Upon hearing Zhang Yao's words, a smile crept onto Li Mu's face. "Oh, which renowned actress are we talking about?" Zhang Yao chuckled heartily. "Ha ha ha, I'll keep you guessing, I assure you. You will absolutely love it. You'll find out in due time. In truth, the main highlight is the villa, the largest one in the area, which I consider your gift. The celebrity is merely an added bonus." After a brief pause, Zhang Yao decided to reveal the truth. "Actually, I plan to orchestrate a significant operation in our neighborhood soon, which might inadvertently disturb you. Therefore, I'm helping you find a larger, more luxurious residence." Li Mu surmised Zhang Yao's intentions. As long as he remained in the neighborhood, Zhang Yao would inevitably be constrained in his actions. However, Zhang Yao's ambitions could not be curtailed, and after much contemplation, he resolved to assist Li Mu in finding new accommodations. His inquiries over the past few days had finally yielded a suitable option. "I appreciate your candor. My current residence is indeed a bit cramped, and living on the upper floors has grown tedious. A villa would be preferable. I appreciate your thoughtful gift." Zhang Yao breathed a sigh of relief. Li Mu's agreement made everything easier. "I'm glad you like it. If you need assistance, I can have my friends help clear out the zombies in the villa area. I've heard there are quite a few." Li Mu responded, "No need for that. The information alone suffices. I will find time to visit the villa area. Thank you once again for your gift. Don't mention it. If you need anything, just let me know. Goodbye." After hanging up, Li Mu fell into contemplation. A villa, compared to an apartment, seemed an excellent choice. After all, villas offer more space and often come with a garden, providing greater freedom for activities and a welcome change from being cooped up in an upper floor. Moreover, Li Mu found himself increasingly intrigued by the idea of the celebrity. Surely, she shouldn't have to endure hardship alone. Finishing the beverage in his hand, Li Mu stretched lazily. After several days of rest, it was high time to venture out and engage in some activity. Thus, he decided to inspect the villa district. A change of residence was undoubtedly necessary, both for stability and comfort. However, he would first ascertain the situation in the villa area. Without further ado, Li Mu could no longer resist the urge to take a stroll, having grown somewhat weary of remaining at home for so long. Approaching the mahjong table, he announced, "I shall step out for a while. You may continue your game." Several women promptly rose to his side, urging him to exercise caution. Once outside, Li Mu entered the elevator and proceeded to the underground parking lot. Driving was certainly the safer option for reaching the villa district, despite its proximity, as it still required traversing a distance. Moreover, given the sweltering weather outside, Li Mu preferred to travel by car to avoid the sun's harsh rays. Chapter 51. The Super Luxury Villa. While in the elevator, Li Mu took a moment to examine his attribute panel. Host: Li Mu. Strength: 15. Constitution: 15. Speed: 15 items. Crimson Jade Yin-Yang Technique, Bronze Sword, Assassin's Garb, Firearm Package Skills, Danger Sense. Night Vision. After several days of diligent training, Li Mu's attributes had significantly improved, thanks to his unique advantages that set him apart from others. Upon arriving in the underground garage, he approached his SUV, started the engine, and drove out. The villa district was merely a kilometer from his residence. Yet the environment differed vastly. This villa district was constructed around the largest park in the entire city, resulting in an exquisite ambience, surrounded by lush trees and serene lakes. Li Mu had previously visited this opulent villa area, which was undoubtedly among the finest in the city. Each villa was priced in the millions, with many exceeding 100 million, a realm that Li Mu could only admire from afar in the past. However, the circumstances had changed. In this post-apocalyptic world, ownership of a villa was attainable for anyone who resided within. Upon exiting the garage and merging onto the road, Li Mu drove with abandon. The SUV's powerful engine allowed him to plow through any zombies obstructing his path. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of the villa district. Towering trees lined both sides of the road as he parked at the gate. The entrance was formidable, and Li Mu hesitated to force his way through, wary of potential mishaps. Stepping out of the car, he drew his bronze sword, for the zombie security guards at the gate were already charging toward him. These guards remained dutiful, even in their undead state, determined to block outsiders. With a swift motion, Li Mu raised his sword and dispatched the advancing zombies with lethal precision. Fortunately, the villa district is situated some distance away from densely populated areas, resulting in a limited number of zombies. After dispatching a few security zombies, Li Mu found no further undead in sight. Upon the last zombie collapsing to the ground, a black remote control tumbled from its pocket. Li Mu bent down to retrieve the remote, and upon pressing a button, the grand entrance to the villa district slowly swung open. It would be wiser to drive in. The expanse is vast, and I have no desire to traverse under the glaring sun. The entire villa district covers a considerable area, and the coveted villa, known as the King of Villas, lies at the farthest point within. Walking there would surely exhaust me. Thus, Li Mu resolutely opted to drive. After entering, he pressed the button again to close the gate behind him. Upon entering the villa district and passing a serene lake, Li Mu soon beheld a cluster of villas, and the appearance of zombies on the roads became increasingly evident. As the zombies lunged at the car, Li Mu did not hesitate to accelerate, crashing through them. The only downside was the front windshield becoming smeared with blood. Uncertain of the villa district's layout, Li Mu parked beside a signpost to meticulously examine the map, etching its general layout into his mind. With ample time at hand, he decided to explore the area and familiarize himself with the surroundings. The car's fuel tank was full, so Li Mu prepared to survey the villa district and assess the density of its undead inhabitants. Acquainting himself with the locale was essential for his future existence here, as he would inevitably interact with others residing in the district. After half an hour, Li Mu parked before the King of Villas. The other residences were townhouses, while this singular edifice stood as an independent dwelling, positioned in the most favorable part of the district. Li Mu circled the King of Villas, noting that its grounds were enclosed by an expansive fence, with a picturesque lake behind and an open field in front. Standing atop the villa, the view was undoubtedly breathtaking. The villa comprised 4 lavishly constructed floors, exemplifying opulence at its finest. Stepping out of the car, Limu squinted at the villa under the sun. A distinctive feature of the king of villas was its towering fence, complemented by an imposing gate. Upon estimating, he noted the fence stood at a height of 2.5 meters, sufficient to thwart any zombies from encroaching. Thus, this villa was indeed a prime piece of real estate. Just as Limu contemplated approaching for a closer inspection, an arrow suddenly soared from the villa, landing at his feet. Instantly alert, he looked up to find a burly man with a thick beard standing on the 3rd floor. Gazing down at him while wielding a compound bow, the man shouted menacingly, "Get lost. This is private property, not a place for you. If you dare to approach again, I shall end your life." To his astonishment, there was indeed someone inside, and their demeanor was remarkably assertive. Limu remained unperturbed and addressed the burly figure standing on the 3rd floor. "Do not be hasty. I shall ascend shortly to deal with you. I care not whether this is private property. In this apocalyptic era, possession belongs to the capable, while the incapable must retreat." Though the presence of another caught Limu off guard, it mattered little. He had come to seize the villa, not to grovel for permission. Thus, a singular thought occupied his mind. While this villa may currently belong to you, once I have claimed it, it shall be mine. In the next moment, Limu leaped effortlessly, soaring over the high wall before landing gracefully on the ground. The individual on the 3rd floor was taken aback by Limu's ease of entry. "Since you have intruded, do not blame me for my ruthlessness should I shoot you. You sought your own demise," the burly man threatened. However, Limu remained unfazed. He even extended a hand in a provocative gesture. "If you manage to hit me, that would indeed be an accomplishment." Upon hearing this, the burly man swiftly drew an arrow and knocked it onto his compound bow, drawing back the string. Limu, undaunted, continued his deliberate approach toward the villa. Suddenly, Limu raised his head, instinctively dodging as his danger sense activated. With this heightened awareness, he felt no fear of the man's arrows, as he could sense the approach of danger at all times. Witnessing Limu evade his arrow with ease, the burly man's eyes widened in disbelief. He struck the wall in frustration, cursing, "Damn it! I refuse to believe I cannot hit you." Limu shrugged in challenge. "If you miss again, I shall be entering the villa, and then it will be your end." Now merely 100 meters from the villa, he could reach it in mere seconds if he sprinted, yet he opted for a leisurely stroll. The burly man, incensed by Limu's taunts, drew back the bowstring once more, exclaiming, "Dare not eat the sour radish. Perish." As the second arrow flew swiftly toward him, the burly man believed it would find its mark, yet Limu once again sidestepped with minimal effort, causing the arrow to embed itself harmlessly in the grass. Watching Limu effortlessly evade his projectiles, the burly man was filled with astonishment. What sorcery is this? Under the glaring sun, Limu lost interest in banter and strode purposefully toward the villa. In a few strides, he arrived at the grand entrance, only to find the opulent door locked. Choosing not to damage his future abode, he approached a nearby window. The window was ajar, sufficient to block zombies, but not humans. Limu pushed it open and climbed inside. Upon entering the 1st floor of the villa, Limu was astounded by the opulence that surrounded him. The lavish decor of the ground level resembled that of a grand salon. However, he refrained from lingering on the splendor, for there were adversaries to confront, and he could not afford to be distracted. With a mere thought, he transformed his bronze sword into a handgun, chambered around, and began his ascent to the upper levels. Meanwhile, on the balcony of the 3rd floor, the burly man had set aside his compound bow and retreated into a room, where 2 large backpacks awaited him. "Damn it! Why must such a formidable opponent appear here? I must eliminate him," he muttered to himself. He sheathed 2 daggers into the straps on his thigh and affixed an axe to his waist, then retrieved a machete from one of the backpacks. Once he had equipped himself, he too commenced his descent. "I refuse to believe you are more challenging than the beasts of the forest. I shall claim your head as my trophy." Limu reached the 2nd floor and was met by the imposing figure of the burly man. The latter demanded, "This is my territory. Why have you intruded? Since you have already trespassed, I shall kill you. Surely, you cannot be tougher than a black bear. I have fought bears before." With that, the burly man lunged toward Limu. His robust physique exuded a fierce aura, and Limu was convinced he had indeed battled black bears. In the next moment, Li Mu drew his handgun and aimed it at the burly man. Upon seeing the firearm, the man immediately halted, instinctively raising his hands in surrender. "Why do you have a gun? Isn't this a gun-free zone?" he exclaimed incredulously. Whoa, my friend, please don't shoot. Let us talk this over." Li Mu slightly waved his handgun, commanding, "Drop your weapon, clasp your hands behind your head, and kneel." With the handgun drawn, the burly man had no choice but to comply, discarding his machete and slowly kneeling. Li Mu maintained a distance of over 20 meters, confident that even if the burly man charged, he would have ample opportunity to react. Furthermore, in close combat, Li Mu was certain he would prevail against this formidable foe. Li Mu settled onto a sofa on the second floor, the handgun still trained on the burly man. "You speak of Wodafan sour radish. Are you a foreigner?" The man's heavy accent and frequent sprinklings of English phrases, along with his adeptness at surrendering, were quite evident. "I am also from the Dragon Country, but I have lived abroad since childhood, spending little time in my homeland," Li Mu replied, nodding as he continued to inquire. "What is your name? Is this villa yours?" The bearded man inquired. "I am William. This villa was not mine before, but it is now," replied Li Mu with a smile. "What a peculiar rationale," William responded earnestly. "In this apocalyptic world, isn't it simply a matter of seizing what one can? A few days ago, I was pursued by zombies and stumbled upon this villa, which I found to be ideally situated for long-term survival. Thus, I made it my home." Li Mu smiled faintly. "Your perspective holds merit. I share the same thoughts and have acted accordingly. Quite reasonable, wouldn't you agree? But what of the previous owner of this abode?" William shrugged. "Indeed, there were inhabitants prior to my arrival. They refused to relinquish the villa, and so I had no choice but to eliminate the man and bury him in the backyard. I also took the life of a woman within these walls, but with no food available, I had to resort to consuming her flesh to survive." He uttered these chilling words with an unsettling calmness, yet in the face of survival, all else pales in significance. Li Mu scrutinized the man's attire and gear. "Your equipment is quite comprehensive. What was your profession? A special forces operative?" William nodded. "Indeed, I was. However, I retired, yearning for the freedom of wilderness survival. After my discharge, I often ventured alone into the primal forests to hone my survival skills. This lifestyle has equipped me to endure in this dystopian reality. As long as you do not harm me, I can join forces with you. My presence will surely enhance your chances of survival in this world." Li Mu smiled subtly, realizing that his prolonged conversation with William was merely out of boredom, yet he never lost sight of his intentions towards him. "Would you spare someone who intended to kill you, only to ally with them? Besides, I can survive just as well without you." William sighed, conceding, "Fine. I too will not spare my enemies, nor will I allow them to become my friends." Resigned, William cursed under his breath, preparing to accept his fate. "Damn it. If it weren't for your gun, I would not be the one lying here dead." Li Mu smiled slightly. "There are no ifs. Farewell." He squeezed the trigger. A bullet striking William's chest, followed by two more to his head, ensuring his heart, which lay on the right side, was silenced, confirming William's demise. Li Mu retrieved two daggers from the corpse's thigh and dragged William's lifeless body to the balcony, discarding it below. He then ascended to the third floor, where he discovered William's two backpacks. Li Mu emptied the contents of the backpack onto the floor. The first bag was filled with clothing, largely useless, while the second contained an array of tools essential for survival in the wilderness. Among its contents were various maps, William's identification documents, several compasses, and a collection of diverse instruments. What captivated Li Mu the most was a telescope. He took the telescope to the balcony and gazed into the distance. This was a premium piece of equipment. Not only did it provide a crystal-clear view, but it also allowed for adjustments in focus. Chapter 53. The unexpected villa. After stowing the telescope in his storage space, Li Mu commenced a thorough search of the villa. Given the vastness of the property, it would indeed be challenging to locate anyone hidden within, so for safety reasons, he resolved to conduct a meticulous inspection. Upon reaching the refrigerator on the third floor, he opened it to find the dismembered body of a woman. Reacting swiftly, he shut the refrigerator door and then stored the entire appliance in his storage space, intending to dispose of it later, as it was utterly unusable. Half an hour later, having completed his search of the third floor, Li Mu ascended to the fourth. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows, he admired the view outside. It was undeniable that this villa was the crown jewel of the entire estate. The scenery alone was incomparable to that of any other property. After taking in the vista, he resumed his search. In a small room, he stumbled upon a remarkable discovery. The compact space was filled with various monitors, displaying footage from around the villa. A closer inspection revealed that cameras were installed in every room. At this moment, Limu noticed a manual resting on a desk in front of the monitors. He sat down and began to peruse the handbook. Upon reviewing its contents, he realized that the villa was far more complex than it appeared at first glance. The previous owner had installed a state-of-the-art security system throughout the property for their protection. This comprehensive system included omnidirectional cameras that left no blind spots. Any movement within their field of vision would trigger an alarm. It was no wonder that William had effortlessly detected Limu's presence earlier. Moreover, the security system was not limited to surveillance. The villa's electricity and water supply operated on an independent system, unlike other properties in the area. Beneath the villa lay a colossal water purification facility, employing the most advanced technology in the world, which extracted water from the adjacent lake and purified it. This effectively alleviated Limu's concerns regarding water safety. However, the most impressive feature was the villa's power generation system. During the villa's construction, the owner had established a hydroelectric facility in the nearby lake. Not only that, but there are also solar power generation devices on the rooftop, and beneath the ground lies a colossal battery capable of storing electricity. This villa, if nothing else, has flawlessly resolved the issues of power generation and water supply, making it undoubtedly a treasure trove of feng shui. It is no wonder that the danger has proclaimed this place as a favorable location for long-term development. He must have perused this manual as well, and indeed, it is a splendid site. Limu initially thought that Zhang Yahu was merely doing a favor, but to his surprise, he had bestowed upon Limu a remarkable gift. It is likely that even Zhang Yahu did not anticipate the formidable capabilities of this villa. Had he known, he would never have allowed Limu to acquire such a haven. After all, a place like this is essential for survival in the apocalypse, and thus it could not possibly be given away. Limu felt fortunate to have visited today. Otherwise, he might have missed this opportunity. However, now that he is aware, there is no chance he would relinquish this place to anyone else. He must move in swiftly. With this auspicious locale, why continue to reside in the cramped upper floors? Limu tucked the manual away in his storage space. Let me see. The manual mentions a mobile phone connected to the alarm system, which I must take with me. After rummaging through the drawer, Limu indeed found a large-screen phone, and upon inspection, it was the very device mentioned. All right, I am now the owner of this villa. There is no time like the present. Taking advantage of the still early weather, I will relocate today and spend the night here. I can hardly contain my excitement. Without hesitation, Limu exited the villa and drove away from the estate. Upon returning home, he found a group of women gathered around a mahjong table. As Limu entered, they immediately surrounded him. "Darling, you're back," they exclaimed. Limu smiled and clapped his hands. "Let us tidy up, we're moving now. I'm taking you all to a grand villa, a magnificent 4-story abode with breathtaking views and a vast garden. This is the most prestigious villa in the entire city. Hurry, let us move in tonight." The women erupted in cheers, rushing to embrace Limu. "Hooray, long live hubby. Thank you for your hard work, darling. You're the best." Each one bestowed a sweet kiss upon him. Wiping the lipstick marks from his lips, Limu said, "All right, let us hurry up. We must move before nightfall. Otherwise, the roads will become treacherous, so we should expedite our efforts." Zhang Yao immediately clapped her hands and declared, "Ladies, let us get moving. Let us implement our moving plan. We're going to the grand villa." The moving plan had been proposed by Zhang Yao to prepare for any urgent relocation needs, and the women had even rehearsed it once. Upon hearing they were to reside in the grand villa, they were eager to put their plan into action. As the women busied themselves with their belongings, Limu was not idle either. He dialed Zhang Yahu's number. "Brother Yahu, I sincerely appreciate your gift. I am quite fond of the villa." Zhang Yahu chuckled heartily. "Ha, no need for formalities. So, it seems Brother Limu has already visited the villa community. How does it fare? Are there many zombies? Do you require my assistance?" Limu replied, "No need for assistance. The villa of the Building King is situated at a distance from those townhouses, and there are hardly any zombies around. I drove there without encountering any danger. I will be moving out this afternoon, so Brother Yahu, you can fully unleash your prowess in the community. I wish you a swift establishment of a survivor base. By the way, shouldn't you share the address of that female celebrity with me?" Zhang Yahu responded, "Of course, I will send it to you shortly. I will take your kind words to heart, Brother Limu." Although you are heading to the villa area, our brotherhood must not wane. Let us keep in touch for any future matters. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to call. I, Jean Yahoo, will certainly lend a hand. Limu chuckled. Ha ha. Splendid. Let us maintain our correspondence. After hanging up the phone, Jean Yahoo relaxed on the sofa, smiling as he remarked, Finally, I've sent this formidable figure away. Now, I can boldly commence with my plans. Tomorrow marks the beginning of our actions. The zombies are growing increasingly formidable. Thus, the establishment of the survivor base must be prioritized. Chapter 54. New home. Limu did not wait long before a group of women piled their luggage in the living room. The luggage was not excessive, averaging 2 suitcases and a backpack per person. Su Ro had the most belongings, with 3 large suitcases, primarily filled with dozens of JK outfits, all of which Limu had insisted be brought along. In stark contrast, Kai Yutong's luggage was pitifully scant. Her home was not in this vicinity, lacking cosmetics and clothing, relying instead on the generosity of the other women. They cleared out all the food in the room, packing it into storage space. Zhang Yao pointed at the mahjong table. Should we take this? Limu smiled and waved his hand. No need. There is a mahjong table in the villa. Once we finish packing, we shall depart. The women donned loose-fitting athletic wear for ease of movement. With all their belongings secured in storage, Limu's moving adventure began. The 6 of them exited and boarded the elevator, arriving at the underground parking lot. Limu gestured towards the SUV. Let us squeeze in. It's safer for the 6 of us to travel in one vehicle. The group climbed into the car, with Yulan seated in the front passenger seat. As they emerged from the garage, the women gazed out at the desolate cityscape, a haunting reminder of what had once been a thriving metropolis. How terrifying! Has the once bustling magic city truly fallen to such ruin? While living upstairs, I felt no sense of dread when I looked down, but upon descending, the horrifying reality struck me. The most prosperous city in the Dragon Kingdom has fallen into utter despair in such a short span of time. It is truly terrifying. Not only the Dragon Kingdom, but the entire world has succumbed to chaos, overrun by zombies, leaving humanity to cower in the shadows, struggling to survive. I can hardly bear to contemplate what the future holds, Limu remarked as he drove. There is no need for excessive worry, he continued. In this apocalyptic world, we must adapt to our circumstances. We can only take one step at a time. Besides, you still have me by your side. As they gazed at the desolate landscape of crumbling cities outside, the women in the vehicle fell increasingly silent, and even Limu, who was experiencing this for the first time, felt a sense of shock. However, he had long since acclimated to the grim reality. Before long, the vehicle entered a villa district. Observing the row of villas, Kai Yutong couldn't help but inquire, had this been before the apocalypse, how much would these villas have cost? Zhang Yao replied matter-of-factly, at least tens of millions. Moreover, wealth alone would not guarantee a purchase. One would need a certain social status and asset verification to buy a house here. Upon hearing the staggering sum, Kai Yutong displayed a look of regret. Tens of millions for a villa, and now, with the onset of the apocalypse, they have all turned into ruins. Indeed, as time passes with no one to inhabit them, they inevitably become desolate, Yulan chimed in. What use is wealth now? Those who once resided here were all worth over 100 million in the past. They were either business tycoons or financial magnates. Yet now, when the zombie crisis erupted, they find themselves begging on their knees for a morsel of food. In contrast, we are fortunate. Turning to Limu, she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, my husband. Without you, I cannot fathom whether I would still be alive. Limu chuckled. I have always said that if you are my woman, I will ensure you lead a good life even in the apocalypse. The off-road vehicle soon arrived at the villa of the affluent. Limu took out the phone from the villa, pressed the button to open the door, and the grand entrance slowly swung open. Upon entering, the door gently closed behind them. As the women exited the vehicle and gazed up at the 4-story villa before them, their eyes were filled with awe. I wouldn't have dared to dream of living in such a villa, one exclaimed. I never imagined I could reside in such opulence during my lifetime. It feels surreal. I can't believe I am actually living in a villa like this. It's utterly fantastical. First, I endured a zombie crisis, and now, I find myself in the most luxurious villa in the entire metropolis. I wouldn't have even dared to dream of this before. Limu spread his arms wide and proclaimed, Welcome to our new home. Don't be astonished. Once we settle in, you will have plenty of time to marvel. Limu led them to the entrance, placing his phone against the door, which then swung open automatically. Upon entering the villa, the women gasped in awe, exploring the living room with curiosity. Li Mu clapped his hands and declared, "This is our new home. What do you think? Is it not splendid?" The women immediately gathered around him, exclaiming, "Husband, you are amazing. This is beyond anything we could have imagined. You are the best. Thank you for providing us with such a magnificent villa." Li Mu waved his hand, signaling for silence. "Let us not rush. The villa requires a thorough cleaning first. Yuruo, I entrust this task to you. Familiarize them with the entire villa and expedite the cleaning process. It has been previously inhabited, so it is prudent to tidy up." He added, "I will inspect the backyard and check for any damage to the surrounding walls, while also clearing away any lingering zombies. As this will be our stronghold." Shin Yuruo promptly replied, "Leave this small matter to us. We will ensure our new home is immaculate." Once everything was arranged, Li Mu stepped out of the villa and into the yard. He approached the SUV, giving its hood a gentle pat. This vehicle is indeed impressive. It has been reinforced and possesses ample power, making it invaluable in this apocalyptic world. As he surveyed the area, he noticed a row of bungalows in the yard, which served as the garage for the villa. Parking beside the garage, he discovered an automatic car wash adjacent to it and promptly drove the vehicle inside. Pressing a button to initiate the wash, Li Mu then examined the garage, which, despite its function, was exceptionally luxurious, containing at least a dozen compartments. He pulled out his phone to activate the garage door, and all the doors began to open slowly. Once the garage doors were fully retracted, Li Mu was greeted by an array of vehicles, among which were 5 or 6 sports cars, most of them being limited editions worth a fortune. Of all the vehicles, Li Mu's favorite was a particularly large SUV, which surpassed the one he had previously driven. This sleek, black SUV captivated him instantly. After giving its hood another pat, he remarked, "Do not worry. When time permits in a couple of days, I will customize you thoroughly. You will become my exclusive ride." Modifying cars posed no challenge for Li Mu, as he had frequently customized his own racing cars in the past, making the alteration of an SUV a trivial task. Chapter 55. 5 Beauties. After inspecting the garage, Li Mu ventured into the backyard. It was undeniable that the lifestyle of the affluent was incomparable. The expanse of the backyard was at least the size of a football field, and he discovered various golf equipment scattered throughout the area. It is evident that the previous owner of the villa treated it as a miniature golf course. After taking a few steps forward, Li Mu discovered William's corpse, which he had merely discarded at the villa without throwing it out completely. Grasping the corpse by its legs, Li Mu dragged it to the side of the fence and, with a vigorous effort, hurled the body away, sending it flying a considerable distance. Once Li Mu had surveyed the perimeter of the wall and confirmed that everything was in order, evening had already fallen. Upon returning inside the villa, he found that the cleaning had been completed. A group of women, full of energy, had tidied up the entire villa without showing any signs of fatigue. "Darling, you're back. Please, sit down and rest for a moment. Sister Yuru and the others are already preparing dinner. We will be able to eat shortly." Meanwhile, within another villa in the district, several bloodied men armed with weapons pushed open the door and entered. On the sofa sat a man, bare-chested, with a woman beside him clad in scant attire. "Donggu, we have clarified the situation," one of the men announced, tossing a chilled beer towards them from the table. "Now let us discuss what transpired. What happened to that last off-road vehicle, and who was aboard?" Earlier that day, Li Mu had driven through the entire villa district, inevitably drawing the attention of the surviving residents, including this group who had certainly noticed his presence. One of the underlings took a sip of beer and remarked, "Donggu." The driver was a young man, likely a university student. This afternoon, he drove the off-road vehicle all around the villa district. I must say, he was quite audacious. Even now, he dared to speed through the area, ultimately heading towards the mountaintop villa. The mountaintop villa is the name given by the residents of the district to the pinnacle estate where Li Mu currently resides. Due to its elevated location, it is referred to as the mountaintop villa. Donggu glanced at his subordinate and said, "The mountaintop villa? What could that young man possibly want there? There is nothing to eat or drink, and he will surely starve within a few days." The geographical location of the mountaintop villa is indeed advantageous, being distanced from the clustered townhouses, resulting in a scarcity of zombies, as there are hardly any inhabitants nearby aside from those in that particular villa. However, this also means that procuring food becomes a significant challenge, given the absence of other residents in the vicinity. Donggu, whose name is Yang Haidong, commands a group of over a dozen subordinates, and holds considerable influence within the villa district, primarily due to his exceptional skills. Having served as a reconnaissance soldier for 8 years, Yang Haidong possesses remarkable agility and has honed lethal techniques that surpass those of an ordinary individual. One of the underlings expressed confusion, saying, "Who knows?" In any case, that young man left after lingering in the villa district for half an hour. The area surrounding the mountaintop villa is quite vast. We could only observe from a distance. However, less than an hour had passed when the young man returned. Driving his car back, Yang Haidong inquired whether any of them were armed. The subordinate revealed a lewd smile. There were 6 of them in total, but importantly, only the driver was a man. The rest were all stunning women, each more beautiful than the last. Upon hearing this, Yang Haidong instantly perked up. "Oh, is that so? One man surrounded by 5 women? Are you certain they are currently at the mountaintop villa?" The subordinate, well aware of Yang Haidong's character, knew that the mention of beautiful women would pique his interest more than anything else. "Absolutely. They entered in the afternoon and haven't come out since. My brothers and I returned just as the sun was setting, so it's safe to say they must be staying at the villa." Upon hearing this, Yang Haidong stood up in delight, taking a few steps and rubbing his hands together in excitement. "Well, isn't this just a clear invitation for me? By the way, did you see if they were armed?" The subordinate quickly shook his head. "We didn't spot any weapons. They were all seated in the car, laughing and chatting." Yang Haidong chuckled. "Ha ha, where does this young man find such courage to be accompanied by 5 stunning beauties? No matter, soon enough, his women will belong to me." The mountaintop villa lacked provisions, so it was unlikely they could last long. "For the next couple of days, keep a close watch on the villa. Report any movements to me. When the time is right, we'll take action. I'll let my brothers choose one as a reward." Yang Haidong was notoriously lustful. He had captured numerous women in the villa area, and once he grew tired of them, he would hand them off to his subordinates. Thus, he had gained quite a fearsome reputation in the vicinity, with tales of his lecherous nature spreading far and wide. His subordinate suggested, "Brother Dong, isn't this a bit excessive? He's just a college student. How much combat prowess could he possibly possess? Why don't I take some men to the mountaintop villa tonight, eliminate the man, and bring those women to you without all this caution?" However, Yang Haidong waved his hand dismissively. "No, no, no. The fact that this young man dares to swagger into the villa area indicates he possesses some skills. Even if he lacks combat ability, we must still exercise caution. Being prudent is never a mistake. My survival through the apocalypse has been due to this careful nature of mine. Never underestimate your adversary, for it could very well be you who pays the ultimate price. Let us observe for a few days. They won't be going anywhere, and those women will soon be mine." The subordinate nodded in agreement. "Very well. I shall attend to this matter promptly. Commencing tonight, I shall instruct the brothers to take turns monitoring the villa area. Any unusual occurrences must be reported directly to you, my esteemed elder brother." Yang Haidong nodded in acknowledgement and continued, "By the way, please inform the brothers to gather supplies over the next few days. It has been quite some time since the onset of this apocalypse, and resources are becoming increasingly scarce. To survive, we must seize the opportunity to collect while supplies are still relatively abundant. Otherwise, it will become exceedingly difficult to procure them as they dwindle further. Additionally, we must remain vigilant of other factions. Let us not allow them to covet our territory. Should they dare to encroach upon our domain, we shall deal with them decisively." Chapter 56. A romantic moment within the villa atop the mountain. The interior was aglow with light. Each floor featured grand crystal chandeliers, accompanied by countless smaller lights illuminating every corner. In the dining area on the 2nd floor, in celebration of their relocation, Chen Yurong and Zhang Yao prepared a sumptuous feast, delighting all present. After the meal, the women ascended to the entertainment area on the 3rd floor to play mahjong, while Li Mu retreated to the 4th floor alone. As he opened the floor-to-ceiling windows, Li Mu settled onto a lounge chair on the balcony, savoring the evening breeze. Beside him sat a bottle of red wine. The villa's 1st floor boasted an immense wine cellar, housing a diverse collection of over 10,000 bottles. In his hand, Li Mu held a cigar. For within such an opulent villa, the luxuries of the affluent were undoubtedly plentiful, including a dedicated room for storing cigars on the 1st floor. As Li Mu enjoyed the evening air and the splendid view, Yulan also joined him on the balcony. "What thoughts occupy your mind in solitude?" she inquired, pouring herself a glass of red wine and taking a sip. The wine was delightful, suggesting that the villa's former owner possessed exquisite taste. Li Mu inhaled gently from his cigar, embracing the affluent lifestyle he had once dared not dream of. Unexpectedly, he found himself experiencing it amidst the apocalypse. No, it was not merely an experience. It would soon become the norm of our existence. Yulan swirled her wine glass, likely contemplating their future. Considering the weight of responsibility resting upon Li Mu's shoulders for the well-being of their large family. You must be feeling somewhat weary, she mused. Li Mu smiled faintly. Yulan understood his thoughts, articulating what he had been pondering. Pressure is not quite the right term. Rather, I am simply planning for the long term. To thrive in this apocalypse, we must adopt a far-sighted perspective. We remain uncertain about how the future of this world will unfold. Yulan rose and extended her hand toward Li Mu. Do not dwell on it excessively. We should feel grateful for our current circumstances. I believe we have surpassed a significant portion of the populace in this new world. After all, we need not worry about food or shelter for the time being. So we ought to relish life. You should take a moment to unwind as well. I noticed a vintage phonograph over there. Allow me to teach you how to dance. Li Mu gently clasped Yulan's hand, rising to his feet as he spoke. What dance? I have never learned to dance. Yulan led Li Mu to the hall on the 4th floor. We shall dance a duet. You may not know how, but I do, and I can teach you. You are so clever. You will surely learn quickly. We ought to add a touch of romance to this mundane world. Approaching a gramophone, Yulan deftly selected a vinyl record and placed it upon the turntable. You can dance a duet as well? Yulan activated the gramophone, and melodious music emanated from the speakers. Of course, my grandparents adored dancing together, and having observed them often, I naturally picked it up. Come, let me teach you. It is quite simple. Initially, Li Mu struggled, but with Yulan's patient instruction, he soon found his rhythm. The record played a tango, and as the seconds passed, their movements became increasingly graceful. As the song concluded and they paused, a round of applause erupted nearby. Wow, that was beautiful. Your dancing was splendid. If only you had an evening gown and a suit, it would be perfect. Upon hearing the music from the gramophone, a group of women approached, quietly observing Li Mu and Yulan's duet without interruption. Li Mu, holding Yulan's hand, smiled and said, "Come, let us dance together." And so, amidst the music and revelry, the night slipped away. The following morning, Li Mu arose from the bedroom on the 4th floor, donned his slippers, and strolled to the floor-to-ceiling window, stretching as he gazed at the rising crimson sun. After breakfast, he descended to the lower level, where he engaged in some physical activity in the backyard. He then retrieved his bronze sword, having recently augmented his attributes. Li Mu had yet to fully adapt to his enhanced physical prowess. It felt as though his mind could not keep pace with the capabilities of his body. With his current strength, Li Mu could effortlessly leap over a 3-meter wall without a running start, though he had yet to test his full power. After drawing the bronze sword, he began to wield it. After a considerable period of practice, the sword had become an extension of his will. After approximately an hour of exercise, Li Mu prepared to venture out. I'm going out for a while. You all stay home and be safe. Call me if you need anything. The women gathered in the courtyard to see Li Mu off. Rest assured, do take care of yourself. Li Mu climbed into his off-road vehicle and drove through the gates of the villa, heading towards the row of townhouses. This morning, he intended to seek out that celebrity. To be honest, the former Li Mu had never been an admirer of stars, having only seen them on television. Zhang Yahu had not disclosed the identity of this top-tier celebrity, leaving Li Mu's curiosity piqued. Li Mu was filled with curiosity regarding the identity of the female celebrity, wondering if she was one that he admired. The previous day, Zhang Yahu had sent him the location of the star, and now Li Mu was en route to the villa where she was situated. He was anxious, fearing that if he delayed, the celebrity might succumb to hunger. The car swiftly arrived at the address displayed on his phone, and only after confirming that he was indeed at the correct location did he come to a halt. However, upon glancing towards the villa, Li Mu realized that the situation was more complicated than he had anticipated. There were already individuals gathered before the entrance. 5 or 6 people were aggressively attacking the villa's security door with axes and various tools. 2 sentinels, noticing Li Mu's vehicle, approached with baseball bats in hand. The bats studded with nails to significantly enhance their lethality, poised to deliver devastating strikes. What are you staring at? This is no place for you. Get out of here. And do it quickly. One of them shouted, the menace in his voice palpable. If you don't want to meet your end, you better skedaddle. As they drew near, their threats escalated, demanding that Li Mu vacate the premises. When they observed his lack of response, their tempers flared. Can't you hear me? I told you to scram. This is not a place for onlookers, and if you don't leave, I'll make sure you regret it. Seeing them approach with increasing aggression, Li Mu decided to step out of the car, retorting, "What are you doing here?" Upon hearing his audacity to inquire, one of the assailants, a young man with bleached hair, lunged forward, swinging his bat at Li Mu with force. In a swift motion, Li Mu stepped forward, grasping the unarmed section of the bat, while simultaneously seizing the attacker's hand, twisting it until the sound of cracking bones echoed through the air. "Ah, help me. My hand is broken." Li Mu seized the baseball bat from the young man's grasp and effortlessly deflected the second attacker's assault. Before the individual could strike again, Li Mu swung the bat, connecting with a powerful blow to the assailant's chest. The nails embedded in the bat pierced deeply into the man's flesh, causing him to collapse to the ground in agony. While the nails would not prove fatal, they inflicted excruciating pain. The young man with the broken arm attempted to flee, but as he staggered to his feet, Li Mu delivered a decisive kick that sent him crashing to the ground, his face meeting the earth with a harsh impact. Li Mu then placed his foot on the young man's head, bringing the bat down mercilessly onto his thigh, extracting a gruesome wound that revealed the flesh beneath. "Please, spare me. I beg you, I won't dare do this again." Initially, I believed Li Mu to be an innocuous young man, yet upon confrontation, it became evident that he was a formidable adversary. The yellow-haired thug, realizing he was outmatched, quickly began to plead for mercy. Li Mu, with an air of indifference, remarked, "If you wish to avoid further suffering, divulge your purpose here. Otherwise, I shall strike your other thigh as well." Having tasted the agony, the yellow-haired thug promptly exclaimed, I'll speak. I implore you to desist. It is unbearably painful. I cannot endure it." Li Mu urged, "Then speak swiftly." The thug replied, "Our boss informed us that a female celebrity resides within this villa. He is yet to experience the thrill of being with a star and tasked us with capturing her. However, we did not anticipate that her home would be fortified with a specialized security door. Even the glass is bulletproof. Thus, we have been devising a plan. Currently, several of us are within, attempting to breach the door, and they likely heard the commotion here. I have revealed all I know. I beg you, spare me. I do not wish to die." Li Mu smiled faintly, raising his baseball bat high. "It matters not. I desire your demise enough." No sooner had he spoken than the bat descended, shattering the thug's skull, brain matter splattering across the ground. Clad in his assassin's attire, Li Mu showed no concern for the ensuing mess. After dispatching the first, he advanced towards another, swiftly delivering another fatal blow without uttering a single word. After eliminating 2 adversaries, he turned his attention to the villa. To his astonishment, others were vying for the same prize. Thankfully, he had arrived just in time. Otherwise, the celebrity would have been claimed by someone else. The allure of the star was indeed lethal. In this apocalyptic world, many sought to savor the experience of being with a celebrity. Li Mu pondered how she had survived thus far, perhaps sheer luck. In the struggle for survival, personal strength constitutes one facet, yet fortune plays an equally vital role. Some individuals may not have transformed into zombies, yet those around them did, leading to their untimely demise before they could react. Upon reaching the villa's entrance, Li Mu observed several furious individuals brandishing machetes as they charged toward him. "What transpired?" he inquired. These men were attempting to breach the villa's security door and had rushed out upon hearing the screams. They first glanced at Li Mu, then at the 2 headless corpses sprawled on the ground. "You little brat, how dare you kill our brother? Do you have any idea whose territory this is? To come here and stir trouble. Today, we will ensure you do not leave alive. Brothers, unite and slay him." As they lunged forward, Li Mu summoned his bronze sword, swiftly severing one thug's head. In less than a minute, the once boisterous group that had stood before Li Mu was reduced to a collection of headless corpses. Stepping over the lifeless bodies, Li Mu arrived at the villa's courtyard, where he noticed a collection of tools lying before the security door: large hammers, crowbars, and a small cutting machine. The assortment was quite comprehensive, yet their efforts seemed futile. Despite the number of people working for half a day, they had failed to breach the security door. At that moment, a mobile phone at Li Mu's feet suddenly rang. He picked it up and answered, immediately met with a barrage of insults from the other end. "Have you managed to secure her yet? After all this time, you can't even bring back one woman. If you don't retrieve that actress by noon, don't bother returning. You're nothing but a bunch of useless fools, consuming my resources in vain. Speak up." Li Mu spoke slowly, There's no need to wait. They won't be coming back, for they are all dead. As for the actress, she is now mine. The voice on the other end hesitated before snarling. Who are you? Do you realize that anyone who dares to provoke me in this villa area meets a grim fate? I advise you to deliver the actress immediately, or I will ensure your demise is most torturous. Li Mu smiled faintly, his tone laced with sarcasm. I am quite curious about what you could possibly do if I refuse. What can you achieve other than raging impotently at your phone? How about this? If you possess any true courage, come find me. I am eager to see who meets a tragic end. I am certain it will not be me. The voice on the line erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, good, very good. Such audacity. However, let me warn you, as long as you remain in this villa area, it is only a matter of time before you fall into my grasp, and when that day comes, I shall make your suffering exquisite. Oh, and don't fret. I have a grand gift planned for you shortly. I hope you don't perish too quickly. Ha ha ha. After ending the call, Li Mu tossed the phone aside. Everyone can issue threats, but the true measure lies in one's capability, which is why Li Mu has never feared such intimidation. He then approached the security door, surveying the damage inflicted upon it, and lifted his leg to deliver a powerful kick. With a resounding crash, the security door slowly fell inward, collapsing onto the ground. Once it had settled, Li Mu stepped inside. There, in the living room, stood a woman clad in athletic wear, her face devoid of makeup, brandishing an object towards him. Who are you? This is my home. Leave at once, or I shall not be merciful. Li Mu could see the fear in her eyes, as her legs trembled uncontrollably. Upon closer inspection, he recognized her as a star, Bai Shuang. Though unadorned by cosmetics, Bai Shuang bore little distinction from her televised image, a veritable beauty graced with inherent charm. Indeed, she epitomized the allure of a top-tier celebrity, her visage remaining exquisite even in its natural state. Previously, Li Mu had only glimpsed such illustrious stars from afar on the screen, but upon witnessing Bai Shuang up close today, he was struck by her undeniable beauty. In that moment, however, Bai Shuang appeared somewhat flustered. She was acutely aware that her identity as a star would undoubtedly attract the covetous gaze of many in this post-apocalyptic world, with numerous men likely yearning for her. Consequently, since the onset of the cataclysm, she had ventured out infrequently, striving to conceal her existence from the surrounding survivors. Yet, as is often the case, the truth could not remain hidden forever. Eventually, she was spotted through a window. Thus, many had set their sights on Bai Shuang. Just days prior, the allure of sustenance had tempted several to propose bartering food for a chance to be with her. However, as her home remained stocked with provisions, she had declined their advances, unwilling to trade her body for survival even in dire straits. After being rebuffed by Bai Shuang, some had resorted to sending individuals to forcibly enter her abode. As Bai Shuang faced Li Mu, she asserted, regardless of who I am, this is my home. I advise you to leave promptly, or I shall not hesitate to take action. With that, she activated her stun baton, crackling with electricity and emitting a menacing hum. Li Mu had not anticipated her possession of such an effective tool, yet it was understandable for a star to be equipped with means of self-defense. In this grim new world, the stun baton served as a formidable weapon. Provided there was power, it could incapacitate an adversary entirely. Bai Shuang brandished the baton, declaring, "Behold, I am armed. You would do well to depart swiftly." Li Mu smiled faintly. What a coincidence. I happen to be armed as well. Care to assess my weapon? With that, he retrieved a handgun from his coat, deftly chambering a round before proudly inquiring, "What do you think of my weapon?" Upon seeing the firearm, Bai Shuang was engulfed by a profound sense of despair. How could her baton possibly compete with a gun? Stammering, she managed to ask, "What do you intend to do?" Li Mu offered a reassuring smile. "Fear not, I am not a villain." Bai Shuang regarded him with disdain. "With that demeanor, you certainly appear to be one." Li Mu gestured towards the handgun. "Kindly lower your baton slowly. I would prefer it unbroken, as I wish to examine it further." Faced with the ominous barrel of the gun, Bai Shuang had no choice but to comply, cautiously placing the baton upon the ground. "What do you want?" "As long as you refrain from shooting, we can discuss anything," she said, to which Li Mu replied with a grin. "My illustrious star, let us not feign ignorance when the truth is evident. I have come here with the singular aim of winning your heart and making you my beloved." Just as Li Mu reveled in his triumph, an ominous cacophony of zombie growls pierced the air. This unsettling sound stirred an instinctual dread within him, prompting him to glance towards the door, where an alarming sight awaited. In the distance, a horde of zombies surged towards them, undoubtedly drawn by the pungent scent of blood wafting from the pile of corpses on the ground. The throng comprised at least 100 of these grotesque creatures, their howls echoed by an ever-growing number joining their ranks. Li Mu cursed under his breath. He had unwittingly stirred a hornet's nest. Time was of the essence. There was no room for hesitation. The security door had been compromised, offering no barrier against the impending onslaught. Swiftly, he approached Bai Shuang, covering the mere 10 meters in 2 strides. Startled, Bai Shuang gasped, "What do you intend to do?" Without indulging in further dialogue, Li Mu stowed away the electric baton and hoisted Bai Shuang onto his shoulder. Despite her reluctance, she found herself unable to resist, for his strength was formidable. "Release me at once," she protested. Ignoring her cries, Li Mu sprinted outside, muttering curses under his breath. "Foolish woman, if you wish to avoid becoming zombie bait, cease your shouting. I swear, if you continue, I shall abandon you to them." As he spoke, they emerged onto the street. Bai Shuang continued to beat against his back, demanding to be let go. He relented, placing her on the ground before turning toward the off-road vehicle. The zombies were now less than 50 meters away, their pace quickening. Previously shielded by Li Mu, Bai Shuang had only heard the sounds of the approaching horde, but now, confronted with the sight of the relentless zombies, her legs turned to jelly. "My heavens, why are there so many?" Li Mu reached the vehicle and opened the door, slipping inside. The sound of the door slamming shut acted as a catalyst for Bai Shuang's survival instinct, compelling her to follow this stranger if she wished to escape. The alternative was certain doom, being torn apart and devoured until naught remained. Revitalized by her will to survive, Bai Shuang rose with newfound determination, her legs no longer trembling as she raced towards Li Mu's vehicle. She attempted to open the rear door, only to find it locked, at which point she caught sight of Li Mu's mischievous grin. Frantically, she pounded on the window, her voice tinged with desperation as she cried out, "Please, I implore you to let me into the car. I beg you, just allow me to enter, and you can do as you wish." Chapter 59. Perhaps we can engage in other activities. Upon hearing these words, Li Mu smiled and opened the car door. Bai Shuang swiftly climbed into the back seat and forcefully pulled the door shut behind her. Having narrowly escaped, Bai Shuang lay back in the rear, gasping for breath. The car had already started, and noticing the zombies were less than 10 meters away, Li Mu quickly shifted into reverse and pressed the accelerator. The off-road vehicle began to retreat, distancing itself from the horde of zombies. Li Mu then cautioned, "If you wish to avoid a grievous collision, you best fasten your seatbelt. I intend to drive at high speed." This time, Bai Shuang did not protest, but instead gracefully swung her long legs into the passenger seat, effortlessly taking her place beside him due to her slender figure. Fortunately, the spaciousness of the vehicle allowed her to settle in quickly as she secured her seatbelt without delay. Li Mu regarded Bai Shuang with curiosity. She met his gaze and replied, "Isn't the passenger seat considered the safest spot in the car? I fear your driving skills may be lacking, and this increases our chances of survival." Such a fear of death. Once Bai Shuang had fastened her seatbelt, Li Mu deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, executing a drift as the vehicle reversed, swiftly turning the car around. Now, the back of the car faced the horde of zombies, prompting Li Mu to shift gears and accelerate away. Meanwhile, on the upper floor of a nearby villa, a man observed the scene through binoculars. This man was the very individual who had conversed with Li Mu over the phone, and the zombies were his unwelcome gift to Li Mu. Witnessing Li Mu's unscathed escape infuriated him, and he slammed his fist against the railing. "Damn it! How could he have gotten away and taken my starlet with him? The zombies I painstakingly cultivated have gone to waste. The next time I encounter him, I will ensure he meets a gruesome fate." The zombies pursuing Li Mu were all bred by this man, their intelligence nearly non-existent. They would charge at the scent of blood. Thus, he had ordered his subordinates to douse a villa's yard with human blood, discarding bodies within, resulting in over 100 zombies congregating overnight. In this manner, he cultivated these zombies, preparing them for when he needed to lure them. His subordinates would spread blood along the route, leading the zombies to his designated location. While this endeavor was effective against enemies, it came at the cost of his subordinates, as many of them were often devoured in the process. The man's name was Zhu Feng, and as the off-road vehicle vanished from sight, he angrily seized his subordinate by the collar. "Please continue to capture zombies. The more, the better. Once the task is accomplished, I shall reward you with a box of instant noodles. I have plenty of food." All I desire are the female celebrities and that young lad's corpse. Zhu Feng, who operates a fast food factory, fortuitously found himself within the premises when the apocalypse erupted. Thus, he swiftly commandeered a truck laden with provisions and made his way to a villa district. Meanwhile, in an off-road vehicle, Li Mu could no longer see the zombies trailing behind. With safety restored, Bai Shuang exhaled a sigh of relief, and the two engaged in light conversation. Young man, your driving skills are impressive. What was your profession before? Li Mu rested one hand on the gear shift, steering the vehicle with ease. I was a student before the apocalypse struck, but I have a passion for driving. You know that, big star? As they conversed, Li Mu's hand inadvertently rested upon Bai Shuang's thigh. Upon sensing his touch, she instinctively considered shifting her leg away, yet hesitated. She understood that such an action might result in being expelled from the vehicle, having witnessed Li Mu's ruthless nature. Hence, she chose to endure the situation. Indeed, you live up to your status as a celebrity. Your figure is even more remarkable than on television, Li Mu teased. To alleviate the awkwardness, Bai Shuang swiftly redirected the conversation. So, where shall we go now? Do you have a place to stay? Li Mu smiled faintly. Of course. I have a place to stay, but we cannot return just yet. If we do, the zombies might follow us by scent. And I certainly do not wish to turn my home into a foul-smelling den. Let's take care of some matters first and return later. Subsequently, Li Mu pressed the brake and halted the vehicle by the roadside. Bai Shuang's face flushed instantly. Although a celebrity, she was unaccustomed to such situations and did not expect Li Mu to stop here. Her heart raced as she stammered, Could we perhaps wait until we return to discuss this? Doing such things here might be a bit inconvenient, and I'm feeling a bit unwell these past few days. I'm afraid of running a red light. Li Mu was momentarily taken aback by her words, then smirked mischievously. I say, big star, are you perhaps a bit too eager? Bai Shuang, irked, retorted, Did you not stop to conduct business? Why does it suddenly seem like I'm the one in a hurry? Li Mu chuckled as he activated the car's navigation system, searching for a location. The business I referred to and what you mean are not the same. Besides, I do not wish to run a red light either. Let us wait until you are finished. After all, you are in my grasp now, and there is no escape. Hearing this, Bai Shuang felt both anger and embarrassment, lightly hitting Li Mu's arm. You are so wicked. Li Mu smiled as he searched for the nearest Walmart on the vehicle's navigation system. Haha, the food at home is running low. I'm preparing to seek out some provisions to bring back, and perhaps some tools as well. After considering my options, it seems Walmart is the only place that has what we need, so a trip there is unavoidable. Hearing Li Mu's nonchalant remarks, Bai Shuang felt a sense of disbelief. Oh heavens, can you not comprehend our situation? We are in an apocalypse, surrounded by zombies, and we have just narrowly escaped their clutches. Your suggestion to visit Walmart sounds as casual as a trip there before the world fell apart. It's one thing to utter such words, but quite another to act on them. Please understand the gravity of our circumstances. I have fought hard to survive, and I do not wish to accompany you to certain death. Bai Shuang sensed that her argument lacked conviction, and she gazed at Li Mu with a hint of seduction, her delicate hands resting on his arm. True to her status as a top actress, her gaze and demeanor left Li Mu utterly captivated. Perhaps we could engage in other activities in the car, rather than risking our lives at Walmart. What do you think? Chapter 60, Arrival at Walmart. First encounter with the second tier. Li Mu had not anticipated that this woman would resort to any means necessary to deter him from going to Walmart. Her demeanor was indeed difficult for him to resist, prompting him to ask in confusion, Aren't you feeling unwell? Upon hearing Li Mu's interest, Bai Shuang leaned in closer, their proximity becoming quite intimate. Her cheeks flushed as she replied, I was jesting. I'm simply fatigued and wish to delay our departure. However, if you refrain from going to Walmart, I am open to whatever else you wish to do. As Li Mu gently caressed Bai Shuang's cheek, a subtle fragrance wafted through the air. Truly, she embodied the allure of a superstar. Bai Shuang's intentions were straightforward. She sought to prevent Li Mu from venturing to Walmart, hence her use of such tactics. After a while, Li Mu returned to the driver's seat, a slight smile gracing his lips. You should eat something and rest for a bit, perhaps even take a nap. We will be home soon. He then retrieved a bag of bread and a carton of milk from the storage compartment, offering them to Bai Shuang. She accepted them with a nod, saying, All right, let us hurry home. I just want to have a good sleep. Despite his words, the voice of the vehicle's navigation system betrayed him. Now departing for Walmart. The total distance is 3 kilometers. Please fasten your seatbelt. Upon hearing this, Bai Shuang immediately sat upright. What is going on? You deceiver. Did you not say we were going home? Why are we still heading to Walmart? Li Mu chuckled awkwardly, feeling as though he had compromised his integrity. Yet, now that he had already embarked on this journey, was it necessary to maintain honesty? He shrugged his shoulders. I never agreed to avoid Walmart. Besides, you need not worry so much. With my capabilities, there is no peril in venturing to Walmart. You are now my woman, and I would never allow you to face danger. You shall remain by my side, and as long as I draw breath, I shall ensure your safety. Bai Shuang was momentarily taken aback, then sighed in silence. What can I do? I am equally helpless in this situation. Having come this far, I shall accompany you. Bai Shuang returned to the passenger seat and fastened her seatbelt. Let us go. I shall first have a bite to eat, lest I lack the strength to flee later. Once aboard this treacherous vessel, Bai Shuang was unable to disembark, so she could only follow along for the journey. Throughout the drive, Li Mu listened to music, feeling quite joyful. As he drove, he also summoned the system to claim his rewards. System, please dispense the rewards. Naturally, these were thoughts echoing in Li Mu's mind. The system promptly responded, and the rewards were immediately granted. Congratulations, host, you have received the reward. Thunderclap Panther. Thunderclap Panther, a black panther endowed with lightning abilities. It typically manifests as a small black cat and transforms into a black panther in combat, exhibiting unparalleled swiftness, a truly extraordinary companion. Congratulations, host. Your storage capacity has doubled. Li Mu's primary objective was to expand his storage space, which had now increased to over 800 square feet, allowing him to procure more provisions during this trip to Walmart. Unexpectedly, the system had granted him a divine pet with lightning abilities, a reward that filled Li Mu with astonishment. After all, such powers were previously thought to exist only in films. He could hardly believe they had now become a reality, and that his pet possessed such abilities. Subsequently, Li Mu opened his attribute panel to take a look. Host, Li Mu's strength, 17 constitution, 17 speed, 17 free points, 1 items, crimson yin-yang technique, bronze sword, assassin's garb, firearm package skills, danger perception, night vision pet, thunderclap panther. Suddenly, Li Mu sensed something amiss and inquired of the system. System, now that my pet possesses extraordinary abilities, will humans begin to awaken their own powers as well? The system confirmed this. Certainly, as the apocalypse unfolds, humans will gradually awaken their abilities to combat the increasingly formidable zombies. However, there are certain thresholds to this process. Once an individual's strength reaches the 4th tier, they will awaken a random ability, the nature of which will depend on luck. Li Mu then asked, how formidable is my pet's lightning ability? It is a top-tier ability, undoubtedly powerful. Indeed, as Li Mu had conjectured, with the overwhelming number of zombies, humanity's survival now hinges upon mutation. The awakening of extraordinary abilities is an inevitable phenomenon. However, the threshold for such transformation is quite formidable. Currently, Li Mu is merely a 3rd-tier warrior, and to ascend to the 4th tier, all attributes must exceed 20. Even with his advantages, he remains at the 3rd tier, and the prospects for others are even more daunting. The barrier is undeniably high. Despite the arduous path ahead, Li Mu swiftly navigated his vehicle to the entrance of the Walmart supermarket, guided by his familiarity with the route. Just as the car came to a halt, a horde of zombies surged toward him. Unfastening his seatbelt, Li Mu turned to Bai Shuang and instructed, "Stay in the car, do not exit. I will deal with these zombies." Upon disembarking, Li Mu secured the vehicle, wielding a bronze sword in one hand and a pistol in the other as he approached the advancing zombies. The location of Walmart being in the city center, the density of zombies was remarkably high. At least 40 to 50 were rushing toward him. Before they could reach him, Li Mu raised his pistol and began firing relentlessly. Bang, bang, bang. With each gunshot, a zombie's head was obliterated. This marked Li Mu's inaugural experience using a firearm against zombies, and he found it surprisingly effortless. His marksmanship had improved considerably through practice, enabling him to achieve nearly perfect accuracy. Moreover, the weapon's potency had been augmented by the system, resulting in explosive impacts that shattered the zombie skulls upon contact. Observing the zombies charging at him without any sense of evasion, he noted their almost Q-like disposition for execution. Yet, after Li Mu fired again, this time, no head exploded, not due to a misfire, but because the targeted zombie suddenly ducked to evade the bullet. With a slight smile, Li Mu fixated on the nimble zombie that had dodged his shot. How amusing. It must be a second-tier zombie. This is my first encounter with one, he mused. Retracting his gun into storage, he brandished the bronze sword and charged forward. Let me see just how formidable this second-tier zombie truly is. At this moment, Bai Shuang, still in the car, was utterly captivated, her eyes wide with astonishment. Incredible. So impressive. She had never anticipated Li Mu's prowess. Single-handedly dispatching so many zombies felt like a scene from a film. Yet, the reality before her was undeniable. A lone individual facing dozens of zombies with remarkable composure, effortlessly eliminating several in mere moments. Bai Shuang felt that Li Mu's bravery eclipsed that of any male actor. After all, the charm of those actors was merely a performance. If they were confronted with such a horde of zombies, they would likely be paralyzed with fear, ultimately succumbing to the relentless undead. However, the young man before me was entirely different. He was not at all daunted by the zombies. Instead, he calmly dispatched a considerable number of them with remarkable skill. How impressive. He truly did not deceive me. It seems my choice was indeed wise. In these dire circumstances, only by aligning myself with such a formidable man can I hope to survive. Outside the vehicle, Li Mu was already engaged in combat with a second-tier zombie. This particular creature was characterized by its immense strength, boasting a robust physique and elongated fangs that surpassed those of ordinary zombies, with claws to match. As the second-tier zombie lunged with a powerful swipe, Li Mu countered with a swift strike of his sword, severing one of its arms in an instant. Yet, the zombie, oblivious to pain, continued its relentless assault with even greater ferocity. In a moment of inexperience, Li Mu failed to react as the creature's other claw darted towards his chest. Just as he felt the impending doom, he realized that the assassin's attire he wore had withstood the assault. The assassin's garb, I had forgotten, also served a protective function. Frustrated by its inability to penetrate the fabric, the second-tier zombie resorted to biting at Li Mu's neck. However, this time, he was not going to let it succeed. With a swift counterstrike, he decapitated the zombie and sent it flying. The remaining zombies posed little challenge, and Li Mu quickly dispatched them all. Yet, even after the battle, a sense of unease lingered. His lack of combat experience had led to a critical mistake. He could not afford to make such errors in the future. Fortunately, thanks to his protective attire, he had escaped unscathed. He reminded himself never to underestimate the situation again. In the future, he would rely on firearms whenever possible. If a handgun was inadequate, he still had a sharpshooter's rifle at his disposal. Such blunders must never be repeated. Once all the zombies were eliminated, Li Mu approached the passenger side of the off-road vehicle. Bai Shuang opened the door and stepped out. Are you all right? I saw that zombie grab you, she asked. Li Mu shook his head. This outfit is sturdier than a bulletproof vest. The zombie couldn't tear it. Did you not notice that I wasn't even wounded? Bai Shuang nodded in acknowledgement. That's good. Shall we proceed inside? Li Mu retrieved his handgun. Of course, but remember not to run around or shout. Just stick closely to me, observe your surroundings, and try to remain silent. If you spot a zombie, quietly inform me. Bai Shuang nodded earnestly. Rest assured, I will not risk my life foolishly. Li Mu responded with a nod. That is good to hear. If your foolishness causes trouble, I will not hesitate to abandon you. I hope you grasp this principle. Bai Shuang smiled slightly. You truly are a handsome yet cold man. Without further conversation, Li Mu strode directly towards the entrance of the Walmart supermarket, with Bai Shuang promptly following closely behind him. The doors of the Walmart supermarket remained ajar as two individuals slowly pushed their way inside. Li Mu had frequented this place often, for its extensive array of merchandise ensured that one could find nearly anything desired. Thus, he was relatively familiar with its layout. Upon entering the supermarket, they were greeted by an enveloping darkness. The windows were shut tight, and the lights were extinguished. Observing this, Li Mu surmised that the place had likely been inhabited recently. Nevertheless, the night was Li Mu's domain, and in such a pitch-black environment, his night vision capabilities came to the fore. Indeed, after only a few steps, he stumbled upon several corpses beside the checkout counter. Some were zombies, while others were the remains of survivors with their necks viciously bitten. He halted his advance and whispered to Bai Shuang, who followed closely behind. It's too dark here. Grasp the hem of my clothing. Stay close to me. I have spotted the bodies, which means there are likely other survivors and zombies within. Bai Shuang nodded vigorously, indicating her understanding. Li Mu turned back, tightening his grip on his firearm as they pressed onward. Despite the oppressive darkness that rendered visibility nearly non-existent, to Li Mu, it felt no different from daylight. The duo continued forward, with Li Mu's objective being the vegetable section of the Walmart. Compared to the vegetable area in his residential community, the one in Walmart was a veritable expanse. The supermarket's produce section was at least 10 times larger, boasting a far greater variety and quantity of vegetables. Walmart was astonishingly vast, easily the size of a football field, situated in the heart of the city where space was at a premium. Upon arriving at the vegetable section, Li Mu halted, having keenly detected voices. Though faint, they were unmistakable. He swiftly recalibrated his course, moving toward the source of the sound. Indeed, after a slight turn, he came to a stop as a beam of flashlight illuminated the area about 30 meters ahead, revealing two individuals busily stuffing items into their bags. Li Mu cocked his weapon and cautiously approached them. The pair remained engrossed in their task, oblivious to the arrival of Li Mu and Bai Shuang as they continued to fill their bags with produce. "Hurry, let us grab what we can and flee. There are likely zombies inside. I heard commotion outside, indicating someone is battling the undead. We must seize this opportunity while the zombies are distracted and then return swiftly." Suddenly, a chilling voice emanated from behind them, sending shivers down their spines. "You don't seem to be leaving anytime soon. If you wish to avoid death, remain silent. My weapon is loaded, and I would not hesitate to shatter both of your skulls. Raise your hands." The two men stood frozen in the yard as if struck by lightning, acutely aware of the gun aimed at their heads and a sword pressed against their throats. Slowly, they raised their hands in surrender. "Brother, please don't shoot. We mean no harm. We merely seek some food. Let us speak civilly." Chapter 62. Luring the snake from its hole. Their backpacks were unceremoniously tossed to the ground. "Please, do not act rashly. We came solely for provisions." "We can leave without taking anything if that's what you wish," Li Mu implored. "Is it just the two of you, or are there others?" One of the men inquired. "There are others. A group of survivors arrived here a couple of days ago, and we are staying at the hotel across the street, so we have observed everything clearly. There are about a dozen of them. Once they entered, they have not come back out. I suspect they are still within. If I were in their position, I wouldn't leave either. There's food and drink here, it's easy to hide, and there are plenty of items that can be repurposed as tools. This place is indeed the ideal stronghold." "That is a valid point. This location is indeed well suited as a base for survivors. Whoever manages to secure it would not have to worry about food." Conversely, if Li Mu lacked a unique advantage and was without a reliable group of companions, he too would choose this place as a refuge. Li Mu continued his inquiries. "How numerous are the zombies?" The man whispered back, "Not many. We encountered several corpses while scavenging for food, so it seems that the group has cleared out a good number of them." Li Mu then commanded, "Take your belongings and leave this place. If I encounter you again, I shall not be so lenient." The two men, filled with relief, carefully picked up their backpacks from the ground. "All right, we will depart now. Thank you for sparing our lives." They did not turn back, but cautiously exited the vegetable area, using their flashlights. Once they were gone, Li Mu began to navigate through the vegetable section. The produce was preserved in specialized humidification cabinets, so it remained largely unspoiled. Every vegetable he passed was swiftly collected into his storage space, and soon, a significant portion of the area was emptied. White Frost, following closely behind, cautiously asked, "Why did you spare those two? Are you not afraid of retribution?" Li Mu smiled slightly. "If I had not let them go, how could they return to inform their leader and bring him to seek vengeance upon me?" White Frost quickly grasped the implication. "You mean they are affiliated with the group that invaded the Walmart? But how could you know this?" Li Mu continued collecting vegetables as he explained. "You may not have noticed, but they were covered in blood, and each of them bore two bloodied machetes at their waists. The stench of gore was quite pungent, indicative of a recent skirmish. Notably, they also had a walkie-talkie attached to their belts. If they were merely two individuals, would there be a need for such communication devices? I surmise they are most likely affiliated with that group, though I cannot be entirely certain, hence I decided to let them pass and observe further. Should they indeed be part of the same faction, it would be prudent to eliminate them all. If they are not, then allowing them to depart would suffice. In this inky darkness, they would hardly pose a threat to me." Bai Shuang appeared somewhat perplexed. "Why do you say that?" Li Mu gestured towards his eyes. "Because I possess the keen vision of an owl. The night is my domain." After a brief exchange, Li Mu had collected all the vegetables from the produce section, leaving it utterly barren. "Let us proceed to the next location." Bai Shuang was already aware of Li Mu's storage capabilities, so she exhibited no surprise. Li Mu, as usual, ventured into the adjacent meat section, only to find it devoid of any meat, likely stored elsewhere. He recalled a conversation with a Walmart employee, who mentioned the stringent management of the store, wherein all meat must be placed in cold storage at night to preserve its freshness. Thus, Li Mu commenced his search for the cold storage. Indeed, he soon spotted a large stainless steel door resembling a cold storage entrance. Approaching the door, he swiftly severed the lock and pushed it open. As the door creaked ajar, a cornucopia of meats lay before them. Such an abundance. Truly, Walmart does not disappoint in its meat storage capacity. Li Mu wasted no time, and after a cursory glance, he collected all the meat within. With his storage space, gathering provisions was remarkably effortless, while others might struggle to transport even a fraction of this bounty. Li Mu could whisk it all away with a mere gesture, a testament to the disparity in their circumstances. Next, he moved to the pantry section, gathering all the rice and flour he could carry. Witnessing this, Bai Shuang couldn't help but exclaim, "I can hardly believe it. In mere minutes, you've amassed enough provisions to sustain others for nearly a year, and such a variety at that. I truly question the reality of this." Li Mu smiled faintly. "Given our circumstances, it is essential that we maintain a balanced diet with 3 hot meals each day. Now, you should comprehend that your choice was indeed the right one. Do you still wish to part ways with me?" Bai Shuang hurriedly shook her head and embraced Li Mu tightly. "No, it is impossible for me to leave you. I would rather perish than abandon you. Only by staying with you can I survive. As long as you do not forsake me, I am willing to comply with your every demand." Before Bai Shuang could finish her words, Li Mu swiftly covered her mouth. "Hush, do not utter a sound. Someone is approaching." He pulled Bai Shuang into concealment. Moments later, a group of men, brimming with menace, stormed into the adjacent vegetable section, wielding flashlights. "Fei Gu, exercise caution. That individual is armed. Do not let him catch you off guard." The leader reprimanded a nearby subordinate with a sharp slap. "Incompetent fool. If he truly had a firearm, would you still be standing here? Besides, does he have a gun? We do, and I intend to see just how formidable he truly is." The reporter, Fei Gu, waved his hand. "Pair up, wield your flashlights and firearms, and search thoroughly. We must locate that scoundrel who dares to invade my territory. I will have his corpse displayed at the supermarket entrance as a warning to others." The men then paired up, armed with air guns and flashlights, commencing their search of the vegetable section. These air guns were hastily assembled from tools scavenged at Walmart. Although they lacked the power of true firearms, they still posed considerable danger, and each member was equipped with one. Chapter 63. An intense gunfight. A madman, the leader of the living, Han Fei, was a recently released convict, a fugitive. Shortly after his release, the zombie crisis erupted, prompting him and his comrades to embark on a spree of looting. He had learned the craft of gun-making from a life-sentenced inmate during his time in prison, and it was these air guns that he had created. To him, this was trivial. With the right tools, time, and materials, he could forge even more formidable weapons. His purpose for coming to the Walmart supermarket was to manufacture guns. And now that he had succeeded, he would not allow anyone to encroach upon his territory. At that moment, Bai Shuang, hidden away, turned to Li Mu, saying, "I cannot believe you were right. They truly are a gang. What shall we do now?" In the next instant, a long rifle materialized in Li Mu's hands. It was a sharpshooter rifle. "What shall we do? We shall eliminate them all. We have lured them out. We must devise a way to capture them all at once. Just remain silent and do not draw their attention. Wait here for me and conceal yourself well." With that, Li Mu grasped the rifle and moved towards the vegetable section. The enemy was in the light, while I remained in the shadows. This battle was indeed winnable. Li Mu intended to leverage his swift mobility and night vision to engage in guerrilla warfare. Meanwhile, Han Fei, armed with a gun, began his search of the vegetable section. One of his subordinates reported, "Boss, we have searched thoroughly. There is no one here. We found no one on our end either." Just as Han Fei raised his air gun to respond, a gunshot rang out. Bang! Han Fei immediately spotted the flash of gunfire and shouted in a particular direction. "There! Fire! Shoot him dead!" The sound of air guns erupted in a cacophony as countless pellets rained down on the spot where the flash had appeared. After a flurry of shots, Han Fei bellowed, "Stop! Cease fire! Save your ammunition!" Instantly, the gunfire ceased. "Two of you, check if he is dead." The two men cautiously ventured toward the direction of the gunfire. Yet, before they could take more than a couple of steps, The sound of Li Mu's rifle echoed again, this time from a different position, firing twice. Bang! Bang! The heads of the two men searching for Li Mu's body exploded, splattering blood and brain matter across Han Fei's face. This time, Han Fei remained silent as his underlings began shooting in the direction of the flash. Damn it, stop firing. Take cover, hide first, he shouted in desperation. A bunch of fools, a bunch of brainless idiots. Haven't you ever faced off against the police before? This was no idle chatter. Aside from Han Fei, most present were novices, with few having ever seen combat. Upon hearing Han Fei's command, everyone immediately crouched down to hide. One underling anxiously called out, "Boss, what do we do now?" Han Fei wiped the blood and flesh from his face. Damn it, just from the gunfire. We know it's a rifle. We run into a tough opponent, and his tactics are too agile, hiding and fighting us. We have flashlights. If he aims at them, he'll hit us precisely. This one do. We can't continue like this. He then shouted to his brothers nearby. Turn off the flashlights, and back to back, move slowly. That way, we'll all be blind. No one will see, and it will be a game of luck. Li Mu, of course, overheard this and muttered to himself. No wonder he is the leader. His reaction is indeed swift. Luckily, even in the darkness, I can still see. Otherwise, I would truly be at a disadvantage. Subsequently, Li Mu shifted his position once more. After finding a suitable spot, he raised his weapon again, initially aiming at Han Fei, who had just shouted. After a slight smile, he redirected his aim at one of the men beside him and gently squeezed the trigger. Bang! The head of Han Fei's nearby underling exploded instantaneously, blood and brain matter once again splattering across Han Fei's face. Han Fei immediately fled to find another place to hide. Damn it, this is a provocation. How can he see at night? Does this brat have night vision? Han Fei was acutely aware that the previous shot was a deliberate challenge, intentionally missing him as the bullet flew past his eyes before striking his underling. How could Han Fei possibly tolerate such a blatant provocation? He immediately began to contemplate a counter-strategy. Brothers, that fellow across from us can see us. Turn on the lights, and then we shall play with him properly. Let us see how he intends to hide then. Two of you, go and switch on the lights while we provide cover. However, after a long pause, no one moved to turn on the lights. After all, switching them on would expose us to gunfire. And they had no idea where the enemy was, making it impossible to take cover. A trembling younger brother spoke up. Big brother, should we not surrender? They seem formidable. They must be law enforcement, and if they are, they typically do not kill captives. Han Fei picked up a nearby bottle and hurled it at the trembling brother. Are you foolish? In this apocalypse, there are no law enforcers who spare captives. If we don't take him down today, we shall perish here. He then shouted at Li Mu, "Isn't that right, brother across from us?" Li Mu chuckled and replied loudly, "Just understand, you should fully experience the terror of death." Han Fei was an unequivocal madman. He laughed defiantly. "Ha ha ha, we want to know until the end who will fall. Should you fall into my hands, I shall skin you alive and hang your hide in my room as a trophy." Li Mu fell silent, and darkness enveloped them once more. Han Fei shouted again to his subordinates, "Who will turn on the lights? I promise to make him my second in command and gift him 10 women. You have followed me for so long. You should know that I, Han Fei, never lie. Whoever turns on the lights will become my true brother." Indeed. Someone hesitated for a moment before rising and sprinting towards the switch. However, barely out the door, gunfire erupted. Bang! The one who had run out fell. But Li Mu also summoned a hail of fire in response. Cover him, shoot him down. Keep sending people. He cannot show his face while under fire. Continue to send people to turn on the lights. Having changed positions, Li Mu resolved not to play slowly anymore, but to aim for a swift conclusion. A madman can only lead a band of madmen. The lights would eventually be turned on, thus a quick resolution was imperative. Chapter 64. Do I resemble Rambo? The gunfire intensified as Li Mu's figure darted through the supermarket, bullets constantly flying from his firearm. In such circumstances, his accuracy diminished significantly, yet the enemy was dwindling. Suddenly, the lights of the entire supermarket blazed to life, momentarily blinding everyone, except for Li Mu, for he had seen in the dark as if it were day. So the sudden illumination had little effect on him. In a daze, Han Fei suddenly spotted a figure appear less than 10 meters away. Yet he found himself unable to open his eyes. He could only rely on his instincts to raise his air gun and fire towards the front. However, Li Mu had already changed positions, and with a mere thought, The gun in his hand transformed into a handgun. Bang, bang, bang. The last 3 henchmen standing beside Han Fei were dispatched with precision, their heads exploding under Li Mu's aim. Just as Han Fei was about to open his eyes, he was met with the dark muzzle of a gun and the beaming smile of Li Mu. Li Mu casually remarked to Han Fei, "My friend, do I resemble Rambo?" Han Fei chuckled in response. "Indeed, you possess remarkable skill. Are you a cop?" Li Mu shook his head with a smile. "No, I am merely a university student." Han Fei's laughter grew louder, tinged with self-deprecation. "Ha ha ha, a university student. I, Han Fei, have battled with the police my entire life without being defeated, yet here I am, bested by a university student." Suddenly, Li Mu redirected the gun and fired a shot at a brave soul who had just dashed to turn on the lights and was now returning. After firing, the gun was once again aimed at Han Fei's head, leaving him no time to react. Han Fei nodded, acknowledging, "You are indeed formidable. I accept my defeat at your hands." No sooner had he spoken than he unexpectedly raised his air gun, unwilling to concede. But Li Mu merely smiled faintly, tauntingly saying, "Too slow." Bang! Han Fei's body crumpled to the ground, and Li Mu holstered his weapon, striding towards Bai Shuang. Upon reaching her, he discovered Bai Shuang hidden behind a shelf. Seeing Li Mu approach, she inquired, "Is it all over?" Li Mu nodded, confirming that everything had been resolved. "Now, let us explore Walmart thoroughly." The two proceeded to lock the supermarket's entrance with iron chains and immersed themselves in their shopping experience. At that moment, all the lights in the supermarket had been turned on, allowing Bai Shuang to finally appreciate the vastness of the Walmart. "Wow, I had no idea this supermarket was so large. I had only heard about it before, but never seen it." They wandered through the aisles. "Walmart is so famous. Haven't you ever been here before?" Bai Shuang asked, linking her arm with Li Mu's. "No, I generally avoid going out to minimize exposure. It would be troublesome if someone recognized me," Li Mu replied, finally realizing her status. "Oh, right, I almost forgot about your celebrity identity," Bai Shuang shyly remarked. "Stop it. I'm no longer a big star. I am just your woman now." As they conversed, they reached the clothing section. After gathering the necessary food, Li Mu noticed that there was still ample space left in his 800 square feet of storage. He gestured towards the racks filled with garments and asked, "Do you have any other clothes to wear?" Bai Shuang walked over and picked up 2 pieces of clothing to examine them. There weren't many options. "I seldom stay in the villa here in the Magic City, so the garments inside are rather limited. I don't intend to fetch more. I might as well just take a couple from here." Li Mu smiled gently, wrapping his arm around Bai Shuang's waist, and inquired, "Have you ever experienced the luxury of unlimited shopping?" Bai Shuang appeared puzzled. "Unlimited shopping? What does that mean?" Li Mu explained, "It means no expenditure. You can purchase as many clothes as you desire from here." Bai Shuang shook her head. "Of course not. Although I have money, I cannot afford to spend it recklessly. At Walmart, a single piece of clothing can cost thousands, even tens of thousands. I don't have that kind of wealth." Li Mu chuckled softly. "Then today, I shall grant you the experience of unlimited shopping. As a prominent star, your taste should be impeccable. So go ahead and select all the garments you find appealing in the women's section. The more, the better." Bai Shuang looked somewhat confused. "Isn't it enough to pick just a few? Why so many?" Li Mu playfully tapped her on the backside. "Counting you, I currently have 6 women. So these clothes won't be solely for your wear. Even if they changed outfits daily, I would soon grow weary of them. Hence it's only fitting to refresh our wardrobe." Hearing this, Bai Shuang laughed. "Indeed, a man as handsome and powerful as you must surely attract many women. Rest assured, I will take charge of selecting beautiful outfits for them, including alluring lingerie and various stockings. You will have plenty to admire, with new styles every day." Li Mu replied with a grin. "As long as you understand, let us begin." The two spent over half an hour selecting, and Li Mu's storage space was soon filled with 2,000 to 3,000 sets of clothing, tailored to women's sizes and of various styles. The quantity of lingerie and stockings was beyond counting. Clothing occupies little space, so there was still ample room in Li Mu's storage. They then proceeded to the cosmetics section, filled with high-end products. Naturally, Bai Shuang was responsible for selecting while Li Mu handled the packing. Before long, the entire cosmetics section was emptied. Checking his phone, Li Mu noticed it was already past 10 in the evening. "It appears we must stay here for the night. Returning now would be too perilous. We'll head back tomorrow morning," he suggested. Bai Shuang agreed without hesitation. "As long as you're with me, it doesn't matter where we go." Li Mu nodded and called Yulan to inform her that they wouldn't be returning. Then he and Bai Shuang found a room to settle in for the night. With nothing more to say, Li Mu arose early the next day and took Bai Shuang to the tools section of the supermarket. This place used to be Li Mu's favorite, for the abundance of tools available here was truly remarkable. Li Mu found everything he needed for modifying race cars. In the past, when he had little money, he could only gaze longingly at these splendid items, waiting until he had saved enough to make a purchase. However, circumstances have changed. Now, he can take whatever he desires without concern, even if it means taking it all. Chapter 65, Divine Level Pet. Thunderous Law Leopard Li Mu surveyed the myriad of tools and parts adorning the walls, contemplating what was necessary for modifying his off-road vehicle. After a moment's reflection, he decided that since the world had descended into chaos, he might as well indulge himself. He could take whatever he fancied. Soon, nearly half the wall's worth of tools and parts was packed away by Li Mu. At last, his storage space was nearing its limit. "Let us return home," he declared. This outing had been fruitful. Not only did he return laden with treasures, but he had also experienced an exhilarating gunfight. As he drove the off-road vehicle, he chose not to head straight back, but instead made his way to a large gas station. The fuel tank of his vehicle was running low, and Li Mu intended to bring back a considerable amount of gasoline for future use. Inside the gas station, numerous zombies lurked, yet Li Mu did not hesitate. He accelerated straight into them, sending several flying. He opened the fuel cap and unbuckled his seatbelt, instructing Bai Shuang to remain in the vehicle. After disembarking, he drew his bronze sword and swiftly dispatched 2 approaching zombies before advancing to the rear of the vehicle. Given the perilous environment of the gas station, Li Mu opted against using his firearm. He opened the fuel cap and inserted the gas nozzle, allowing it to fill while he dashed towards the gas station's warehouse. In his recollection, warehouses at gas stations typically contain barrels or small tanks of fuel, and he intended to stock up for the villa. Kicking the warehouse door open, he discovered 2 fuel tanks and several barrels. Despite his own lack of fuel, he collected everything into his storage space. Back at the gas station, Li Mu began to pour gasoline into the barrels and the fuel tank at a brisk pace. With multiple nozzles working simultaneously, within 10 minutes, all barrels and tanks were filled. After securing them in his storage space, he departed with haste. A zombie clad in a gas station uniform attempted to demand payment, but Li Mu simply pressed the accelerator and sent it flying. Soon, they returned to the mountaintop villa. After disembarking, Bai Shuang gazed at the 4-story mansion. It was the largest and most opulent villa in the metropolitan area, rivaled only by a few suburban estates. This was a place that had once been beyond her means. She could hardly believe she now had the opportunity to reside here. Li Mu wrapped his arm around Bai Shuang's waist. "From now on, this will be our home." At that moment, a group of women descended from the upper floors. As soon as they stepped outside, they noticed the elegant Bai Shuang beside Li Mu. They had become accustomed to this. Each time Li Mu returned from the outside world, it seemed he brought home a new sister. However, this time, upon catching sight of Bai Shuang's visage, they each gasped in astonishment, covering their mouths in disbelief. "My goodness, if I am not mistaken, our dear husband is embracing the renowned superstar Bai Shuang. Indeed, it must be her. This is the first occasion I have encountered her in person, having only seen her in television dramas before. To think that my husband would return with such a celebrity after just one outing." The women chattered excitedly as they approached the pair. Kai Yutong, brimming with curiosity, inquired, "Are you truly Bai Shuang, the top-tier female star?" Bai Shuang smiled gently. "Of course. It is I. Greetings to you all." Kai Yutong and Su Ro embraced each other in sheer exhilaration. It truly was Bai Shuang. Their excitement was understandable, as Bai Shuang's fame had soared, particularly over the last 2 years, with her appearances in both television series and films. She had even participated in several prominent variety shows, making her notoriety exceptionally high. Many had witnessed her works, and encountering her in person was undeniably thrilling. Kai Yutong, still a university student, and Su Ro, a recent graduate, could hardly contain their excitement upon meeting such a luminary. Kai Yutong then asked, "Could you possibly give me an autograph?" Su Ro echoed her sentiment. "May I also have one?" Li Mu chuckled in exasperation, shaking his head at their starstruck behavior. The others laughed, finding amusement in their enthusiasm. Bai Shuang, with a warm smile, responded, "There is no need for such formalities. We shall be living together from now on, and I would be delighted to keep you company at night. As for autographs, let us set that aside, as you are technically my elder sisters." Kai Yutong suddenly recalled this fact, exclaiming, "Oh, how could I have forgotten? At that moment, Li Mu stretched and spoke up. You all enjoy your conversation. I'm heading upstairs for a shower and a nap. I didn't rest well last night, so just call me when it's time to eat. Meanwhile, within Yang Haidong's villa, a subordinate rushed in, only to find a woman lounging bare-chested on Yang Haidong. Upon witnessing this scene, the subordinate quickly turned and exited, calling out, "Boss, we have a situation." Such occurrences were not unfamiliar to him. "Speak." Yang Haidong replied, maintaining his composure. "That fellow has returned by car. It seems we missed a prime opportunity. We should have gone to the mountaintop villa last night to retrieve those women." Yang Haidong, however, did not display anger. He simply stated, "No matter, those women will eventually belong to me. However, I have heard that yesterday afternoon, there was an incident on the turf of the underworld's Zhu Feng, resulting in the deaths of several subordinates. Could it be that lad from the villa on the mountaintop?" The younger brother immediately responded, "It is highly probable that it is indeed that rascal from the villa yesterday. One of our surveilling brothers spotted his off-road vehicle heading towards Zhu Feng's territory, creating quite a commotion. It is said that Zhu Feng is nearly driven mad." Yang Haidong's voice echoed once more. Given Zhu Feng's temperament, he certainly will not let this matter rest easily. Allowing us the opportunity to observe the ensuing conflict from a distance, hoping they exhaust one another. When the dust settles, not only will the women from the mountaintop villa belong to me, but even Zhu Feng's territory shall be seized as well. We shall continue to keep an eye on the villa. After lunch, Li Mu ascended alone to the balcony on the 4th floor, settling into a rattan chair while sipping on a cold beer. The women below engaged in idle chatter, seemingly engrossed in endless conversation with Bai Shuang. "It is time to check on my divine pet. Let me see just how formidable this Thunder Law leopard truly is." With a thought, a small cat, as dark as ink with emerald green eyes, materialized on the table before Li Mu. Upon seeing him, the cat promptly leapt into Li Mu's embrace. He stroked the cat's fur and said, "Given your ebony hue, I shall henceforth call you Little Hazy. What do you think?" Little Hazy responded with a meow, seemingly comprehending Li Mu's words and approving of the name. Chapter 66. Communication Channel. Li Mu then placed Little Hazy back on the table. "Show me your combat form." Standing atop the table, Little Hazy shook its body and then leapt down to the ground. Gradually, its form began to enlarge until it transformed into a majestic black panther. Upon witnessing such a striking creature, Li Mu could hardly contain his excitement and scooped up Little Hazy. "Ha ha ha, I never imagined I could have a backpack as a pet." The panther, cradled in Li Mu's arms, obediently licked his face with its tongue. It must be said, the black panther is indeed magnificent, and despite its size, it remains as docile as a cat in Li Mu's presence. Li Mu settled back into his chair, with Little Hazy nestled in his lap. "Ha ha ha, splendid. From now on, the guardianship of the villa shall rest upon your shoulders. With you at the villa, I shall no longer fear intruders when I am away." Since relocating to the villa, although the environment is commendable, safety has become a concern, especially as many individuals have reached the 2nd tier of strength, rendering the outer walls inadequate for protection. However, with Little Hazy, things are different. Although I have yet to test the extent of Little Hazy's extraordinary abilities, the system has verified that its lightning powers are undoubtedly formidable. Soon, I shall take you out to test your abilities and discover just how powerful you can be. Come now, let us descend and introduce you to my wives." As he spoke, Li Mu descended the stairs, with the little black cub closely trailing behind him. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, a group of women were engaged in casual conversation in the living room. Li Mu snapped his fingers, drawing their attention. "Ladies, allow me to introduce my new pet. When I am not around, my pet will be here to protect you." Subsequently, a magnificent black panther slowly emerged behind Li Mu. The sight of the panther initially sent chills down everyone's spine, for it was indeed a formidable beast, capable of inflicting great harm. However, they quickly regained their composure, with Yulan being the first to approach. "A pet? May I touch it?" Li Mu gently patted the cub's head. "Of course, its fur feels delightful." The others soon gathered around. With newfound courage, Yulan tentatively placed her hand on the panther's head, which remained unresponsive, instead leaning towards her. "It won't bite us, will it?" Li Mu waved his hand dismissively. "Of course not. It will be our pet from now on. I have named it Little Black." The other women cautiously reached out to stroke the cub, discovering its fur was indeed quite pleasant. "Indeed, this is my first time petting such a large cat." Li Mu chuckled. "When I'm not home, Little Black will be responsible for your protection." You can also enjoy its company during your leisure time. At that moment, Li Mu's phone rang. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from Zhang Yahu. I'm going to take this call, he said as he made his way to the balcony on the 3rd floor. He answered Zhang Ya's call. Brother Li Mu, how have you been? What's new? Li Mu responded with equal courtesy. Brother Yahu, I'm well, thank you. Life has been quite pleasant lately. How is your survivor base coming along? Has it been successfully established? Zhang Yahu replied with evident excitement. To be honest, I have managed to unite the survivors in our neighborhood over the past few days. The survivor base has been preliminarily established, and it is named the Tianhu Survivor Base. What do you think of the name? By the way, I assume you have secured the celebrity by now. Are you pleased with it? Hearing Zhang Yahu's laughter, Li Mu realized that much had transpired in his absence, and he was pleasantly surprised by the swift establishment of the survivor base. Of course, I appreciate the gift, Brother Yahu. However, your call today is not just for casual conversation, is it? Zhang Yahu's tone turned serious as he replied, I have some news to share. According to reliable information from official sources, it is anticipated that within a few days, the entire power grid of Shanghai will collapse, resulting in a citywide blackout. Therefore, dear Li Mu, it would be prudent for you to prepare some generators or solar panels in advance, lest you find yourself unprepared when the time comes. I have already assembled a considerable amount of power generation equipment. There are spare generators and solar panels in the community. Should you require, I would be glad to offer you a set. Li Mu was truly grateful for Zhang Yahu's reminder, although he was not particularly concerned about the power outage, as the electricity he currently used was not sourced from the Magic City, but generated by his own villa. He still appreciated Zhang Yahu's offer to lend him power equipment. It was evident that Zhang Yahu genuinely wished to forge a friendship with him. Thank you, Brother Yahu, for the information. There is no need for the power equipment, as the villa contains a small generator that should suffice. I did not anticipate that Brother Yahu would be so well informed, even aware of the impending power outage. Zhang Yahu chuckled. My former boss had some connections with the authorities, and he relayed this information to me. By the way, there's another matter. Once the power goes out, your mobile phone will also lose signal. Therefore, to facilitate communication among survivors, the authorities have temporarily established a communication channel using a specific signal. I will send you the signal shortly, and you must remember to join the channel. It will make our future communication more convenient. This was yet another significant piece of news. Not only would there be a power outage, but also a disruption of the internet. It seemed the destruction wrought by the zombies was becoming increasingly severe. However, this communication channel would provide some convenience, allowing them to receive information from the outside world. All right. If Brother Yahu needs assistance, do not hesitate to ask, Li Mu said. Zhang Yahu smiled. Ha ha ha. With your words, dear Li Mu, I feel reassured. There may indeed come a time when I require your help, and I shall not be polite then. Li Mu did not refuse, responding with a smile. In this apocalyptic world, having an additional friend opens another path, perhaps even an opportunity for survival. Brother Yahu, you can certainly reach out if you need assistance. This was precisely what Zhang Yahu desired to hear from Li Mu, and he refrained from further chatter. Well, I have matters to attend to, so I won't disturb you any longer, dear Li Mu. Whenever you have the time, feel free to visit my Tianhu Survivor Base. You are always welcome. Li Mu replied with a smile. Very well, I shall certainly pay a visit when I have the chance. Chapter 67. Yang Haidong's breakthrough to second tier. As evening approached, the air grew cooler, and Li Mu's family was enjoying themselves in the villa's backyard. A group of women practiced their golf swings while Chun Yuru and Zhang Yao grilled steaks on the barbecue, which would serve as their dinner. Meanwhile, Li Mu was testing little Haizi's lightning abilities. He positioned a wooden board in the corner and gestured toward it, saying, Little Haizi, showcase your abilities. Without wasting a moment, Little Haizi slowly opened its mouth to reveal its fangs, and then unleashed a bolt of lightning that shot towards the wooden board. The sound of electricity crackled ominously as a 5-centimeter thick wooden plank was instantly pierced by a bolt of lightning, leaving behind a charred hole. Goodness! The power is indeed formidable. I never anticipated such strength from this lightning ability. Li Mu gently patted the head of the little black creature, acknowledging, It appears I have underestimated you. Truly, as a divine companion, you possess remarkable strength. Later that night, Li Mu ascended to the 2nd floor, accompanied by the women. I have returned from my outing bearing gifts for you, and I am certain you will adore them. The women immediately gathered around him, beginning to massage his legs. You are the best, my dear husband. I love you so much. Li Mu chuckled and waved his hand. All right, do not rush. There is enough for everyone. With a grand gesture, thousands of outfits materialized from his storage space, neatly filling the living room. Clothes, so many clothes. Such a variety, all splendid. Laughter erupted. My husband is the most caring, just when we were in need of new attire. The sight of so many fashionable, branded garments delighted them. Li Mu stood and addressed them. There is ample for everyone. These outfits have been selected by Shuang according to your sizes. So there is no need to compete. There are more than enough. The women eagerly began selecting their favorite pieces, showering Shuang with compliments. Sister Shuang, your taste is impeccable. These clothes are simply beautiful. After allowing them a moment to admire the garments, Li Mu added, now, remember to neatly organize all the clothing in the wardrobe. It is spacious enough, and I do not wish for our pristine villa to be cluttered with garments. He then conjured a collection of cosmetics onto the floor, prompting another round of cheers from the women. Li Mu sat back, observing the jubilant scene before him. Meanwhile, on Zhu Feng's territory, a subordinate rushed into his villa. Panting heavily, Zhu Feng, still gnawing on a roasted chicken, looked up irritably. What is the rush? Can't you see I am eating? Breathlessly, the subordinate replied, Brother Feng. There's news about that kid who took the celebrity. Hearing this, Zhu Feng's appetite vanished. His mind was consumed with thoughts of the celebrity. He tossed a bottle of mineral water to his subordinate. Take a sip and speak slowly. Zhu Feng was quite generous. As long as his subordinates performed their duties well, he would not hesitate to reward them. It was this quality, along with a truckload of provisions, that garnered him many loyal followers in the villa district. Additionally, he was surrounded by several reliable brothers, all of whom had risen from humble beginnings alongside him, tough characters who had navigated the streets in their youth. After taking a few sips of water, the young man finally caught his breath and continued speaking. Brother Feng, today we have learned from our associates about that fellow. He arrived at the villa district a couple of days ago and is currently residing in the villa atop the mountain. Zhu Feng stood up and approached him. Are you certain? The young man nodded vigorously. Absolutely certain. Today, someone spotted that black SUV arriving at the mountaintop villa, and there was indeed a man and a woman inside. It must be him. Besides that fellow, no one else in the villa district would dare to act so boldly. Zhu Feng burst into laughter, then walked to the dining table, retrieved a piece of roasted chicken he had gnawed on, and handed it to the young man. It's good to have found him. Consider this roasted chicken a reward. The young man beamed, clutching the chicken, for such a delicacy was a rare treat. Zhu Feng patted the young man's shoulder with a grin. Ha ha ha, it's great that we found him. Anyone who dares to steal my starlet will meet a most untimely demise. Now, keep a close watch on that mountaintop villa and ensure that fellow does not escape. The young man swallowed hard. All right, I'll immediately dispatch someone to keep an eye on him. Once the young man departed, Zhu Feng eagerly took out his phone and called his trusted ally. Taozi, come back right away. We have news about that scoundrel who killed our brother and snatched away our starlet. Let's discuss how to eliminate him. On the other end of the line, Taozi responded swiftly, Sure thing, Brother Feng. Anyone who dares to kill our men on our turf must perish. If we don't deal with this scoundrel, how will we ever show our faces in the villa district again? I'll gather the brothers and head over to strategize on how to eliminate him. Zhu Feng nodded in agreement. Yes, let us plan accordingly. The next day, within the streets of the villa district, a man clad in sports attire wielding a katana was battling against a dozen zombies. His movements were swift and agile, and the katana he wielded was exceptionally sharp. In the skirmish with the zombies, they barely managed to touch him before he decapitated them with precision. His evasive maneuvers allowed him to dodge the zombies while seizing opportunities to strike. After about 7 or 8 minutes, all the zombies were dispatched, leaving the man panting heavily. A man wearing sunglasses approached him, handing over a bottle of water. Donggu, I never imagined that after your breakthrough to the second tier, your strength would increase so dramatically. You single-handedly dispatched those dozen zombies in such a short time. Incredible. You are undoubtedly the first to reach the second tier in the villa district. No one here can match your prowess now. It won't be long before you lead us to dominate the entire villa district. Just moments ago, it was Yang Haidong who engaged in combat with the zombies. He took a sip from a bottle of mineral water and leaned against a grand tree to rest. Fortunately, I have already transcended to the second tier. The zombies have been growing increasingly formidable over the past few days. Under ordinary circumstances, dispatching a single zombie would not require such exertion. Chapter 68. The enemy approaches my subordinate. Ahu hails from the same hometown as Yang Haidong, and thus, Yang places immense trust in him. delegating many tasks to Ahu. Ahu took up a katana and began to polish it. Yang Haidong continued, Ahu, if one wishes to survive in this apocalyptic world, strength is imperative, as is intellect. It is essential to combine a nimble mind with formidable power to endure. Therefore, you must also find ways to grow stronger. While the zombies are still relatively weak, take your brothers and hunt as many as possible, striving to achieve the second tier of strength as soon as you can. Otherwise, encountering second-tier zombies would pose a dire threat to us. Just a few days prior, the authorities had issued a statement, clearly indicating that the zombies were becoming progressively stronger and that the surviving humans could also enhance their powers. Furthermore, they elucidated the method for gaining strength by hunting zombies. As long as one slays a sufficient number of zombies, their own power could ascend to the second tier. Upon receiving this news, Yang Haidong commenced daily hunts, and just last night, he successfully broke through to the second tier, growing even stronger. This was largely due to his already considerable prowess. Even without the second tier enhancement, wielding a weapon made it manageable to handle 3 or 5 zombies. With his extensive combat experience, Yang Haidong swiftly attained the second tier, though his subordinates were not faring as well. Ahu nodded. Rest assured, Brother Dong, I shall not be a hindrance. I have been continuously hunting zombies these past few days, and I can feel myself growing stronger. Although I have yet to break through to the second tier, I believe it is not far off. However, I cannot compare my talent to yours, Brother Dong. Yang Haidong chuckled and playfully kicked Ahu. You cheeky rascal, mere banter won't suffice. To survive in this apocalypse, one must possess real strength. Feeling adequately rested, Yang Haidong began his walk back to his villa. As he traversed the path, he inquired, by the way, how is the situation with Zhu Feng? Has the news been disseminated? Ahu nodded slightly. Brother Dong, you truly have a keen mind. Zhu Feng's subordinates are nothing but inept. When searching for that lad, they were like headless flies, utterly unable to locate him. Thus, I instructed my men to release the information, and as anticipated, there was movement at Zhu Feng's villa that very night. Zhu Feng's top enforcer visited his residence. I estimate that by tonight at the latest, Zhu Feng will undoubtedly take action. Given his temperament, he cannot endure being bullied on his own territory. Yang Haidong waved his hand with pride, laughing as he spoke. Ha ha. Dealing with a mere Zhu Feng is quite simple. We can seize this opportunity to claim Zhu Feng's territory as our own. At that point, not only can we eliminate the brat residing in the mountaintop villa, but Zhu Feng himself shall also meet his demise at my hands. Truly a case of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The information regarding Li Mu was intentionally leaked by Yang Haidong, designed to provoke Zhu Feng into confronting Li Mu while he sits back and watches the chaos unfold. Should Li Mu fall to Zhu Feng's men, Yang Haidong will seize the moment to ambush Zhu Feng's followers, capturing them all in one fell swoop. Even if Li Mu manages to turn the tables on Zhu Feng, Yang Haidong stands to inherit Zhu Feng's territory and discern Li Mu's capabilities, thereby strengthening his own position. Hence, Yang Haidong's scheme is exceptionally astute. He requires minimal effort, reaping rewards simply by disseminating information. Upon arriving at the villa, Yang Haidong cracked open a cold beer and began to drink with Ahu. Presently, I am likely the only individual in the villa district with second-tier strength. With my current prowess, it is only a matter of time before the entire villa area becomes our domain. Yang Haidong, clad in nothing but his undergarments, lit a cigarette, placing it between his lips. As for the brat residing in the mountaintop villa, his ability to dispatch Zhu Feng's brothers indicates he possesses some skill. However, I remain unconvinced that he has attained second-tier strength. Even if he escapes Zhu Feng's grasp, I shall ensure he meets his end at my hands, subsequently claiming all his women. As dusk fell, within Zhu Feng's villa, a gathering of over 20 armed individuals stood in the courtyard. Before Zhu Feng stood a man with a buzz cut, Tao Zi, the foremost enforcer under Zhu Feng. In his youth, Tao Zi indulged in combat sports, dedicating considerable time to practicing unrestricted fighting and sanzhou, making him exceptionally formidable and ruthless in his approach. Zhu Feng patted Tao Zi on the shoulder. Brother, I have but one request. Return to me with that brat's head and the female celebrity. I shall await your triumphant return here. However, do not overextend yourselves. As the saying goes, as long as the Green Mountains stand, one need not fear a lack of firewood. Therefore, regardless of the outcome, prioritize your safe return. Tao Zi nodded in agreement. Rest assured, Brother Feng, he is merely a headstrong youth. I will undoubtedly sever his head. ensuring that the remaining survivors in the villa district understand that we are not to be trifled with. Zhu Feng chuckled. Ha ha, I trust in your skills, brother. I await your return to celebrate with a victory toast. The news of Zhu Feng's 5 or 6 brothers being slain by a mere youth has spread throughout the villa district, solidifying Zhu Feng's reputation as a waste. Presently, both Zhu Feng and his subordinates find themselves branded upon the pillar of shame. It is indeed said that good news travels slowly while bad news spreads like wildfire. Thus, if Zhu Feng does not eliminate Li Mu, he shall find it impossible to hold his head high within the villa district. This explains why Zhu Feng and his comrades were in such a hurry. After all, to become the dominant force in the villa district, one must exhibit formidable strength. With a grand gesture, Taozi bellowed, "Brothers, let us set forth now. Once we eliminate that brat, we shall return to celebrate with drinks." In an instant, 6 off-road vehicles roared to life, their headlights illuminating the path as they sped toward the mountaintop villa. Meanwhile, Li Mu was on the 4th floor of the villa, leisurely sipping wine and enjoying the evening breeze, blissfully unaware that danger was approaching. Just as he was indulging in his drink, the little black creature in Li Mu's arms suddenly stood up and leapt to the floor, transforming into a vigilant black panther. Li Mu noticed the peculiar change in his companion. What prompted this sudden transformation into a panther? Has it sensed something? At that moment, Li Mu's phone, resting on the table, began to emit a series of urgent alarms. Warning! Warning! Vehicles detected moving swiftly towards the villa. Please be cautious. Indeed, the state-of-the-art security system had sprung into action. The high-definition cameras installed on the rooftop effortlessly identified the intruders. Upon glancing at his phone, Li Mu saw the screen displaying the surveillance footage. 6 off-road vehicles were racing toward the villa. Goodness, they are clearly coming for me. They can't possibly be here to admire the scenery, he thought. Without wasting any time, he shouted, "Zhang Yao, take the others and hide. Trouble is on its way. Do not emerge until I call for you." Zhang Yao, watching television on the 3rd floor, reacted swiftly without hesitation, urging the others, quickly, to the safe room. Move. After issuing the command, Li Mu wasted no time, retrieving the Barrett from his storage space. Positioning the Barrett on the balcony, he began to take aim at the approaching vehicles. The off-roaders were heading directly toward him, making the aim quite effortless. If you dare to seek trouble with me, prepare to witness the true meaning of a dimensional strike, he thought, as he prepared to unleash the Barrett upon those armed with mere blades. Holding his breath, he aligned the crosshairs with the driver's seat of the first vehicle. Gently exhaling, he squeezed the trigger. Bang! The deafening sound of the gunshot echoed throughout the villa district. The Barrett's bullet soared through the air, effortlessly shattering the front windshield of the first off-road vehicle and piercing the driver's chest. The impact was instantaneous, leaving a gaping hole the size of a fist in the driver's torso. The off-road vehicle lost control, swaying violently from side to side on the road before careening off the embankment and crashing into a large tree, coming to an abrupt halt. In the last vehicle, Nie Tao was instantly filled with panic. The sound of gunfire made him feel as though he were an ant on a hot skillet. What was happening? Why was there gunfire? The young man beside him was equally flustered. The first vehicle had been rendered useless. Who wouldn't be terrified? Brother, there are guns across the street. It seems like they're firing from the 4th floor, and they just shot the driver of the first vehicle. Through the car window, Nie Tao caught sight of a shadow on the 4th floor of the villa. His heart raced when he noticed the imposing Barrett rifle in the figure's grasp. In that moment, he was stunned, unable to fathom that their adversaries were armed, and with such a high-caliber sniper rifle at that. Glancing down at the machete in their hands, he realized that in the face of firearms, a machete was no different from a mere hunk of metal. The young man beside him was in disarray. Upon hearing the gunfire and witnessing the first vehicle tumble off the embankment, all the off-road vehicles came to a halt, for no one knew what to do next. However, Li Mu's gun would not be silenced. Aiming at the driver of the second vehicle, he did not hesitate to pull the trigger once more. Bang! This shot served to thoroughly awaken Nie Tao and his companion. "Brother Tao, what do we do now? Should we charge forward?" Nie Tao kicked the young man in front of him viciously, shouting, "Charge? Are you out of your mind? They have guns. We'd be shot to pieces if we rush in. Turn back, head back, hurry." Nie Tao's voice crackled through the walkie-talkie, prompting all the off-road vehicles to begin turning around, racing back towards the row of villas. Seeing their attempt to flee, Li Mu smiled slightly. "So, you're running away? I thought you'd have the guts to charge straight at me. Escaping won't be so simple." He promptly adjusted his aim to the fleeing vehicle, the one that Nietao occupied, as it sped away. Without delay, he squeezed the trigger. Bang! Inside the vehicle, Nietao instinctively ducked his head at the sound of gunfire. Just as he did so, he heard the bullet strike the off-road vehicle. His heart raced. But it was not he who faced death. His companion beside him was the unfortunate one, the bullet piercing through his chest and leaving a gruesome hole. Witnessing this, Nietao shouted once more, "Hurry, drive faster. If you don't want to die, step on it." He wished he could sink his entire body beneath the seat. Desperate to avoid sharing the same fate, standing on the fourth floor, Li Mu observed as the off-road vehicle entered the villa area and ceased firing, for it was no longer within his range. At that moment, the occupants of the first and second vehicles, who had been shot by the assailants, all surged out and began sprinting towards the villa district. Observing dozens of individuals frantically darting across the grass, Li Mu couldn't help but smile slightly. This was the perfect opportunity to hone my marksmanship. Soon, the sound of gunfire echoed continuously, and those fleeing across the fields began to fall one by one. After dispatching the last assailant, Li Mu finally stowed away his Barrett rifle. It appears I have drawn attention to myself. I never expected there would be fools daring to trouble me. This defense system truly proves its worth. Had it not been for the alarm, I might not have realized the danger until they were at my doorstep. Li Mu affectionately patted the head of his loyal guard. I didn't expect you to be so vigilant, detecting the enemy from such a distance. Truly, a formidable beast. Entrusting you with the protection of my home was indeed a wise choice. Once he confirmed there was no further threat, Li Mu descended the stairs to summon Zhang Yao and the others. Meanwhile, Zhu Feng stood at the entrance of his villa, his face a mask of anxiety. For he had heard the gunfire emanating from the villa district. Zhu Feng was aware that Nietao was unarmed, so it was highly likely that the gun belonged to the young man residing in the villa. The moment the shots rang out, Zhu Feng's heart raced. At that instant, he could already surmise the outcome of the confrontation, and his only hope now was that Nietao and his men would return, albeit with fewer casualties. If Nietao and his crew were to perish, Zhu Feng's tenure as leader would be effectively over. It would not be long before his territory was usurped. Even the food in his possession would be seized, and his own life would inevitably be at stake. If only Nietao could return alive. At least he could cling to survival for a while, preserving his own life. Lost in thought, Zhu Feng suddenly delivered a hard slap to his own face. His cheek instantly flushed. What a fool I am. Why must I seek vengeance? If Nietao does not return, I too shall perish. Damn it. Women truly are the source of calamity. If it weren't for that starlet, I would not have found myself in this predicament. Just as Zhu Feng wallowed in regret, the sound of an approaching vehicle broke the silence, its headlights illuminating the surroundings. Upon seeing the returning car, Zhu Feng's expression brightened, and he dashed towards the villa. Chapter 70. The astonished Yang Haidong. As the off-road vehicle came to a halt, Nietao emerged, drenched in blood, followed closely by his shaken companions. Brother Feng, it's over. I never anticipated that the kid had a gun, and an oversized sniper rifle at that. My brothers and I were spotted before we even reached the villa. Zhu Feng grasped Nietao firmly, glancing anxiously at the remaining subordinates. Noticing Nietao's bloodied state, he shook him vigorously, demanding, "What happened? Are you injured?" Nietao shook his head, speaking with a sense of relief after surviving the ordeal. "No, this isn't my blood. I am unscathed." Zhu Feng sighed in relief, patting him on the shoulder. "It's all right, as long as you returned safely. Your life is what matters. I have always said, as long as we have the Green Mountains, we need not fear the absence of firewood. As long as my brothers are alive, everything is fine." 6 vehicles were lost, yet 4 returned. Zhu Feng found this loss acceptable, grateful that there was no complete annihilation as long as lives were preserved. Even if vengeance remained unfulfilled, at least he need not fear assaults from other factions. Nietao collapsed onto the ground, on the verge of tears. "Brother Feng, it seems this vendetta cannot be avenged." That guy was armed. Before we even reached the villa, 2 vehicles were already destroyed, and 10 brothers lost their lives. "Brother Feng, you must listen to me. That kid is not to be trifled with. If we forcefully seek revenge, it would likely backfire, endangering all our brothers. It's terrifying. I almost lost my life. That man shot right through the SUV, and one of my brothers was killed beside me. Had it been slightly off, I could have been the one dead." Zhu Feng sighed deeply. "All right, I will heed your advice. We shall not seek vengeance. The lives of my brothers are more precious than anything else." He He raised his head to look at his weary subordinates, and then bellowed, "Today, my brothers have worked hard. I, Zhu Feng, will treat you all to drinks tonight to help ease your shock." To prevent morale from plummeting, Zhu Feng resorted to this method, ensuring that camaraderie remained intact. Meanwhile, Ahu hurriedly arrived at Zhang Haidong's villa. "Brother Dong, gunshots have been fired." Yang Haidong calmly wiped his katana. "I heard it. Whose gun was it?" Ahu quickly responded, "That kid from the mountaintop villa," and it was a large-caliber sniper rifle capable of penetrating the SUV's front windshield. Nietao's convoy had not yet reached the villa's base when the assailant fired, immediately disabling the first vehicle. Nietao turned to flee but was ultimately left with 2 cars and casualties due to the sniper rifle. Now that Nietao had escaped, our observing brothers had witnessed everything clearly. That kid was remarkably accurate, seemingly hitting every shot without fail. Upon hearing about the large-caliber sniper rifle, Yang Haidong became somewhat unsettled and immediately stood up. "What? It was a sniper rifle? Are you sure?" Ahu nodded vigorously. "Absolutely a sniper rifle. Our brothers observed it clearly through binoculars." After receiving this information, Yang Haidong began pacing back and forth within the room, appearing anxious. "If that's the case, it complicates matters. I initially thought that kid was merely an ordinary person, perhaps with some minor skills. But I never anticipated he possessed a sniper rifle. In Longhua, let alone a sniper rifle, even a handgun is considered contraband. One cannot obtain such items without connections. Yet this rascal has astonishingly produced a sniper rifle. Where on earth did he acquire such a weapon?" Ahu exclaimed anxiously. "Brother, now is not the time to discuss the origins of the firearm. We must contemplate how to deal with this individual. If we do not eliminate him, we shall inevitably face our own demise." Yang Haidong concurred with a nod. "Indeed, we must devise a strategy to eradicate him. A sniper rifle is a tool of lethal precision. Anyone adept in its use can strike a fatal blow from hundreds of meters away. You mentioned that he rarely misses, which indicates he has received training, making our situation even more perilous. If we do not neutralize him, we cannot predict when he might take aim at our heads." Having once served in the military, Yang Haidong was acutely aware of the sniper's potency. Not only is it immensely powerful, but its accuracy is also alarmingly high. Even though he has attained the second tier of strength, it is of little consequence. A single bullet to the head would spell death regardless. Thus, the emergence of a sniper rifle poses a grave threat, and a moment's inattention could cost one their life. Yang Haidong sank into the sofa, stroking his chin in contemplation. "Let me ponder how to dispose of him." Meanwhile, Li Mu reclined comfortably in a chair, indulging in a drink. Having a firearm is indeed advantageous. From a position of elevation, one can eliminate foes with ease, though his marksmanship still requires improvement. Beside him, Bai Shuang sipped her red wine and remarked, "I fear that the individuals who have come seeking us are part of the same group that you vanquished when you saved me. I believe I have some knowledge of that person." "Oh, do tell," Bai Shuang urged. "The leader of that group is likely named Zhu Feng. He appears to be a small-time boss himself. He approached me previously, claiming to have dozens of loyal followers and a truckload of supplies. My knowledge is limited, but I understand that Zhu Feng has a formidable ally, ruthless and skilled, who is a sworn brother of his." Li Mu harbored no concern regarding Zhu Feng and his associates. Even without a sniper rifle, he would not be intimidated, for his own strength speaks for itself. A smile crept across his face. "Those who dare to trouble me must be dealt with decisively. The principle of retribution is a cornerstone of my philosophy. Grievances must be settled promptly, as I refuse to allow my enemies to persistently disrupt my life. It is prudent to eradicate all threats at their inception." However, at this moment, Li Mu felt that the most pressing matter was not vengeance. The recent carnage had ignited a fiery fervor within him, and he was now engulfed in a restless heat. Such is the nature of those who revel in bloodshed. Their desires are often insatiable. Though Li Mu does not relish killing, he has taken many lives, and thus shares a similar yearning. He stood, scooping Bai Shuang into his arms, and with a grin declared, "Revenge can wait until tomorrow. For now, let us rest early." Bai Shuang shyly remarked, "I fear I cannot manage alone. Please wait for me. I will summon Sister Yurong to join us." Li Mu did not refuse and gently set Bai Shuang down. "Very well, I shall take a bath first. You may come to the bathroom shortly." Chapter 71. Restless nights. The next morning, Li Mu awoke in his bedroom on the 4th floor. Rising from his slumber, he began his morning routine while also assessing the fruits of his recent endeavors. Host: Li Mu. Strength: 17, Constitution: 17 speed, 17 free points. For items, Crimson Jade Yin-Yang Technique, Bronze Sword, Assassin's Garb, Firearm Package Skills, Danger Perception. Night Vision Pet, Thunderclap Law Leopard. With 4 free attribute points, he pondered how long it would take to attain the 4th tier of power. Realizing that diligent effort was imperative, today he planned to find time to practice his marksmanship. Although his performance last night had not been lacking, his accuracy left much to be desired. After all, he had only engaged in close-range kills, and his precision diminished significantly at greater distances. He also intended to resolve the troubles plaguing the villa area at an opportune moment. Li Mu decided to accumulate his attribute points, aiming to plunge straight into the 4th tier and subsequently unlock his extraordinary abilities. Meanwhile, in another part of the villa district, Yang Haidong set out early in the day with Ahu, but today's objective was not to hunt zombies. Rather, he had arrived at Zhu Feng's territory. Silently, Yang Haidong approached the entrance of Zhu Feng's villa, and without hesitation, Ahu kicked the door open. This sudden intrusion startled both Zhu Feng and Ye Tao. "Who dares to kick down the door on my turf?" Zhu Feng exclaimed. Yang Haidong, wielding a katana, entered calmly and stated, "Old Zhu, your underlings are rather lacking in vigilance. I am already at your doorstep, yet they remain utterly oblivious. Should someone stealthily enter your home at night and take your life, you might not even realize how you met your demise." Both Zhu Feng and Nie Tao stood up, alertly eyeing Yang Haidong. "What brings you here, Yang Haidong? We seem to have no grievances of late. What is your purpose on my territory?" Nie Tao glanced at the katana in Yang Haidong's hand, then at the cleaver on his own table. In the next moment, Nie Tao suddenly sprang into action, attempting to seize the cleaver to strike at Yang Haidong. However, Yang Haidong was swifter. Before Nie Tao's hand could grasp the cleaver, Yang Haidong had already lunged forward, firmly pinning Nie Tao's hand and the cleaver to the ground. The katana was poised threateningly against Nie Tao's neck. At that moment, Nie Tao was drenched in sweat. He had intended to act first, but he was taken aback by Yang Haidong's newfound strength, which had swiftly subdued him. In the past, they had clashed before, but at that time, Yang Haidong had not been nearly as formidable. Their encounters had been evenly matched. Yet now, Yang Haidong had transformed beyond recognition. Yang Haidong smiled faintly. "Nie Tao, I am aware of your considerable prowess, yet you are still far from a match for me. My strength has ascended to the 2nd tier, rendering you insignificant in my presence. I have not come here to take a life today. You still hold value for me. So I shall refrain from ending you, though do not presume that I am incapable of doing so." With that, Yang Haidong delivered a swift kick, sending Nie Tao flying, before nonchalantly stepping onto the table and seating himself on the sofa. At that moment, Zhu Feng was drenched in sweat, uncertain of Yang Haidong's true intentions for this visit. "What do you intend to do?" Zhu Feng inquired. Yang Haidong chuckled softly. "Oh, do not be alarmed. I would hate for you to frighten yourself to death. Sit down." Once Zhu Feng complied, Yang Haidong got straight to the point. "I am fully aware of the events that transpired last night. I am here today for one purpose, to devise a method to eliminate that young man with the gun." Zhu Feng immediately declined. "If that is the case, perhaps you should seek assistance elsewhere. We have no intention of seeking revenge. That young man possesses a firearm, and he is not someone we can confront." Yang Haidong suddenly erupted in fury. "Fool, how have you managed to survive this long? Do you honestly believe that by simply declaring your intention not to retaliate, he will cease to pursue you? You have already sought to take his life, and now that enmity has been established, do you really think he will spare you? Do not forget, he wields a gun, and it would be child's play for him to eliminate you. So, do you still believe he would show you mercy?" As Yang Haidong's fervor escalated, he began to point an accusing finger at Zhu Feng. Zhu Feng found himself powerless. He could no longer contend with Yang Haidong, as one must bow their head beneath another's roof, especially when their life hangs in the balance. He could do little more than endure Yang Haidong's tirade. "That young man showing restraint by not blasting your head off last night is a stroke of luck for you. If it were me, should you dare to come after me, you would certainly not survive the night. Do you know why he did not seek you out last night?" Zhu Feng shook his head. Yang Haidong continued. "It is simply because he does not regard you as a threat. To him, you are but a mere insect, easily crushed at his whim. Do you truly believe he is magnanimous enough to refrain from causing you trouble?" Zhu Feng was rendered speechless, for he realized the truth in Yang Haidong's words. Having already plotted against another, how could he expect that individual to refrain from retaliating? Following the massacre of his brothers at the hands of Li Mu, Zhu Feng understood that Li Mu was a ruthless individual, and such a person would never let an attempt on their life go unpunished. Yet, Zhu Feng felt utterly helpless. Though the logic was sound, the reality remained. That young man possessed a firearm and was barricaded within his villa. As witnessed the previous night, eliminating him would not be an easy task. Yang Haidong grinned wickedly, pleased that Zhu Feng had finally grasped the gravity of the situation, allowing his own plans to proceed. You alone certainly cannot eliminate him. However, our collaboration would yield a different outcome. I have devised a strategy, and as long as you are willing to cooperate, we shall join forces. At that moment, Zhu Feng suddenly inquired, I am curious, why do you wish to eliminate this young man? As far as I know, you two have had no previous conflict. Yang Haidong crossed his legs, responding, I shall not conceal the truth from you. I have been observing this young man for quite some time. Moreover, we have a sniper rifle at our disposal. Can you sleep soundly at night? I certainly cannot. Therefore, this individual must be dealt with, lest we find ourselves in peril. The power of a sniper rifle hardly requires further elaboration. Understanding Yang Haidong's intentions, Zhu Feng began to ponder whether he should indeed cooperate in eliminating this person. He turned to the side and glanced at Nietao, who had heard everything. After some contemplation, Nietao subtly nodded at Zhu Feng, indicating that this matter could indeed be arranged. This was precisely Zhu Feng's intention. After all, no one desires to be targeted by a sniper rifle. Chapter 72. The fish is hooked. We can cooperate, but I must first understand your plan. If it entails leading us to our demise, then let us not discuss it further. I would rather face death than be used as your pawn. Zhu Feng was no fool. He recognized that Yang Haidong sought to utilize him, yet he wished to ascertain how he would be exploited. Yang Haidong smiled slightly, raised 2 fingers, and Ahu immediately presented a cigarette, lighting it for him. You have made a wise choice. I would not send you to your death. All you need to do is lure that young man out, and I will handle the rest. Zhu Feng quickly grasped the implication. You intend to stage a banquet for him, but what if he refuses to attend? Yang Haidong continued. This will require you to endure a slight indignity. Simply feign surrender, demonstrate weakness towards him, and express a willingness to offer him food and women as compensation, inviting him to the feast. Trust me, he resides in a villa atop the mountain and seldom ventures out. Thus, he surely possesses little sustenance. For the sake of food, he will undoubtedly come. Furthermore, that man is likely quite lecherous. Upon hearing that women will be provided for him, he will certainly be unable to resist. Zhu Feng nodded in agreement. Even if we manage to lure him out, what then? He still possesses a handgun. How can we kill him? Yang Haidong replied with a confident smile, slowly drawing his katana. With my current second-tier strength, I am absolutely certain I can eliminate him before he has the chance to fire. His prowess lies only in his possession of a gun. Once that advantage is neutralized, he becomes nothing more than a lamb awaiting slaughter. Despite Yang Haidong's evident confidence, Zhu Feng felt a lingering uncertainty. I still believe the reason to lure him out is rather tenuous. If it were you, would you come? Yang Haidong fell silent as, to be honest, he too harbored doubts about the viability of this plan. This plan was devised on a whim, a desperate measure indeed. Had Li Mu possessed any discernment, he would not have fallen for it. At that moment, Ahu interjected, Donggu, perhaps we could employ a ruse of sacrifice, with just one head. We might succeed in disarming that young man's vigilance. Yang Haidong glanced at Ahu. Spare us the suspense. Elaborate, please. At noon, within the villa atop the mountain, Li Mu, having finished his lunch, sat bare-chested, a cigar clenched between his lips, cradling a barret in his hands, preparing to practice his marksmanship. He raised the weapon, aiming at a bird perched on a branch by the lake, a distance of at least 800 meters. Bang! The shot missed its target, startling the bird into flight. Li Mu flicked the ash from his cigar, a hint of frustration in his voice. Indeed, at such a distance, accuracy diminishes. I must practice more. Just then, the phone on the table emitted an alarm. Warning! A black SUV is trespassing on the territory. Li Mu picked up the phone to check the surveillance, confirming the presence of a black SUV. However, the vehicle moved slowly, and oddly, a figure emerged from the sunroof, waving a white flag. Li Mu approached the balcony and observed a man with half his body protruding from the SUV, fervently waving the white flag and shouting, Don't shoot! Don't shoot! At that moment, Nietao, standing in the SUV, was equally apprehensive, fearing Li Mu might disregard the rules of engagement and shoot him. Fortunately, Seeing that Li Mu on the fourth floor had no intention of firing, he breathed a sigh of relief. Watching the SUV below, Li Mu smiled faintly. What scheme are they concocting this time? Their arrival surely bodes no good. Nonetheless, Li Mu was keen to eliminate them, so he decided to see what they intended, hoping to ensnare them all. As the SUV came to a halt, Nietao gingerly exited, a bloody head in hand. Brothers upstairs, don't shoot. I'm here to apologize. Li Mu set down the Barrett and took a sip of his chilled beverage. Oh, an apology, you say? So last night was indeed your attempt to ambush me. Nietao quickly lifted the severed head. Indeed, it was our people last night. But our boss ordered us to do it to retrieve that movie star. We were coerced into this. Had we known you were armed, we would never have dared to oppose you. This is all the fault of our boss, Zhu Feng. He is quite lecherous. When you took that movie star, he commanded us to seize her back. He has plenty of food and promised us sustenance in exchange for the return of the actress. However, he incurred the wrath of the masses last night. Upon our return, he berated us as worthless, which led my companions and me to slay Zhu Feng in a fit of anger. This is his severed head. Li Mu cast a slight smile upon the gruesome trophy. It appeared that they intended to employ this grim ruse to deceive him into granting their trust. Although Li Mu had never encountered Zhu Feng, he surmised that this head was likely a counterfeit. After all, in these apocalyptic times, acquiring a human head is an exceedingly simple task. Yet, Li Mu chose not to expose the deceit. Instead, he encouraged them, saying, "Please, continue." Under the scorching sun, Nietao swallowed hard. The heat was unbearable. I come with no ulterior motives. I merely seek your mercy to spare us. We are only trying to survive. And we assure you that we shall never disturb you again. He continued. Moreover, Zhu Feng possesses a considerable supply of food. He has an entire truckload. Should you choose to spare us, we are willing to share half of it with you. Additionally, Zhu Feng is surrounded by numerous women, all of whom could be yours. After a brief pause, noticing Li Mu's hesitation, Nietao hastily added, "If you have any doubts, I can take you to see. The abundance of food will astound you. If you spare us, you may take half." Observing the glimmer of hope in Nietao's eyes, Li Mu smiled faintly. "Very well. I shall accompany you to take a look. Please wait a moment while I descend." At that moment, an almost imperceptible excitement flickered across Nietao's face. He had not anticipated Li Mu's swift acquiescence. As Li Mu departed the balcony, Nietao promptly approached the vehicle, feigning a need for water, and spoke into the walkie-talkie. "The fish is hooked. We can commence our operation." Received. Meanwhile, as Li Mu descended the stairs, he encountered Yulan and the others, who stood at the staircase's edge, gazing at him. "Darling, this is clearly a trap. Are you still going?" Li Mu embraced Yulan and Zhang Yao as he descended. "Fear not. I am well aware it is a trap, yet I wish to turn their scheme against them." After bidding farewell to the women with gentle kisses, Li Mu reassured them. "Rest assured, I shall return once I have resolved this predicament." Chapter 73. Dare you duel me as a true man? Upon reaching the ground floor, Li Mu affectionately patted the head of his thunderbolt leopard. "Guard the home. My women are entrusted to your protection." The loyal creature nodded vigorously in understanding. Subsequently, Li Mu made his way to the villa's courtyard. Seeing Li Mu emerge, Nietao eagerly exclaimed, "Brother, why not ride with me? It's not far from here." Li Mu smiled in response. "Sounds good." He opened the gate and stepped outside, approaching Nietao. He glanced at the severed head in Nietao's hands. "Dispose of that further away. I do not wish for it to tarnish my doorstep." Nietao nodded with a grin. "Certainly, I shall throw it far away." After the two men entered the vehicle, the young driver started the engine, and Nietao initiated a conversation with Li Mu. "Brother, my name is Nietao. May I ask your name? It seems we have met under unusual circumstances." Li Mu. Nietao noticed Li Mu's reluctance to engage, and although he wore a cheerful facade, inwardly he seethed with a desire to flay Li Mu alive. Observing Li Mu's domineering demeanor in the back seat, Nietao thought to himself, "Enjoy your arrogance while it lasts. For soon you shall fall into my grasp. I will surely roast you over a fire and skin you alive." Meanwhile, arrangements were being made on Yang Haidong's side. "Ahu, take a few brothers to the villa on the mountain. That kid has already left the premises. Go retrieve those women for me." Ahu nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, Brother Dong, there is only that kid in the villa area. Once he leaves, capturing those women will be a trivial matter. I will take care of it right away." Shortly after Ahu departed, the off-road vehicle arrived at the villa's entrance. The two men alighted, and Nietao gestured courteously to Li Mu. "Brother Li Mu, Please, after you. Zhu Feng has hidden quite a stash of beer. We can enjoy a few drinks shortly. But first, let us examine the food. They proceeded to the rear of the villa, where indeed a large truck was parked. With a grin, Nie Tao continued, Brother Li Mu. Feel free to open the truck's door and see for yourself. The food within is sure to astonish you. However, Li Mu showed no inclination to approach. Instead, smiling at Nie Tao. All right, you can cease the charade now. You've likely grown weary of it after this long journey. Nie Tao still wished to maintain the pretense. But his anxiety became palpable, and his speech faltered. Brother Li Mu, what does this mean? Li Mu had already drawn a handgun, aiming it at Nie Tao's head. What I mean is that your acting is woefully inadequate. There is no longer any need to continue. If I am not mistaken, your deadly weaponry is concealed within the truck, correct? Suddenly, the truck door was kicked open, revealing Yang Haidong, who bellowed, Damn it! What are you waiting for? Attack! In an instant, those hidden around them surged forth, with Nie Tao charging at Li Mu, who merely smiled. Do you not think it is too late? Bang! A bullet swiftly pierced through Nie Tao's skull, his head exploding in an instant. As more assailants rushed towards him like a swarm of hornets, it became evident that their advance was akin to a death wish. Li Mu fired relentlessly, and the advancing henchmen fell one by one. Zhu Feng, hidden nearby, grew desperate, seizing a stone and hurling it at Li Mu. I will not survive this. Brothers, kill him. With stones in hand, he declared. I refuse to believe he cannot be crushed. Upon witnessing the stone hurled by Zhu Feng, Li Mu deftly caught it and retaliated by throwing it back. The disparity in strength between Li Mu and Zhu Feng was monumental. Li Mu's power had already ascended to the formidable 4th tier, while Zhu Feng barely registered as a 1st-tier combatant. Thus, Li Mu effortlessly intercepted the stone launched by Zhu Feng, whereas Zhu Feng was utterly incapable of withstanding the force of Li Mu's throw. Before Zhu Feng could even comprehend the situation, the stone struck him on the head, sending him hurtling through the air, with his brain matter scattering across the ground. Suddenly, Li Mu's danger sense activated, compelling him to turn swiftly. He beheld a figure charging towards him, bearing the tailgate of a truck, intent on colliding with him. The bearer of the truck door was Yang Haidong. The only 2nd-tier expert capable of such a feat. His intention was to use the heavy door as a shield against bullets, closing in to engage Li Mu in close combat. In his eyes, as long as Li Mu was unarmed, he was merely a lamb ready for slaughter. Yang Haidong's initial plan was to conceal himself within the truck, springing forth to eliminate Li Mu the moment he opened the door. However, he had not anticipated that Li Mu had already discerned his scheme. Die! Li Mu exclaimed, lifting his foot and delivering a powerful kick. You, a mere 2nd tier, dare to act against me? You overestimate your own capabilities. With Li Mu's kick, Yang Haidong, along with the truck door, was sent flying, crashing against the vehicle. Yang Haidong fell to the ground, coughing up blood while clutching his chest and wailing in agony. His subordinate, who had contemplated rushing in, stood frozen in shock. How is this possible? In less than a minute, both Brother Feng and Brother Tao are dead. Is Yang Haidong not a 2nd-tier expert? Why was he also sent flying? They were bewildered, grappling with the reality of Li Mu's overwhelming strength, which rendered even 2nd-tier warriors powerless, let alone mere mortals like themselves. What do we do now? Should we still engage? Are you an imbecile? Do you wish to offer your head on a platter? Run, flee swiftly. He is beyond our capabilities. If we wish to survive, we must escape. A crowd of individuals began to scatter in a panic, but Li Mu's cold voice pierced through the chaos. Attempting to flee? Did you seek my permission? In the next instant, a marksman rifle appeared in Li Mu's grasp. The sound of gunfire echoed throughout the villa's courtyard. The last individual, barely managing to climb the wall, was met with a bullet that shattered his skull. Witnessing the swift appearance and disappearance of the marksman rifle in Li Mu's hands, Yang Haidong inquired, You possess extraordinary abilities, do you not? Li Mu smiled enigmatically. You could say that. And you are Zhu Feng, are you? Yang Haidong, rising and wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, replied, I am not Zhu Feng. He has already met his demise at your hands. I am Yang Haidong, a man who sought to eliminate you and claim your woman the moment you entered this villa district. However, I had never anticipated the formidable strength you possess. Subsequently, Yang Haidong grasped his katana with both hands and bellowed, Come forth. Do you dare to set aside your firearm and duel me like a true man? Let me witness the extent of your might. Chapter 74. I have a gun. Observing Yang Haidong's fervent demeanor, Li Mu could only shake his head in resignation. He raised his pistol and aimed it at Yang Haidong's thigh, pulling the trigger. Bang! Struck. Yang Haidong fell to the ground, clutching his leg. Are you too cowardly to engage in a genuine duel with me? Li Mu chuckled as he slowly approached. I possess a firearm. Why should I engage you in combat? Thus, you would be wise to embrace your demise. Yang Haidong, noticing Li Mu's intention to fire again, interjected urgently, wait. You cannot kill me. Your women are in my custody. Should you take my life, they too shall perish. Do not doubt me. I dispatched my men to the mountain villa to capture your women. By now, they should have secured them. Release me, and I shall ensure the safety of your women. What say you? This is a most advantageous deal. Li Mu smiled wryly. Are you threatening me? Yang Haidong smirked, exuding confidence. This is not a threat. It is merely a transaction. You may kill me, but your women will meet their end. Li Mu shook his head. You appear quite self-assured, yet you, a mere wretch, dare to scheme against me? You cannot even best Zhang Yahu, and yet you presume to outsmart me? Zhang Yahu is among the first to attain second-tier strength. A paragon of talent, far beyond your meager capabilities. Yang Haidong's surprise was palpable, for he was familiar with Zhang Yahu's name and had been striving to curry favor with him. Hearing Zhang Yahu's name felt like grasping a lifeline. You know Zhang Yahu? So do I. Perhaps we are of the same ilk. I am about to join Zhang Yahu's survivor base. You are one of his people, are you not? Spare me. Li Mu laughed derisively. What of knowing Zhang Yahu? Even he seeks to appease me. What do you think you are? As for your claim of capturing my women, I shall ensure your demise is made abundantly clear. With that, Li Mu dialed a video call to Zhang Yao. With Xiao Haizi guarding the villa, Yang Haidong's subordinates would only be walking to their doom, for the chasm between those with abilities and those without is vast. Moreover, Xiao Haizi's powers have been validated by Li Mu. He is decidedly formidable. The call connected swiftly. How are things on your end? Zhang Yao inquired. Intruders have entered the villa area, but they have all been dispatched by Xiao Haizi. Look, she replied. The camera panned, revealing a scene on the phone where a small black creature was gnawing at a man's neck. Li Mu presented the phone to Yang Haidong. Is this your justification for threatening me? It appears that your subordinate has already met his demise at the jaws of my pet. Yang Haidong, upon witnessing the lifeless body of Ahu with a severed neck on the screen, succumbed to utter despair as the last flicker of hope for survival extinguished. Indeed, you are no ordinary individual. Spare me. My current strength is at the second tier, not insignificant by any means. I can assist you in dominating the entire villa district. Li Mu raised his pistol, aiming it directly at Yang Haidong's head. No need for that. Bang! A gory hole appeared on Yang Haidong's head. Subsequently, Li Mu shifted his gaze towards the supplies in the car, primarily consisting of instant food and beverages, which he did not overlook, sweeping them all away with a gesture. The villa district should remain secure for a while now. Let us head home. Upon returning to the mountaintop villa, before even entering the gate, Li Mu observed several charred corpses, and within the courtyard lay a few more bodies with severed necks. The patrolling little black creature rushed towards Li Mu upon his return. Li Mu surveyed the bodies in the yard. Let us clear away these corpses first. After the bodies were disposed of, Li Mu re-entered the villa and affectionately patted the little black creature's head. Well done. With you around, I can rest easy in the villa from now on. That evening, in the dining room on the second floor, everyone was enjoying a meal. During dinner, Yulan suddenly inquired, Darling, could you bring back some seeds the next time you go out? Li Mu, chewing on a piece of meat, responded, Seeds? What kind of seeds? What do you need them for? Yulan explained, various vegetable seeds. My sisters and I discussed it and planned to cultivate some vegetables in the backyard of the villa. We can't keep relying solely on what we have. Given the uncertainty of how long this apocalypse will last, we must find ways to be self-sufficient. After all, even the food outside will eventually run out. There is so much empty space in the backyard. Why not plant some vegetables? Homegrown produce is always more reassuring. Chen Yurong chimed in, exactly. We could also raise some chickens, ducks, and geese for eggs, which would also alleviate our boredom. Zhang Yao added. To survive in this apocalypse for the long haul, self-sufficiency is paramount. If we don't produce for ourselves, the food outside will inevitably run out. After listening to their suggestions, Li Mu smiled and said, That is indeed an excellent idea. Homegrown vegetables will be much more trustworthy, especially since the produce from the supermarkets is no longer fresh. Vegetable seeds are relatively easy to procure. However, acquiring chicken, duck, fish, and meat poses a more formidable challenge. But fret not, Allow me a moment to devise a solution. After dinner, Li Mu and Yulan stood on the fourth-floor balcony, enjoying the evening breeze. If the information provided by Zhang Yahu is accurate, then the entire metropolis shall plunge into darkness tonight, and the city will inevitably succumb to a new wave of panic. Yulan, holding 2 elegant goblets and a bottle of red wine, suggested, "Let us indulge in a glass." After pouring the wine, the two gently clinked their glasses together. "The idea of planting vegetables in the backyard was yours, wasn't it?" Yulan, clad in a silk nightgown, appeared quite languid. "I suppose so. Endlessly passing the days without purpose can be rather burdensome. I feel quite despondent lately, hence the need to find something to occupy my time. Moreover, isn't it splendid? Agriculture is ingrained in the very essence of our nation, and self-sufficiency is indeed the direction we should pursue." Li Mu smiled faintly. "Your suggestion about farming is quite commendable. It would certainly provide you with something to engage in, and perhaps we could dig a pond to raise some fish as well. I shall endeavor to bring back some seeds during my next outing. As for chickens and ducks, we shall address that when the opportunity arises." Chapter 75. The Great Blackout. As their conversation flowed, they began to discuss Zhang Yahu. It appears that Zhang Yahu is indeed an extraordinary individual. He seems to possess knowledge of the impending power outage in the metropolis ahead of time. Li Mu shared his insights about Zhang Yahu, and their dialogue deepened. Indeed, he is remarkable. Achieving second-tier strength merely 10 days prior to the apocalypse underscores his exceptional talent. Furthermore, he has already established a survivor base. I have observed this man closely. He is ambitious, calculating, and capable. Zhang Yahu will undoubtedly carve out his place in the future of this city, so I intend to find time to visit his survivor base. Yulan nodded in agreement. It seems he is keen to cultivate your friendship, which could prove advantageous in the future. After all, having him handle certain matters would indeed be more convenient. Additionally, perhaps he could assist in the search for chickens and ducks. He commands a considerable number of followers, so acquiring them should be expedited, merely requiring a trade of food. The food in question, of course, consists of the instant meals that Li Mu currently deems unworthy. Trading these for sustenance that promotes long-term growth is undeniably a shrewd strategy. That is an excellent plan. I shall visit his survivor base in a couple of days and request his assistance with this matter. Just as they were conversing, the surrounding villa district was suddenly enveloped in darkness. The once illuminated neighborhood swiftly succumbed to shadows. Although the area was adorned with numerous streetlights, casting ample light during the night, the power outage extinguished all illumination. Only a few emergency lights and some solar-powered street lamps flickered dimly in the gloom. Two individuals rose to their feet, gazing into the distance at the villa district. At that moment, Yulan felt an overwhelming sense of relief. It seemed that relocating to this villa had indeed been a prudent decision. Had we still been in the neighborhood, the power outage would have significantly impacted us. How long could the electricity in this villa last? Li Mu smiled faintly. It's uncertain, barring unforeseen circumstances, perhaps for several decades. Just then, Zhang Yao approached with a few others. "Darling, the power is out outside." Li Mu responded with a gentle smile. "It's all right, it won't affect us." He continued, "However, we should dim the lights in our villa. Unnecessary illumination draws too much attention, and it wouldn't be wise, as someone might eventually notice our residence." Zhang Yao nodded in agreement. "All right, I will take care of it." She proceeded to turn off all non-essential lights in the villa and drew the curtains tightly, making it nearly impossible to discern any light from afar. The others continued watching television, while Li Mu and Yulan perused their phones. Previously, Zhang Yahu had provided him with a communication channel, which Li Mu had since joined. The group contained a considerable number of members, at least tens of thousands. It appeared that the authorities had devised some contingency plan. Otherwise, such a communication channel would not exist. At that moment, the communication channel erupted with activity. As everyone began discussing the power outage. Why did it suddenly go out? What are we to do? A power outage was inevitable. There's no need to panic. Being alive is already a stroke of good fortune. If the power is out, my phone will soon die, leaving me unable to call for help. Without power, what's the difference between my phone and a brick? Suddenly, an individual posted a message in a different color, clearly from an official source. Emergency notice. Due to insufficient electricity, the city can no longer provide power around the clock. Starting tomorrow at noon, power will be available for only 1 hour each day. Please be mindful of the timing. We urge everyone to remain calm. Assistance will arrive in due course. This announcement brought a measure of reassurance to many, at least if their phones retained power. They could maintain contact with the outside world, thereby preserving the possibility of rescue. In that moment, someone sent a message in the communication channel seeking companions for a group expedition. Are there any survivors near Longshang Tower? I am a male looking for 2 robust teammates to search for food. Survival chances significantly increase with a team. Indeed, responses poured in quickly. Yes, I am also near Longshang Tower. If we are close enough, we can form a team. Great, let us discuss this privately. Others seeking to team up are welcome to message me. As the initial inquiries sparked interest, more individuals began to seek nearby survivors for collaboration. Then, a particular message caught the attention of Li Mu and Yulan. I am a physician at a hospital in the metropolis, currently situated in a villa district in the city center. Are there any survivor groups nearby that I could join? As the chief surgeon, I am capable of rendering aid to the injured. This announcement not only captured the attention of Li Mu and Yulan, but also drew the interest of many others. A doctor is indeed a precious asset, particularly in a world fraught with peril where injuries are inevitable. Having a physician ensures a degree of security. The medical profession remains indispensable, no matter the circumstances, and the status of a doctor from the metropolis hospital signifies exceptional skill, as only the most elite practitioners serve there. Especially in these dire times, the presence of a doctor significantly enhances the likelihood of survival. Unfortunately, the villa district is quite distant from my location. Otherwise, I would certainly strive to recruit this physician. In the future, I must also seek a doctor, as their presence in a team provides an additional layer of assurance. Li Mu glanced at Yulan, contemplating whether they should devise a way to recruit this doctor. The consensus in the group seemed accurate. Having a doctor would certainly be a prudent measure. Yulan pondered for a moment before responding. Let us first ascertain whether the doctor is male or female. If he is a man, then perhaps it would be best to let it be. Li Mu shared this sentiment, recognizing that only he could occupy the role of a man within the villa. However, the communication channel only displayed a virtual avatar, devoid of a name or gender identification, necessitating private messaging. Before Li Mu could send a message, someone in the group had already posted a reply. A doctor, you say? I too am in the villa district. If you are willing, you may join my team. I have a dozen individuals under my command. And should you choose to join us, I can offer you the finest provisions. Upon reading this message, Li Mu remarked, it seems doctors are indeed in high demand. We must make an effort to secure this one. Consequently, Li Mu promptly sent a private message to the physician. Doctor, I am also in the villa district. You may consider teaming up with me. The doctor quickly responded. Hello, may I inquire how many members your team comprises? What is the status of your food supplies? And what role would I fulfill upon joining your group? What benefits can you offer? Chapter 76. The Doctor. The inquiries were quite thorough, indicating that the physician was aware of their desirability and was beginning to exercise discretion in their selection. Rarity breeds value. Thus, with competitors emerging, the doctor would undoubtedly seek a superior team. Li Mu refrained from exaggerating and responded with honesty. There are 7 of us, with ample food supplies. Upon joining my team, your role would be to treat the injured when required. In times without injuries, you may pursue any activity you desire. I can assure you of basic sustenance, 3 meals a day. Uncertain of the doctor's gender, Li Mu felt compelled to ask a general question. If the doctor were a man, even with his medical expertise, Li Mu would not permit him entry into the villa. After a brief wait, the doctor finally responded. I apologize, but the other 2 survivor teams have larger numbers. You must understand that a greater number of individuals increases the likelihood of survival, so I regret to inform you. Li Mu remained unperturbed and continued to message. Having more people is not necessarily beneficial. Strength is paramount. My current capability is at the 2nd tier, and I possess ample provisions to ensure you are well fed 3 times a day. Can the other teams offer you such an assurance? Noticing the doctor had yet to reply, Li Mu persisted. Allow me to propose an idea. Perhaps you could arrange a meeting where our 3 teams can showcase our strengths, and you can select a team with formidable capabilities to join you. This would be advantageous for you as well, as it could yield greater benefits. In truth, Li Mu was primarily eager to ascertain the doctor's gender. He would not make a decision without meeting the doctor first. Thus, he sought a way to encounter her. Only upon meeting the doctor could he proceed with his plans. Before long, the doctor replied, I appreciate your suggestion. Tomorrow at noon, I will inform you of the meeting location. Please be prepared to demonstrate your capabilities. Thank you for your advice. Li Mu snapped his fingers and turned to Yulan, saying, All right, let us wait until tomorrow to meet the doctor. If she is a woman, I shall find a way to bring her over. Yulan looked at Li Mu and remarked, to be honest, you don't intend to eliminate those two competitors, do you? Li Mu shrugged and smiled. That will depend on the circumstances. If she is a beautiful female doctor, then I suppose I must eliminate the competitors, for if I succeed, she would have no choice but to select me. If it is a male doctor, as long as they do not provoke me, I shall spare them. Yulan chuckled. Very well, we shall see tomorrow. For now, let us rest early. I have indulged in a bit too much wine and feel slightly dizzy. Meanwhile, in a villa, a woman clad in black pajamas sat on the sofa, gazing at her phone. She was indeed the doctor who had messaged earlier. She had not spoken falsely. She was the lead surgeon at a hospital in the metropolis, though she had only recently assumed this role due to her relative youth. At the age of 30, her credentials were exceptionally impressive. She had spent 6 years studying surgical medicine abroad at one of the world's premier medical universities and had even served as a lead surgeon for a year overseas. Her medical skills were undoubtedly authentic. Owing to her reclusive nature, she had lived a solitary life for many years. Perhaps this was indeed the best choice. For she was now out of food, and if this continued, she would inevitably face starvation. Had it not been for the dire lack of sustenance, she would not have sought to join a group, fully aware that in such tumultuous times, a woman lacking any form of strength would inevitably become a pawn for others. Yet, survival compelled her. It was painfully evident that she could not venture forth alone in search of food. Thus she had no choice but to ally herself with a formidable faction. Though the villa was cloaked in darkness, her graceful and elegant visage, along with her porcelain skin, remained discernible. While her beauty may not have been extraordinary, it was certainly far from unremarkable. This evening, apart from Li Mu, 2 other factions had also approached her. Initially, she intended to select the group with the most formidable overall strength, giving little thought to Li Mu. However, the conditions proposed by Li Mu proved irresistibly enticing. 3 hearty meals a day, a promise no other faction dared to offer. Nevertheless, she refrained from placing her trust too readily. After all, the notion of 3 full meals daily seemed somewhat implausible given the current circumstances outside. Ultimately, she resolved to adopt Li Mu's approach, intending to assess the capabilities of all 3 parties upon their meeting. By midday the following day, while Li Mu was dining, he received a message from the doctor. Villa number 96, you may come over now. Others are en route as well. Li Mu promptly replied, understood. After taking a few bites, he set down his chopsticks and exited the villa. Once downstairs, he climbed into his off-road vehicle and drove towards the townhouses. Arriving at the designated villa number 96, Li Mu observed a considerable number of vehicles already parked there, along with a throng of individuals gathered at the entrance. Upon disembarking, he noted 2 factions confronting each other at the villa's entrance. To his surprise, the turnout was quite substantial. The aggressive demeanor of the individuals, all donning sunglasses, evoked the image of a gang on the move. Their imposing presence was indeed striking. Li Mu chose not to rush into the fray, but instead stood under a large tree, enjoying the shade while discreetly observing the 2 factions at the villa entrance. At the forefront, an exceedingly corpulent man removed his sunglasses, revealing a fierce countenance. Well, if at Ascendant, my dear Tom, what brings you, a mere minor player, to contend with me for recruits? He taunted, tugging at the open shirt of the man opposite him, clearly dismissing him. The man dubbed Tom swatted the fat man's hand away with disdain, retorting, I never expected you, you glutton, to still be alive. I thought you'd have succumbed to the weight of your own gluttony. You ought to be careful. One of these nights you might just exhaust yourself to death. And I do find that utterly amusing. Haha. I suggest you corpulent fool, make a hasty retreat. With your abilities, you're unlikely to secure the doctor today. Both men stood as formidable figures, locked in a tense confrontation where neither was willing to yield. The atmosphere grew palpably charged, with their subordinates instinctively tightening their grips on their weapons. In Chapter 77, Do Not Attempt to Anger Me, the corpulent man spoke first, his voice dripping with cold disdain. Having strength is not merely a matter of words. Now is not the time for confrontation. Let us first consult the doctor. However, fret not, for I shall eventually sever your head from your shoulders. With that, he led one of his subordinates toward the villa. As they approached the entrance, the rotund man quietly instructed his companion, inform Deng Hua to prepare the man. Tell him that if he assists me in eliminating that scoundrel Atang today, all of Atang's resources shall belong to him. Regardless of who acquires the doctor today, I will ensure that he does not leave this villa alive. Notify our brothers to be ready. Not a single one of Ah Tang's men shall escape. Having learned of the meeting, the corpulent man had already contacted another gang, intending to ensnare Ah Tang and his associates. He had long harbored ambitions of usurping Ah Tang's territory. Today's encounter presented an opportune moment to act. Meanwhile, one of his subordinates smirked, giving a thumbs up in admiration. Big brother, you truly are a visionary. Ah Tang will never suspect that you have allied with Deng Hua. Today, even if he had wings, he could not escape. The subordinate rushed off to coordinate with Deng Hua. On the opposite side, Ah Tang began to make his own preparations among his men. Stay vigilant, brothers. I have a foreboding feeling about today. The situation in the Villa district has shifted dramatically in just 2 days, with Zhu Feng and Yang Haidong both murdered. Inform everyone that if the corpulent man's crew makes a move, we shall strike first. If necessary, we will eliminate that fat man today. Once his plans were set, Ah Tang also made his way toward the villa. After a few strides, he commanded, from this moment on, do not allow anyone to enter. Under the shade of a large tree, Li Mu observed the 2 men entering the villa and proceeded toward the entrance himself. As he neared the grand door, a man sternly shouted, "Who goes there? This is not a place for you. Leave." Undeterred, Li Mu continued his advance. Seeing Li Mu's persistence, the man approached, pointing a finger menacingly. "I told you to get lost. Haven't you heard? Do you wish to die?" In an instant, Li Mu struck, seizing the man's finger and forcefully bending it upwards. Snap! The finger shattered instantly, and Li Mu followed up with a punch to the man's face, sending his teeth scattering to the ground before he collapsed, unconscious. This seamless display of prowess left the remaining onlookers paralyzed with fear. With his hands tucked into his pockets, Li Mu continued into the villa, and this time, none dared to challenge him. "Young man, do you know where you are? If you rashly attempt to barge in, it may very well cost you your life." Li Mu halted his steps, slowly turning his gaze towards the individual amidst the crowd who had spoken. "What? Do you intend to stop me? I invite you to try." Merely the utterance of those few words sent chills down the speaker's spine. He could not fathom why this youthful figure before him exuded such an immense aura of intimidation, leaving him devoid of the courage to meet his gaze. Instantly, silence enveloped the crowd as Li Mu continued his stride towards the villa. Upon entering the grand doors of the villa, the stout man and Ah Tang, already seated upon the sofa, turned their attention to him. "Youngster, have you perhaps wandered into the wrong place?" The stout man spoke, regarding Li Mu's youth with condescension. Dismissing him entirely, Li Mu approached the sofa with measured grace, taking a seat and replying, "I have not erred. Are we not all here for the doctor?" The stout man scoffed derisively. "Humph, you, a mere boy still reeking of milk, dare to come here? I have never heard of anyone like you residing in this villa district, yet you presume to stand on equal footing with us." Upon hearing the stout man's arrogant tone, Li Mu drew a handgun from his pocket, leveling it steadily at the stout man seated across from him. "Should you refuse to silence that foul mouth of yours, I shall be compelled to offer you a taste of lead." At the sight of the firearm, both the stout man and Ah Tang were immediately gripped by fear. Their composure shattered. Cold sweat broke out on the stout man's brow as he stammered, "How do you possess a gun? Who exactly are you?" No sooner had he spoken than a gunshot rang out. Bang! A bullet whizzed perilously close to the stout man's ear, the abruptness of the shot leaving him trembling in terror. The 2 men, who were usually authoritative figures, now quaked in fear, utterly unprepared for the revelation that this unassuming youth wielded a weapon. Most alarmingly, he had fired without hesitation, the bullet clearly serving as a warning. Li Mu spoke calmly, "Do not attempt to provoke my ire. This is no toy gun. Should I fire again, it will be to shatter your skull." He continued, "I have no desire to take a life before I meet the doctor. However, I trust one have now earned my place at this table." Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from outside as the minions stationed nearby rushed in at the sound of the gunfire. Before they could fully enter, Ah Tang, seated not far from Li Mu, barked, "Stop! Do not come in. Retreat at once." Their lives hung precariously in the balance, and should any foolish subordinate attempt to charge in, their fates would surely be sealed, especially in the presence of a man armed and evidently resolute. The group outside immediately halted, slowly retreating. Observing the stout man's newfound compliance, Li Mu holstered his weapon and spoke once more. "Under such circumstances, let us commence today's meeting." At this moment, both the stout man and Ah Tang exchanged glances with Li Mu, who left them with an indelible impression of ruthlessness. An individual armed and ready to fire at the slightest provocation. The two men understood that encountering such a formidable character today might render their escape from this villa exceedingly difficult. After a brief silence within the villa, Atang finally spoke up. "Doctor, you summoned us here. It is now time for you to reveal yourself." No sooner had he finished speaking than a door from one of the rooms slowly creaked open, and a figure emerged. The three individuals in the room turned their attention toward the entrance. There stood a woman with a high ponytail, adorned with golden-rimmed glasses, clad in a white shirt and jeans, with a backpack slung over her shoulders. Upon entering the living room, the woman greeted them. "Hello. I am the doctor who called you here. My name is Lin Xiaonan." Chapter 78. The beautiful Dr. Lin Xiaonan. At the very first glance of Lin Xiaonan, Li Mu resolved to take her with him. Although her appearance was not extraordinarily striking, especially when compared to the women around him, her demeanor exuded a remarkable poise, accentuated by her profession as a doctor. With the knowledge of the doctor's gender, Li Mu found his final dilemma resolved, leaving the remaining matters relatively uncomplicated. At that moment, Lin Xiaonan retrieved her backpack, unzipping it as she spoke. "Allow me to introduce myself to prove I am not deceiving you." She then produced a collection of certificates and documents. "This is my work ID from the hospital in Magic City. Here is the letter of appointment from the hospital. These are the certificates I obtained during my studies abroad. This is my medical qualification certificate. And here is my doctoral diploma." In truth, the three individuals were already preoccupied with their thoughts, convinced that this female doctor would not dare to fabricate her credentials. After all, should she attempt to deceive them, her own life would be at stake. Once she concluded her introduction, Lin Xiaonan turned her gaze toward the three men. "Now that I have introduced myself, I would appreciate it if you three could share your capabilities as well. After all, for my own survival, I must align myself with a formidable team." The atmosphere grew rather awkward as the stout man and Atang simultaneously glanced at Li Mu, who held a firearm. At that moment, Li Mu offered a slight smile. "I am in a good mood today. You may choose whether to withdraw from the competition or remain and contend with me." Was there truly any choice in the matter? This was undoubtedly a life-and-death dilemma. The stout man and Atang believed that should they dare to utter the word compete, Li Mu would promptly respond with gunfire, ensuring their physical exit from the contest. Faced with the choice between their lives and a doctor, they would, without hesitation, opt for survival. Thus, Atang was the first to declare his withdrawal from the competition. The once arrogant rotund figure beside him promptly chimed in, expressing his own exit as well. Upon hearing their declarations, Li Mu offered a subtle smile to Lin Xiaonan. "Dr. Lin, it appears I am the sole contender remaining. Thus you have no choice but to select me." Lin Xiaonan, not lacking in discernment, had already surmised the outcome when she witnessed Li Mu unhesitatingly draw his weapon through the crack of the door. Nevertheless, this revelation did not dishearten her. Rather, it underscored Li Mu's formidable prowess, as it had compelled the other two competitors to withdraw without contest. Consequently, Lin Xiaonan found herself devoid of any alternatives. Yet, she remained unaware of which incarnation of Li Mu she was encountering. "Pray tell, which version of you am I to meet?" "I am the one who promised you 3 meals a day. Choosing to meet with me seems a judicious decision," Li Mu responded. Lin Xiaonan nodded slightly, acknowledging the apparent validity of his assertion. At that moment, Atang cautiously interjected, "May I pose a question?" Li Mu, holding a favorable impression of him, inclined his head in agreement. "Of course." Atang continued, "Were Yang Haidong, Zhu Feng, and their subordinates slain by your hand?" Atang was somewhat informed, having seen photographs of the deceased, all of whom bore the fatal marks of gunshot wounds, each met with a single, precise bullet to the head. Observing Li Mu brandishing a firearm, his curiosity was piqued. Was it the one wielding the katana? If so, then that would indeed be my doing. Both Atang and the rotund man gasped, realizing that a formidable individual had emerged in the villa district, and they had encountered him rather swiftly. With a rueful smile, Atang remarked, "In that case, it appears we are not leaving today." Li Mu rose slowly and approached Lin Xiaonan, saying, "Dr. Lin, please gather your belongings. We shall depart shortly." Lin Xiaonan nodded in acquiescence. "Very well. Call for me when you are ready to go." After Lin Xiaonan's departure, Li Mu turned his attention to the two seated on the sofa, contemplating before addressing Atang. "What is your name?" "Tang Sheng," he replied. "Those familiar with me call me Atang." Li Mu continued, "So, Tang Sheng, if I were to eliminate this rotund fellow right now, would you have the capability to command his subordinates?" The two were momentarily taken aback, failing to respond immediately. However, after a brief reflection, the rotund man quickly interjected, "Brother, please do not kill me. My overall strength surpasses that of Tang Sheng. If you spare me, I shall be your loyal servant, obeying your every command henceforth." Li Mu glanced at the rotund man, a faint smile gracing his lips. "It matters not. After I eliminate you, Tang Sheng's power will only grow stronger. Moreover, I find your demeanor quite distasteful." Li Mu then addressed Tang Sheng directly, stating, "You should feel fortunate that you have not provoked me. Today, my mood is rather pleasant. And now you may answer my question. Are you confident in subduing this hefty fellow's subordinates?" This time, Tang Sheng did not hesitate and replied without delay, "Indeed. In these times, the survivors will cling to anyone who can provide sustenance. Once he is dead, his followers will have no choice but to pledge their allegiance to me. Those who refuse shall meet their demise." With a snap of his fingers, Li Mu drew his firearm and shot the hefty man squarely in the head. A resounding gunshot echoed through the air, and the man's head erupted, extinguishing his life irrevocably. Subsequently, Li Mu produced his phone and handed it to Tang Sheng. "Save your number. I will reach out should the need arise. I trust you will act wisely." Tang Sheng trembled as he accepted the phone, his hands quaking uncontrollably. "I understand. I shall comply with your every request henceforth." Deep down, he recognized that Li Mu's decision to spare him stemmed not from benevolence, but rather a desire to mold him into a mere puppet. Yet, in his quest for survival, Tang Sheng willingly embraced this role. After saving his number, he returned the phone with both hands. "If I require assistance, I shall call you. Now, you should swiftly deal with the crowd outside." Tang Sheng nodded in agreement. He then approached the hefty man's lifeless body, inhaling deeply several times to steady his trembling form before dragging the heavy corpse to the entrance. Upon sighting their deceased leader, the hefty man's subordinates rushed forward. "Brother, you killed our leader." However, Tang Sheng's own subordinates were no pushovers and quickly blocked their advance. "Stay back. What do you intend to do? Retreat, all of you." As the two factions faced off, Tang Sheng, standing on the steps, spoke up. Chapter 79, Make a Choice. Now that the hefty man is dead, are you still willing to serve him? We find ourselves in an apocalyptic world. Did you not follow him merely to survive? Surely, you do not still wish to avenge him? The subordinates of the hefty man fell silent. For every word spoken by Tang Sheng rang true. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Sheng pressed on. You are all aware of the kind of person he was. While he may have allowed you to live, his selfish nature would have inevitably led to him hoarding your provisions. However, I, Tang Sheng, am fair and just in my dealings with my brothers. Thus, aligning with me will undoubtedly be more advantageous than following him. You now face two choices, either join my ranks or depart. However, I believe that if you leave this place, your chances of survival will be grim. Faced with such circumstances, they had no choice but to submit and join Tang Sheng's ranks. Not far away, a robust man was observing the happenings within the villa through binoculars. Damn, I never anticipated that the fat man had already been eliminated. This now benefits that scoundrel Tang Sheng. This man was Deng Hua, who had previously made an agreement with the fat man. And he was also a formidable figure within the villa community. Behind Deng Hua stood a group of burly men, all bodyguards from a security company, who had been protecting a wealthy individual in the villa area before the apocalypse unfolded. These trained experts had carved out a significant reputation shortly after the outbreak, as Deng Hua led his brothers to establish their dominance in the villa district. As Deng Hua lowered the binoculars, one of his subordinates inquired, "Brother Hua, shall we take action now?" Deng Hua waved his hand dismissively. "No need. The fat man is already dead, and Tang Sheng's followers are multiplying. A forceful intervention would not serve our interests." He lit a cigarette and continued, "Let us hasten back to attend to our matters. Our pets must be hungry by now. And these individuals are not our targets at the moment. Once our pets have been nurtured into formidable beings, not even a modest villa community will stand in our way, let alone the entirety of Magic City." Deng Hua climbed into a nearby large pickup truck. "Now let us procure some food for our pets." His subordinates quickly followed suit. "Brother Hua, are we still hunting zombies today?" Deng Hua tossed the spent cigarette but out of the window and replied, "Today, we shall capture some survivors. From my observations over the past few days, our pets grow faster when fed on humans. Feeding them zombies accelerates their growth too slowly, and we cannot afford to wait. Therefore, we must find a way to capture some survivors." One subordinate hesitated, expressing concern. "Is that really all right? Isn't it a bit cruel to feed those creatures on human flesh?" Deng Hua turned to glare at him and sneered, "Oh, have you suddenly developed a conscience? If you wish to play the benevolent savior, I might as well feed you to my pets. Perhaps they would grow even faster after consuming a great philanthropist like you." In an instant, the subordinate broke into a cold sweat, recognizing the murderous glint in Deng Hua's eyes. He understood his leader was not jesting. "Listening to you, brother. We shall go capture survivors at once," he quickly affirmed. Deng Hua patted his subordinate's face and instructed, "Remember, I have no need for do-gooders by my side. In an apocalypse, kindness will only hasten your demise, not prolong your existence." The subordinate nodded earnestly. "Understood, Brother Hua." The pickup truck sped away. Inside the villa, Lin Xunan had gathered her belongings and descended the stairs. Noticing her large bag, Li Mu casually took it from her and placed it on the coffee table in the living room. "Please have a seat. Let us converse for a moment." At this juncture, Li Mu no longer bore the ferocity he had moments ago, yet Lin Xunan still felt a profound apprehension towards this young man before her. The chilling demeanor Li Mu had exhibited lingered vividly in her memory. Despite his somewhat ruthless nature, Lin Xunan recognized the formidable strength he possessed, which was precisely what she desired. After all, the greater Li Mu's power, the safer she felt. Li Mu reclined casually, crossing his legs, and addressed Lin Xunan, who sat across from him. "Now, it is just the two of us, and there are some matters that should be clarified. Since you wish to join us, it is prudent to discuss certain things up front." He withdrew a handgun from his waistband. "You might believe my strength is derived from this firearm, but let me assure you, even unarmed, I could eliminate all those outside. Do you believe that?" Lin Xunan was not taken aback. She merely nodded. "I believe you, for you have no reason to deceive me at this moment." Li Mu nodded slightly, appreciating the ease of conversing with an astute individual. "My team consists of 7 members, but I am the sole man among them. The rest, like yourself, are women, and they are all my women. Thus, rather than a mere team, we function as a family. If you wish to join this family, there is a certain consideration you must contemplate." Upon hearing this, Lin Xunan responded, "Is the question whether I must also become one of your women?" Li Mu nodded slightly. "Indeed, I respect your choice. However, if you prefer not to, I will still welcome you into our fold, for I truly require a physician. The conditions I previously promised will still be honored, but I sincerely hope we can become family. The choice is yours." Lin Xunan understood the distinction between being a woman and merely a teammate. If she were to remain just a teammate, she would forfeit many privileges, relegating herself to the status of an outsider in Li Mu's presence. Most importantly, should danger arise, it would be her that Li Mu would abandon first, rather than his women, for she would be but an outsider. Upon reflection, Lin Xunan realized that this proposition did not seem so unfavorable. In a post-apocalyptic world, having a man to rely on provided a sense of security, especially one as powerful as Li Mu. In the past, she may have hesitated, but in such dire circumstances, making a choice felt less daunting. She gazed at Li Mu's youthful yet cold visage and felt a twinge of gratitude. It was fortunate that he was a young and handsome man. Becoming the partner of such a man did not seem like a misfortune at all. Chapter 80. Special Protection List. Lin Xunan quickly arrived at her decision. "I am willing to be your woman. For my present self, this should be the most prudent choice." Li Mu stood up, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "You have once again made a judicious decision. My strength surpasses your imagination." With that, he waved his hand, and the large package resting on the table vanished into thin air. Witnessing this miraculous scene, Lin Xunan gasped in disbelief, covering her mouth. "Could it be that you have awakened your extraordinary abilities?" Li Mu, taken aback, inquired curiously. "You are aware of the existence of extraordinary abilities?" Lin Xunan affirmed with a nod, then began to recount the circumstances. "As the lead surgeon at the hospital in the Magic City, I was placed on the special protection list of the Dragon Kingdom shortly after the outbreak of the apocalypse. This list comprises the nation's foremost scientists and individuals excelling in specialized fields. While I cannot claim to be the pinnacle of medical expertise in the Dragon Kingdom, I am undoubtedly recognized among the elite. Hence I was contacted by government officials quite some time ago." This was the first time Li Mu had heard of such matters, and he began to marvel at Lin Xunan's medical prowess, realizing that her position as the lead surgeon at the hospital was indeed formidable. He had not anticipated her exceptional capabilities, nor that she had been included on the special protection list by the Dragon Kingdom's officials. It seemed he had stumbled upon a treasure. "If you have already been placed on the special protection list, then you should have been taken away by now. Could it be that some unforeseen circumstance has prevented your departure from here? Lin Xiaonan nodded in affirmation. Indeed, about 3 days after the outbreak, the officials from the Dragon Kingdom contacted me, stating they would dispatch a military team to escort me to a temporary survivor base established in the Magic City. That very evening, they arrived with an armored personnel carrier and 6 fully armed soldiers. However, they merely delivered a large package of food to me. The commanding officer explained that their mission had been altered due to an incident where a team escorting a scientist had encountered a monstrous attack. According to them, this scientist was engaged in genetic research, which is of paramount importance to the Dragon Kingdom at present, thus necessitating his transport to the base. Subsequently, their mission was modified. After leaving me with ample provisions, they hurriedly departed, and I have not received any further communication since then, until now. After Lin Xiaonan concluded her tale, Li Mu narrowed his eyes. A monster. Did they inform you of its nature? Lin Xiaonan shook her head. No, they were unaware of what the creature was. Only that the battle was exceedingly fierce, and nearly all surrounding teams had been dispatched to engage in combat. Li Mu's expression suddenly turned tense. It appears that the apocalypse is not as straightforward as we had presumed. We have seen far too little, and it seems our information is quite limited. By the way, how did you come to know about the awakening of extraordinary abilities? Li Mu had learned of the awakening of supernatural abilities through the system, understanding that such an awakening would only occur upon reaching the 4th tier. Lin Xiaonan, on the other hand, was aware that the sole means of discovering this phenomenon was through official announcements. If that were the case, it would imply that someone had already attained the 4th tier of supernatural powers. Surveying their surroundings, Lin Xiaonan spoke in hushed tones. I only found this out yesterday when someone in our hospital's internal group shared a video. Here, take a look. He then produced his phone, opened the video, and handed it to Li Mu. In the video, a group of soldiers was seen firing at a zombie. Under the relentless barrage, the zombie began to retreat. However, abruptly, the creature's form started to change. What was once a figure under 2 meters in height began to swell, sprouting tendrils from its back, each tipped with a sharp spike. The zombie's stature expanded to 5 meters, and at least 10 tendrils emerged. Soon, the monstrous entity launched an assault on the soldiers. In an instant, the soldiers' weapons seemed ineffective. Their bullets could not penetrate the zombie's tough hide, while the massive creature wielded its tendrils to pierce through the soldiers' chests with ease. The battle raged fiercely, with the soldiers gradually retreating as the zombie grew in size. At one point, a shell soared toward the zombie's head, but in the next moment, the creature swatted it away with its tendrils, causing the shell to crash to the ground and explode. The video concluded there, leaving Li Mu profoundly shocked. He felt as though he had become complacent in his secluded domain, believing himself powerful for dominating the villa district. Yet, he was unprepared for the formidable strength of the zombies outside. In comparison, his own abilities now seemed woefully inadequate. If he were to encounter the zombie from the video, he feared he might not even have the chance to flee. Thus, a singular thought consumed him. He must grow stronger. He needed to expedite his evolution. Otherwise, if he were to face such a zombie, his fate would be sealed. Lin Xiaonan continued, this powerful zombie has left the higher-ups of the Dragon Kingdom astounded, as it signifies that the zombies have begun to mutate, growing even more formidable. After extensive research, scientists have discovered that a peculiar energy has manifested within the bodies of human survivors, and this attribute is continuously strengthening. Consequently, scientists predict that once human physicality reaches a certain threshold, survivors will awaken their supernatural abilities, albeit not in the immediate future. As far as I know, there have been no awakened survivors within the Dragon Kingdom or globally, yet I am astonished to learn that you have already awakened your powers. May I inquire what your supernatural ability entails? Li Mu nodded slightly. A unique space has manifested within me, capable of containing various items, and this storage space can gradually expand. Subsequently, with a mere gesture, Li Mu summoned the luggage that had just been stored away, causing it to reappear on the coffee table in the living room. Lin Xiaonan remarked, I never expected you to be so formidable, awakening your abilities so swiftly. Perhaps you are the first survivor in the world to have done so. Although this storage space is not technically Li Mu's ability, he felt it prudent to frame it as such, for he could never disclose the existence of his system to anyone. Using the space as a cover was quite clever. Li Mu replied, perhaps, but I am still not powerful enough. Facing the zombie from the video, my chances of survival are virtually non-existent. Chapter 81. Collecting medicine. After a moment of silence, Lin Xunan spoke again. As your partner now, I feel compelled to advise you. If you wish to avoid entanglements with the authorities of Long Country, it is best to conceal your abilities as much as possible. I also do not recommend engaging with them at this time, as your actions will be heavily scrutinized. Of course, this is merely a suggestion. Li Mu understood her perspective clearly. He sought only to live a tranquil life, far removed from any association with the Long Country authorities. I share your sentiments, and I shall heed your advice. Now, let us return. This is not the place for discussion. However, Lin Xunan interjected, if you do not have pressing matters at hand, perhaps we could first visit the small hospital in the villa area. Though I am a doctor, I currently possess no medicines or medical equipment. The small hospital does have supplies, and I have visited it before. The inventory is relatively comprehensive. Acquiring these supplies would ensure that I am prepared to treat any injured individuals. Li Mu snapped his fingers. Excellent idea. Let us set off at once. You know the way to the small hospital, correct? Of course. Let us go. As the two exited the villa, they noticed that Tang Sheng had not departed. He and his subordinates were stationed at the gate of the villa. Approaching Tang Sheng and his group, he suddenly bowed to Li Mu. Greetings, big brother. Li Mu waved his hand dismissively. I am not your elder brother. Tang Sheng is. He then addressed Tang Sheng. Allow them to leave for now. I have something to discuss with you. Tang Sheng immediately gestured for his men to step aside, and they complied without hesitation. Li Mu took out his phone and dialed Tang Sheng's number. Once the phone rang, he promptly hung up. Save my number. Keep a close watch on the situation in the villa area and inform me of any developments. Rest assured, after joining me, I will ensure you are well taken care of. Just do your best. Tang Sheng nodded earnestly. Rest assured, my brother, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly, without any ulterior motives. Li Mu patted Tang Sheng on the shoulder. Do you have sufficient provisions on hand? Tang Sheng pondered before responding. I possess some food, though not in abundance. However, if you require it, I can certainly share a portion with you. Li Mu smiled and waved his hand dismissively, leading Lin Xunan toward the direction of the off-road vehicle. No need. I will get in touch with you later. We shall discuss it then. In the current circumstances, it was evident that food served as an excellent means to win hearts. After all, Li Mu still had a considerable quantity of instant food that remained untouched, which he could offer to Tang Sheng. Naturally, food alone would not compel Tang Sheng to submit, but by providing it, Li Mu subtly showcased his strength. Only formidable power could ensure Tang Sheng's allegiance. Once they boarded the vehicle, it swiftly headed toward the small hospital. At that moment, Tang Sheng's subordinates gathered around. Boss, this young man appears rather weak. Why should we recognize him as our leader? Tang Sheng shot a glare at the speaking subordinate. Weak? You all know the capabilities of that hefty fellow. This young man killed him without so much as a blink. Furthermore, he was responsible for the demise of Yang Haidong and Zhu Feng's gang. He is a veritable harbinger of death. If we do not acknowledge him as our leader today, we shall surely meet our end. Tang Sheng turned to his subordinates, warning them, I advise you not to provoke this esteemed individual, or we shall all face dire consequences. A being capable of annihilating Yang Haidong and Zhu Feng can easily eliminate us as well. Upon hearing these words, the subordinates fell silent, realizing the gravity of their situation. Many understood the brutal fate that had befallen Yang Haidong and Zhu Feng's gang, and upon learning that it was Li Mu who had executed them, fear gripped their hearts. Driving the off-road vehicle, Li Mu and Lin Xunan soon arrived at the small hospital. This establishment was situated within the commercial district of the villa, featuring a hospital and a convenience store. However, the convenience store was completely emptied, rendering it unnecessary to visit. Parking in front of the hospital, they found no zombies in the open area. Let us proceed inside and take a look. Lin Xunan nodded in agreement, and the two exited the vehicle. Upon reaching the hospital's entrance, they discovered an iron chain securing the glass doors. Lin Xunan remarked, hospitals typically do not lock their doors. It seems someone has intentionally secured the entrance, likely to prevent any zombies from escaping. With several nurses and doctors on duty inside, it was reasonable to assume that zombies lurked within as well. Without further ado, Li Mu drew his bronze sword and severed the chain with a single stroke. Stay close to me and guide my way. Although it was a small hospital, it was nonetheless a facility within a high-end villa area, comprising 6 floors and not lacking in size. Pushing open the glass doors, the two cautiously stepped inside. The pharmacy is located within the lobby on the 1st floor, and I surmise it may harbor zombies. as there are typically staff members on duty within. Upon entering the lobby, the two companions encountered zombies before even reaching the pharmacy. Two zombies lunged at them with guttural growls, only to have their heads severed by Li Mu's swift sword strikes. Upon entering the pharmacy, they were met with an array of shelves stocked with medications. After dispatching the two zombies within, Lin Xunan deftly secured the pharmacy's security door. She then approached the shelves to inspect the available medicines. What do we need? She pondered. While she was still examining the items, Li Mu had already begun to gather all the medications into his storage space. No need to deliberate. Let us take everything. We can sort it out later. Upon witnessing this efficient method, Lin Xunan refrained from further comment. Within mere minutes, the vast pharmacy had been entirely ransacked, and the duo proceeded upstairs. Their next destination was the hospital supply room, which likely contained various saline solutions and glucose, along with an assortment of small medical instruments. Upon reaching the second floor, they found themselves in the inpatient department, where the corridors were teeming with zombies clad in hospital gowns. After a fierce battle, they successfully located the hospital's supply room. Indeed, it seemed that doctors possessed the best knowledge of hospitals. The room was filled with an extensive assortment of medications and small medical devices, such as syringes, gauze, sterile gloves, and various disinfectants. With Li Mu's storage space now entirely vacant, he proceeded to clear the supply room of its contents. Emerging from the room, Lin Xunan continued, "Let us head to the surgical suite. All we lack now are the surgical instruments." Chapter 82. A bullet for you. The two made their way to the fifth floor, designated for surgical procedures, where they encountered minimal zombie presence. As they approached the operating room door, Li Mu suddenly halted, his senses alert. Wait, there's movement inside. Tread carefully. Lin Xunan, however, heard nothing and chose not to question his instincts. With caution, they pushed open the door to the operating room, only to find it devoid of any personnel and, of course, no zombies. Just as Lin Xunan began to wonder if Li Mu had misheard, he pointed his sword toward the space beneath the operating table. Come out, there's no need to hide. After a moment of silence, a gaunt man slowly emerged from beneath the operating table, his pallid complexion resembling that of a dying person. Don't harm me, I'm not a zombie. I was merely hiding here, fearing you were the undead. The man struggled to crawl out, appearing utterly exhausted. I am a doctor from this hospital. Are you here to rescue me? He inquired. Li Mu lowered his sword. Not precisely, but there are no zombies left outside. You may leave this place on your own. The zombies in the hospital have been nearly eradicated by Li Mu, and now the danger of remaining here is minimal. At this moment, Lin Xunan pointed to a pile of empty glucose bottles on the ground. Upon seeing this, Li Mu realized that this individual had likely survived solely on glucose, explaining their emaciated state. Noticing someone in the operating room, Lin Xunan shook his head. The surgical instruments here are no longer usable. Let us find another location. Li Mu nodded in agreement and prepared to leave. Suddenly, the doctor interjected, Wait, could you take me with you? I am the lead surgeon in this hospital. I can assist you. Li Mu replied, There is no need. I no longer require a doctor, so you must fend for yourself. The doctor, with reddened eyes, pleaded, No. How can you do this? Are you really going to abandon me to my fate? Help me. I can offer you money, lots of money. Or at least provide me with some food. You cannot just leave me here. I am a doctor. Surely you wish to find a way to save me? Li Mu remained silent, uninterested in the pleas of such a person, and began to exit the operating room with Lin Xunan. At that moment, the doctor suddenly turned aggressive, brandishing a scalpel and swiftly pressing it to Lin Xunan's throat. In the face of death, individuals often unleash tremendous potential. The doctor's speed was a testament to this. With eyes ablaze, the doctor shouted frantically, Food. I need food. Hurry, bring me food. Otherwise, I will kill this woman. After all, one can survive on human blood and flesh. Li Mu was taken aback by the doctor's madness. He slowly extended his hand and said, Do not panic. Let us discuss this calmly. However, the doctor ignored his words, continuing to yell, Food. Just give me food. Li Mu replied, I truly have no food at the moment. But I can offer you something else. The doctor, desperate, demanded, What is it? Show me. I just want to survive. Do not force me to kill this woman. A smile suddenly crept across Li Mu's lips. I can only offer you a bullet. In an instant, a handgun appeared in his hand, and before the doctor could react, a bullet was fired, striking him fatally in the head. In an instant, the doctor's head was a gruesome sight, blood splattering across Lin Xunan's face. Li Mu approached to support Lin Xunan, asking, "Are you all right?" She shook her head. "I am fine, just a bit of ringing in my ears. But it will pass quickly." Noticing the blood on Lin Xunan's face, Li Mu inquired, "Would you like to wash your face first?" Remarkably, you did not vomit at all. Emerging from the confines of the space, Lin Xunan retrieved several bottles of mineral water, washing her face as she spoke. "Do not forget, I am a surgeon. I have witnessed an abundance of gruesome scenes, so this is nothing." "Ah, right, I almost overlooked that." After a brief cleansing, the two proceeded to the adjacent operating room, gathering an entire set of professional surgical equipment. With this, their purpose for visiting the hospital was fulfilled. "Well then, we have acquired everything we desired. It is time for us to depart." The two made their way toward the stairwell, preparing to descend and leave. However, after only a few steps, Li Mu halted once more. Noticing his pause, Lin Xunan inquired, "What is it?" Li Mu approached the door of an office. Opening it as he announced, "Zombies are approaching. You should stay hidden inside the office. I will call for you when it is safe." Without waiting for Lin Xunan to ask further, he swiftly pushed her into the office, taking his stance in the hallway, gripping a bronze sword. His gaze fixed intently on the stairwell. Indeed, it was not long before two zombies emerged from the staircase, each sporting a pair of sharp fangs. Ordinary zombies would not possess such elongated tusks, indicating that these two had reached the second tier. It was unexpected that a mere hospital would harbor two second-tier zombies. Li Mu had been lamenting his lack of opportunities to hone his combat skills, and now they had conveniently arrived at his doorstep. He surmised that the gunfire from earlier had attracted these creatures, but it mattered not, for he was eager to sharpen his blade on them. In the next moment, both zombies lunged towards Li Mu in unison. "Come," he called, dashing toward the oncoming threats. With his current strength at the third tier, soon to reach the fourth, he faced the second-tier zombies with utter ease. As he closed the distance, he launched a powerful kick, striking one zombie squarely in the chest, sending it hurtling through the air, crashing into the far end of the corridor. This demonstrated the terrifying extent of Li Mu's power. The other zombie seized the opportunity to lunge for Li Mu's neck, its sharp fangs poised to deliver a fatal bite. Realizing the peril, Li Mu swiftly ducked and evaded the creature's maw, maneuvering behind it. With deft precision, he pierced the second-tier zombie's chest with his bronze sword, then swiftly swung the blade upward, cleaving the entire body of the zombie in a clean cut. Chapter 83. A simple meal of 4 dishes having dispatched one. Li Mu immediately turned his attention to the remaining zombie. The creature, having been kicked away, crashed into the glass at the end of the corridor, now adorned with shards embedded in its form. Yet, devoid of any sensation of pain, it remained impervious to the damage. Roar. After rising from the ground, it continued to roar as it charged towards Li Mu. Unhurriedly, Li Mu retrieved his barret and aimed the muzzle at the zombie. Bang! With one shot, a substantial hole was blown into the zombie's chest, sending its body flying once more. However, without a shot to the head, the creature remained capable of combat. The zombie, with a gaping wound in its chest, charged again. "Come on, let's see how many shots you can endure." Li Mu fired 3 more shots, reducing the zombie to only its upper half and a mangled arm, yet it continued to crawl towards him. Li Mu, shouldering the barret, slowly approached. Quite resilient, almost like an indestructible cockroach. With that, he raised his foot and crushed the zombie's head, ensuring its demise. Putting away the barret, Li Mu arrived at the office door from earlier. He opened the door and called to Lin Xunan inside. "It's safe now, let us go." Seeing Li Mu unscathed, Lin Xunan felt a wave of relief. The two swiftly made their way downstairs and, after getting into an off-road vehicle, returned to the villa atop the mountain. By now, dusk had fallen, and the sky was gradually darkening. Upon entering the villa, they were greeted by the warm glow of lights, which surprised Lin Xunan. "There's electricity here? Isn't the entire city experiencing a blackout? How is there power in your place?" As they walked towards the villa, Lin Xunan learned that during its construction, the villa had been equipped with a solar power system and a battery, ensuring a continuous supply of electricity for daily needs. Just as they reached the entrance, Lin Xunan noticed a group of women approaching, each more beautiful than the last, and she recognized a familiar face. "If I'm not mistaken, that's the famous actress Bai Shuang, isn't it? I can't believe she is here too." Bai Shuang smiled and replied, "Even stars need to eat. And in this post-apocalyptic world, my zombie fans would probably just wish to devour me. So of course, I need to find a strong man to rely on." At this moment, Li Mu introduced, She is the new doctor, and she will also be a part of our family. The women welcomed her warmly, exclaiming, "Welcome! A hearty welcome. We are thrilled to have you join our big family." Li Mu then patted his stomach and asked, "So, is dinner ready?" "I'm starving after a long day." Qin Yuru replied with a smile, "It's been ready for a while. We were just waiting for you to come back to eat." Li Mu nodded, "Then let us eat. I'll go take a shower first. You all prepare." As Li Mu ascended the stairs, a group of women gathered around Lin Xunan, saying, "Doctor, please head upstairs. We're getting ready for dinner. By the way, we still don't know your name." "My name is Lin Xunan." As the women ascended the stairs, they engaged in conversation. "How did you get blood on you?" Kai Yutong and Su Rose stood beside Lin Xunan, one on each side, being the youngest among the group. Their vivacious personalities rendered them the heart and soul of the gathering. Lin Xunan glanced at the bloodstains on her attire. "We encountered some danger while collecting supplies at the hospital, and I accidentally got this then," Zhang Yao interjected. "Yutong, take Xunan to freshen up and change. The rest of us will prepare dinner." Soon, the women gathered around the dining table, eagerly anticipating Li Mu's descent for the meal. What a bountiful spread. Ever since the apocalypse began, I have not savored a warm meal. I wonder how many people outside are fortunate enough to enjoy such a feast, Lin Xunan mused. "May I inquire how often you indulge in such meals?" The dishes on the table weren't particularly extravagant, featuring braised pork, Li Mu's favorite, especially when prepared by Zhang Yao, alongside a simple stir-fry of meat, 2 cold dishes, and a bowl of egg drop soup. The main staple was rice, as Li Mu relished it. Upon hearing Lin Xunan's remarks, the women chuckled. Lin Xunan, slightly perplexed, continued, "Is it true that you prepared all this just for me?" At that moment, Yulan clarified, "Not specifically for your arrival. This is our usual fare. Today, we simply prepared more since our husband was out. Generally, we eat modestly in the afternoons, with just a couple of vegetable dishes and some porridge." The simplicity of her words left Lin Xunan momentarily speechless, as the notion of a regular dinner, as described by Yulan, was a luxury unattainable for many outside. Nowadays, countless individuals might subsist on a mere sausage a day, feeling immensely grateful if it kept hunger at bay. Lin Xunan believed this was the stark reality for most living in the post-apocalyptic world, with many unable even to satisfy the meager requirement of 1 sausage daily. Yet here, within the confines of this villa, such an opulent dinner was deemed a commonplace occurrence among them. Conversely, this very meal, if served outside, could be fiercely coveted, possessing the potential to save numerous lives. Yulan's words implied that they could nearly enjoy such meals every day. Now, it seemed Lin Xunan was poised to join their ranks. In the past, even with a substantial supply of food provided by the authorities, she would never have dared to dream of relishing such meals daily or living such a life. As she gazed upon the sumptuous spread laid out before her, she felt assured that agreeing to become Li Mu's woman was undoubtedly a most prudent choice. Just as she was lost in thought, Li Mu descended the stairs clad in his pajamas and took a seat at the dining table. "Let us dine. Today we have braised pork, quite delightful," he remarked. "Qiu Nan, you must now understand that I have not deceived you. As my woman, you shall be well fed 3 times a day." Lin Qiu Nan nodded slightly, realizing that indeed, she had made a wise decision. Li Mu smiled gently. "No need for formality. Let us eat." After dinner, Li Mu made his way to the balcony on the 4th floor, with Yulan accompanying him as always. "You seem burdened. Has something occurred today?" Li Mu gazed at the sunset, which painted the sky crimson. "Today, I have come to realize that the world outside is far more brutal than we had imagined. The zombies are evolving rapidly, and there are numerous unknown monsters lurking beyond our sight. It appears we have grown complacent in our little corner, so I must strengthen myself. For only in doing so can we survive better." Yulan, upon hearing this, found herself at a loss for words and sighed. "I am sorry that we cannot assist you and have instead become a burden." Li Mu turned to Yulan and smiled softly. "Silly girl, do not dwell on it too much. You are my motivation to grow stronger. After all, only by becoming stronger can I better protect you." Li Mu's assertion held truth. To gain strength and earn the rewards of the system, he needed to engage in constant training. Yulan leaned against Li Mu's shoulder. "We should no longer live so leisurely. Even though we are women, we must find ways to contribute rather than allowing you to toil alone for this household. I have decided that tomorrow I shall lead them in cultivating the land and begin planting vegetables. Moreover, from tomorrow onward, we shall commence our training. In this environment, we must learn to combat zombies, for it is a challenge we will inevitably face." Without overcoming this hurdle, even with protection, we will eventually succumb to the harshness of the apocalypse. Li Mu smiled with gratified warmth. Yulan, having you by my side is a blessing. I plan to visit Zhang Yahe's base tomorrow to gather information about the outside world, he continued. Yulan nodded slightly. Go ahead, I will guard our home. Li Mu replied. You may go downstairs. I will make a phone call and join you shortly. As you suggested, I will announce these matters soon, and from now on, you shall lead my harem. After Yulan descended, Li Mu retrieved his phone and dialed Zhang Yahe's number. As the call connected, Zhang Yahe's voice immediately came through. Brother Li Mu, what brings you to call me today? Li Mu responded with a smile. Tomorrow, I plan to visit you, though I am uncertain if you are available. Zhang Yahe readily agreed, stating, of course, I have time. As long as Brother Li Mu comes, I, Zhang Yahe, will always welcome him. Li Mu replied, all right. Let us discuss other matters after my arrival tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Li Mu descended the stairs. At that moment, the women were on the third floor. One group was engaged in a game of mahjong, while another was watching television. Upon reaching the final step, Li Mu clapped his hands. Let us pause for a moment. I have something to convey. As the undisputed leader of this household, Li Mu's words commanded unwavering attention. This was also the first time they had heard him speak so solemnly. The women playing mahjong, including Zhang Yao, immediately set aside their tiles and approached him. Su Ro and Chen Yulong, who had been watching television, promptly turned off the screen and joined them. Once they gathered on the sofa, Li Mu gestured for them to sit. Please take your seats. There are matters I wish to address. After everyone was seated, Li Mu continued. Although you are all my women, starting tomorrow, you will all be under Yulan's leadership. In my absence, Yulan will hold authority. He turned to Zhang Yao. You will assist Yulan in her duties. Do any of you have objections? Naturally, there were none. A hierarchy had long been established among them. And Yulan was undeniably the eldest sister. Not only did she arrive first, but her composure and foresight also set her apart from the others. Seeing no dissent among them, Li Mu persisted. I will be stepping out tomorrow, entrusting household affairs to Yulan. The remaining matters shall be entrusted to her. Li Mu would not interfere with specific issues. That responsibility lay with Yulan. He then stood and looked at Lin Xunan, who immediately blushed, comprehending his implication. Understood. She replied. Once Li Mu departed, Yulan stood up. Sisters, there is something I hope you all understand. Although our husband has provided us with ample protection and resources, we cannot continue to live in such leisurely circumstances. To survive in this apocalyptic world, we must find ways to be self-sufficient and to grow stronger. This is an urgent matter we must confront. Therefore, starting tomorrow, we must take action. I will outline the plans for tomorrow. The women listened attentively, fully aware of the necessity of these discussions. Commencing tomorrow, we will cultivate the backyard lawn, transforming it into a vegetable garden to at least address our vegetable needs. Furthermore, we must begin daily exercises to ensure that we possess the means of self-defense when confronted with zombies. After laying out her plans, the women resumed their light-hearted chatter. The night passed quietly, and thus it went. They shared smiles amongst themselves. All right, we were merely a bit taken aback. Chapter 85. Bountiful Rewards. The following morning, after rising from slumber, Li Mu reclined upon his bed. At this moment, his greatest desire was to claim the rewards from the system. For he was on the cusp of breaking through to the fourth tier, thus beginning his awakening of extraordinary abilities. He then spoke within his mind, System, I wish to receive my rewards. The system promptly responded, Congratulations, host. You have received the reward, Divine Sword Art, Dragon Slayer Sword Technique. Dragon Slayer Sword Technique, a formidable divine sword art, divided into 3 tiers. The first tier grants the host powerful sword techniques. The second tier allows the host to unleash a long-range sword chi attack. Upon achieving the third tier, the host can summon a true form of the dragon to engage in battle with devastating power. Congratulations, host. Your storage space has been doubled. Is this not akin to receiving a pillow when one is drowsy? Li Mu had been lamenting his lack of strength, yet unexpectedly, the system bestowed upon him a sword technique that would enhance his power, although he had yet to practice it, based on previous rewards from the system. This divine sword art would undoubtedly be exceptional, elevating his capabilities to new heights. System, how may I advance this sword technique to the second tier? The host must slay an increasing number of zombies, with higher-level zombies yielding greater advancement for the sword technique. Soon after, Li Mu's attribute panel materialized before his eyes. Host, Li Mu's strength, 19 constitution, 19 speed, 19 free points, 6 Dragon Slayer sword technique, 0 items. Crimson Jade Inyang skill, bronze sword, assassin's garb. Firearm gift pack skills, danger perception, night vision pet, thunder law leopard. Li Mu's prowess was now on the brink of realization. He could be said to have already reached the 4th tier. Furthermore, his attribute panel now displayed the Dragon Slayer sword technique, complete with a progress bar, indicating that sufficient zombie slaying would facilitate the advancement of the sword technique. With excitement bubbling within him upon seeing the Dragon Slayer sword technique, Li Mu could no longer contain himself. He promptly rose, attended to his morning rituals, and prepared to venture into the backyard to experiment with the newly acquired technique. In the backyard, Li Mu drew forth his bronze sword and addressed the system. System, I wish to cultivate the Dragon Slayer sword technique. Commencing cultivation of the Dragon Slayer sword technique. In the next moment, a spectral figure wielding a long sword and clad in armor manifested in the sky, remarkably possessing a black dragon's head. Suddenly, this apparition dove directly into Li Mu's body. Subsequently, the vision of the dragon-headed figure appeared in his mind, demonstrating a series of formidable sword techniques. Li Mu, with his eyes tightly shut, found his body instinctively mimicking the movements of the spectral figure, each strike and stance perfectly synchronized. Upon completing a full sequence of the sword art, the apparition vanished from his consciousness. Yet the techniques of the Dragon Slayer sword technique were indelibly etched in Li Mu's mind. Moreover, it is not merely the dragon sword technique that has manifested in Li Mu's mind. A vast reservoir of combat experience has also emerged, which is the most significant aspect. Previously, Li Mu was severely lacking in battle experience, but after mastering the dragon sword technique, this deficiency has been rectified. Presently, Li Mu has undoubtedly transformed into a seasoned warrior, brimming with combat acumen. After experiencing the formidable power of the dragon sword technique, Li Mu once again accessed his attribute panel. It is time to transcend to the 4th tier. I wonder what kind of extraordinary ability I might awaken. By the way, system, will there be any side effects from awakening this ability? Surely, there will be no danger? Hunger. Awakening an extraordinary ability requires a considerable amount of energy, resulting in the host experiencing intense hunger. Apart from that, there are no other side effects. That is reassuring. Let us commence the breakthrough to the 4th tier. Host, Li Mu, Strength, 21, Constitution, 21, Speed, 21, Free Points, 0, Dragon Sword Technique, 0, Items, Crimson Jade Inyang Skill, Bronze Sword, Assassin's Garb, Firearm Gift Pack. Skills, Danger Perception, Night Vision, Companion, Thunder Leopard. After allocating all free attribute points, Li Mu's power ascended to the 4th tier. He felt a significant enhancement in his physical strength, markedly superior to his previous 3rd tier state, indicating that this transition is indeed a watershed moment. At that moment, Li Mu sensed a sudden surge of energy within him. It appears that he is about to awaken an extraordinary ability. May it be a powerful one. Subsequently, Li Mu settled cross-legged upon the lawn. Time passed gradually. Half an hour later, Li Mu's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. Exhaling deeply, he slowly stood up. Bloodline. This extraordinary ability is quite unexpected. System, please verify the nature of my awakened ability. Ding. Detection confirms that the host has successfully awakened the extraordinary ability, Bloodline. Indeed, this is the extraordinary ability Li Mu has awakened, and the system subsequently provided the details of the Bloodline's functionality. Bloodline. Individuals possessing the Bloodline ability are often referred to as Bloodline Masters. Their strength lies in the uniqueness of the blood of those who awaken this ability. The most notable characteristic of the Bloodline is that anyone who consumes the host's blood, whether a human or a survivor, will become the host's slave, completely under the host's control, also known as a Bloodline servant. Furthermore, those who drink the host's blood will experience a significant enhancement in their talents and powers, allowing them to ascend tiers much more rapidly than ordinary individuals or typical zombies. In truth, upon awakening the Bloodline ability, Li Mu had already discerned its effects. He simply sought confirmation from the system to ensure no details were overlooked. Now it seems there are indeed no discrepancies. Until verified, Li Mu remains uncertain about the true potency of the Bloodline. It seems I must seize an opportunity to thoroughly assess the strength of my lineage. The pivotal question lies in determining just how much power my Bloodline can bestow upon those who partake of it. I suspect that this ability is indeed formidable. Perhaps I could harness the potential of my lineage to cultivate a horde of zombies, or rather a band of survivors, provided the numbers are sufficient. A quantitative change could very well lead to a qualitative transformation. With these thoughts, Li Mu felt a surge of joy. Both the rewards bestowed by the system and his own abilities had significantly enhanced his strength. Upon checking the time, he realized it was already 9:30 in the morning. It was time to set off for Zhang Yahe's Tianhu survivor base. Oh, I almost forgot about that rascal Tang Sheng. Perhaps I could use him as a test subject for my bloodline, especially since I am in need of a loyal subordinate within the villa area. Although Tang Sheng has superficially submitted to me, in this apocalyptic environment, deceit and treachery are commonplace. I can only feel secure once he is genuinely under my control. After formulating his plan, Li Mu, having finished breakfast, drove away from the mountaintop villa, first heading towards the location where he met Tang Sheng the previous day. Meanwhile, within the villa, a group of women sprang into action. Today, everyone donned sun protective clothing along with large sun hats, as none wished to be sunburned. Their precautions were indeed commendable. Yulan and Zhang Yao retrieved several hoes and shovels from the tool shed. Although they could not provide one for each person, there were still enough to go around. Sisters, let us get to work. No one voiced any complaints, and they all eagerly picked up their tools to begin their tasks. Let us first clear the lawn and then start tilling the soil. Fortunately, my grandparents have always enjoyed gardening, and I had often lent a hand, so over time, I have learned the ropes of such tasks, finding them quite manageable. Yulan took the lead in directing the efforts, as she was perhaps the only one among them familiar with this kind of work. Zhang Yao and Chen Yuru were responsible for using shovels to remove sections of the lawn, while Kai Yutong and Su Ro handled transporting the grass in a wheelbarrow, discarding it piece by piece over the wall. Yulan and Bai Shuang wielded their hoes to begin turning the soil, and everyone was working diligently. As for Lin Xunan, she assisted from the sidelines. Merely rising early today was a feat for her, and she was not quite up to the task of hard labor. After tossing a piece of turf into the wheelbarrow, Kai Yutong remarked, "Hey, this is actually quite enjoyable. I think it's better than being idle all day." "Indeed. I feel the same way," Bai Shuang responded. "Oh, why do I feel like my stamina is significantly better than before? If this were any other day, I would be exhausted just from standing in the sun for a while. Yet today, I feel invigorated as I work. Sisters, do you feel the same?" Not mentioning it would have been better, but after Bai Shuang's remark, everyone seemed to sense it as well. Their stamina and strength had indeed improved compared to before. It appeared to be true. Was it perhaps due to the excellent food they had been enjoying lately? I share this sentiment. Could it truly be attributed to the superior provisions? At that moment, Lin Xunan, standing nearby, adjusted her golden-rimmed glasses and remarked, "In truth, this transformation is a consequence of the apocalypse. Since its onset, both zombies and humans have begun to evolve, and your increased strength and enhanced stamina are manifestations of this change." Upon hearing Lin Xionan's words, the others finally comprehended the situation. So that was it. They were aware that numerous survivors outside had grown stronger, categorized by levels. They had not anticipated that they too had undergone such enhancements. If that is the case, then we also have the opportunity to elevate our levels. Indeed, as long as we slay zombies, we shall undoubtedly grow stronger. That is splendid news. Sisters, we must strive to become more formidable. We cannot afford to hold back our husbands. Meanwhile, Li Mu arrived at the villa where he was to meet Tang Sheng and promptly called him. Before long, Tang Sheng appeared, driving a vehicle to the villa's entrance. "Brother, what orders do you have for me today?" he inquired as he stepped out of the car and approached Li Mu. A flicker of crimson light passed through Li Mu's eyes, and Tang Sheng's information subsequently materialized before him. Name, Tang Sheng. Level, first stage. Qualification rating, C grade. This was a skill derived from his bloodline abilities, enabling him not only to accurately assess the levels of survivors or zombies, but also to evaluate their qualifications. The displayed information was succinct, yet highlighted the crucial qualification rating. With this capability, Li Mu could more effectively identify high-potential individuals hidden among ordinary people, thereby refining the accuracy of those he would recruit. The qualification ratings are categorized as follows: SS, S, A, B, C, and D. Upon seeing Tang Sheng's qualification rating, Li Mu recognized that his potential was rather mediocre. However, it mattered little, as he merely intended to use him for testing his bloodline abilities. "I have no pressing matters. I heard that your supplies are running low. so I came to deliver some provisions. With that, Li Mu pressed the trunk release button on his car key, and the SUV's trunk slowly opened, revealing 3 boxes of instant noodles and a large box of self-heating hot pot. For Li Mu, these supplies were of little significance, but they could serve well to win over his subordinates. Upon seeing the trunk filled with food, Tang Sheng was evidently thrilled, though he quickly regained his composure. He looked at Li Mu with a smile and spoke. "Dear brother, I feel rather embarrassed. We have yet to assist you in any capacity. How could we accept food from you? Conventionally, it is we who ought to show you our respect." However, Li Mu was indifferent to the provisions, as his sole desire was to validate his bloodline abilities. "No worries. In the future, you will need to assist me, and providing you with benefits is merely a means to enhance your strength. Moreover, I happen to have a matter that requires your assistance." Upon hearing that Li Mu needed help, Tang Xing immediately assumed a serious demeanor. "Speak, elder brother. I shall see to it with utmost diligence." Li Mu smiled reassuringly. "There is no need for tension. It is quite simple. Just open your mouth." Tang Sheng, somewhat perplexed at the instruction to open his mouth, inquired with skepticism. "Is it truly that simple?" Li Mu nodded slightly. "Indeed, just open your mouth." With no other option, Tang Sheng complied. In the next moment, Li Mu drew forth a bronze sword and sliced his palm, then flicked his hand, allowing several droplets of glistening red blood to land precisely in Tang Sheng's mouth. Tang Sheng instinctively closed his mouth, swallowing the crimson essence. Li Mu then glanced at his own palm, observing that the freshly cut wound was healing at a visible rate. Within moments, his hand returned to its pristine state. This was the power of his bloodline, granting Li Mu an extraordinary self-healing ability. Tang Sheng, covering his mouth, exclaimed, "Elder brother, what are you doing?" Li Mu's gaze fixed intently upon him. "How do you feel? Is there any change within your body?" Tang Sheng unconsciously touched his chest, stating, "I feel an intense heat. Your blood burns within my chest like a blazing ember." "Ah, it's so hot." The overwhelming sensation of burning caused Tang Sheng great distress, intensifying with each passing moment. Ultimately, unable to endure it, he collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. There's a reaction. Now we shall see how much you can improve. Chapter 87. The survivor base of the Heavenly Tiger. Approximately half a minute later, the burning sensation within Tang Sheng gradually subsided. As he stood once more, he gazed at his body in confusion. What just happened? It felt as though I were engulfed in flames. Furthermore, he sensed a newfound strength coursing through him. "Elder brother, what on earth is happening?" Li Mu chose not to respond to his inquiries. Instead, he activated his abilities to observe Tang Sheng's transformation. Indeed, Tang Sheng's status had undergone a significant alteration. Name: Tang Sheng. Level: 2nd tier. Qualification evaluation: B. Li Mu was astonished by the clear elevation, as Tang Sheng, who was originally at the 1st tier, had directly ascended to the 2nd tier. Most importantly, the enhancement in his qualifications was remarkable. While levels may be achieved through hard work, qualifications are often a matter of fate, unlikely to be improved without fortunate opportunities. Thus, the enhancement of one's qualifications is undoubtedly an extraordinary phenomenon. There is no need for doubt. This is my unique ability. By consuming my blood, one can attain greater strength, and you must have sensed your own transformation. Tang Sheng felt the change quite distinctly. He had now reached the 2nd tier of power, significantly stronger than before. "I can indeed feel it. Thank you, brother." Li Mu replied with a subtle smile. "No need for gratitude. While your strength and qualifications have improved by drinking my blood, you are bound to my will and cannot betray me." However, Tang Sheng felt indifferent to this, as he had already intended to loyally follow Li Mu. After all, Li Mu's formidable strength assured him a livelihood. Moreover, with Li Mu's assistance in becoming even stronger, this was undoubtedly a blessing rather than a curse. And Tang Sheng quickly embraced it. "Regardless, I am truly grateful for your guidance, brother." Li Mu stepped forward and patted Tang Sheng on the shoulder. "Rest assured, if you diligently follow my lead, I will not treat you unfairly. Your strength has not only increased, but your qualifications have also improved. Therefore, in this period, focus on eliminating zombies. The more you slay, the more powerful you will become." Tang Sheng nodded earnestly. "Understood, brother. I will strive to grow stronger." Li Mu then extended his hand, and the warrior's blade he had obtained from Yang Haidong materialized in his grasp. He placed the sword into Tang Sheng's embrace. "This weapon is quite commendable. Consider it a gift. I may be away from the villa area for a few days, so please keep a vigilant watch over it. Tang Sheng held the sword firmly and replied earnestly, rest assured, brother, I will keep a close eye on the villa area. Li Mu nodded. Good. Now load this food onto your vehicle. I must take my leave. Moments later, Li Mu drove towards the Tianhu survivor base. The enhancement from the bloodline was unexpectedly profound. It appeared to be an exceptionally suitable ability for cultivating subordinates. I can scarcely envision the future developments. System, is the enhancement from the bloodline fixed or variable? The enhancement of the bloodline is fixed. Upon consuming the host's blood, an increase occurs, while the improvement in strength depends on the qualifications. Splendid. If the qualification increases by 1 level, an original A-level qualification would directly ascend to S-level. Truly extraordinary. It seems I can cultivate a formidable team. By the way, system, is there a classification for the awakened abilities of survivors? If classifications exist, how would my bloodline be categorized? Indeed, abilities are classified similarly to qualifications. However, the host's bloodline does not possess a classification, as its power surpasses even that of dual SS-level abilities. Perhaps it is due to the host being the first individual in this apocalyptic world to awaken extraordinary abilities that he possesses such an ultra-SS-level power as bloodline. Upon hearing these revelations, Li Mu erupted into laughter. How could he not be elated? Ha! To think that he is the first survivor to awaken such powers in this entire apocalypse. Clearly, my journey towards strength has surpassed that of many others. I had no idea that the bloodline could be so formidable. It seems I must fully harness its potential moving forward. Before long, Li Mu arrived at the gates of the Tianhu base. The entrance to the survivor base resembled the original gate of the community, the only difference being the imposing steel door before him. It was evident that this door had been reinforced, and not only that. The original fences of the community had been obscured by various metal sheets. This once upscale neighborhood had now transformed into a tightly secured bastion of survival. It appears that Zhang Yahu has made considerable progress. However, I wonder what conditions await within. Subsequently, Li Mu dialed Zhang Yahu's number. I've arrived, please open the gate. All right. The heavy door was slowly pushed open by several burly men, and Li Mu drove his vehicle inside. Beside the gate stood a few robust men wielding weapons. And as Li Mu entered, one of the men in camouflage approached the SUV. Upon seeing the man, Li Mu discerned his rank. Second tier? So, Zhang Yahu has amassed quite a number of strong followers. Even the gatekeeper possesses such strength. Lowering the passenger window, the man said, "You must be Brother Li Mu. Our boss is currently in the villa within the community. You know the way, right?" Li Mu nodded. Evidently Zhang Yahu had made prior arrangements. There are indeed several villas within the upscale community, yet none compare to the grandeur of Li Mu's mountaintop residence. I understand, the robust man replied. Then you may drive straight there. On the way, Li Mu observed the changes in the villa area and noted that it had transformed significantly. Firstly, there were no zombies in sight, and he even spotted a residential building that had evidently been burned down. As he neared the villas, he noticed a group of individuals practicing their weapon skills, and there were quite a few of them, at least 200 to 300 gathered together. Zhang Yahu waved at him from the entrance of a villa. After stopping the car, Li Mu walked over to Zhang Yahu. "Brother Yahu, you now have quite a formidable force. I didn't expect that in such a short time, your Tianhu base would have reached such a scale." Zhang Yahu smiled and waved dismissively. "It's all been forced upon us. There was no other choice. If I don't find a way to become stronger, how can I support the thousands of people under my command? Come, let us discuss matters inside." Li Mu turned his gaze back to the training individuals and was surprised to notice several others with second-tier strength among them. Now, he is even more convinced that he has not misjudged, for Zhang Yahu is indeed a remarkable talent, a rare gem. Chapter 88. A-class talent. Upon entering the villa, the two settled onto the plush sofa in the living room. On the coffee table before them lay an exquisite tea set, which Zhang Yahu skillfully began to prepare. Meanwhile, Li Mu seized the opportunity to inspect Zhang Yahu's profile. Name, Zhang Yahu. Level, Tier 3. Talent rating, A. Indeed, Zhang Yahu's qualifications are impressive, otherwise he could not have ascended to Tier 3 so swiftly. An A rating is certainly commendable, considering that most people possess ratings of B, C, or D. I did not expect you, Brother Yahu, to have advanced to Tier 3 so quickly, Li Mu remarked. Zhang Yahu chuckled and shook his head. I merely just broke through a few days ago. Given my abilities, there is no need for you to be concerned, Brother Li Mu. Li Mu continued his inquiry. What is the current scale of your Tianhu base? I noticed there are hundreds of young people alone. At this point, Zhang Ya's confidence was palpable. While he acknowledged that his strength did not rival Li Mu's, he took great pride in the accomplishments of Tianhu base. Haha, to be honest with you, brother Li Mu, my Tianhu survivor base now has 3,000 members, with about 1,000 of them being young adults. The youthful ones you just saw are merely a fraction. They are still quite inexperienced and are currently undergoing training. I have divided the young adults into 3 teams, 2 main teams and 1 reserve team. The ones you see outside are from the reserve team. The other 2 main teams are currently out collecting supplies. Hearing Zhang Yahu speak with such enthusiasm, Li Mu understood that while Zhang Yahu may not possess top-tier strength, his capability to develop a survivor base is indeed exceptional. 3,000 individuals is no small number. Tianhu base must surely rank among the foremost survivor bases in Magic City. Zhang Yahu nodded in agreement. Indeed, Tianhu base is not weak at all, and soon its scale will expand even further. There is a nearby community interested in joining us, and discussions are currently underway. Li Mu was somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated Zhang Yahu to have developed Tianhu base so successfully. It seems that in the future, Brother Yahu will undoubtedly claim his rightful place in Magic City. Zhang Yahu sipped his tea. That is a matter for the future. For now, let us discuss why you came to see me today. If you seek assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. Li Mu took a sip of his tea and replied, I primarily came here to gain insight into the current state of the apocalypse. I believe you might possess some information, Brother Yahu. Zhang Yahu snapped his fingers. Even if you hadn't asked, I intended to share this with you. The situation outside is indeed dire. To put it bluntly, the speed at which the zombies are growing in strength is beyond our imagination. Certainly, not all zombies are alike. And nearly every region now harbors a zombie king, who commands all the undead, growing in strength at an alarming rate. While ordinary zombies may lack intelligence, the zombie king possesses a cunning intellect, making it a significant concern. For instance, just 2 streets away lies the Guanglong building, home to a zombie king with whom I have crossed paths. If not for my brother risking his life to save me, I fear I would have met my demise. Now, my associates avoid the vicinity of the Guanglong building, as venturing there is tantamount to death. Li Mu listened, somewhat astonished. A zombie king? Who would have imagined such a creature? It seems you face a formidable threat in your surroundings. Zhang Yahu offered a wry smile. Indeed, however, we are fortunate that our overall strength is considerable. The zombie king at Guanglong building cannot easily best us. Yet, until this creature is eradicated, it remains a scourge. Thus, I wish to enlist your aid, Brother Li Mu. Together, we might stand a chance at eliminating this zombie king. Rest assured, there will be ample rewards for your assistance. By the way, what is your current strength? Li Mu replied with a slight smile. I have also reached the 3rd tier, having achieved my breakthrough somewhat earlier. Confronting the zombie king should pose no issue. However, I must first scout its situation. Once I have gathered the necessary intelligence, we can devise our plans. Li Mu concealed his true strength, preferring not to attract undue attention until he was wholly formidable. Zhang Yahu had no objections. Hunting a zombie king was no trivial endeavor. If it were simple, he wouldn't need to seek Li Mu's assistance. Presently, only Li Mu possessed the power to contend with that zombie king, making thorough reconnaissance imperative. Subsequently, Li Mu articulated his request. I also require your help. I need some vegetable and crop seeds, and if possible, could you procure some chickens, ducks, and geese for me? Zhang Yahu immediately replied, no problem. I've been searching for such items, and I will ensure you receive your share. Li Mu rose from his seat. Very well. There's no time to waste. I shall conduct my reconnaissance and ascertain the strength of this zombie king. Zhang Yahu stood to see him off. Be cautious on your way. The zombie king is exceedingly vigilant. If you encounter danger, do not engage. I believe that together we can surely vanquish the creature. After Li Mu departed in his vehicle, a young man in his 20s approached, wiping the sweat from his brow. Brother Hu, how did it go? Did he agree? Zhang Yahu nodded. Of course he agreed. With our combined strength, the odds of successfully hunting the zombie king are quite favorable. Once the king is slain, this area will undoubtedly become the territory of our Tianhu base. The young man gazed at the departing SUV with anticipation. He appears remarkably youthful, Brother Hu. Is his strength truly as formidable as you claim? Zhang Yahu chuckled. Of course, do you think I would deceive you? His prowess is likely to surpass mine. After our encounter, I find him even more inscrutable. It seems only he can assist us in hunting the corpse king of the Guanglong building. Securing the Guanglong building and the provisions within will significantly bolster the strength of our Tianlong base. The Guanglong building is not merely a massive commercial complex. It is replete with food and essential supplies for daily living, which is precisely why Zhang Yahu is intent on vanquishing the Corpse King and seizing control of it. Presently, he commands nearly 3,000 followers, and sustenance for them has always posed a considerable challenge. However, the Guanglong building conveniently contains the food they desperately need. The young man inquired further, "Brother Hu, what should we offer him as remuneration? Has he made any demands?" Zhang Yahu shook his head. "He hasn't mentioned anything regarding compensation yet, but I plan to offer him 1/5 of the food and supplies from the Guanglong building as a reward." Chapter 89. The Corpse King. Upon hearing this figure, the young man was taken aback. 1/5 of the food equates to an astronomical sum. The Guanglong building is a colossal shopping edifice, significantly larger than even a Walmart, thus housing an abundance of provisions. 1/5 of the rations could sustain 1,000 people for at least a month if they were to ration carefully. Yet, Zhang Yahu intends to relinquish 1/5 of this bounty to Li Mu, leaving the youth perplexed. "Brother Hu, isn't 1/5 rather excessive?" Zhang Yahu regarded the young man with a smile. "You are still quite young, and your perspective is rather limited. You focus solely on the 1/5 of food while overlooking the value of a powerful ally. In this apocalyptic environment, sometimes strength can eclipse the importance of sustenance. If you possessed an abundance of food, could you guarantee its safety should I attempt to seize it?" The young man shook his head. Zhang Yahu patted his shoulder. "Thus, you should now grasp my point. Now, continue your training and inform our brothers out on missions to gather some vegetable seeds and livestock such as chickens, ducks, and geese." The young man promptly responded, "Yes, Brother Hu." After departing from the Tianhu base, Li Mu drove towards the Guanglong building, a landmark in the area. So he was well aware of its location. His agreement to Zhang Yahu's request was motivated by a desire to witness the true prowess of the Corpse King and, in the process, hunt zombies to enhance his demonic dragon sword technique. Upon arriving at a building opposite the Guanglong building, Li Mu halted his vehicle. He retrieved binoculars from his storage space and gazed intently towards the Guanglong building. In front of the building, at least hundreds of zombies wandered aimlessly, and peering through the windows revealed that the number of undead inside was equally substantial. However, after a thorough search, Li Mu was unable to locate the zombie king, as he had initially intended to assess its strength and determine whether it had attained the formidable 4th tier. Nonetheless, he surmised that the likelihood of the zombie king reaching such a level was slim. Otherwise, Zhang Yahu, a mere 3rd tier, would not have been able to escape its grasp. After surveying the area, Li Mu prepared to start his vehicle and depart, but at that moment, the distant roar of engines reached his ears. In an instant, 5 or 6 off-road vehicles sped toward the Guanglong building. Leading the charge was a large pickup truck, equipped with several rows of spikes, evidently designed for clearing a path. True to form, the pickup truck showed no signs of slowing down as it barreled into the horde of zombies at the entrance, crushing a considerable number in an instant. With many impaled upon its spikes, the remaining vehicles followed suit, colliding with the undead, effectively dispatching numerous zombies with their sheer force. Subsequently, the doors of the off-road vehicles swung open, and a group of fully armed individuals wielding melee weapons emerged, immediately engaging the approaching zombies. A man, brandishing a mace, shouted with exuberance, "Ha ha ha, brothers, let us kill them fiercely. If we take the Guanglong building, we will have an endless supply of food." He then smashed the skull of a zombie with his weapon. Li Mu, seated in his vehicle, observed the battle between these individuals and the zombies. It was evident that they were skilled fighters, all possessing at least 2nd tier strength. It appeared that yet another group was intent on conquering the Guanglong building. Perhaps he could wait and see if they could lure out the zombie king. They seemed unaware of the zombie king's presence within the building. Otherwise, they would not have so audaciously charged in. If the zombie king was indeed powerful enough, their reckless assault would undoubtedly lead to their demise. In a mere 2 minutes, the 20 or so individuals that had emerged from the off-road vehicles had eradicated the zombies at the entrance of the Guanglong building. Leading them was a burly man wearing a skull mask and wielding a mace. After the last of the zombies fell, he laughed heartily and proclaimed, "Let us go, brothers. Once we eliminate the remaining zombies inside, the Guanglong building will be our territory. Charge with me. Once we clear out the undead, the food within will be ours. We will feast to our heart's content." With that, the group surged into the Guanglong building. Meanwhile, Sensing the opportune moment, Li Mu also drove toward the Guanglong building. After parking, he too ventured inside, where the earlier group was already engaged in combat, grappling with the overwhelming number of zombies on the first floor. A sight that was enough to make anyone's scalp prickle with dread. Standing at the entrance, Li Mu cast a cursory glance and discerned that there were at least 1,000 zombies scattered throughout the corners of the building's first floor. It seemed that due to the presence of the Zombie King, the surrounding undead had congregated in this location, and it was evident that this group of people was doomed. However, Li Mu did not hasten to depart. Instead, he sought a relatively secure vantage point to observe the unfolding scenario. Unfortunately for that group, they were in dire straits. With more than 20 individuals besieged by nearly 1,000 zombies, and death was merely a matter of time. What could have caused such a multitude of zombies to gather here? Cursed be it, these zombies had the cunning to lay in ambush, waiting for them to enter before launching their assault. What to do now? There was no way to eliminate all these zombies. If this continued, they would surely perish. The skeletal mask, once brimming with arrogance, now found itself merely swinging a spiked club to fend off the advancing zombies. Speak up. What now? My machete is already dull. The skeletal figure bellowed after kicking a zombie away. Retreat. Let us fight our way out. This group, having undergone some training, managed to maintain their formation while battling the undead, with some guarding the rear, others flanking the sides, and a few leading the charge ahead. However, now that they were besieged by 1,000 zombies, even the best formation was of little use. They could only devise a means to escape. Hurry, we must break through. The skeletal mask, once at the forefront, had now fallen to the rear, as the entire team slowly advanced toward the exit. Just then, an ear-splitting roar echoed from the second floor. Roar. The sound was so loud and distinct that it captured the attention of everyone, including the zombies. A towering figure emerged on the second floor, at least 3 meters tall, with green skin that starkly contrasted with the other zombies. Li Mu turned his gaze toward the second floor. The Zombie King. Chapter 90. A fierce battle. Upon seeing the Zombie King, all the survivors present broke into a cold sweat. What was this creature? It appeared incredibly formidable. The Zombie King was muscular, sporting a pair of robust claws, exuding an air of undeniable strength. At that moment, the Zombie King let out another roar. Roar. In the next instant, all the zombies seemed to receive a command, launching a renewed assault on the survivors. Furthermore, a large horde of zombies charged down from the second floor, but instead of advancing toward the survivors, they hurried toward the entrance, effectively sealing the building's doors. Currently, Li Mu was far too preoccupied to concern himself with the situation. His eyes were fixated on the Zombie King, and with a flash of red light, the information regarding the Zombie King materialized before him. Third Order Undead King. Talent evaluation, B grade. Is it merely a third order? Perhaps it is due to reaching this level earlier that its power is considerably formidable. Otherwise, with a B-grade talent, it would be unlikely to rival Zhang Yahu. Upon confirming the Undead King's rank, Li Mu felt reassured. A third-order Undead King was nothing to fear. Given Li Mu's current strength, hunting it down would pose no challenge. However, when he turned to assess the situation, he found that the entrance had been sealed by zombies. He did not feel an urgent need to leave, as his current position was relatively safe, devoid of undead creatures. He decided to wait a while longer. As for assisting the survivors, Li Mu had never entertained such thoughts. He resumed observing the unfolding chaos. Before long, the Undead King joined the fray, leaping from the second floor directly into the midst of the survivors. With a thunderous crash, it landed, crushing one survivor into a gruesome pulp, startling the others. Die! The skeletal figure, brandishing a spiked club, swung with all its might at the Undead King. Yet, the Undead King was swifter. Seizing the club with one hand while grasping the figure's head with the other, lifting it effortlessly. The Undead King then opened its gaping maw and sank its teeth into the neck, leaving the skeletal figure no time to scream before its neck was severed. After decapitating its victim, the Undead King began to voraciously drain the blood, quickly emptying the corpse of its life essence. With the Undead King on the battlefield, it swiftly became a one-sided massacre. The second-order survivors stood no chance against such a foe. Their formation collapsed in an instant, with many succumbing to the relentless onslaught of the undead. Amidst the chaos, the Undead King suddenly pointed in a specific direction, towards Li Mu's hiding place. To think this creature possessed such keen senses, detecting my presence so quickly. Emerging slowly from a clothing store, Li Mu stretched his neck and unsheathed his bronze sword. It seemed he was destined for a fierce battle today. Since escape was not an option, he would annihilate them all, using them to test his dragon sword technique. Upon spotting Li Mu, the undead king's gaze locked onto him, as if recognizing his formidable strength. With a roar, the undead king bellowed again, prompting a horde of zombies to surge toward Li Mu. Yet, upon witnessing the tide of undead rushing forth, Li Mu smiled. Come on, the more the merrier. The faster they come, the quicker my dragon sword technique will advance. Charging into the mass of zombies, he swung his bronze sword with relentless precision, slaying one undead after another. After breaking through to the fourth order, Li Mu experienced a qualitative leap in strength. Now, not only could he dispatch these first-order zombies with ease, but he could also eliminate second-order zombies in the blink of an eye. Most importantly, Li Mu's physical prowess has reached an extraordinary level. His stamina far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Even after battling for an entire day, he remains unfazed. Moreover, he wields the dragon sword technique and possesses a wealth of combat experience, rendering the task of dispatching low-tier zombies an effortless endeavor, akin to a leisurely stroll. The gleaming blade of his bronze sword flickers with remarkable speed, leaving the approaching zombies scarcely able to react before their heads are severed. Despite the overwhelming number of zombies, they find themselves utterly incapable of closing the distance when faced with Li Mu. As he advances, a trail of fallen zombies marks his path. Yet the relentless horde continues to surge forward. The zombie king, fixated on Li Mu, roars in frustration upon witnessing the inability of the first-tier zombies to halt him. In response, a group of second-tier zombies, standing beside him, charges towards Li Mu. Compared to their first-tier counterparts, these second-tier zombies exhibit greater strength and swiftness, and they are notably robust, embodying sheer power. Upon receiving the zombie king's command, the throng of zombies charges recklessly, quickly arriving before Li Mu. One second-tier zombie, heedless of the danger, lunges at him at breakneck speed, sending the first-tier zombies in its path flying. With a swift sidestep, Li Mu evades the collision and retaliates with a decisive strike, severing the second-tier zombie's head. Is it already time to face second-tier zombies? No matter. The higher the level of the incoming foes, the more delighted I am. To advance to the second level of the dragon sword technique, one must continuously vanquish zombies. And the higher the tier of the defeated, the swifter the progress. Thus, upon encountering the second-tier zombies, Li Mu finds himself filled with exhilaration. In contrast to the first-tier zombies, the attacks of their second-tier brethren come faster and with greater ferocity. However, these assaults appear sluggish to Li Mu, who responds with reflexive precision as if guided by instinct. This remarkable ability is attributed to the combat experience bestowed by the dragon sword technique, enabling him to make optimal choices in the heat of battle. Otherwise, faced with such a scenario, he might struggle to maintain his composure. As the second-tier zombies he dispatched fall one by one, the zombie king emits a series of furious roars. Amidst the fray, Li Mu takes a moment to glance at the towering figure of the zombie king in the distance. Do not fret, your turn shall come soon. Despite his fury, the zombie king refrains from engaging in combat, instead seizing the corpse of a nearby survivor to consume. With a single bite, his sharp teeth tear away half of the survivor's skull, and he begins to feast on the remains scattered on the ground. For a zombie to elevate its rank, the sole means is through the consumption of flesh and blood. The more it devours, the stronger it becomes. Upon observing Li Mu, the zombie king realizes he is no match for him. Currently, he stands at the pinnacle of the third tier, merely a step away from breaking into the fourth tier. He was acutely aware that Li Mu was undoubtedly a formidable fourth-tier warrior. The only means to eliminate the human before him was to transcend to the fourth tier himself. Chapter 91. Instantaneous defeat of the fourth-tier corpse king. Minutes later, the thousands of zombies that once occupied the Guanglong building had been reduced to mere carcasses strewn across the floor. The ground level of the building was drenched in blood, permeated with the iron scent of gore intermingled with the foul odor of decaying zombies. Li Mu treaded carefully upon the sanguine remnants as he approached the corpse king, who was still voraciously devouring flesh. After consuming the remains of the survivors, he had not achieved a breakthrough to the fourth tier. Thus, he turned his attention to the flesh of the zombies. Although the nourishment from the zombies was not significantly beneficial to him, it remained advantageous nonetheless. The corpse king savored the last morsel of flesh, successfully achieving a breakthrough to the fourth tier. Witnessing the transformation of the corpse king, Li Mu's eyelids twitched slightly. He had not anticipated that this creature would ascend to the 4th tier with such swiftness. Even though the corpse king had crossed into the 4th tier, Li Mu felt no trepidation. What difference did it make? There were disparities even among 4th tier warriors. It was fortuitous that he had yet to engage with one, and today would serve as an opportunity to test his current prowess. Engaging with the weak would never foster growth. Only by confronting the strong could one truly become powerful. At that moment, as the corpse king underwent his ascension, his physique began to transform visibly. His form expanded at an alarming rate, and most notably, his claws began to morph. Within mere seconds, they evolved into sharp spikes, exceedingly lethal. The transformation post-breakthrough to the 4th tier indicated that he would indeed be a formidable opponent. Moreover, the corpse king's complexion shifted slightly, acquiring a tinge of crimson. Suddenly, a stiff smile contorted his features, grotesque in appearance. Not only that, he raised his newly formed spikes in a brazen display of provocation. Seeing this, Li Mu smiled in return. It seemed the creature had gained a modicum of intelligence, though it was regrettably mute. Nevertheless, it held little significance. He would undoubtedly meet his demise today. Upon hearing Li Mu's words, the corpse king erupted in fury, launching an immediate assault. Despite his massive size, he moved with surprising agility, closing the distance to Li Mu in an instant. The two spikes thrust mercilessly toward Li Mu's body and head. Li Mu swiftly raised his bronze sword to parry the attack. Upon impact, sparks erupted as the sword met the spikes, yet he successfully defended against the onslaught. To his astonishment, the spikes were remarkably hard, indeed possessing some formidable qualities. Subsequently, Li Mu initiated his counterattack. Despite the considerable disparity in size, he matched the corpse king in strength without faltering. With a swift twist of his bronze sword, the king of corpses' sharp spike fell away in an instant. Seizing the opportunity, Li Mu launched an attack, aiming his sword at the creature's chest. The king of corpses recoiled immediately, yet the blade still managed to tear through the flesh upon its torso. As the creature staggered back several meters, it glanced down at its wound, puzzled. After all, its skin had become remarkably resilient following its ascension to the 4th tier. Not even a conventional weapon, let alone a firearm of smaller caliber, could penetrate its defenses. Yet, the young human before it wielded a sword that effortlessly breached its hide. At that moment, Li Mu leaped high, charging towards the king of corpses. There was no time for hesitation. A moment's pause could cost him his life. This time, his attack was imbued with tremendous force, leaving the king of corpses no time to evade, forcing it to desperately parry Li Mu's strike. The bronze sword collided with the creature's spike, the sheer power causing the ground beneath to shatter. The next instant, Li Mu delivered a powerful kick to the king of corpses' face, sending it flying. However, his assault did not cease. Upon landing, he propelled himself forward once more. "You are far weaker than I had imagined," he declared, as he soared above the fallen king of corpses, his sword poised to plunge into its skull. The creature attempted to retaliate with its remaining arm, but Li Mu was unyielding, stepping down upon one of the creature's limbs, the sound of cracking bones echoing as it shattered. With a roar, the king of corpses struck with its other arm, but it was too late. The bronze sword had already penetrated its head. Soon, the creature's raised arm fell limp, lifeless. Li Mu withdrew his sword, shaking his head with a smile. "What good is breaking through to the 4th tier when you still meet your end at my hands?" After vanquishing the king of corpses, Li Mu accessed his attribute panel to assess his progress with the Dragon Slayer sword technique. Post: Li Mu's strength, 21 constitution, 21 speed, 21 free points, 6 ability, Bloodline Dragon Slayer sword technique, 20 items, Crimson Jade Inyang skill, bronze sword, assassin's garb. Firearms gift pack skills, danger perception, night vision pet, thunder law leopard, only at 20? This progress is rather slow. It seems I must slay more corpses in the future. Turning to survey the first floor, he realized the number of corpses he had dispatched that day was substantial. A rough estimate indicated he had eliminated at least 1,000. It appeared that Zhang Yahu no longer needed to toil, for he had rendered him a great service today. At that moment, Li Mu recalled Zhang Yahu's talent rating. With an A-grade talent, once I utilize the bloodline ability, his talent will elevate to S-grade, undoubtedly making him even more formidable. It appears that I must contemplate the inclusion of Zhang Yahu under my banner. Setting aside his prowess, It is evident that Zhang Yahu possesses considerable skill in managing the survivor base. While I am not inclined to establish a formidable force, it does not imply that strength is without merit. Nurturing a cadre of powerful survivor bases remains imperative. After some reflection, Li Mu resolved to bring Zhang Yahu into his fold, albeit without haste. It was time for Zhang Yahu to assume control of the Guanglong Tower. Upon consideration, this arrangement does not seem disadvantageous. By securing Zhang Yahu's allegiance, the Tianhu survivor base would effectively become mine, thereby indirectly augmenting the strength of my own base. It would be folly not to recruit a talent such as Zhang Yahu. After dialing Zhang Yahu's number, Li Mu spoke, "Bring your men to Guanglong Tower." Zhang Yahu promptly replied, "Have you completed your reconnaissance? It should be about time. Are you preparing to take action?" "Do not rush," Li Mu responded. "I am gathering my brothers to head over. Once we arrive, we shall discuss further." "Why are you silent? Is there an unforeseen issue?" Li Mu found himself at a loss for words. "Indeed, an unexpected situation has arisen. You will understand once you come over," Zhang Yahu said immediately. "Very well. I will bring my men over now. Do take care." Chapter 92. The grim battlefield. Less than 15 minutes after the call ended, a convoy sped towards Guanglong Tower. Zhang Yahu, seated in the lead off-road vehicle, urged the driver, "Faster, even faster." At that moment, a young man in the back seat suddenly pointed at the entrance of Guanglong Tower and exclaimed, "Brother Hu, look, isn't that Li Mu?" Zhang Yahu turned to see Li Mu perched atop the hood of an off-road vehicle at the tower's entrance, surrounded by a multitude of fallen zombies. "Drive forward directly." Their original plan was to rendezvous with Li Mu before charging in, but upon spotting him at the entrance, Zhang Yahu swiftly altered their strategy. The off-road vehicle halted in front of Guanglong Tower, and before it had come to a complete stop, Zhang Yahu leapt out, wielding a long machete. "What has happened? Are you unharmed?" Seeing Zhang Yahu's anxious demeanor, Li Mu chuckled and shook his head. "There is no need for such urgency. I am unscathed." At this moment, the vehicles behind Zhang Yahu also came to a halt, all of which were modified off-road vehicles, including a large truck. Nearly 100 individuals disembarked, appearing weathered and battle-hardened. Unlike the youthful faces Li Mu had previously encountered, they were likely Zhang Yahu's main force. Armed with various weapons, these individuals immediately rushed towards Zhang Yahu. "I am glad you are well. Why are you sitting here?" Li Mu leisurely produced 2 cigars, offering one to Zhang Yahu. "Naturally, I was simply resting here for a moment." Zhang Yahu took the cigar, glanced at the corpses of the zombies strewn across the ground, and remarked, "Did you slay all these? Quite impressive. One person has dispatched so many zombies." He continued, "Let us allow you a moment's respite before we venture inside. My comrades have just returned and could use a brief interlude." Li Mu lit the cigar and took a puff. Observing Li Mu's leisurely demeanor, Zhang Yahu felt a twinge of urgency, but ultimately decided to grant him a moment to recuperate. After all, vanquishing such a multitude of zombies at the entrance must have been a significant exertion. However, the young man beside Zhang Yahu could no longer contain his impatience. Witnessing Li Mu casually smoking, he erupted in anger. "Brother, this is hardly the time for a cigar. Are we to wait for you to finish before we charge in and slay more zombies?" Zhang Yahu immediately turned to the young man. "Feng Cheng, silence yourself." Li Mu, smiling at Feng Cheng, who was a few years his senior, replied, "Young men must learn to be patient. Besides, you need not rush. Perhaps there will be no combat today." Feng Cheng, infuriated by this response, retorted, "What purpose do we serve here if not to fight? Are we merely here to watch you smoke?" Li Mu took another puff of the cigar and replied with a grin, "Why not take a few men inside to assess the situation? You will soon find out." Upon hearing this, Feng Cheng turned to Zhang Yahu, who cast a glance at the Guanglong building behind Li Mu. He too found it peculiar that they had been standing there for quite some time without encountering any zombies. He nodded to Feng Cheng. "Take a few brothers inside and ascertain the situation. Be cautious. Ensure the brothers are equipped with riot shields." Feng Cheng nodded immediately, gesturing with his machete to his comrades. "Vanguard team, equip your riot shields and enter with me." As they departed, he cast a glance back at Li Mu and remarked, "I am eager to see what lies within." Watching Feng Cheng lead a fully armed team wielding shields into the building, Li Mu turned to Zhang Yahu and said, "A commendable young man. Your capable assistant?" Zhang Yahu nodded, his gaze fixed on the team entering the Guanglong building. "Indeed, he is a fine young man. Astute and exceedingly brave in battle against zombies. I often delegate tasks to him. Can you elucidate what lies within? I sense something amiss. Li Mu said with a slight smile, discarding the remnants of his cigar. Is there any water? Immediately, someone brought forth a bottle of water for Li Mu. Do not rush. Soon enough, you shall know. Suddenly, Fang Cheng's voice echoed from within the Guanglong building, laced with expletives. What the hell? Upon hearing the commotion, Zhang Yahu immediately grew tense and waved his hand. Follow me. Let us investigate. In an instant, everyone surged forward, following Zhang Yahu towards the entrance. Upon entering, the scene unfolded before them, leaving not only the others, but even Zhang Yahu momentarily stunned. What on earth? The floor was strewn with the lifeless bodies of zombies. And even the typically composed Zhang Yahu could not suppress an expletive, for the sight was utterly astonishing. The group following Zhang Yahu halted in their tracks, bewildered by the chaos. What transpired here? Who can elucidate this situation? Such a brutal skirmish. Surely over 1,000 zombies have perished in this place. Indeed, there were at least 1,000 corpses, now all lifeless. But who could have vanquished these zombies? There remains a zombie king, does there not? Could it be that a formidable survivor team arrived and eradicated the undead? If so, how powerful must they be? Considering the zombie king appears to have met its demise as well, everyone speculated about the identity of the assailants responsible for the slaughter. Yet none entertained the notion that it could be Li Mu who had dispatched all these zombies. In their minds, such a feat was inconceivable. How could a single individual annihilate thousands of zombies? It was utterly impossible. Thus, they conjectured that a powerful survivor team must have accomplished this, rather than attributing it to Li Mu alone. At this moment, Fang Cheng began to regain his composure. He glanced at Zhang Yahu beside him. Brother Hu, it seems the zombies here have been eliminated. Zhang Yahu pointed towards the massive corpse of a zombie in the distance. Let us check if that is the previous zombie king. Without further ado, Fang Cheng sprinted towards the body, deftly maneuvering over several obstacles before arriving at the corpse of the zombie king. Upon observing the shattered cranium of the king, Fang Cheng confirmed its demise. This creature had been decapitated. However, judging by its attire, it was undoubtedly the previous zombie king, long since deceased. This revelation sparked a wave of astonishment. How could it be that such a formidable zombie king had perished so easily? The last time they had come to subdue this king, they had suffered considerable losses, and even he had nearly lost his life. Yet now, the very zombie king lay dead. To slay the king, the individual responsible must possess extraordinary strength. Could it be that their power has reached the fourth tier? Chapter 93. More than just powerful, Zhang Yahu slowly approached the zombie king, while Fang Cheng had already begun to lead others in searching for any remaining undead. They needed to ascertain whether any zombies still lingered, not fully exterminated. As Zhang Yahu stood beside the corpse of the king, he examined its body, noting the transformed arms, now resembling two deadly spikes. His eyes narrowed. The last time he encountered this creature, it had possessed claws, but now it had evolved into two sharp protrusions. Could it be that this creature had undergone another breakthrough? It is undoubtedly a breakthrough. This fellow has grown even larger since the last time I saw him. I never anticipated that, even after this transformation, he would still meet his demise. At this moment, Fang Cheng approached. Brother Hu, we just examined the corpses of the zombies and arrived at an astonishing conclusion. Zhang Yahu turned his head, intrigued. What astonishing conclusion could there possibly be? Is there anything more remarkable than the fact that over 1,000 zombies have perished? Speak. Fang Cheng's expression was somewhat awkward, yet he spoke nonetheless. Upon inspecting the other zombie corpses, we discovered that nearly all of them were slain by sharp cold weapons, and the incisions on their bodies are remarkably clean, indicating that the weapon was exceedingly sharp. Thus, we speculate, albeit with some incredulity, that these zombies were all killed by a single individual. Zhang Yahu initially paused in surprise, but quickly regained his composure. Could it be? He then promptly strode towards the door, speaking as he walked. Tell the brothers to scour the battlefield for food and useful supplies to take away. As he ventured outside, one name dominated Zhang Yahu's thoughts, Li Mu, who was currently seated at the entrance. Though he was hesitant to believe that Li Mu had vanquished these zombies, both his intuition and the clues suggested that it was indeed Li Mu who had eliminated them all, including the recently transformed Corpse King. Upon reaching the exterior, Zhang Yahu lit the cigar that Li Mu had given him earlier and approached him step by step. When did you become so formidable? I once thought the gap between us was not substantial, but now I realize I vastly overestimated myself and underestimated you. standing before Li Mu. Zhang Yahu fixed his gaze upon him. You killed all those zombies, didn't you? Li Mu offered a slight smile. What else could it be? Do you think these zombies would have simply impaled themselves on my sword? Although Zhang Yahu had anticipated this outcome, hearing Li Mu's admission still left him breathless, prompting him to stagger back a few steps. Even after hearing Li Mu's confirmation, Zhang Yahu found it difficult to accept the reality of the situation. It felt almost surreal. He hurried back to Li Mu. Could you possibly enlighten me on how you achieved this? It's simply unbelievable. Li Mu shrugged. I just hacked down all the approaching zombies, that's all. Before Li Mu could finish, Zhang Yahu waved his hands dismissively. All right. I'm not interested in hearing you boast. Why does such an absurd feat sound so effortless when it comes from you? Could it be that I am simply too powerful? Ha. At this moment, Zhang Yahu appeared exceedingly exhilarated. Not merely powerful, outrageously so. Do you have any idea how much preparation I undertook to slay this horde of zombies and the Corpse King? I assembled the most formidable individuals under my command, even rallying a group of daredevils to charge into the fray. Ultimately, I also dispatched a squad of second-tier elite fighters to aid us in vanquishing the Corpse King. Zhang Yahu's face was flushed with disbelief. Yet, you so casually dispatched the Corpse King that I find myself at a loss for words to describe this event. Li Mu waved his hand dismissively. There's no need for such excitement. I merely encountered an unforeseen circumstance that necessitated my confrontation with the Corpse King, which fortuitously led to the annihilation of these zombies. It's ultimately a positive outcome. Zhang Yahu took several deep breaths, slowly regaining his composure. Indeed, it is a fortunate turn of events, though it exceeds my comprehension. I fear I may never surpass you in this lifetime. Li Mu lit a cigar. Isn't this quite normal? Zhang Yahu approached and leaned against the car. I initially intended to reward you with a quarter of the food and supplies after the Corpse King was slain, but now that you've single-handedly eradicated the zombies, it's no longer our concern. The spoils from the Guanglong building now belong entirely to you, and I will arrange for them to be transported to the villa area. Upon realizing that Li Mu had single-handedly disposed of the zombies, Zhang Yahu understood that the food and supplies within the Guanglong building were no longer linked to their Tianhu base. Who could remain indifferent in the face of such resources? However, Zhang Yahu recognized the gravity of the situation. Rather than the provisions, he valued having Li Mu as an ally even more. Li Mu responded, You needn't worry about the food and supplies from the Guanglong building. Everything inside is yours, belonging to Tianhu base. Initially, Zhang Yahu was taken aback. Oh, am I hearing correctly? Or did you misspeak? Did you just say that all the food in the Guanglong building belongs to Tianhu base? Li Mu exhaled a puff of smoke. You heard correctly. All the provisions are yours. Zhang Yahu paused for a moment, then spoke. If you have any requests, do let me know. There's no such thing as a free lunch, and we both understand the current value of food. There's no need for you to conceal anything from me. Li Mu smiled faintly. There's no rush. The time isn't right yet. Just give me a call when you're on the verge of breaking through to the 4th tier, and I shall present you with a gift. For a moment, Zhang Yahu was bewildered. Not only had he been given such a bounty of food, but he was also to receive a gift in the future. He truly could not fathom Li Mu's intentions. Li Mu continued, Consider it an investment on my part. Now, have there been any updates regarding my seeds? Zhang Yahu finally grasped the situation. I'm still having people search for the seeds. As soon as I receive any news, I'll call you or send someone directly to the villa area. How does that sound? Li Mu jumped off the hood of the car, discarding his cigar and extinguishing it underfoot. No problem. I shall take my leave now. I entrust everything to you. Do not forget my words. Be sure to call me before you break through the 4th tier. Although unaware of the secrets hidden within Li Mu's intentions, Zhang Yahu nonetheless acquiesced. Rest assured, I shall inform you when the time comes. After Li Mu departed, Fang Cheng emerged from the building as well. Brother Hu, did he single-handedly eliminate all the zombies inside? Zhang Yahu let out a bitter laugh. Indeed, it was he alone who accomplished this feat. Chapter 94. A band of prisoners. Fang Cheng had already surmised the outcome, yet he was still profoundly shaken upon hearing Zhang Yahu's response. How astonishing. He not only eradicated all the zombies, but also defeated a zombie king. Who is he, and what grants him such formidable strength? Zhang Yahu, somewhat helpless, replied. He is merely a university student. You are likely older than him by several years. Fang Cheng nodded. Although he was youthful, he had been working for several years and was already 25, thus older than Li Mu. Yet, in his eyes, Both Li Mu's prowess and composure far surpassed his own. At this moment, he felt a strange sense of fortune, for despite his earlier tone with Li Mu, the latter had not shown any anger. Had Li Mu chosen to retaliate, he would surely have found himself a lifeless corpse by now. A person capable of slaying a zombie king could effortlessly extinguish his life, if so desired. In the past, I could perceive Li Mu to some extent, but now he remains an enigma to me. This young man is rather intimidating. As Li Mu drove away from the building, he did not hasten to return to the villa district. Instead, he leisurely roamed the city. Despite having just endured a fierce battle, he did not feel particularly fatigued. Thus he resolved to continue hunting for prey within the urban landscape. Before long, Li Mu halted his car in front of a police station. Having heard the distant sound of gunfire from within, he parked and glanced toward the entrance, observing a throng of zombies incessantly battering against the glass doors of the precinct. The gunfire emanating from inside had undoubtedly drawn these creatures to the scene. Exiting his vehicle, Li Mu retrieved his bronze sword and slowly approached the police station's entrance. The zombies, previously focused on the glass door, swiftly detected a new target and charged toward him. In less than 2 minutes, he had dispatched dozens of zombies with ease. Upon reaching the glass door, he discovered it secured by an iron chain, yet the gunfire continued unabated. Determining the direction of the sound to be from outside the building, he kicked the glass door open and stepped inside, ready to uncover the unfolding events. Crossing the hall on the first floor, Li Mu indeed spotted several individuals clad in prison uniforms, armed with firearms, at the exit. Additionally, a few others were present in the courtyard, all relentlessly shooting towards a small building in the rear. Upon noticing them, Li Mu swiftly concealed himself, clearly undetected by the prisoners. A burly, bald man wielded a rifle, continuously firing at the small building. "Brothers, unleash your fire. That building behind us is where the officers stash their weapons. If we eliminate all the officers inside, we shall have an endless supply of arms and ammunition," he shouted. "Kill them. Once we secure the weapons, we need not fear the zombies outside. I will lead you to dominate the entire city." There were approximately a dozen prisoners, while Li Mu observed the few officers inside the small building, numbering only 2 or 3. After sustained assault without success, the bald man grew increasingly aggressive. He pointed at several of his subordinates and commanded, "You lot charge forward. I'll cover you, move quickly." However, the subordinates hesitated, expressing their reluctance. "Boss, it's not that we don't want to charge, but the officers inside are exceptional marksmen. Rushing in would be tantamount to suicide." Without a moment's hesitation, the bald man pivoted his weapon and shot the one who had spoken. "Damn it! Dare you defy my orders? If you don't go, I'll end you myself. Who else is unwilling to go?" Immediately, the remaining few rushed from their cover, firing as they sprinted toward the small building. The officers inside reacted promptly, their rifles spewing fire. One prisoner was struck in the chest and fell lifelessly to the ground. The officers exhibited remarkable marksmanship, consistently taking down the advancing prisoners. Meanwhile, the bald man aimed at one of the officers. Bang! After a shot, the officer no longer revealed himself to fire. Inside the small building, one officer gazed at the corpse of his comrade. Xiao Lu," he cried out in despair. "Damn you beasts! You all deserve to die?" Fueled by rage, he attempted to stand and return fire, but as he rose, several bullets pierced his chest. Only one officer remained in the small building, yet he remained remarkably composed. Glancing at the bodies of his fallen comrades, he retrieved 2 hand grenades from his pocket. "They must not acquire the ammunition from the armory. Even if it costs me my life, I will not allow them to succeed." At that moment, Li Mu had also taken action. Positioned behind the prisoners, he wielded a rifle. His weapon discharged repeatedly, swiftly dispatching several unsuspecting prisoners. After neutralizing those at the entrance, Li Mu aimed his firearm at the bald man. At that moment, the bald man finally grasped the situation, swiftly turning to fire at Li Mu. However, he was unable to react in time and met his demise before he could fully pivot, his head obliterated by Li Mu's shot. The police officers inside the small building, alerted by the gunfire and the sounds of anguished cries, rose to investigate. Upon entering the fray, one officer immediately spotted Li Mu and reacted without hesitation. Seizing the opportunity, he raised his rifle and vaulted through the window, commencing his assault on the prisoners. The relentless gunfire soon overwhelmed the encircled inmates, who could not withstand the onslaught for long. They were swiftly eliminated. In the yard, only Li Mu and the officer remained. The officer, relief evident on his face. Addressed Li Mu. Thank you, brother. I am Gao Mushin, a police officer in this precinct. Li Mu lowered his rifle. No need for thanks. I am Li Mu. As the battle subsided, Gao Mushin breathed a sigh of relief. I owe you my life. Without you, I fear I would have perished here. Especially since the prisoners seized all the weapons and ammunition. Li Mu gestured towards the corpses on the ground. Were they the prisoners held here? Gao Mushin removed his bulletproof vest, wiping the sweat from his brow. Indeed, they were all inmates originally confined here. When the apocalypse erupted, they took advantage of the chaos to escape, even raiding an armory. We have been combating them ever since, but we were already outnumbered. Had it not been for your intervention today, I would not have survived.